My name is Zhang Yuan, and I have been in this world of card drawing for many years. In this world, everyone receives a divine stone from the world when they turn 18. People can use the divine stone to draw professions or treasures from the fate star formation constructed by formation masters. Through card drawing, people can obtain corresponding professions, and then, depending on the profession, there are different ways to gain experience, level up, and enhance their strength. Professions are mainly divided into two categories: combat professions and lifestyle professions, with a ratio of 1 to 9. Combat professions are further divided into two types: output and support, with a ratio of 2 to 1. Therefore, support professions are the rarest, followed by output professions, and lastly, lifestyle professions. Today, the school is holding its annual card drawing ceremony. My friendly Schwer drew a rare support profession, Elven Saintess. At that moment, a colorful light appeared in the formation and condensed into a new divine stone in front of Li Schwer. After Li Schwer's second draw, a golden light flashed. A staff glowing with golden light flew out from the formation and slowly landed in front of Li Schwer. The formation master smiled and said, "Congratulations, student. Although you didn't draw a special weapon, getting a golden weapon early on is already quite remarkable. Your future is boundless." Finally, it was Zhang Yuan's turn to draw a card. He placed his divine stone into the fate star formation. Boom! The cards began to spin, and finally, after a red light flashed, the sound of a sword echoed through the sky, and sword energy filled the air. It's red. It actually turned red. As the red light faded, a swordsman soaring through the sky appeared on the card. Hidden profession, sword formation master, unique. Not only is it a hidden profession, but it is also a unique hidden profession. This means that this profession exists only for him in the entire world. Unless he dies, there will never be a second sword formation master in the world. At the same time, a new divine stone condensed in front of him. The formation master next to him was also extremely excited. Quickly. "Student, while your luck is good, hurry up and take a second draw." Zhang Yuan didn't hesitate and placed the newly obtained divine stone into the formation. Another red light flashed. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and sword light filled the air. This time, Zhang Yuan's card did not contain a weapon, but it was still a swordsman soaring through the sky. A destiny seat. It's actually a destiny seat. At this moment, even the usually calm formation master began to shout excitedly, and Principal Ning Qin was so thrilled that he fainted on the spot. During the card drawing process, there is only a very small chance of drawing a duplicate profession. Duplicate professions do not go to waste but are converted into extra attributes or special skills for the card drawer. There are many opportunities to obtain divine stones in this world. After the first job change, every subsequent draw has the possibility of drawing a duplicate profession, which converts into a destiny seat. Every profession has 6 destiny seats, but many people spend their entire lives without drawing all 6. For someone like him, drawing red and then red again in a single draw, this is a rare phenomenon in the entire world. The formation master's eyes were red with excitement as he shouted it quickly. "Student, keep drawing. If you draw a special weapon, you'll become a national treasure." Okay. Zhang Yuan was a bit stunned, but he still followed the instruction and immediately used the newly obtained draw. Boom! Another red light flashed, and a sword formation appeared in the sky. Then, another card featuring the swordsman soaring through the sky appeared. Another destiny seat. This time everyone jumped up in shock. Zhang Yuan didn't wait for the formation master to speak. He skillfully placed the divine stone into the formation, and once again, a red light flashed. Another destiny seat. As Zhang Yuan drew his third destiny seat, everyone began to curse loudly, their eyes bloodshot. Jealousy can make people ugly. However, Zhang Yuan was now in a state of selfless concentration, continuing to draw cards. Boom! 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 3 more red lights flashed, plunging the entire school into a deathly silence. One card drawing session had resulted in the only hidden profession, and damn it, it even had all the destiny seats. In thousands of years of history, there hasn't been such an absurd person. This guy must be God's illegitimate child. Zhang Yuan looked at the formation master who had fainted and was foaming at the mouth, and he felt a bit helpless. This outrageous card drawing made Zhang Yuan feel like he had used up all his lifespan. But helplessness aside, Zhang Yuan still had one more divine stone gifted to him, so he continued drawing. Since the destiny seats were already full, it was time to draw a weapon. Unfortunately, this time there was no more red light, not even gold or blue, just a white light. A sword case flew out from the formation and slowly landed in Zhang Yuan's hands. Holding the heavy sword case, Zhang Yuan sighed, "A white board, what bad luck." At that moment, the campus was in an uproar, with countless students starting to riot. Then a music teacher activated her skill, and her song immediately calmed everyone's emotions. Zhang Yuan, holding the sword case, walked back to the crowd. Li Shuer quickly approached and curiously asked, "Dummy, you drew a hidden profession. Can you show us some of your skills?" All right, just a moment, let me check my attributes first." Zhang Yuan nodded slightly and checked his attributes. Although he had learned a lot about various professions over the years, this was a hidden profession and it was unique. He wasn't very familiar with it yet. Name: Zhang Yuan. Profession: Swortformation Master Unique. Level: 1, 0%. Strength: 10. Agility: 5. Mentality: 30. Constitution: 5. Special profession attributes: critical rate, 10%, critical damage, 100%. Equipment: iron sword case, 1/10. Skills: sword formation, level 1. Deploy a sword formation, continuously consuming mental energy. Within a radius of 10 meters, critical damage is increased by 100%. Sword mastery, level 1. Control flying swords to attack from the air. The power depends on the quality of the sword, personal mental energy, and skill level. Destinseat. Sword Lord, Destiny Seat 1. The effective radius of the sword formation becomes 10 times larger. Sword Intent, Destiny Seat 2. Deploying the sword formation and using sword mastery no longer consume mental energy. Sword Bone, Destiny Seat 3. Continually restores physical strength within the sword formation. Sword Embryo, Destiny Seat 4. Within the sword formation, each attack on an enemy causes 10% splash damage to other enemies within the formation. Sword Heart, Destiny Seat 5. Within the sword formation, all attacks are guaranteed critical hits. Critical rate is converted to critical damage at double the rate, with an additional 100% critical damage increase. Sword Immortal, Destiny Seat 6. All attacks within the sword formation ignore the enemy's defense. After Zhang Yuan finished reviewing his attributes, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. With these Destiny Seat bonuses, how could anyone else even play the game? Judging by the profession's attributes, the mental stat was far higher than the others, indicating that the sword formation master leaned more towards a magic-based profession. At the same time, the sword formation master also had some strength, making it somewhat similar to a melee profession. After a brief consideration, Zhang Yuan didn't activate the sword formation. Instead, he directly used the sword mastery skill. The iron sword case opened, and an iron longsword flew out from it. At this point, Zhang Yuan could see the attributes of his sword. Ordinary iron longsword, attack power 10. It was a common piece of equipment, easily found on the streets. As the iron sword flew out, the attribute bar of the sword case changed from iron sword case, 1/10, to iron sword case, 0/10. This indicated that the iron sword case had a capacity for 10 flying swords, meaning that with this iron sword case, he could control up to 10 flying swords simultaneously. Logically, the more flying swords controlled at once, the greater the consumption of mental energy should be. However, Zhang Yuan's second destiny seat allowed him to use the sword formation and sword mastery without any energy consumption, which meant that just this one destiny seat alone had already increased his combat power tenfold in the early stages. After strapping the sword case to his back, Zhang Yuan recalled the special scene he had witnessed when he drew the sword formation master profession. A million-strong abyssal army was marching through the wilderness, and then countless swords rained down from the sky, annihilating the army in an instant. That scene made Zhang Yuan realize that, in the later stages, he could possess the power to challenge an entire nation by himself. After Zhang Yuan finished drawing cards, the students who followed drew several combat-related professions. However, with Zhang Yuan and Li Shuer raising everyone's expectations, no one seemed particularly excited about drawing a combat profession, and the card-drawing ceremony quickly came to an end. Out of 300 students, 35 drew combat professions, while 265 drew life professions, roughly matching the expected 1:9 ratio. After the ceremony ended, the school principal, Ning Qin, who had been revived, stepped back onto the stage and gave a rousing speech to the students before getting down to business. 1 month from now is the annual National College Entrance Exam of the Great Xia Empire. Whether you've drawn a life profession or a combat profession, you all have the opportunity to enter higher education through the exam. During this time, the school will do its best to provide support. Hang in there, and in this 1 month, improve your skill proficiency and level as much as possible. Strive to get into the university of your choice. After the assembly, the principal specifically sent word for Zhang Yuan and Li Shuer to meet him in his office. In the principal's office, Ning Qin said, "This year, only the two of you have a chance to get into Kyoto University, so today, I'm going to give you both some special guidance. The hidden requirement to get into Kyoto University is to reach level 19 within 1 month. There's no need to worry about Li Shuer. Her elf saintess is considered advanced among rare professions, and with the help of her family, she has a good chance of reaching level 19 within this month. My concern is with you, Zhang Yuan." Zhang Yuan asked, "Me?" Ning Qin continued, "That's right. Although you drew a hidden professions are only rare, not necessarily powerful. Historically, there have been many hidden professions that were weaker than common ones." Li Shuer interjected, "But Principal, Dummy drew a full destiny seat." Ning Qin shook his head with a bitter smile. "It's not that simple. While the destiny seats do enhance the profession, the increase is relatively limited. Generally speaking, 6 destiny seats boost the profession's strength by about 50%, and for stronger professions, maybe by 70%. If Zhang Yuan's profession is relatively weak, even with a full destiny seat, it might only be on par with some of the stronger professions." Zhang Yuan glanced at his destiny seat panel and only then realized he might not be as powerful as he had imagined. Ning Qin smiled mysteriously and said, "This year, the Westlake City government discovered a hidden dungeon in the western suburbs. Most importantly, upon clearing this hidden dungeon, you can obtain a divine stone. The city government plans to make this hidden dungeon the beginner leveling dungeon for all the major high schools in Westlake City in the future. They've allocated 2 slots for our school to enter the dungeon. I intend to give these 2 slots to you both, increasing your chances of reaching level 19 within the month." "Thank you, Principal." After leaving the school and parting ways with Li Shuer, Zhang Yuan didn't head straight home. Instead, he went to a weapons shop in Westlake City. With a heavy heart, he spent all the New Year money he had saved over the past 3 years to buy 9 average quality iron swords, filling up the iron sword case. Then, Zhang Yuan bought a damage-testing wooden dummy and found an open space to test his skills. As he raised his hand, ready to summon his flying swords, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Detected that the host has transferred to the sword formation master profession. Achievement system activated. A ding! Host has achieved the God level achievement full destiny draw. Reward, awakening of the unique God level talent. Congratulations to the host for awakening the unique God level talent, absolute luck, level 1. A ding! Host has achieved the God level achievement Sword Immortal. Reward, awakening of the unique God level talent. Congratulations to the host for awakening the unique God level talent. I am the Sword Immortal, level 1. Zhang Yuan was stunned on the spot and immediately checked his talent attributes. Absolute luck, level 1 max luck when drawing cards, limited to 10 times per month. I am the Sword Immortal, level 1 all damage is increased tenfold. In this world, the most important thing is card drawing. Almost all valuable things, whether it's money, skills, or equipment, can be obtained through card draws. With 10 chances of max luck per month when drawing cards, doesn't this mean that as soon as he gets the Divine Stone, he could immediately acquire his own red legendary exclusive weapon? Although Divine Stones are rare, it's still possible to obtain one within a month. It took Zhang Yuan a while to recover from the shock. Now he was eager to test his damage. Placing the wooden dummy in the center of the open space, Zhang Yuan deployed the sword formation and used sword mastery. A flying sword shot out from the sword case and struck the dummy precisely. 546 points of damage. As far as he knew, even the fire mage, recognized as having the highest attack power in the early stages, could only deal around 20 points of damage to the dummy with a fireball spell at level 1, and a fire mage could only cast a few fireballs before their mental energy was depleted. His level 1 basic attack already matched the damage output of a level 10 fire mage's fireball spell. This time, Zhang Yuan controlled 10 flying swords simultaneously, launching them at the wooden dummy. 5,460 points of damage. Seeing the virtual number appear above the wooden dummy, Zhang Yuan's pupils contracted. According to the textbooks, bosses around level 10 typically have 10,000 to 20,000 health, which means he could easily kill a level 10 boss in just 4 attacks. The key is that he's only level 1, and the weapons he's using are just the lowest grade iron swords. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan couldn't suppress the grin spreading across his face, resembling an AK. He happily packed up the wooden dummy, strapped on his sword case, and headed home. Hey, Yuanzi, you're back. His aunt, who was practicing yoga in the living room, greeted him with a smile when she saw him return. His aunt, Zhang Yuya, was 4 years older than Zhang Yuan and had recently graduated from university. Currently, she was unemployed and staying at home. She had delicate and beautiful features and had been the dream girl of many men during her university days. Before Zhang Yuan transmigrated, the host's parents had disappeared together during a dungeon raid, and afterward, the host had moved in with his grandmother. Currently, Zhang Yuan lived with his grandmother and aunt. During dinner, his grandmother suddenly asked, Yuanzi, today was your card draw day, right? What profession did you draw? Zhang Yuan replied, Grandma, it's a combat profession. As soon as Zhang Yuan said this, his grandmother's face instantly turned cold. Zhang Yuan wasn't surprised by his grandmother's reaction. Ever since the host's parents disappeared, his grandmother had always been very opposed to combat professions. Grandma slammed her chopsticks onto the table. One after another, you're all risking your lives for money. I might as well go on ahead and wait for you all down there. With that, she got up and went to her room. Bang! The bedroom door slammed shut, and the atmosphere in the living room grew even heavier. Aunt Jiang hurriedly tried to comfort him. Don't worry. Let me tell you a secret. When my mom was young, she was an elite in the military. When my sister drew a combat class, she threw a 3-day feast. But when I got the singer class, she gave me a 3-day scowl. Zhang Yuan was surprised. Is that so? Aunt Jiang continued in a whisper, don't be fooled by that old witch's act earlier. She's probably grinning from ear to ear under her blankets right now. So, tell me, what class did you get? Warrior or mage? I see you've got an iron case on your back, it looks like a support class. It's a hidden class, sword formation master. A hidden class? You lucky devil. Aunt Jiang shot him a look full of envy and jealousy. Is it powerful? Very powerful. A powerful is good. A combat class should be powerful. Tell me more, what makes it so awesome? With a few words, Aunt Jiang lightened the heavy mood, and Zhang Yuan became more talkative, explaining the strengths of his class to her. The next morning, Zhang Yuan woke up to find a luxurious badge on his bedside table. Though it looked old, it was well preserved. Oh, what's this? As he picked up the badge, its attributes were displayed. Imperial Special Merit Badge Accessory, Strength plus 100, Agility plus 100, Spirit plus 100, Constitution plus 100, Damage Reduction 10%, usable at level 1. Note, awarded to heroes who have made great contributions to the Empire and its people. Zhang Yuan was stunned as he read the badge's name and note. With such a name and note, the plus 100 to all 4 stats almost seemed insignificant. In the Great Xia Empire, there's a saying, First-class merit is earned with your life, second-class merit, with injuries, third-class merit, with hard work. As for special merit, only God-tier warriors can earn it. Every Imperial Special Merit Badge represents a legendary tale. Zhang Yuan was in a daze. He never would have guessed that his usually kind and gentle grandmother was actually a war god who had earned special merit. Hearing the noise from the kitchen, Grandma poked her head out, then came out holding freshly made pancakes and a bowl of porridge. Zhang Yuan took the pancakes and porridge she handed him and asked, Grandma, this badge. It's nothing worth mentioning. Just eat your breakfast and focus on leveling up. Don't bring shame to our family. Zhang Yuan was overjoyed. Grandma, does this mean you're okay with me becoming an adventurer? Grandma replied, with your class and talents, stopping you would be the greatest betrayal to the nation and its people. Aunt Jiang chuckled, see? I told you, Mom's all bark and no bite. You just go off and have your adventures, I'll take care of the old lady. Grandma shot Aunt Jiang a fierce glare before turning back to Zhang Yuan. The school bus picking you up is already waiting outside. Eat your breakfast and get going. And if you don't get into Kyoto University with that class, I'll break your legs. Zhang Yuan instantly stood up straight. Yes, ma'am. After leaving the house with his sword case, Zhang Yuan checked his current stats. Name, Zhang Yuan. Class, Sword Formation Master, Unique. Level, 10%. Strength, 110. Agility, 105. Spirit, 130. Konstitution, 105. Class special attributes, crit rate, 10%, crit damage, 100%. Talents, absolute luck, level 1, I am the sword immortal, level 1. Equipment, iron sword case 10/10, imperial special merit badge. Skills, sword formation, level 1, sword mastery, level 1. Constellation, 6 stars. With the imperial special merit badge equipped, Zhang Yuan's 4 primary attributes increased by 100 each, equivalent to the attribute growth of an ordinary class by level 16. This badge might lose its effectiveness later in the game, but for now, it provided an overpowered boost. Grandma really does care about her grandson. Zhang Yuan happily stowed the badge and boarded the school bus, heading to the hidden dungeon on the outskirts of town. Westlake City had 8 middle schools, each with 2 or 3 slots for students to enter the hidden dungeon for leveling. When Zhang Yuan arrived at the dungeon entrance, there were over 40 people present, including both teachers and students, and among them was Li Shuer. Li Shuer said, "The dungeon has opened. The teachers suggest forming 5-person teams for safety and efficiency and leveling up. I've already formed a team for you, 2 fire mages, 1 warrior, and myself as the healer. You can jump right in with us. With the experience this dungeon offers, we should reach level 12 after a week of grinding. Very efficient." Zhang Yuan replied, "A silly girl, why did you gather so many people? The experience points will be divided." Li Shuer rolled her eyes at him. "A what? Are you thinking of soloing the dungeon?" Zhang Yuan said, "I can take you along." Li Shuer's eyes widened. "You really want a solo? Are you crazy?" Zhang Yuan chuckled, "Don't worry, I'm not completely clueless. If things get dangerous, I'll just retreat." Ning Qin nodded slightly. "You make a good point. I approve of you soloing. If you can't handle it alone, you can always join a team later. There's no rush." With Ning Qin's approval, Li Shuer stopped protesting. Zhang Yuan smiled, "Shuer, if it's you, I can make an exception and bring you along." After all, Li Shuer's class was Holy Elf, a support class with no offensive capabilities in the early stages, making soloing impossible. "I don't need your pity. If you're not teaming up with me, I'll find other teammates." With a playful huff, Li Shuer took the pancakes Zhang Yuan had given her and joined the teammates she had previously organized, entering the dungeon with them. Zhang Yuan entered the dungeon alone and began his solo grind. The hidden dungeon this time was a dense forest, surrounded by towering trees with monsters lurking in the underbrush. It was Zhang Yuan's first time entering a dungeon in this world, and he was filled with curiosity about everything around him. Suddenly, a rabbit leaped out of the bushes. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan activated his sword formation. An iron sword from his sword case instantly pierced the frenzied rabbit. Minus 996 points of damage. Successfully killed frenzied rabbit, plus 2 experience points. Successfully killed frenzied rabbit, plus 2 experience points. Successfully killed frenzied rabbit, plus 2 experience points. After killing the rabbit, Zhang Yuan was momentarily stunned by the series of notifications, then quickly realized that it was the splash damage effect of his Constellation 4. Sword Embryo, Constellation for each attack within the sword formation causes 10% splash damage to all other enemies within the formation. With his current damage output far exceeding the monster's health, once a rabbit died within the sword formation, the others followed suit. Zhang Yuan glanced at his experience bar, which had already increased by 1%. Not bad. Just starting and I've already gained 1%. At this rate, I should be able to reach level 12 today. Summoning all his flying swords, Zhang Yuan began a rampage through the forest. Successfully killed frenzied rabbit, plus 2 experience points. Successfully killed frenzied rabbit, plus 2 experience points. A flood of notifications filled Zhang Yuan's screen as his experience bar soared rapidly. The leveling speed was almost embarrassing in its efficiency. Half an hour later, Zhang Yuan leveled up for the first time. Each attribute increased accordingly. A 1 level up gives me 10 strength, 5 agility, 30 spirit, and 5 vitality. That's 50 attribute points in total. If I remember correctly, the textbook said that a typical class only gets around 25 attribute points per level, right? Is my class growth rate really this high? It's literally double. Zhang Yuan was both surprised and delighted by his attribute growth, and this was without considering the 1% critical hit rate and 10% critical damage increase. This hidden class is insanely powerful. As Zhang Yuan cleared out the frenzied rabbits on the forest's outskirts, he began to venture deeper into the woods, encountering higher-level monsters. Successfully killed black-haired boar, +4 experience points. Successfully killed red-eyed hyena, +6 experience points. Successfully killed frenzied rabbit king, +10 experience points. Zhang Yuan steadily advanced, obliterating every monster in his path without any challenge. With each kill, several other monsters would also fall thanks to the splash damage from his sword formation. The dungeon's respawn rate couldn't keep up with Zhang Yuan's killing speed. Less than an hour later, another beam of light surged from Zhang Yuan as he leveled up again. Strength increased by 10, agility and vitality by 5 each, spirit by 30, critical hit rate by 1%, and critical damage by 10%. Skill proficiency increased. Sword formation, level 2 deploys a sword formation, continuously consuming spirit. Within a 20-meter radius, critical damage increases by 110%. Sword control, level 2 controls flying swords to attack mid-air, with power depending on the quality of the swords, the user's spirit, and the skill level. Skills can level up too? Zhang Yuan noticed that both his sword formation and a sword control had leveled up. He immediately targeted a nearby level 5 frenzied rabbit king. A single flying sword pierced through the frenzied rabbit king's body. Minus 1,579 points of damage. Successfully killed frenzied rabbit king, +10 experience points. Successfully killed frenzied rabbit, +1 experience point. Successfully killed black-haired boar, +4 experience points. Another flurry of kill notifications scrolled across his screen, and Zhang Yuan wasn't even sure where some of the monsters had died. A 1 flying sword now deals 1579 damage. If I unleash 10 swords, that's 15,790 damage. Does that mean I can one-shot a level 10 boss? Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows in disbelief at his own damage output. He was only level 3 with basic equipment and low-level skills, yet his damage output was already on par with a level 40 fire mage. Even without the 10x boost from his sword immortal talent, this class was ridiculously overpowered. The most crucial aspect was that, due to the combined effects of Constellations 2 and 3, Zhang Yuan's sword control consumed no spirit, and his vitality continuously regenerated within the sword formation. This allowed him to grind indefinitely without needing to rest or replenish, saving him a huge amount of leveling time. While other students would need a full week with a well-coordinated team to reach level 12, Zhang Yuan could solo clear the dungeon in just a day. The gap was astronomical. It was safe to say that Zhang Yuan could achieve in one day what many students wouldn't in a month. Just as Zhang Yuan was slaughtering his way through the hidden dungeon, many students had already retreated to receive treatment and resupply. Although the hidden dungeon provided high experience, the monsters also had strong attack and defense, making it challenging for the students, who were all level 1 when they entered. A team working together to kill dozens of frenzied rabbits within 2 hours was already considered a good performance. Typically, student teams would come out to resupply after about 2 hours, and their levels upon exiting would give a good indication of their leveling speed. However, even after all the other students had left to resupply, Zhang Yuan had not emerged. Suddenly, a squad of heavily armed government soldiers arrived and sealed off the dungeon entrance. The students resupplying outside whispered among themselves, puzzled by what was happening. The expressions of several principals changed, and they quickly stood up. "This isn't good." Captain Xia Chaoyang of the government forces stepped forward and saluted the principals. "Apologies, the military detected abnormal energy fluctuations in this dungeon. We need to close it down to investigate potential hazards. The leveling activities of the schools will have to be temporarily suspended. Please take your students back for now." Ning Qin, worried, quickly spoke up, "Captain Xia, I still have one student inside the dungeon. Can we wait until he comes out?" "There's still a student inside?" Captain Xia furrowed his brow and then glanced at his watch. The energy fluctuations might be due to abyssal corruption. If not dealt with promptly, this dungeon could undergo abyssalization, causing immeasurable damage. "I can only give you half an hour." Ning Kun nodded. "That's enough time. My student has been inside for over 2 hours already. He should be out within half an hour." Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan, the subject of everyone's concern, had already reached the center of the forest and leveled up to level 4. He checked his attribute panel and was quite satisfied with his leveling speed. He initially thought that leveling would slow down the further he progressed. However, thanks to the splash damage from Constellation 4 and the true damage from Constellation 6, his sword formation had turned the dungeon into a slaughterhouse for monsters. Any monster within a 200-meter radius was doomed to die as soon as it respawned. The only thing that bothered Zhang Yuan was that he couldn't make his flying swords automatically seek out enemies, meaning he couldn't fully relax. The monsters around here respawn too slowly. I guess I'll have to keep moving deeper. Zhang Yuan shouldered his sword case and moved forward, showing no intention of leaving the dungeon. At the same time, deep within the hidden dungeon, a level 12 boss, the Cyclops, was sound asleep on its stone bed. Suddenly, near its stone bed, purple bubbles began to seep out of the ground. By now, not even level 10 monsters could withstand a single strike from Zhang Yuan. Unknowingly, he had reached the depths of the forest. However, Zhang Yuan was beginning to feel slightly dissatisfied with his leveling speed. Although the deeper he ventured, the higher the monster levels and the more experience he gained, the monster density had decreased. Now, killing a tiger only gave him 0.1% experience, meaning he would have to kill 1,000 tigers to level up, but the tigers were sparse. He could find at most 5 per minute. Including other monsters, it would still take him 2 more hours to reach level 6. I've been in the dungeon for 3 hours, and I'm only at level 5. Although others might only be level 3 at most right now, I can't compare myself to them. Zhang Yuan continued deeper into the forest until he came to the entrance of a cave. This cave probably holds the boss of this hidden dungeon. The monsters inside are likely level 12, and there might even be elite monsters. After a brief consideration, Zhang Yuan resolutely decided to enter the cave. Despite being only level 5, his single sword strike now dealt 2,000 damage. With 10 flying swords, that was 20,000 damage per second. Considering the splash damage from his constellation, he was confident that he could wipe out the boss and any elite monsters, even if they were clustered together. At the same time, outside the dungeon, Xia Chaoyang glanced at the time and said to Ning Qin, "Principal Ning, I'm sorry, but it's been half an hour. We have to close the dungeon now." Ning Qin pleaded, "Captain Xia, can't you extend the time a bit more? That student is a promising talent from Kyoto University. We can't afford any mishaps." Xia Chaoyang responded, "We understand your concerns. However, rest assured that once we resolve the issue, the dungeon will be reopened and that student will be able to exit." Just then, a soldier hurried over. "There's a problem." Xia Chaoyang's expression turned serious. What happened?" "The instruments detected abyssal energy in the dungeon. The dungeon boss has been corrupted by the abyss. Then we need to close the dungeon immediately." "Report, Captain, we can't close it." "I can't close it?" Xia Chaoyang's eyes narrowed. "The boss has been corrupted, but the dungeon hasn't fully undergone abyssalization. How could it be impossible to close it?" Someone has entered the corrupted boss's territory. The dungeon has activated abyssal strategy mode." "Impossible!" Xia Chaoyang exclaimed. "There's only one student in the dungeon, at most level 3. How could he have entered the boss's territory?" The soldier wiped his sweat and said, But the instruments don't lie. The abyssal strategy mode has been activated." Xia Chaoyang's face grew dark as he turned to Ning Qin. "Principal Ning, what exactly is going on with your student?" Ning Qin was also puzzled. "I don't know." "You don't know?" Xia Chaoyang's face was stormy, but he had no time to pursue the matter further with Ning Qin. He turned to the soldier and ordered, "Immediately evacuate the surrounding teachers and students. Dispatch the city defense forces. We must not let the abyssal corrupted boss enter the city." The soldier snapped to attention. "Yes, sir." Li Shuer, watching Xia Chaoyang and the soldiers rush away, quickly asked Ning Qin, "Principal, what is the abyssal strategy mode?" Ning Qin, with a worried expression, explained, "When abyssal forces corrupt a dungeon, the dungeon boss becomes corrupted and becomes the only boss in the dungeon, with all attributes increased by at least 10 times. If the corrupted boss is not defeated within a certain period, it will lead the dungeon monsters out of the dungeon and invade the real world. So we need to send elite players to defeat the corrupted boss before it invades the real world. This is called the abyssal strategy mode. Once the abyssal strategy mode is activated, the dungeon will no longer be open to outsiders. The players inside the dungeon must either defeat the abyssal corrupted boss or face their deaths. If the players successfully defeat the boss, they will receive substantial rewards. However, if the players are killed, the Abyssal Corrupted boss will be further empowered and immediately invade the real world. Li Shuer's expression changed slightly. The Abyssal Strategy Mode. Does that mean Zhang Yuan has to fight the corrupted boss? Li Shuer panicked and quickly ran to a corner to call Butler Su. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Zhang Yuan was still unaware of the impending crisis, immersed in the joy of rapid leveling. Successfully killed Corrupted Goblin, experience plus 200. Successfully killed Corrupted Elite Goblin, experience plus 300. Successfully killed Corrupted Giant Vanguard, experience plus 500. Sure enough, this boss's territory really boosts experience. Zhang Yuan was beaming with joy. The moment he entered the cave, he was stunned by the amount of experience from the monsters inside. Although the monsters here had much more health, it was just a matter of using 2 flying swords instead of 1, which didn't affect Zhang Yuan's leveling speed at all. In just a few minutes, Zhang Yuan's body glowed with golden light and he leveled up to level 6. Zhang Yuan looked at the writhing heads in front of him, his eyes shining with excitement. All that experience was just waiting to be collected. He saw over 100 corrupted goblins just with his eyes alone. In this narrow cave, the monster density was high, their numbers were plentiful, and there was no need to hunt for them. This was a custom-made leveling paradise just for him. Zhang Yuan, observing his rapidly increasing experience bar, found even the goblins with their exposed brains a bit cute. Outside the dungeon, the city defense forces had already established a defensive line at the dungeon entrance. The soldiers were fully armed and on high alert, determined to keep the abyssal monsters from breaching the line. All the teachers and students from various schools had been evacuated. Only Ning Qin, with a bit of old principal's clout, managed to persuade Xia Chaoyang to let him and Li Shuer stay behind at the rear of the city defense forces until the battle was over. Li Shuer, with tearful eyes, looked at Ning Qin and asked, "Principal, is it true that Zhang Yuan might not survive?" Absolutely not," Ning Qin shook his head firmly. The monsters in the boss's territory of this dungeon are all above level 10. After being corrupted by the abyss, their attributes have increased tenfold. Zhang Yuan can't even break through the monster's defenses. Moreover, the process of abyssalization is irreversible. Until the entire dungeon is completely abyssalized, the corrupted boss will proactively attack. Zhang Yuan will have no place to hide then. Inside the dungeon cave, Zhang Yuan, who had reached level 9, was sitting on a flat stone, munching on jerky made by his grandmother, while controlling his flying swords to slay the monsters in the cave. He had been in the dungeon for 5 hours. Although leveling restored his condition, he still felt hungry and needed to eat. A grandma's jerky is delicious, but it's so dry. I should have brought some water. Zhang Yuan mumbled as 10 flying swords pierced a giant mage casting spells in the distance. Minus 23,985 damage. Successfully killed corrupted giant shaman, experience plus 1200. Successfully killed corrupted goblin, experience plus 200. Successfully killed corrupted elite goblin, experience plus 300. A golden light burst from Zhang Yuan's body as he leveled up to level 10. I finally reached level 10. Seeing his level up, Zhang Yuan immediately wiped the oil from his hands on the clothing of a giant vanguard whose body had not yet disappeared and checked his attributes. Both sword array and sword mastery skills have reached level 3. My damage should have increased significantly. And now that I'm level 10, it's time to face that boss. Zhang Yuan's gaze turned toward the depths of the cave. While grinding monsters, he had often heard eerie roars from the depths of the cave, accompanied by tremors and an overwhelming sense of pressure. As he reached the depths of the cave, Zhang Yuan saw an extraordinarily large creature. The Cyclops stood 10 meters tall. Its skin was a deep purple, its body muscular, and it was covered in wart-like structures as hard as rock, resembling a demonic shell. This giant exuded a disturbing aura. Just looking at the Cyclops made Zhang Yuan feel an indescribable terror. Corrupted Cyclops King. Is this really what a level 12 boss should look like? At this point, the Cyclops King had already noticed Zhang Yuan. Its eyes ignited with malicious fire, filled with endless rage and brutality, and it roared loudly. The deafening roar swept over Zhang Yuan, nearly making him lose his footing. Something's wrong. This is definitely not right. Unfortunately, Zhang Yuan had not learned the detection skill and didn't know the boss's specific details. He could only attempt to attack with 10 flying swords. 10 flying swords pierced through the Cyclops King's chest armor. Minus 38,360 damage. This was the first time Zhang Yuan had encountered a monster that could withstand 10 flying swords and still be alive. He was deeply shocked. However, the Cyclops King seemed to have sustained severe injuries as well. Its chest armor shattered, and blood flowed profusely.
Roi.
The Cyclops roared in fury, grabbing a massive spiked club beside it and charging wildly at Zhang Yuan, its steps shaking the ground. Zhang Yuan dared not be careless and once again manipulated 10 flying swords to attack. Minus 38,360 damage. Still not dead. Zhang Yuan frowned slightly, retreating while mentally withdrawing the flying swords from the Cyclops King. Even though the Cyclops King was bleeding heavily, its speed remained remarkably high. In just a few steps, it reached Zhang Yuan and swung the spiked club fiercely.
Bang!
Zhang Yuan sidestepped to evade the club. Although he avoided the direct hit, he was still knocked back by the shock wave and his health dropped significantly. A so high attack power. If I had come here at level 6 or 7, I'm afraid this splash damage would have killed me. The Swordmaster really is a fragile class. But I don't believe you can withstand 10 more swords. Zhang Yuan understood that even if he was hit by splash damage again, he would undoubtedly die. Thus, he controlled his flying swords to attack without hesitation. It was a battle of mutual destruction. Minus 38,360 damage. The 10 flying swords pierced through the Cyclops King's heart. The Cyclops King let out a painful howl before collapsing to the ground with a crash. Successfully killed corrupted Cyclops King, experience plus 10,000. A golden light burst from Zhang Yuan's body, and he immediately leveled up to level 11.
Ding!
Achievement first encounter with the Abyss detected. Reward, Awakening of Advanced Talent. Congratulations! Host has awakened the advanced talent, Abyssal Eye. Abyssal Eye can detect objects up to 50 levels below the host. Before Zhang Yuan could check his attributes, a treasure chest appeared on the stone bed of the Cyclops King.
A treasure chest!
Zhang Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rushed over and opened it. Acquired, Basic Skill Scroll X1. Acquired, Divine Stone X1. Acquired, Class-Specific Skill Scroll X1. A skill scrolls. And 2 of them. In this world, skill scrolls were extremely valuable. Even a basic skill scroll could be sold for 100,000 yuan in the trading hall. As for the class-specific skill scroll, Zhang Yuan had never heard of it, but its value was undoubtedly very high. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan immediately used the basic skill scroll. The skill scroll turned into a ball of light that enveloped Zhang Yuan. Acquired skill, Poison Resistance, Level 1. Poison Resistance, Level 1 grants 10% poison resistance. Poison resistance, not bad. Zhang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. The skills gained from skill scrolls were random, and there was a chance of skill failure. Getting a passive skill from a basic skill scroll was already quite good. Then, Zhang Yuan eagerly used the class-specific skill scroll. Acquired skill, Sword Array Space, Passive. Sword Array Space, Passive allows the sword box and flying swords to be placed in the sword array space, where they can be accessed at any time. Zhang Yuan looked at the unfamiliar skill with some confusion, but then decided to test out the passive ability. He soon discovered that both his sword box and flying swords had disappeared, being stored in the sword array space. Zhang Yuan felt a bit disappointed. Although it was indeed convenient to store the heavy sword box in the sword array space, carrying it didn't really hinder him with his current strength. If this skill was just for convenience, the cost-performance ratio of this class-specific skill was quite low.
Wait a minute.
Quickly, Zhang Yuan realized something unusual about this skill. It mentioned that the swords could be accessed anytime within the sword array. Zhang Yuan immediately activated the sword array, and the flying swords appeared out of nowhere within the array, then quickly disappeared again. Ah wow! Space manipulation! Zhang Yuan was thrilled to find that he could indeed freely release and retrieve flying swords within the range of the sword array. This meant that during combat, as long as the enemy was within his sword array, he could release flying swords from behind the enemy, playing the role of a surprise attacker. Nice. Truly a class-specific skill, this is practically my trump card. Zhang Yuan's previous dissatisfaction vanished, replaced by immense satisfaction with his new skill. This trip was incredibly rewarding. Contentedly, Zhang Yuan pocketed the divine stone and began clearing out the remaining monsters in the cave. The divine stone needed to be used in the Fate Star Array, and since Zhang Yuan couldn't afford to buy a portable Fate Compass made by a Grand Array Master, he would have to use a public Fate Star Array at the Adventurers Association by paying a commission. After killing the corrupted Cyclops King, monsters no longer respawned in the cave. Zhang Yuan spent half an hour sweeping up the remaining monsters and barely managed to reach level 12. Before leaving the instance, Zhang Yuan checked his current stats. Looking at his attribute panel, he couldn't help but be excited. If he could get a class-specific weapon from the Adventurers Association, he would soar to new heights. Laughing, Zhang Yuan walked into the portal that appeared behind the treasure chest. Moments later, in the empty treasure chest deep in the cave, a wisp of purple smoke emerged, gradually forming a dark shadow that coldly watched the slowly closing portal. A level 10 player soloing a level 12 corrupted boss, such a genius among humans must be eliminated in the cradle. The shadow said ominously before dissipating into smoke. Unaware of the abyss's attention, Zhang Yuan continued on his way. Outside the instance, Summer Chaoyang led the city defense forces, but the abyssal creatures still did not emerge from the instance. It's been 3 hours since the instance started to corrupt. That kid is still alive. Seeing that the abyssal creatures still hadn't emerged, Summer Chaoyang felt a tinge of regret. For a newbie to survive in an abyssal instance for 3 hours was a sign of elite potential. With proper training, he could become a high-level asset for the Empire. Unfortunately, with the instance completely corrupted, the kid's survival was unlikely.
Captain, someone is coming out.
All troops, be on guard. Summer Chaoyang barked orders. The soldiers immediately raised their rifles, ready to launch the fiercest attack on any abyssal creatures at his command. Zhang Yuan stepped out from the light and was momentarily stunned by the numerous dark gun barrels aimed at him.
Wait. Don't shoot.
Ning Qin dashed out from the crowd. He's my student.
A student?
Summer Chaoyang was taken aback and quickly stepped forward to ask Zhang Yuan, how did you get out? Zhang Yuan replied simply, I killed the boss, so I came out. Killed the boss, so I came out? This statement caused both Summer Chaoyang and Ning Qin to pause in confusion for a moment. The next second, Ning Qin immediately cast a detection spell on Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, Sword Array Master, level 12. Ning Qin's heart skipped a beat, and his face showed disbelief. You're level 12? Thinking he might have seen it wrong, Ning Qin cast another detection spell on Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, Sword Array Master, level 12. This time, Ning Qin was completely stunned. Generally speaking, someone who can reach level 12 within a week by themselves would have a high chance of entering a prestigious university. But reaching level 12 within a single day was something Ning Qin had never heard of. It's a pity that after killing the boss, no more monsters spawn in there. Otherwise, the level could have been even higher. Summer Chaoyang placed his hands on Zhang Yuan's shoulders and asked excitedly, a classmate, did you take down the abyssal boss all by yourself? Zhang Yuan was puzzled. Isn't that what the dungeon bosses are for? Why all the excitement? At this point, they realized Zhang Yuan had no idea the instance had corrupted into an abyssal dungeon and thought he was just dealing with an ordinary hidden dungeon. Summer Chaoyang turned to Ning Qin and questioned, Principal Ning, didn't you teach the students about abyssal dungeons? Ning Qin scratched his head, isn't that something covered in college courses? Who would have thought a high school student would tackle an abyssal dungeon? After all, students typically start drawing cards and switching classes near graduation from high school. With low levels, few skills, and weak combat power, even defeating a boss with enhanced attributes would be nearly impossible without leveling up for at least a week, and that's with a well-coordinated team. As for a level 12 abyssal corrupted boss, it would require a level 20 elite team to tackle. The idea of a novice soloing an abyssal corrupted boss was unheard of. Both Summer Chaoyang and Ning Qin were stunned.
Dinges! Are you Alricht? Did you get hurt anywhere?
Before Zhang Yuan could respond, Li Shuer rushed over and handed him a bottle of red potion. This is my healing potion.
Drink it first. A high-level healing potion?
Seeing the high-level healing potion Li Shuer handed him, Zhang Yuan twitched his mouth. Little rich girl, this potion is probably something a level 60 adventurer wouldn't even want to use.
And I'm not injured right now, so just take it back.
This high-level healing potion was worth 100,000 yuan per bottle and could fully restore the health of a level 60 adventurer, making it extremely valuable.
Just take it.
Li Shuer forced the high-level healing potion into Zhang Yuan's arms and whispered, I'm sorry. Zhang Yuan was taken aback. Why are you suddenly apologizing? Li Shuer said, I shouldn't have abandoned you and teamed up with others. If I had been with you, you wouldn't have been fighting alone in the abyssal dungeon. Zhang Yuan smiled and replied, it's a good thing you weren't with me. If there was someone to share the experience with, I might have struggled to reach level 12 today.
Are you?
Li Shuer was instantly enraged, raising her fist as if to hit Zhang Yuan. However, thinking that Zhang Yuan might have been hurt, she lowered her fist, only glaring at him in frustration, I'm not talking to you anymore. With that, Li Shuer turned on her heel and walked over to Su Butler, who was standing not far away. Su Butler smiled and greeted the fuming Li Shuer, Miss, it's fortunate that Zhang Yuan made it out himself. Otherwise, if the precious item was used on an outsider, the master would have skinned me alive. Ahem. That dingus doesn't deserve such a good thing, Su Butler.
Let's go.
Oh indeed, Mississippi. Su Butler helped Li Shuer into the carriage, casting another apologetic smile toward Zhang Yuan in the distance. On the way home, Li Shuer and Su Butler left Zhang Yuan to say goodbye to Ning Qin. Zhang Yuan headed to the Adventurers Guild in Shihu City. Once adventurers registered as such, they could accept missions and earn rewards at any Adventurers Guild across the country. This was the primary source of income for adventurers. Inside the guild, besides the task hall where missions were posted, there was another crucial facility, the Daxia Empire Exchange. The exchange was a joint establishment between the Adventurers Guild and the Daxia Empire's official channels. In the exchange, citizens of the Daxia Empire could freely buy and sell equipment and materials. They could also consign items to the exchange, allowing buyers from all over the country to view and purchase the consigned goods. The consignment area had everything, even unbound divine stones. However, these unbound divine stones were usually bought immediately upon listing, making them hard to obtain for the average person. Zhang Yuan needed to use the Fate Star Array, which was available in the exchange. Zhang Yuan found an empty single-use room, placed his hand on the palm print recognition area of the door. Starting identity verification. Verification successful, Daxia Empire citizen Zhang Yuan. Membership level 1. The recognition area turned green and the door to the room opened. Zhang Yuan entered the room, which contained a chair and a specially crafted magic crystal ball from an alchemist. Following the usage instructions, Zhang Yuan placed his hand on the magic crystal ball and a virtual screen appeared before him showing a large number of items for sale. From weapons and armor to potions and materials, everything was available. Zhang Yuan took out the high-level healing potion given by Li Shuer and muttered, Little rich girl, it would be a waste for me to use this high-level healing potion. I'll exchange it for money. You shouldn't mind, right? He then selected consignment and placed the high-level healing potion on the item stand in front of the magic crystal ball. A green light scanned over, and a new pop-up appeared in front of Zhang Yuan. High-level healing potion, assessed value of 100,000. Would you like to consign it or choose direct purchase by the exchange? If consigned, Zhang Yuan would set the price himself, with the exchange taking a 5% fee, but it would take time to sell. If choosing direct purchase, the exchange would generally buy it at 80% of the market value, with the advantage of immediate payment. Since Zhang Yuan had used all his pocket money to buy iron swords, he didn't have enough to cover the commission for using the Fate Star Array, so he chose direct purchase. With a flash of light, the high-level healing potion vanished, and Zhang Yuan's exchange account balance increased by 80,000. Really harsh. I just lost 20,000 in the blink of an eye. With the money, Zhang Yuan spent 1,000 to purchase one use of the Fate Star Array. As Zhang Yuan's account was debited 1,000, the item stand in front of the magic crystal ball lit up, and a small Fate Star Array appeared. It was said that the portable Fate Compass used a similar small Fate Star Array. This small Fate Star Array had the same card drawing effect as the large Fate Star Array and was highly convenient and discreet. As long as one carried the Fate Compass, they could draw cards anytime, anywhere after obtaining a Divine Stone. Zhang Yuan took out the Divine Stone and placed it into the Fate Star Array. The Divine Stone transformed into light points and disappeared, while a large number of cards tumbled inside the array. The array then began to glow red. Absolute luck, level 1 maximum luck when drawing cards. Limited to 10 times per month. Zhang Yuan's eyes sparkled as he stared intently at the array, eager to see what he had drawn. A card featuring a crimson sword flew out of the array, and then the card turned into red light and vanished. The entire array lit up with a red glow. Then, a crimson sword, adorned with dragon patterns, slowly rose from the array. The surging momentum swept outward in all directions. Divine Sword Qi Shao. Divine Sword Qi Shao, exclusive Tier 1 attack power plus 1000, crit rate plus 50%, crit damage plus 200%, automatically protects the owner. Holder is immune to mental attacks, no equipment level restriction. Note, one of the top 10 swords, protects the owner and eradicates evil, purifying the world. Zhang Yuan's face revealed a frenzied smile. This equipment was pure violence incarnate. Even the weapons used by divine tier professionals might not compare to this, its effects were simply explosive. With his current iron sword that had an attack power of 10, Zhang Yuan's damage was over 4,000. Now, with Qi Xiao's 1,000 attack power, plus a 50% crit rate and 200% crit damage, not to mention the crit conversion from the constellation. Zhang Yuan roughly calculated, with Qi Xiao, a single stab could deal close to 700,000 damage.
Level 12, damage 700,000.
What kind of concept is this? In a game, it would be considered an overpowered mess, a garbage game. But this was reality. After the initial excitement, Zhang Yuan quickly calmed down and stored Qi Xiao in the sword array space, keeping it as a trump card and avoiding showing it to others. After all, he was only level 12. If higher-level professionals discovered he had a divine artifact, his life would be in grave danger. Once he composed himself, Zhang Yuan bought an external city map and some provisions to store in his storage space. After sending a message to his aunt that he wouldn't be coming tonight, he headed straight outside the city. The storage space was a special area granted only after one drew cards and changed professions. People could store various items in their storage space, though its capacity was limited. To increase the capacity, one had to rely on leveling up. Zhang Yuan took out the map, chose a suitable leveling spot and headed there. The location Zhang Yuan chose was a goblin gathering spot with monsters ranging from level 15 to 20. These monsters provided high experience and were densely distributed. With the splash damage of his constellation level 4, it was easy to kill one and wipe out a large number. Upon arriving, Zhang Yuan used his new talent, Abyssal Eye, on a goblin a dozen meters away. Goblin Vanguard. Level 15. Strength 220. Agility 30. Spirit 10. Stern Konstitution 90 Stern. Skill Axe Swing. The level 15 Goblin Vanguard was burly with an ugly and fierce appearance. It wielded a giant axe with a chipped blade, looking quite intimidating. Ordinary detection spells can only detect objects of equal or lower level. This Abyssal Eye can detect objects up to 50 levels higher than myself. Truly a high-level talent. Zhang Yuan genuinely admired the usefulness of Abyssal Eye, then deployed the sword array and used the sword control skill. An iron sword appeared out of nowhere and pierced the Goblin Vanguard's head. Minus 4,484 damage. Successfully killed Goblin Vanguard, experience plus 300. Obtained Goblin Bone. There were other goblins within the range of the sword array, but only one kill message appeared, indicating that the monsters here all had health points above 448. At the same time, materials dropped from monsters in the wild can be sold at the trading post. These materials are needed by alchemists and potion makers. Selling monster materials is also a source of income for combat-oriented professions. Indeed, the era when an iron sword could instantly kill a large number of monsters is over, Zhang Yuan remarked, then proceeded to use 10 iron swords to farm monsters. Successfully killed Goblin Vanguard, experience plus 300. Successfully killed Goblin Scout, experience plus 500. Successfully killed Goblin Warrior, experience plus 200. Obtained Goblin Bones *36, Goblin Crystal *1. A flood of kill notifications began to appear on the screen. Gah, a crystal dropped. Seeing a gray stone appear in his storage space, Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up. Monsters have a chance to drop monster crystals, which are necessary materials for crafting skill scrolls and high-level potions and are highly valuable. Suddenly, an arrow flew from behind. Qi Xiao appeared behind Zhang Yuan and sliced the arrow in half. Under attack. Zhang Yuan received the alert and turned around to see two men emerging from the woods. One was holding a bow and was clearly the attacker from earlier. The other man was wielding a dagger and looked like an assassin. Zhang Yuan immediately used Abyssal Eye. Sunya, Archer, level 20. He Mingda, Assassin, level 20. The two level 20 professionals had fierce expressions and looked like they had killed many people. Why did you ambush me? Zhang Yuan asked coldly. People who are about to die don't need to know the reason, He Mingda sneered, his body vanishing into the shadows and rapidly charging toward Zhang Yuan. Skill: Shadow Stealth. A flicker of killing intent crossed Zhang Yuan's eyes. Although he had never killed anyone before, it didn't mean he would let someone with a knife at his throat get away. Several iron swords appeared out of thin air and quickly stabbed into the shadow on the ground. However, the shadow moved like a fish in water, nimbly avoiding Zhang Yuan's attack and appearing behind him. Skill: Fatal Strike. He Mingda activated the skill, his poison dagger unhesitatingly aiming for Zhang Yuan's heart. Sizzle! The iron swords that had been stuck in the ground suddenly reappeared behind Zhang Yuan and impaled He Mingda, turning him into a pincushion. Successfully killed He Mingda. Obtained Poison Dagger. The kill notification appeared as He Mingda, impaled by the 10 iron swords, fell to the ground and died instantly. This? Sunya's expression changed drastically. He immediately drew his bow and fired. The bowstring trembled, and an arrow split into 3 mid-flight, sealing off Zhang Yuan's retreat. Skill: Triple Shot. Zhang Yuan remained motionless. The iron swords embedded in He Mingda's body vanished and reappeared midway, cutting through Sunya's 3 arrows. What is this skill of yours? Sunya was terrified by Zhang Yuan's abilities. He couldn't understand how a level 12 newbie could kill his level 20 companion in an instant and easily counter his attack. Why are you trying to kill me? Zhang Yuan asked coldly. Having killed someone once, his eyes now carried a trace of ruthlessness. Sunya, with a hint of a sob in his voice, replied, Wang Hu. It was Wang Hu who paid us to kill you. We were just doing it for the money. Wang Hu. Upon hearing that name, Zhang Yuan's face darkened instantly. Although he had conflicts with Wang Hu, they were just minor disputes at school. He never expected Wang Hu to be so malicious as to hire someone to kill him. Sunya begged, Big brother. I've told you everything I know. Just consider me a fart and let me go. Sunya immediately scrambled away, rolling and crawling. Zhang Yuan nonchalantly used the 10 iron swords to impale a nearby goblin. Successfully killed Goblin Warrior, experience plus 200. Successfully killed Sunya. Obtained Goblin Bones, obtained equipment Green Bow. Zhang Yuan approached Sunya's corpse and found no visible wounds on him, making it look like he had died of sudden death. He then began examining the 2 dropped items. Poison Dagger, Silver Tier Attack Power plus 100, Assassin Skills Damage plus 10%, adds poison damage, usable at level 20. Green Bow, Silver Tier Attack Power plus 80, Archery Skills Damage plus 10%, includes Skill Triple Shot, usable at level 20. Both pieces of equipment had excellent attributes and could easily fetch 100,000 in sales. In this world, valuable weapons are categorized by tiers: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, epic, legendary, and artifact. Additionally, there are class-specific weapons obtained only through card draws, like Zhang Yuan's Divine Sword Qi Shao. Typically, a level 1 class-specific weapon's attributes are above epic but below legendary. As it is refined, its attributes improve until it reaches full refinement and becomes an artifact. Due to their suitability for specific professions, class-specific weapons have a higher value than general artifacts once fully refined. These 2 pieces of equipment are useless to me, but I can sell them to ease my financial pressure, Zhang Yuan said as he stowed the gear. The night had fallen, and the air seemed to be filled with a dangerous atmosphere. Soon, a goblin with glowing red eyes appeared in Zhang Yuan's view. Zhang Yuan used Abyssal Eye. No wonder the textbook always warns to return to the city before sunset if leveling in the wild. The attributes of night monsters are significantly higher than regular level 20 monsters. Zhang Yuan reflected as he commanded 10 iron swords to quickly eliminate the elite Goblin Axeman. Successfully killed Goblin Axeman, experience plus 1000. Successfully killed Goblin Archer, experience plus 1200. Successfully killed Wild Wolf, experience plus 50. Obtained Goblin Bones *10, Goblin Eyeballs *3, Wolf Pelts *20. A series of kill notifications appeared, and Zhang Yuan's experience increased slightly. And not bad, the experience here is much higher than the beginner's hidden dungeon. I might level up 2 or 3 levels tonight. Zhang Yuan was very satisfied with the experience provided by these monsters. He continued to delve deeper into the forest, slaughtering the creatures within. In less than an hour, a golden light burst from Zhang Yuan's body, leveling him up to level 13 with his mental power reaching 490 points. Zhang Yuan, who had been somewhat tired, felt completely refreshed after leveling up. I didn't expect leveling up not only restored my condition but also wiped away my fatigue. Energized, Zhang Yuan pressed on until he reached a massive blue vortex deep in the forest.
A dungeon? Spirit, 10,000.
Skills, Spirit Storm, Death Curse, Revival.
A 10,000 spirit?
Zhang Yuan's face lit up with a smile upon seeing the boss's attributes. Although the boss's attributes were indeed terrifying, a typical team would likely face annihilation if they didn't know the situation. But Zhang Yuan had his specialized weapon, the Red Sky. The Shadow Scarecrow stood motionless on the altar, seemingly harmless. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan commanded the Iron Swords to attack. Since the Shadow Scarecrow's strength and constitution were both 0, it should be easy to defeat. However, when Zhang Yuan pierced the Shadow Scarecrow with the Iron Swords, the kill notification did not appear. A green light enveloped the Shadow Scarecrow, and the wounds on its body vanished.
Revival skill?
Seeing this, Zhang Yuan tried attacking several more times, but the Shadow Scarecrow continued to revive and could not be killed. I confirmed to be a mechanism monster. There should be another method to defeat it. Zhang Yuan abandoned physical attacks and focused on the altar. He noticed 4 thick candles at the corners of the altar. Could it be related to those candles? Zhang Yuan tried extinguishing one of the candles, and the Shadow Scarecrow suddenly let out a piercing scream. Skill, Spirit Storm. A terrifying gust of wind spread outwards. Red Sky immediately created a red barrier around Zhang Yuan, blocking the Shadow Scarecrow's attack. Spirit attacks indeed don't affect me. Zhang Yuan realized that extinguishing a candle triggered the Shadow Scarecrow's attack, so he understood he was on the right track and quickly extinguished the other candles. Each time Zhang Yuan extinguished a candle, the Shadow Scarecrow would use Spirit Storm. When Zhang Yuan extinguished the last candle, the Shadow Scarecrow did not use Spirit Storm but began twisting and screaming uncontrollably before exploding. A death ray shot toward Zhang Yuan. Skill, Death Curse. Without purification for 1 minute, immediate death. Red Sky's passive activated, blocking the Shadow Scarecrow's final attack. Successfully killed Shadow Scarecrow, experience plus 20,000. Obtain Cursed Necklace. The kill notification appeared, but Zhang Yuan still felt a lingering fear. Without the passive immunity to spirit attacks, passing this dungeon would require a paladin or priest with purification skills, as the death curse would be fatal if not countered. If I write this information as a strategy guide for the Adventurers Association, it should fetch a lot of money and save many lives. Zhang Yuan made a mental note and then checked the new equipment he had obtained. Cursed Necklace, Special Accessory Spirit plus 500, holder gains the skill Spirit Storm, but suffers from Spirit Curse, Strength minus 250, Constitution minus 250, no equipment level restriction. Note, one of the cursed set. Spirit Storm, launches a large-scale Spirit Scream, dealing 10 times the holder's spirit power as damage to each enemy. The Cursed Necklace boosts attributes and reduces others significantly, and it has no level restriction, just like Red Sky, being a special item. Seeing the attributes of the Cursed Necklace, Zhang Yuan was somewhat conflicted. His sword damage was related to his spirit power. Adding 500 spirit was equivalent to increasing his attributes by 17 levels. Moreover, the Spirit Storm skill compensated for his lack of area damage. Although he had splash damage with his 4th constellation effect, it was only 10%, and as the monster's health increased later on, his splash damage would become insufficient. Even now, his single splash damage couldn't instantly kill elite monsters. However, area of effect skills were different. The 4th constellation effect meant that for every enemy hit within the sword array, other enemies would receive 10% splash damage. This meant that the more enemies his area of effect skills hit, the higher the accumulated splash damage would be. When attacking more than 10 enemies, the splash damage would exceed the skill's base damage. For him, Spirit Storm was a godly skill for clearing mobs over a large area. However, the minus 250 strength and constitution were quite vexing. With his current strength at 230 and constitution at 165, wearing this necklace would reduce his attributes to negative values, potentially leading to an instant curse death. He would need to be at least level 30 before considering equipping the cursed necklace. Wait, the spirit curse on this necklace should count as a spirit attack, right? Zhang Yuan suddenly realized a potential loophole. The cursed necklace curses its wearer, but his specialized weapon, Red Sky, granted immunity to spirit attacks. Based on Red Sky's performance earlier, Spirit Storm and Death Curse from the Shadow Scarecrow were ineffective against him. Logically speaking, the Spirit Curse from the Cursed Necklace should also be negated by Red Sky. With this thought, Zhang Yuan decided to try wearing the necklace. If it didn't work, he could always take it off. As soon as he put on the cursed necklace, Zhang Yuan felt a cold sensation around his neck, his vision became much clearer, but he didn't experience any other effects. He immediately checked his attributes. Name, Zhang Yuan. Class, Sword Array Master, Unique. Level, 13, 82%. Strength, 230. Agility, 165. Spirit, 990. Konstitution, 165. Class Special Attributes, Crit Rate, 22%, Crit Damage, 220%. Talent, Absolute Luck, Level 1, I Am the Sword Immortal, Level 1, Abyssal Eye. Equipment, Iron Sword Box 10/10, Divine Sword Red Sky, Empire Special Medal, Cursed Necklace. Skills, Sword Array, Level 3, Sword Mastery, Level 3, Sword Array Space, Poison Resistance, Level 1, Spirit Storm. Constellation, 6 Constellation. His spirit power increased by 500 and his strength and constitution were unaffected, his guess was correct. Special weapons are indeed amazing. Immunity to spirit attacks means I can ignore the negative effects of cursed equipment. Seeing that Red Sky could indeed negate the negative effects of the cursed necklace, Zhang Yuan was thrilled. The cursed necklace was noted as part of the cursed set. If he could gather the full cursed set, he would gain powerful bonuses while ignoring the negative effects. Zhang Yuan couldn't imagine how strong he would be. While Zhang Yuan was excited, a brand new treasure chest appeared in the center of the altar. He approached and opened it, and the chest glowed with colorful light. Obtain Divine Stone X1. First completion of Nightmare Level Shadow Scarecrow Dungeon, additional reward, Cursed Ring. Seeing the first completion reward, Zhang Yuan's eyes brightened. The Divine Stone was a reward given to everyone on their first dungeon completion, so Zhang Yuan wasn't surprised. However, receiving a cursed item as a first completion reward was a pleasant surprise. With excitement, Zhang Yuan immediately checked his new loot. Cursed Ring Special Accessory Spirit plus 500. The wearer suffers from Spirit Curse, Agility minus 250, Constitution minus 250. No level restriction for wearing. Note, one of the 3-piece cursed set. Oh, indeed, it's a set item. Seeing the effects of the Cursed Ring, Zhang Yuan equipped it without hesitation. Red Sky's passive ability activated, negating the negative effects of the Cursed Ring. His spirit attribute jumped to 1490, which was equivalent to a level 30 mage's stats. The last piece of the cursed set must be obtained from the hidden difficulty of this dungeon. Zhang Yuan had already acquired 2 of the cursed set items, it made sense to go after the last one. Moreover, he had a natural advantage against this dungeon boss and could complete it without taking damage. After sorting out his loot, Zhang Yuan left the dungeon, returned to reality, and promptly re-entered the dungeon. Upon entering, Zhang Yuan found that the environment was identical to the nightmare difficulty. However, before he could advance, an extremely piercing scream echoed from deep within the forest. Red Sky's passive ability immediately triggered. It was the Shadow Scarecrow's Spirit Storm. A hidden difficulty indeed, the boss's spirit attack hit me right away. But then again, does the Shadow Scarecrow have such a large attack range? Soon, Zhang Yuan encountered the first giant. He immediately used Abyssal Eye on the monster. Compared to the nightmare difficulty, the giants in this hidden difficulty had their attributes doubled. This hidden difficulty is indeed dangerous. If I get hit even once, I might be instantly killed. Anyway, let's try out the new skill. Zhang Yuan stepped back to keep his distance from the monster and used his newly acquired skill. Spirit Storm. A piercing scream erupted from Zhang Yuan's necklace, consuming 500 spirit points. The terrifying Spirit Storm swept outwards. Minus 2,610,480 damage. A string of horrifying damage numbers appeared above the nearby Shadow Forest giant warrior. The giant bled from all its orifices and collapsed to the ground. Successfully killed Shadow Forest giant warrior, experience plus 4,000. Successfully killed Shadow Forest Giant Vanguard, experience plus 5,000. Successfully killed Shadow Forest Mage, experience plus 8,000. Obtain Giant Heart X10, Giant Nail X12, Giant Bone X10, Shadow Crystal X1. In an instant, numerous kill notifications filled the screen. A golden light burst from Zhang Yuan and he leveled up to 14. Oh wow. Seeing his experience soar like a rocket, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but gasp. Spirit Storm's effective range matched that of his sword array, and like sword mastery, it benefited from critical hit and damage bonuses. Combined with the 10x boost from his talent and the fourth constellation effect. When this skill was used, within a 300-meter radius of the sword array, there wouldn't be a single survivor. For other mages, Spirit Storm might be a powerful area of effect skill, but its value didn't match that of their own forbidden spells. However, for Zhang Yuan, with the damage stacking from his fourth constellation effect, this skill turned into a nuclear explosion. Not only Spirit Storm, but any area of effect skill in Zhang Yuan's hands would become a strategic level forbidden spell. Just imagine if in the later stages, the sword array's radius expanded to thousands or even tens of thousands of meters, each additional enemy in the range of Spirit Storm would increase the damage by 10%. Within the sword array, even gods would be swept away by the storm. The only downside to this skill is its spirit consumption. I currently have 1520 spirit points, which only allows me to use it 3 times. Using this skill for leveling up isn't as cost-effective as spamming regular attacks with sword mastery unless the enemy density is very high. Seeing the power and consumption of Spirit Storm, Zhang Yuan decided not to use it further in this dungeon and opted to clear the way with his flying sword. Although the monsters in the hidden difficulty had significantly increased attributes, Zhang Yuan's ability to ignore enemy defenses allowed him to defeat them with just a few strikes, preventing them from even getting close. As Zhang Yuan progressed and leveled up, he reached level 15 by the time he arrived near the altar deep in the Shadow Forest. I didn't expect the hidden difficulty of this dungeon to turn into my leveling sanctuary. As Zhang Yuan prepared to use Abyssal Eye on the scarecrow at the center of the altar, a large number of purple bubbles suddenly appeared in the altar. The scarecrow began to twist grotesquely, opening its gaping maw and emitting a spirit storm that was several times more powerful than before.
Ush!
The scarecrow's ear-piercing scream unleashed a terrifying sonic wave, uprooting the ground around the altar. Even with Red Sky's protection, Zhang Yuan was pushed back several steps by the shockwave. Zhang Yuan immediately used Abyssal Eye on the scarecrow. Corrupted Abyssal Scarecrow Lord. Level 16. Spirit 200,000. Skills, Spirit Storm, Death Curse, Revival. 200,000 Spirit? Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in shock. Even with the extreme difficulty of the hidden mode, this level of attribute enhancement for the boss was unprecedented. A level 15 dungeon with such a tough boss would likely annihilate a level 30 elite team if they weren't prepared. Ah wait. Corrupted Abyssal Scarecrow? Isn't this similar to the corrupted Cyclops King from before? Am I in the Abyssal strategy mode again? Zhang Yuan realized that the Scarecrow's name had changed and his expression turned quite complex. Was it just bad luck or a stroke of fortune that both dungeons he encountered after his class change had gone abyssal? The altar now had 8 candles around it. Each time Zhang Yuan extinguished one, the corrupted Abyssal Scarecrow howled twice, the unpleasant and piercing screams almost making Zhang Yuan's head feel numb. When Zhang Yuan extinguished the last candle, the corrupted Abyssal Scarecrow continued to scream and writhe before exploding in a massive burst. Boom! A pitch-black death ray shot toward Zhang Yuan, and Red Sky's passive ability once again activated, blocking the Scarecrow's death curse. Successfully killed corrupted Abyssal Scarecrow, experience plus 40,000. Obtained cursed bracelet. As the kill notification appeared, the annoying screeching finally ceased. Phew. It's finally over. Not to mention the damage, even the noise pollution was unbearable. Zhang Yuan watched as the scarecrow turned to ashes and took a deep breath. Before he could check his loot, purple smoke began to rise from the altar and a terrifying aura spread from the altar. Another one? Seeing the altar's abnormality, Zhang Yuan immediately retreated to keep his distance. A mere level 15 human dares to defeat my proud creation. You cannot be left alive. A shadow emerged from the altar, transforming into a demon mage clad in a purple robe, holding a staff, with horns on its head and sharp teeth. The hidden boss of this dungeon? Seeing the demon mage appear, Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he immediately used Abyssal Eye on it. Unable to detect target. Unable to detect? Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in shock as he received the response from Abyssal Eye, and his heart was thrown into turmoil. His Abyssal Eye could detect targets up to 50 levels below his own. If he couldn't detect this demon mage, it meant that the mage was above level 65. This was far beyond what a level 15 dungeon boss should be.
Abyssalboss.
In that instant, Zhang Yuan recalled a recent news story from a newspaper his grandmother had ordered. A vanguard team with an average level of 70 had failed to conquer an abyssal dungeon, resulting in a 70-level abyssal boss escaping. That 70-level abyssal boss was currently missing. Could he be so unlucky? Thinking of that news, Zhang Yuan felt suddenly parched and dry-mouthed. He looked at the demon mage and tentatively asked, "Are you an abyssal boss?" The demon mage sneered, "Indeed, I am the great spirit mage of the abyss, Otis. On the king's orders, I infiltrated the great Xia Empire to corrupt all novice dungeons, eradicating your unripe human geniuses. A human youth, you should blame your brilliance. Otherwise, I wouldn't risk being discovered to deal with you personally." Stern Stern Abyssal Mage Otis Stern Stern. Zhang Yuan's expression shifted upon hearing Otis's words, "You're a great mage of the spirit element?" Otis seemed very proud of his abilities. Upon Zhang Yuan's inquiry, he boasted, "Since my birth, I have specialized in spirit spells, precisely to torment your human souls more effectively. And not long ago, a 70-level elite team from your great Xia Empire was tortured to death by my spirit attacks. Even now, thinking about their tortured souls fills me with immense pleasure."
I see.
Zhang Yuan nodded slightly, and the divine sword Red Sky silently appeared behind Otis, piercing through his back. Minus 2,097,480 damage. A terrifying number appeared above Otis's head, and Otis was instantly reduced to smoke, then quickly reformed a short distance away. At this moment, Otis's smile turned into a look of terror. "Impossible. How can you break through my defense? How much health do you have exactly?" Seeing no signs of Otis's aura weakening, Zhang Yuan controlled Red Sky to attack again. Red Sky vanished and reappeared behind Otis, landing another successful sneak attack.
No way.
This is impossible." Otis, seeing himself getting hurt, was almost driven mad. He stared at Zhang Yuan and roared, "How can a level 15 character possibly hurt me? What skills do you have? I will make you my slave." Stern Stern Skill, Soul Control, Stern Stern. Otis's staff glowed with energy as an invisible mental wave surged towards Zhang Yuan. Red Sky's passive ability activated, and a red barrier blocked Otis's attack. At that moment, the smile on Otis's face shifted to Zhang Yuan's face. "Invalid? Why is it ineffective?" "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Seeing that his skills had no effect on Zhang Yuan, Otis lost all rationality and began to frantically cast skills at Zhang Yuan. Spirit Storm. Stern Stern Soul Blatze, Stern Stern. Death Curse. Stern Stern Soul Toxicity, Stern Stern. Stern Stern Soul Explosion, Stern Stern. Otis used all his might, throwing all the spirit spells that could kill level 70 players at Zhang Yuan, who was only level 15. In the midst of the storm of mental attacks, Zhang Yuan remained unshaken, continuously using Red Sky to sneak attack Otis. No matter how much health Otis had, with each strike of his sword, Zhang Yuan was bound to bring him down. Why? Why? Why are my skills ineffective against you?" Otis, almost mad, roared with his eyes bloodshot. "This guy? He really hasn't learned any other spells." Seeing that Otis only had spirit-type attacks, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but mutter inwardly, while also feeling a tinge of fear. Fortunately, it was a spirit mage of the abyss who targeted him. If it were any other abyssal demon, he might not even know how he died. As Otis exhausted most of his mental power casting all his skills, he gradually calmed down, realizing that Zhang Yuan had a divine ability to completely immune to spirit attacks. Zhang Yuan, you are truly lucky to face me, Otis. If other abyssal demons had found you, you would not survive today." After regaining his composure, Otis's tone became incredibly cold, no longer hysterical. He said slightly, "Let you live a little longer. When other abyssal demons break through the blockade, you will undoubtedly die. You're trying to escape?" Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow. "I'm curious. As a level 70 abyssal demon, being chased around by a level 15 human, do you really think you can still make it in the abyss?"
You?
Otis's temporarily calmed mood was shaken again. He forcibly suppressed his rage and stared deeply at Zhang Yuan. "Zhang Yuan, wait for me." Zhang Yuan chuckled lightly. "I'll be watching." Red Sky pierced through Otis's chest, and Otis dissipated into black smoke. Successfully repelled the abyssal demon Otis, experience plus 200,000.
Ding!
Achievement Face the Abyss detected. Reward, Awaken high-level talent. Congratulations, high-level talent Fearless Body awakened. At the same time, a treasure chest appeared in the center of the altar and automatically opened, flashing with golden light. Obtained, Godstone X1. Obtained, Basic Skill Scroll X10. Obtained, Class-Specific Skill Scroll X1. Successfully completed the hidden difficulty of the Shadow Forest Dungeon. Additional reward, Cursed Heart Equipment. A series of notifications appeared on Zhang Yuan's panel, leaving him a bit dazzled. He had to check his attributes. Zhang Yuan looked at his stats and couldn't help but marvel. He was now more mage-like than a mage. After checking his attribute panel, Zhang Yuan noticed his new talent, Fearless Body. Fearless Body, damage reduction 80%. At 80%? Zhang Yuan was startled by the talent description, almost speaking with an accent. What does 80% damage reduction mean? With the additional 10% reduction from the Empire's special merit badge his grandmother gave him, his damage reduction was directly 90%. What's the difference between this and complete damage immunity? Originally, as a sword array master, his biggest weakness was being a glass cannon. Now, with the Fearless Body talent, his greatest flaw was covered, turning him into a tank with no vulnerabilities. After checking the talent, Zhang Yuan turned to examine the items in his storage space. Cursed Ring, Special Accessory Spirit plus 500, wearer suffers Spirit Curse, Strength minus 250, Agility minus 250, no equipment level limit. Note, one of the cursed 3-piece set. Just as expected, with an additional 500 Spirit, my Spirit attribute has now surpassed 2000. Other mages of the same level probably only have around 300 or 400 Spirit, right? This is insane. Zhang Yuan put on the Cursed Ring and then shifted his attention to another item in his storage space, the reward for completing the hidden difficulty dungeon, the Cursed Heart. Cursed Heart transforms curses applied to the wearer into positive effects. Ahist! Zhang Yuan took a sharp breath. Transforming curse effects into positive effects? Doesn't this mean that all the negative effects of the cursed 3-piece set will turn positive? To verify his guess, Zhang Yuan took out the Cursed Heart from his storage space. The Cursed Heart then turned into a beam of light and entered Zhang Yuan's chest, disappearing. Subsequently, Zhang Yuan felt a significant increase in his physical abilities. He immediately checked his four-dimensional attributes and found that strength, agility, and constitution had all increased by 500 points. And now, I'm truly tankier than a knight, faster than an assassin, has higher damage than a mage, and greater strength than a warrior. The key is the 90% damage reduction. Looking at his level 16 attributes, Zhang Yuan almost wanted to put his hands on his hips and say, "This is what it means to be invincible at the same level." After checking his talents and equipment, Zhang Yuan began to sort through the other loot. 2 God Stones meant 2 exclusive weapons, which were worth more than all his other gains today combined. With 10 basic skill scrolls, Zhang Yuan used them without hesitation. However, using basic skill scrolls carries a chance of failure and may not yield any skills. Additionally, there's a chance of obtaining duplicate skills. If the proficiency of the duplicate skills isn't high enough, the scroll will convert to proficiency points. But if the proficiency is maxed out, the scroll is essentially wasted. Zhang Yuan used the 10 basic skill scrolls, and apart from a few failures, he didn't get any new skills. Instead, he upgraded the Toxic Resistance skill to level 5. Toxic Resistance, level 5 grants 50% resistance to toxins. Although I didn't get new skills, a 50% passive toxin resistance isn't too bad. Zhang Yuan wasn't too disappointed. After all, basic skill scrolls only awaken skills below level 20 and are typically public skills. Awakening resistances is a high probability event. Of course, basic skill scrolls can also awaken class-specific skills, but that's up to luck. Clearly, Zhang Yuan's absolute luck talent didn't seem to apply to skill scrolls. After using the basic skill scrolls, Zhang Yuan focused all his attention on the class-specific skill scroll. Last time he used a class-specific skill scroll, he awakened the sword array space, which completely changed his attack methods. Although the sword array space skill didn't increase any attributes, its practical combat power boost was immeasurable. I hope for a powerful skill this time. Zhang Yuan silently prayed and then used the class-specific skill scroll. Acquired skill, Attribute Conversion. Attribute Conversion, level 1 within Sword Array, convert spirit into strength, agility, and constitution attributes with a conversion multiplier of 1x. A convert attributes? Zhang Yuan was stunned upon seeing his new skill. Why are all the sword array master skills so complex? Seeing the description of the skill alone was not enough to understand it clearly. Zhang Yuan immediately decided to try out the attribute conversion skill, attempting to convert his spirit attribute into strength. Soon, Zhang Yuan noticed his strength attribute skyrocketing from 760 to 2840. He felt as if he could now punch through a cow with a single blow. Next, Zhang Yuan converted his spirit into agility, causing his agility to soar from 680 to 2760. He felt as though he could run faster than a car. Finally, Zhang Yuan converted his spirit into constitution, making his constitution rise from 680 to 2760. He felt as if he had become an impenetrable wall. Nice. Very nice. Within the sword array, being able to convert spirit into other attributes with just a thought is definitely a divine skill in combat. Zhang Yuan was extremely satisfied with his newly awakened class-specific skill. The most important part was the latter half of the description. The conversion multiplier was 1x. This wasn't mere talk, it meant that as his skill level increased in the future, the conversion multiplier would also improve. His spirit attribute was already high, and converting it to strength with a 10x multiplier, wow, the scene was unimaginable. Although this dungeon trip was full of twists and turns, and I was targeted by an abyssal demon, the outcome is a great harvest. Zhang Yuan left the dungeon contentedly and found that day had already broken. At this point, the hidden difficulty had vanished and was no longer selectable. It seems that hidden difficulty was specially prepared for me by the abyssal mage. They really went through a lot of trouble to deal with me. Zhang Yuan grumbled about Otis and chose not to continue leveling up. Instead, he headed back to the city straight to the Adventurers Guild. After a full day and night of fighting, his storage space was almost filled with various monster materials. He needed to clear it out at the trading post and convert it into money. At the same time, he needed to report the Ghost Forest dungeon to the Adventurers Guild to earn contribution points, preventing other adventurers from snatching it up. Most importantly, he had 2 god stones and was ready for 2 more draws. Arriving at the Adventurers Guild, Zhang Yuan walked up to the front desk. A sweet-looking young woman with a professional smile asked in a pleasant voice, "Hello, how can I assist you today?" Zhang Yuan got straight to the point. "I discovered a new dungeon in the wild." "All right." The young woman immediately started registering the information on the computer. Please enter your information here. The Adventurers Guild will verify the dungeon information within 1 working day and issue rewards. Zhang Yuan asked, "By the way, I heard that the first person to complete the nightmare difficulty and submit a strategy can receive an extra reward, right?" Yes, sir. After the Adventurers Guild assesses the dungeon level, if your level is appropriate, you can attempt to strategy the dungeon. I've already completed the nightmare difficulty of that dungeon. Can I directly submit the strategy? I can. What did you say? The young woman reflexively answered, then froze for a moment, looking at Zhang Yuan with disbelief. You've already completed the nightmare difficulty of the new dungeon? In these times, while many people discover new dungeons, it's extremely rare for someone to challenge the nightmare difficulty before the Adventurers Guild assesses the dungeon level and survive to tell the tale. After all, new dungeons are entirely unknown, and no one wants to risk their life unnecessarily. Yes, that's right. Hearing Zhang Yuan's confirmation, the young woman was momentarily stunned, then quickly came to her senses and said, "Please wait a moment. I'll notify the manager." Given the situation, this was beyond what a front desk clerk could handle alone. Before the young woman left the front desk, a middle-aged man dressed in a black suit with a white shirt and black vest, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle and stubble, came out. Hello, I'm Lianping, the manager of the Westlake branch of the Adventurers Guild. Lianping subtly used a detection spell on Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, Sword Array Master, level 16. A level 16 Sword Array Master? Lianping was taken aback. Although he hadn't heard of this profession before, a nightmare dungeon cleared by someone at this level would usually have a level around 8 to 12. If such a dungeon were within the city walls, it could be used as a new player dungeon to train students, but if it were in the wild, it would be of little value. After all, new players wouldn't venture into the wild, and seasoned adventurers wouldn't need dungeons below level 12. However, according to guild regulations, even a level 1 dungeon must be recorded and monitored to prevent its abyssal corruption. Lianping's mind flashed through a series of thoughts. He then smiled and politely said to Zhang Yuan, "Shall we discuss this inside?" Sure, Zhang Yuan replied with a smile, using abyssal source on Lianping. Lianping, Fire Magister, level 40. A Fire Magister, a powerful advancement of the Fire Mage. Zhang Yuan silently confirmed Lianping's strength and followed him to the manager's office. Lianping poured himself a glass of brandy, sat down with the drink, leaned back in his chair, and said leisurely, "Tell me about the dungeon you discovered, its location, and specific details." Zhang Yuan was only there to collect his reward and didn't care much about Lianping's attitude. He responded, "The new dungeon is located 10 kilometers outside the West City Gate, deep in the Goblin Forest. It's a level 15 hidden dungeon." "A level 15 hidden dungeon?" Lianping's eyes showed a hint of surprise. "I heard from the front desk that you've cleared the nightmare difficulty of that dungeon?" Zhang Yuan asked, "Is there a problem?" Lianping glanced at Zhang Yuan's level again and asked, "Why did you come alone to report the dungeon information? Where are your teammates?" Zhang Yuan replied, "I soloed it." "Ah, solely?" Lianping straightened up, his expression becoming much more serious. "Ah, continue." Although he hadn't seen the sword array master profession before, a level 16 adventurer being able to solo a level 15 nightmare dungeon meant the sword array master was likely a rare hidden profession or even a legendary one. This had to be taken seriously. Zhang Yuan continued, "The dungeon is called the Ghost Shadow Forest Dungeon. The regular monsters in the dungeon are unremarkable, with strength and constitution around 1000, so they're easy to deal with. The key point is the dungeon boss, which is a spirit-specialized boss with a spirit attribute of 10,000 and other attributes at 0. Lianping's expression grew more intense as he listened. "You're saying the regular monsters in the dungeon have strength and constitution of 1000, and the boss's spirit attribute is 10,000? Zhang Yuan replied, "Is there a problem?" Lianping rubbed his forehead. "A child, do you know there are penalties for falsifying dungeon information? A spirit attribute of 10,000 is comparable to many bosses at levels 30 to 40. Not to mention that such a boss would not appear in a level 15 dungeon. Even if it did, how did you manage to solo it?" Zhang Yuan said, "If you don't believe me, you can send a team to verify. Also, I'd advise you to include a priest or paladin in your team. The boss has a revival skill and conventional methods won't kill it. You must extinguish the 4 candles around the altar. After extinguishing the candles, the boss will cast a death curse, which can easily lead to casualties if there are no purification skills in the team." Lianping, seeing Zhang Yuan's insistence, became more serious. "I'll arrange a team to assess the dungeon level right away. If what you've said is true, this could be a special dungeon created by abyssal monsters. The Adventurers Guild will reward you handsomely. Please don't leave the Adventurers Guild until the dungeon information is confirmed." Zhang Yuan replied, "No problem. I'm planning to visit the trading post. Feel free. I'll excuse myself now." Lianping gave Zhang Yuan a slight nod and quickly left the office. If the dungeon information Zhang Yuan provided was accurate, it was highly likely that the level 70 abyssal boss that escaped was now roaming West Lake City. The previous abyssal corruption of the novice dungeon might not have been a coincidence. The newly discovered hidden dungeon could also potentially become abyssal. If the abyssal dungeon wasn't addressed promptly, the consequences would be dire. This matter had to be reported to the higher-ups in the guild. Unaware of the bombshell he had dropped, Zhang Yuan, thinking about the rewards he might receive, headed towards the trading post to sell materials and purchase additional uses of the Fate Star Array. The 2 divine stones would refine the Qi Shao to level 3, which was already comparable to legendary weapons. It was rumored that legendary weapons could bring unexpected benefits to their wielders. However, legendary equipment's benefits were confidential to each profession, so Zhang Yuan didn't know what those benefits were. Of course, he would find out soon enough. Back at the trading post, Zhang Yuan adeptly entered a private room and opened the trading panel. This time, he wasn't in a rush to spend his money. He put all the materials from his storage space up for sale according to market prices. Once the materials sold, the trading post would automatically deposit the money into Zhang Yuan's account after deducting the service fees. The 2 pieces of silver equipment sold for 100,000, and the miscellaneous materials added up to 20,000. "I made 120,000 today. Being a combat profession really pays well, though the expenses are also high." Although Zhang Yuan had earned over 100,000 from selling equipment and materials, a basic skill scroll cost 100,000 each. He had used 10 basic skill scrolls last night, ending up with a 50% poison resistance passive. While combat professions made money quickly, they also spent it just as fast, and the spending was unavoidable. Generally, each adventurer could learn 3 exclusive skills and 5 general skills before advancing to level 30. To acquire new skills, one had to rely on skill scrolls. After reaching level 30, adventurers could no longer use basic skill scrolls. Therefore, an adventurer aiming to reach their peak had to learn all 3 exclusive skills and 5 general skills before level 30, which required a frightening number of basic skill scrolls. Zhang Yuan's current savings were just a drop in the ocean compared to the money required. Of course, that wasn't something to worry about now. Zhang Yuan spent 2,000 on 2 uses of the Fate Star Array and prepared to draw cards. I'm really looking forward to the level 3 refined Qi Shao. Zhang Yuan watched as the tray lit up and a small Fate Star Array appeared. Excitement filled his eyes as he took out the 2 divine stones and placed them inside. 2 consecutive draws. As the divine stones turned into light points and vanished within the Fate Star Array, a large number of cards swirled inside and the magic array glowed red. 2 red cards featuring a crimson sword flew out and transformed into 2 divine swords Qi Shao. Before Zhang Yuan could do anything, the Qi Shao swords in the sword array space automatically flew out and fused with the new divine swords. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from the Qi Shao swords, and Zhang Yuan seemed to hear the roar of a dragon. The patterns on the Qi Shao blade became more intricate and the sword began to emit a faint glow. Divine Sword Qi Shao, exclusive level 3 attack power plus 3000, crit rate plus 70%, crit damage plus 400%, if the wielder's HP reaches 0, forcefully reduced to 1 point, once per month, auto-protects the wielder, wielder is immune to mental attacks, no equipment level restriction. Artifact Quest, Clear 10 Abyssal Dungeons 0-10. Note, one of the top 10 swords, protects the wielder and vanquishes evil. Artifact Quest. Zhang Yuan was intrigued by the term a artifact quest after seeing the insane attributes of the level 3 refined Qi Shao. It was his first time encountering such a quest, and clearing 10 abyssal dungeons was no small feat. Ordinary adventurers might not come across 10 abyssal dungeons in over a decade, let alone conquer them. However, the higher the difficulty of the task, the more rewarding the rewards. Judging by the attributes granted by the Qi Shao, it was clear that the rewards for completing this quest would be substantial. It looks like I'll need to focus on abyssal dungeons from now on and complete the artifact quest as soon as possible to unlock the rewards. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Yuan put away the Qi Shao and opened the door, finding Li Anping smiling widely at him. Zhang Yuan was surprised. You finished the assessment so quickly? Li Anping continued to smile. We have indeed located the dungeon you mentioned and have sealed off the surrounding area. Zhang Yuan asked, in that case, can I receive the reward now? Li Anping replied, we've already issued the reward. You can check your account with the Adventurers Guild. Zhang Yuan immediately opened his panel to check. Name, Zhang Yuan. Contribution, 10,000. Adventurers Guild rank, Silver Adventurer. Member level, 2. Such a generous reward? Zhang Yuan was stunned to see that not only had he earned 10,000 contribution points, but he was also now a silver adventurer and his membership level had reached 2. Adventurers Guild ranks are determined by contribution points and are classified from low to high as bronze, silver, gold, platinum, epic, legendary, and divine. The higher the rank, the higher level tasks an adventurer can accept. It is said that platinum level adventurers receive a monthly stipend from the guild. As for the membership level, reaching level 2 allowed him to purchase the Fate Compass. What was most surprising was that Zhang Yuan hadn't even registered as an adventurer yet. Li Anping said with a smile, sorry, I took the liberty of registering you as an adventurer. This was necessary so you could receive all the rewards. Zhang Yuan replied, I don't mind the registration as I plan to register anyway. But I'm curious, why is the reward so generous? From what I know, a level 15 dungeon usually only grants around 1,000 contribution points. Even with the additional challenge, it shouldn't reach 10,000, right? Li Anping smiled at Zhang Yuan and said, we discovered that the Shadow Forest dungeon has become abyssal and it was successfully cleared. I heard that you previously cleared a newly abyssal novice hidden dungeon solo. Was the abyssal Shadow Forest dungeon also cleared by you alone? Zhang Yuan appeared confused and responded, could it be that someone else cleared it? Seeing Zhang Yuan's poker face, Li Anping's lips twitched and he reminded him, dungeons have completion records. Currently, the only record for the Shadow Forest dungeon is yours.
Is that so?
Zhang Yuan, with no change in expression, replied, Go, I must have forgotten to mention it. Yes, the dungeon did become abyssal. The corrupted scarecrow was quite powerful, but I managed to clear it by chance. Li Anping's lips twitched again as he continued, Actually, we also detected traces of abyssal archmage Otis in the dungeon. It seems that the level 70 abyssal boss might have become the final boss after the dungeon's abyssal transformation.
A cough.
Zhang Yuan cleared his throat. Actually, I was going to say, Otis was quite strong as well and I managed to defeat him by chance.
No way.
Li Anping couldn't contain his surprise any longer. He jumped up, staring intently at Zhang Yuan, his tone urgent, a level 70 boss. That's the abyssal boss that wiped out our entire Xinxia Vanguard team. How did you, at level 16, manage to defeat that monster by chance? Zhang Yuan replied, Strictly speaking, I was level 15. Li Anping nodded, Yes, your information confirms the high-level speculation about that abyssal boss. Our Vanguard team was wiped out because we didn't have mental defense equipment. After a moment, Li Anping hurriedly returned, excitedly telling Zhang Yuan, Kid, you've done a great job this time. Elder Bai wants to see you in person to give you your reward.
Elder Bai?
Zhang Yuan was taken aback. You must be referring to the legendary mage and president of the Adventurers Guild, Bai Zhenghua? That's right, Elder Bai, Li Anping said excitedly, patting Zhang Yuan's shoulder. You've really made it big. Most people don't get a chance to meet him. Without further explanation, Li Anping led Zhang Yuan to a hidden room. In the center of the room stood an elderly man dressed in a white robe. The pressure from this old man was even stronger than that of the level 70 abyssal boss, Otis. Instinctively, Zhang Yuan summoned the Qi Shao to guard himself and used the abyssal eye on the old man. Unable to detect the target, Bai Zhenghua smiled at Zhang Yuan with satisfaction. And nowadays, it's rare to find young people as vigilant as you. Seeing that Bai Zhenghua had retracted his aura, Zhang Yuan also put away the Qi Shao and greeted him, Greetings, Elder Bai. That sword you had earlier, it's your personal weapon, isn't it? Bai Zhenghua asked with a smile. Oh indeed. Zhang Yuan answered honestly. At this point, there was no need to hide anything. I heard that during your class transfer, you drew a full set of hidden classes on your first attempt, and just 3 days into your new class, you drew your personal weapon, Bai Zhenghua said, increasingly impressed. A kid, your luck is truly extraordinary. Bai Zhenghua, growing more pleased with Zhang Yuan, reached out into the void and a bottle of ice-cold cola appeared out of thin air. I heard from Li Anping that you like cola. This is a special drink I had someone prepare for you. Would you like to try it? Zhang Yuan accepted the cola without hesitation, opened the cap, and drank it down. Drank divine cola, all attributes plus 10 permanently. This is... Zhang Yuan stared in shock at his attributes, which had permanently increased by 10 points. He looked at Bai Zhenghua in amazement. Ahihi, just a small gift to celebrate our meeting. I hope you like it. Bai Zhenghua smiled and continued, I've come to convey 2 things. One is your reward. The information you provided is incredibly important and has effectively saved many young lives. The second is that I hope you can join the Abyssal Strategy Group. The Abyssal Strategy Group? Zhang Yuan was puzzled. Bai Zhenghua explained, in recent years, the trend of dungeons becoming abyssal has become increasingly severe. The number of elite adventurers responsible for tackling abyssal dungeons is dwindling, so our Adventurers Guild has established an Abyssal Strategy Group. Once you join this group, we won't force you to undertake missions. You'll only be added to a special chat group. This group will update information about abyssal dungeons around the world, and members can team up within the group to selectively challenge abyssal dungeons. Upon successful completion, the Adventurers Guild will reward the conquerors with substantial rewards. I understand. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. Since he already had an artifact quest to clear abyssal dungeons, joining the Abyssal Strategy Group seemed like a perfect match. However, Zhang Yuan wasn't in a hurry to agree just yet. He continued to ask, members of such a group should be high-level elite adventurers, right? Why choose me? Bai Zhenghua smiled, hee. Kid, although you've hidden yourself well, your aura is quite intimidating. I can sense that many Tier 3 adventurers are no match for you. If it were a life-and-death battle, even Lianping, who's level 40, would fall to your sword. Am I wrong?
Zhang Yuan did.
Bai Jingguo continued, with your strength, joining the Abyssal Strategy Group is more than sufficient. Of course, if you agree to join the Abyssal Strategy Group, I'll give you an additional reward. Zhang Yuan, alright, I agree. Seeing Zhang Yuan's prompt acceptance, Bai Jingguo grew even more appreciative of his character. In that case, let me give you your rewards. First, for providing crucial information about Otis, you'll receive 10 beginner skill scrolls and 100,000 Adventurers Guild contribution points. With a flash of light, Bai Jingguo produced 10 beginner skill scrolls. Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in surprise at the generous rewards. 10 beginner skill scrolls meant a value of 1 million, and 100,000 contribution points were worth even more, over 10 million. Gelderbai, isn't this reward a bit too generous? Bai Jingguo waved his hand with a smile. Not at all. Compared to the losses your information has prevented for the country, this is just a drop in the bucket. Additionally, I have one more thing for you. Bai Jingguo handed Zhang Yuan a crystal ball the size of a ping-pong ball. This is a reward for agreeing to join the Abyssal Strategy Group. If you encounter danger in the future, just crush this crystal ball and I will appear by your side immediately to assist you unconditionally. Zhang Yuan accepted the crystal ball with excitement. With this life-saving token, he would be much more confident in facing abyssal bosses in the future. A kid, do your best. The future is yours, Bai Jingguo said with a reassuring smile before disappearing with a flash of white light. Space magic. Zhang Yuan murmured as he watched Bai Jingguo leave. He then pushed the door open and stepped outside. Lianping had been waiting outside for a while. Upon seeing Zhang Yuan, he immediately approached and said, Elder Bai has already sent me a message. Let's add each other as friends, and I'll add you to the Abyssal Strategy Group chat. Zhang Yuan said, I actually have one more thing to ask, managerly. Can I use my contribution points to exchange for a fate compass for card draws? Without a fate compass on hand, Zhang Yuan had to go to the exchange station every time he wanted to draw cards, which was very inconvenient. Lianping smiled, with your current contribution points, you can buy a top-tier fate compass. Just let me know, and I can get any fate compass you want from the warehouse immediately. Zhang Yuan said, just give me the cheapest fate compass. Lianping then took out a simple compass with a small magic array engraved in the center from his storage space. Though this compass looked rather plain and simple, it had all the functions of a fate compass. This is the cheapest fate compass. Its market price is 1 million, equivalent to 10,000 contribution points. I'll give you a discount and transfer it for 8,000 contribution points. Thank you. Zhang Yuan, not concerned about whether the fate compass was second-hand, transferred 8,000 contribution points to Lianping and then said his goodbyes. Satisfied, he left the Adventurers Guild with the fate compass. As soon as he exited the guild, Zhang Yuan received an invitation message from Lianping. Upon accepting it, Zhang Yuan entered the Abyssal Strategy Group chat and was immediately greeted with a flurry of messages. A Western Mines Abyssal Dungeon in Luoqing, looking for a level 45 healer. Interested players in the vicinity, please contact. As Zhang Yuan entered the group chat, he felt like he had stepped into a chaotic marketplace, far from the solemn and elite image he had expected. Eastern Suburbs Forest Abyssal Dungeon in Shin City, looking for a level 50 power mage. East Sea Merman Island has become abyssal. Looking for a level 60 paladin, must have a full set of epic gear, preferably with blessing and purification skills. The messages bombarded him, making Zhang Yuan feel quite out of place. He had imagined the Abyssal Strategy Group to be a serious and elite gathering of professionals who spoke little but acted decisively. Instead, it felt just like any other wild dungeon recruitment. To Zhang Yuan's relief, he had an excellent training spot at the Luocha River, located to the east of Shihu City. It was a level 20 wild dungeon, an ideal place for practitioners to farm equipment and materials. Zhang Yuan could directly grind to level 19 in that dungeon. Despite being only level 16, Zhang Yuan's class, the Sword Formation Master, was very noticeable and people could tell he was no ordinary player. After all, one wouldn't venture into the Luocha River dungeon at level 16 without having some skills. Zhang Yuan declined the team invitations and chose the nightmare difficulty to enter the dungeon alone. As Zhang Yuan entered the dungeon, many players outside watched with interest, their smiles hinting at skepticism. Most of the players here were seasoned veterans in their 20s, well aware of the difficulty of the Luocha River dungeon. They didn't believe Zhang Yuan could solo it. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the crowd, a woman dressed in assassin gear sat on a stone, tossing a dagger in her hand while observing the dungeon entrance with a playful expression. He's quite an interesting guy. Maybe he's the one I'm looking for. Upon entering the dungeon, Zhang Yuan found himself at the riverbed, his head encased in an air bubble. In front of him was a massive underwater palace, guarded by shrimp and crab soldiers. The air in the bubble is limited, it looks like there's only enough for an hour. I either clear the dungeon within an hour or reserve enough air to return to the entrance. Time is of the essence. Zhang Yuan immediately understood the time constraint of the dungeon and proceeded toward the underwater palace. He used Abyssal Eye on the shrimp and crab soldiers guarding the entrance. 2 elite monsters, their attributes higher than a level 10 boss. No wonder Nightmare mode requires a 5-person team and support. Without it, even a level 20 knight wouldn't withstand the strength of these shrimp and crab soldiers. Realizing the urgency, Zhang Yuan didn't waste time. He immediately set up the sword formation and used the Qi Shao to defeat the 2 elite monsters. Successfully killed shrimp soldier. Experience plus 3000. Successfully killed crab general. Experience plus 3000. Obtained shrimp tail *1, crab claw *1. With ease, Zhang Yuan dispatched the guards and entered the palace, finding more shrimp and crab soldiers inside. Skill, Mental Storm. Seeing the large number of monsters in the hall, Zhang Yuan used Mental Storm. The shrimp and crab soldiers in the hall all died instantly, and experience notifications flooded the screen, increasing his experience bar by 20%. As the monsters disappeared like a match 3 game, Zhang Yuan felt a strange sense of satisfaction and continued deeper into the dungeon. However, the palace had 3 passageways, each with numerous forks. The vast palace resembled a maze, making it extremely complex. Zhang Yuan wandered for half an hour, killing numerous shrimp and crab soldiers and leveling up to level 17, but he still hadn't found the boss room. This won't do. If the air runs out and I haven't found the boss, I'll suffocate. This dungeon has been around for years. There should be a complete dungeon map available. I'll get the map and come back to challenge it. To be safe, Zhang Yuan decided not to delve further and retraced his steps back to the dungeon entrance. As Zhang Yuan reappeared at the dungeon entrance, he immediately attracted the attention of many nearby players. This guy actually came out alive. Could it be that he really soloed the dungeon? He's only been in there for about 40 minutes. There's no way he cleared the dungeon. I bet he couldn't even handle the guards at the entrance. He's probably just putting on a brave face, waiting at the entrance to avoid embarrassment. What a show-off. Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow. Intuition alone doesn't guarantee success. Do you have any other reason for thinking I'm the right person for this? Guan Xian grinned. I've been in the dungeon scene for quite some time and have seen many players. Your aura and skills aren't something an average player could easily have. Plus, considering you're only level 17 and were brave enough to tackle the nightmare difficulty solo, you're already exceptional. That's why I approached you. Zhang Yuan considered her words. Alright, I'll join you, but I need more information about this hidden boss. What exactly should we prepare for? Guan Xian nodded. Good, let's discuss it in detail. The hidden boss, known as the Ruthless Guardian, is a level 30 humanoid monster. It has a high attack power and strong defense, and it can summon minions during battle. Our goal is to find the hidden room, defeat the boss, and grab the loot. What about the coral key? Where do we use it? Zhang Yuan asked. Guan Xian took out the coral key and showed it to Zhang Yuan. This key unlocks the hidden door in the back of the boss chamber. We'll need to be quick. Once the door is opened, the boss's minions will start spawning. We need to be prepared for a tough fight. Zhang Yuan nodded. Understood. I'll gather the necessary supplies and meet you at the dungeon entrance. Guan Xian extended her hand. Deal. Here's my contact information. Once you're ready, just message me. Zhang Yuan exchanged contact details with her and then set off. He decided to prepare thoroughly for the challenge, knowing that a level 30 boss in a hidden room would be formidable. Upon reaching his home, Zhang Yuan immediately began his preparations. He sorted through his inventory, ensured he had the best possible equipment, and stocked up on potions and other supplies. He also practiced his sword skills to ensure he could handle the upcoming battle effectively. As night fell, Zhang Yuan made his way back to the dungeon entrance, ready to face the Ruthless Guardian. He was determined to make the most of this opportunity and uncover the secrets hidden within the dungeon. Zhang Yuan shook his head. I'm not a fan of risky ventures, your reason isn't convincing enough. Such a stickler. Guan Xin couldn't help but complain about Zhang Yuan, then took out a scroll and handed it to him.
Here, take this. Will you be willing to come with me now?
Zhang Yuan took the scroll and checked its details. Return scroll, can be used in dungeons to forcibly exit and return to the nearest main city. He had seen this item in the trading post before. It cost 100,000 gold, which was exorbitantly expensive. He hadn't expected Guan Xin to be so generous. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Yuan decided this was also an opportunity and nodded. Alright, I can join you in tackling the hidden boss. However, I just came out of nightmare difficulty and need to wait 6 hours.
That's fine.
I have an item that removes dungeon cooldowns, Guan Xin said, sending a party invitation to Zhang Yuan. Don't worry, even though you're only level 17, the loot will be split equally. Seeing Guan Xin's assurance, Zhang Yuan accepted the party invitation and they headed back to the entrance of the Roaring River dungeon. At the dungeon entrance, Guan Xin took out a talisman-like object. After the talisman emitted a glow, Zhang Yuan received the dungeon confirmation message. The leader will challenge the Roaring River dungeon on nightmare difficulty. Confirm? I confirm. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan and Guan Xin were teleported into the dungeon. Guan Xin turned to Zhang Yuan. It will take us a lot of time to fight these elite monsters. I know a shortcut that avoids most of them and leads straight to the boss room. No need. Let's break through directly. I'll also use it to level up, Zhang Yuan said calmly, heading straight towards the entrance guarded by shrimp and crab-like creatures. Are you crazy?
Going head-on will get you killed.
Guan Xin exclaimed urgently. Zhang Yuan ignored her, summoned 10 iron swords, and instantly eliminated the creatures at the entrance. He walked into the hall and used mental storm. Boom! A terrifying storm swept through, and Guan Xin saw numerous kill notifications. She was stunned, her mind going blank.
What?
She walked into the palace, staring at the empty hall, bewildered. Where are the monsters? Guan Xin pursed her lips and asked Zhang Yuan, what did you do? I killed the monsters. Zhang Yuan's response was nonchalant, leaving Guan Xin feeling a mix of frustration and a lack of anything to criticize. Zhang Yuan turned and urged, why are you just standing there? Lead the way. I don't have a map.
Guan
Xin snapped out of her daze and immediately moved to the front, choosing the door in the center of the hall. On the way to the boss room, Guan Xin remained stunned. Every elite monster she encountered along the way was instantly killed by Zhang Yuan. Is this really the attack power of a level 17? Guan Xin couldn't understand. Even with her highest single-target damage skill, she couldn't achieve a one-hit kill on those elite monsters. But Zhang Yuan seemed to be using basic attacks, and what was even more terrifying was that his basic attacks appeared to have splash damage. Suddenly, Guan Xin felt that her rare class was like a beggar compared to Zhang Yuan's sword formation master. With Guan Xin leading and Zhang Yuan killing, they reached the boss room entrance in under 10 minutes. Guan Xin stopped outside the boss room and advised Zhang Yuan, I know your attack power is high, but the boss inside is the final boss of a level 20 nightmare difficulty dungeon. I know its weaknesses. You help me draw its attention, and I'll go around. Time is limited, there's no need to go through all that trouble. Zhang Yuan interrupted Guan Xin and pushed open the large door. Inside, a massive snake over 10 meters long lay sprawled on the ground. He used Abyssal Eye. Resh King Snake, Boss. Level 20. Strength 3200. Agility 4200. Spirit 2000. Konstitution 6000. Skills, Whip, Bite, Venomous Rap, Venom Attack. Zhang Yuan murmured, a 6000 constitution. Guan Xin hurriedly caught up. I told you not to be reckless. This boss has high attack and thick health, your small frame can't withstand even one hit.
Xiao.
Zhang Yuan raised his hand and Qishao appeared out of nowhere, transforming into a red light that pierced through the Rasha King Snake's head. The Rasha King Snake didn't even have time to react before letting out a mournful cry and collapsing. Successfully killed Rasha King Snake, experience plus 42,000. Guan Xin received Rasha King Snake Leather Armor, Rasha King Snake Venomous Blade, Rasha King Snake Crystal Core. Seeing the kill notification, Guan Xin's mouth twitched.
Instantly killed?
She stood there stunned, staring blankly at the empty boss room, as if she was dreaming. Zhang Yuan turned back and said, "Dungeon loot and materials are in the party leader's storage space."
As agreed, we split it evenly, right?
Oh why yes.
Guan Xin nodded instinctively and took out the boss's loot and materials. Rasha King Snake Leather Armor, Gold Tier Defense plus 200, Agility plus 200, Toxic Damage plus 20%, usable at level 20. Rasha King Snake Venomous Blade, Gold Tier Attack plus 200, adds Poison attribute to attacks, Assassin Damage skills plus 20%, usable at level 20. Rasha King Snake Crystal Core, Poison attribute material. After checking the equipment details, Zhang Yuan shook his head. "These items aren't useful to me." Guan Xin suggested, "I didn't contribute to this dungeon run, so logically, all the equipment should go to you. However, I really want these items. How about I buy these 2 gold tier items from you at market price?" Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow.
How much?
Guan Xin said, "1 gold tier item starts at 1 million. These 2 look like a set, so the price is higher. The crystal core is also quite valuable. For the whole set, how about I give you 5 million?
The 5 million?
Zhang Yuan was stunned.
So much?
Seeing that Zhang Yuan hadn't responded, Guan Xin thought he was dissatisfied with the amount and added, "I don't have much cash on me this time. If you think it's too little, we can add each other as friends after we're out, and I'll transfer an additional 2 million to you later." Zhang Yuan came to his senses and shook his head.
As I said, splitting means splitting.
I'll keep 1 item, you keep 1, and we'll split the crystal core. Just give me 2.5 million in cash.
A PFF.
Guan Xin chuckled. "You're really a strange person, refusing to accept extra money." Zhang Yuan replied calmly, "It's a matter of principle. Besides, I never expected you to contribute to the loot when we agreed to split it. Can't you say something nice for once?" Guan Xin rolled her eyes, unable to help but complain about Zhang Yuan. Then she said, 250,000 doesn't sound nice. After we get out of the dungeon, I'll transfer you 3 million.
All right.
After reaching the agreement, Guan Xin took out the coral key and walked to the back of the dungeon's teleportation exit, pushing aside the seaweed covering the wall. A coral door appeared in their sight. Guan Xin inserted the key into the coral door, and with a click, the coral door slowly opened. In the center of the arena, a humanoid monster with a demonic mask and red armor sat cross-legged. Next to it lay a sheathed sword. Noble, Prut, Solem. The monster exuded an aura of royalty.
Resh King.
Zhang Yuan used Abyssal Eye on it. Rasha King Hidden Boss.
Level 30.
Strength 10,000.
Agility 10,000.
Spirit 10,000. Konstitution 10,000. Skills, Flash of the Sword, King's Pressure, Unyielding Will.
Ahem.
Seeing the Rasha King's attributes, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Not only were its 4 core attributes in the 5-digit range, but the Rasha King's skills also seemed quite troublesome. Zhang Yuan turned to Guan Xin and asked, "Have you challenged this boss before?"
Any intel?
Guan Xin replied, "I've only challenged it once and managed to get through its first phase. In the first phase, it doesn't use its weapon. In the second phase, it will use its weapon and its attack desire and speed increase significantly. Also, it has blood lock mechanisms in each phase, so it doesn't seem like you can just overpower it with damage."
A mechanism boss?
Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. He had encountered a mechanism boss like the Shadow Scarecrow before and was not surprised that the Rasha King was a mechanism boss. "I'll test the waters, you can provide support." Zhang Yuan stepped into the arena. The Rasha King, who had been closing its eyes, slowly opened them and stood up. At this moment, Zhang Yuan realized the Rasha King was over 3 meters tall, giving off an intense sense of oppression.
Xiao.
Zhang Yuan activated his sword array and summoned Qi Shao behind the Rasha King, piercing its body. The Rasha King knelt to the ground immediately. Then, intense flames erupted around it, its skin turned crimson, and it stood up again, drawing its sword from the sheath.
Phase 2.
Already Phase 2? Guan Xin was astonished to see Zhang Yuan force the Rasha King into Phase 2 with just one attack. She had spent an hour using her skills to push the Rasha King to Phase 2 in her previous attempt, yet Zhang Yuan achieved it with a single basic attack? The massive difference made her feel embarrassed. Seeing the Rasha King enter Phase 2, Zhang Yuan didn't give it a chance to attack and once again controlled Qi Shao to strike. However, a flash of sword light appeared and Qi Shao was unexpectedly deflected by the Rasha King's sword. Blocked my attack? Zhang Yuan's pupils contracted. It was the first time he encountered his attack being deflected.
Be careful. It's about to use a skill.
Guan Xin seemed unsurprised by this and immediately warned Zhang Yuan. At that moment, the Rasha King suddenly turned into a red flash and charged at Zhang Yuan.
Skill, flash of the sword.
The Rasha King swung its sword. Qi Shao appeared in front of Zhang Yuan, forming a red barrier that successfully deflected the Rasha King's attack.
Clang!
The sound of swords clashing echoed as the Rasha King performed a perfect retreat, effortlessly neutralizing the counterforce of Qi Shao's strike. Zhang Yuan, protected by Qi Shao, lost quite a bit of stamina. Although Qi Shao had a protective passive, it only prevented Zhang Yuan from being stunned and did not reduce the damage from the attack. Even with Zhang Yuan's talent and equipment reducing 90% of the damage, his constitution was only 705. Under the Rasha King's 10,000 strength, even 10% of the damage was quite a burden, and he couldn't take too many hits. Outside the arena, Guan Xin was stunned to see Zhang Yuan withstand the Rasha King's attack without retreating even a single step. She stared at him in disbelief. This guy, what kind of freak is he? Not only is his damage high, but his defense is also incredible and he has built-in immunity? She knew that even at level 22, if she was hit by the Rasha King, her stamina would deplete instantly, forcing her to use a return scroll to escape. But Zhang Yuan seemed completely unaffected. Is he really level 17? While Guan Xin was in shock, Zhang Yuan suddenly asked, Guan Xin, do you know why the boss deflected my attack? Guan Xin came back to her senses. Don't you know about perfect blocking? A perfect blocking? It's an advanced technique for dealing with physical attacks. You need to find the right moment to defend against the enemy's attack. If done correctly, it can avoid damage and even cause the enemy to be stunned. Similar to counterattacks in video games? Zhang Yuan had played many video games and understood Guan Xin's explanation immediately. Guan Xin nodded exactly. However, the premise of perfect blocking is that it must be done instantaneously. This technique has great rewards but also high risks. If you fail the perfect block, you will receive the full damage. I used perfect blocking to gradually wear down the Rasha King in the first phase, but in the second phase, its speed is too fast. If I get hit, I'll die, so I dare not attempt perfect blocking. As Guan Xin spoke, the Rasha King once again used flash of the sword, teleporting in front of Zhang Yuan and swinging its sword.
Xiao.
Zhang Yuan immediately commanded Qi Shao to block in front of him, trying to perfect block. However, the Rasha King's speed was too fast and Zhang Yuan couldn't react in time, resulting in a failed block.
Clang!
The Rasha King's sword struck Zhang Yuan hard. Zhang Yuan grimaced in pain and had to summon other iron swords to push the Rasha King back. At the same time, Zhang Yuan controlled 10 flying swords to attack the Rasha King, but all were perfectly blocked by the Rasha King. Seeing that Zhang Yuan couldn't handle the Rasha King either, Guan Xin suggested, should we retreat first, come up with a strategy, and then challenge it again? Do you have any healing potions? Zhang Yuan suddenly asked Guan Xin. Healing potions? Guan Xin was taken aback, then took out 3 intermediate healing potions from her storage space and threw them to Zhang Yuan. This dungeon allows for 3 potions, but I'll be killed by the boss, so I won't use them. Why do you need them? Zhang Yuan said, this Rasha King can only be defeated using perfect blocking. I can withstand a few of its attacks, so I want to give it a try. With his current constitution, Zhang Yuan could endure 3 attacks from the Rasha King. Combined with the healing passive from his Constellation 3, he could withstand 4 attacks in total. An intermediate stamina potion would fully restore his stamina, so with 3 intermediate potions, he would have 12 chances, plus the 2 extra he could still endure, making it 14 chances in total. If Zhang Yuan could master the perfect block within these 14 attacks, he might just defeat this hidden boss. Seeing Zhang Yuan's determination to perfect block the Rasha King's second phase attacks, Guan Xin was astonished. A perfect blocking is related to strength and agility. The Rasha King is very fast. Can your agility keep up? I have my ways. Zhang Yuan replied briefly, then used attribute conversion to transfer all his mental attributes to strength and agility. In the next moment, Zhang Yuan's mental attribute was 0, while his strength and agility increased to 1845 and 1770 respectively. With all the flying swords falling down uncontrollably, Zhang Yuan felt a significant increase in his power and speed. Holding Qishao tightly, Zhang Yuan focused on the Rasha King in the distance, murmuring, "Now I've become a warrior.
Come on."
The Rasha King seemed to sense Zhang Yuan's fighting spirit, twirling his sword and assuming an attacking stance. As if by illusion, Zhang Yuan felt that the demon mask on the Rasha King suddenly smiled.
Skill, flash of the sword.
The Rasha King used the skill again, turning into a red flash and charging at Zhang Yuan.
I can see it now.
With increased strength and speed, Zhang Yuan barely managed to catch the Rasha King's movement and attempted a perfect block.
Block failed.
The Rasha King's sword struck Zhang Yuan, leaving him with only a third of his stamina. The Rasha King then gracefully retreated, increasing the distance between them.
As I thought.
Zhang Yuan's observation that the Rasha King retreated after each hit confirmed his suspicion. This hidden boss was a trial, and the trial was perfect blocking. Moments later, the Rasha King launched the skill again, and Zhang Yuan attempted the perfect block once more. Failure again, stamina dwindling. Zhang Yuan quickly drank an intermediate healing potion, fully restoring his stamina, and declared, "Let's go again." The Rasha King used the skill once more, and Zhang Yuan attempted the perfect block.
Flash of the sword, block failed. Flash of the sword, block failed.
In the arena, the Rasha King acted like a strict teacher, while Zhang Yuan was the stubborn apprentice, repeatedly practicing each move. Outside the arena, Guan Xin was completely stunned. She never imagined that Zhang Yuan, only level 17, was actually using the Rasha King to practice perfect blocking.
Clang!
After drinking the third intermediate healing potion, Zhang Yuan finally succeeded in a perfect block, deflecting the Rasha King's sword. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yuan deactivated attribute conversion and commanded Qishao to pierce through the Rasha King's chest. A red light passed through the Rasha King's body, depleting its health bar and causing it to kneel.
Did we win?
Seeing Zhang Yuan successfully hit the Rasha King, Guan Xin was thrilled. Before she could congratulate him, the Rasha King suddenly unleashed a powerful pressure, forcing Zhang Yuan back.
Skill, indomitable will. Skill, King's pressure.
The entire arena began to shake violently as the Rasha King roared and stood up again. Its heavy armor fell away, revealing a scarred, muscular upper body. The Rasha King raised its arm, and the large sword that had fallen to the distance quickly flew back into its hand, its blade igniting with intense flames.
Another phase?
Seeing the Rasha King rising once more, Guan Xin's expression changed drastically. She urgently shouted to Zhang Yuan, if it's too much, use a return scroll. The challenge attempts are unlimited. There's no need to risk your life here. However, Zhang Yuan did not respond to Guan Xin. He stared at the eyes behind the Rasha King's demon mask and understood that this third phase was also the final trial of this legendary quest. Strength, skill, and the courage to live through death. With Qishao's passive immunity, Zhang Yuan was fearless.
Come on.
Zhang Yuan grinned and didn't use attribute conversion this time. Instead, he stored all the flying swords back into the sword array space. Through repeated practice, he had already figured out the Rasha King's attack patterns. Even without seeing the Rasha King's movements clearly, he could still perfect block by timing it right based on the skill's mechanics. The Rasha King assumed its stance and transformed into a red flash, charging toward Zhang Yuan with its sword raised. 9 iron swords flew out in front of Zhang Yuan, and one of them struck the Rasha King's vulnerability, deflecting its sword.
A Hixiao!
A red light flashed, piercing through the Rasha King's heart. Successfully defeated Rasha King, experience plus 100000. Received equipment, Rasha King Mask. Received Rasha King's Heart X1. Completed the legendary trial, received skill, Block Intuition.
Ding!
Achievement, first legendary trial detected, reward, Awakened Advanced Talent. Congratulations on awakening Advanced Talent, I am Legend. Meanwhile, the chest for completing the hidden dungeon appeared in the center of the arena.
Did we win?
Guan Xin looked at the numerous notifications on her panel, still somewhat dazed. Although Zhang Yuan had completed the legendary trial alone, they were in a team, so she received the basic experience reward and the block intuition skill as well. As the team leader, the equipment and materials dropped from the boss were also placed in her storage space. Guan Xin slapped her face to calm down and then took out the acquired equipment and materials. Rasha King Mask. Epic summon Rasha King for combat support. The Rasha King will recover in the mask after being defeated. Rasha King's Heart. Epic material. An epic equipment and an epic material. Seeing the two items dropped by the Rasha King, Guan Xin exclaimed in surprise. Epic equipment is extremely valuable and epic-level materials are essential for crafting legendary gear and are priceless. While Guan Xin was examining the equipment and materials, Zhang Yuan was also reviewing his newly acquired talents and skills. Block Intuition. Passive. The first block is always a perfect block. I am Legend. If there is a legendary trial in a dungeon, the item to start the trial will definitely drop upon completing the dungeon. A conceptual passive skill that, if used well, is equivalent to complete immunity from one physical attack and also delivers a powerful counterattack to the enemy. A top-tier talent that ensures he will never miss any future legendary trials. A Great Hall. Zhang Yuan saw his new skill and talent and couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. At this moment, Guan Xin walked up and handed the Rasha King Mask and Rasha King's Heart to Zhang Yuan, saying, Zhang Yuan, take these. You single-handedly completed this battle, so these two epic items should go to you. Zhang Yuan glanced at the Rasha King Mask and Rasha King's Heart but only took the Rasha King Mask in the end, saying, I said, since we agreed to split everything evenly, it should be split evenly and not based on contribution. Guan Xin was surprised. Do you know how valuable epic items are? The Rasha King's Heart alone is worth at least tens of millions. Zhang Yuan shook his head firmly. Even if it's worth 100 million, it should go to you. It's a matter of principle, not money. Besides, without the hidden key you provided, the information on perfect blocking, and the 3 healing potions, I wouldn't have been able to defeat the Rasha King. I really underestimated you. Guan Xin's gaze toward Zhang Yuan completely changed. When Zhang Yuan insisted on splitting the golden equipment earlier, she thought it was just because the value of golden equipment wasn't enough to shake Zhang Yuan's principles. But now, seeing Zhang Yuan wanting to split epic items as well, she saw a new side of him. Even many close friends or couples might stab each other in the back over an epic item. With this in mind, Guan Xin shook her head with a smile and put the Rasha King's Heart back into her storage space, saying, in that case, I'll graciously accept it. I have to say, although you're a bit rigid, you're quite reliable. Thanks for the compliment. Zhang Yuan put away the Rasha King Mask and walked towards the chest in the center of the arena. The rewards from defeating the boss were distributed to the team leader, who would then allocate them, but the chest reward for completing the Rasha Jiang dungeon was unique to each person. Guan Xin had already completed the Rasha Jiang dungeon before, so this chest was exclusively Zhang Yuan's. Opening the chest. Receive Divine Stone X1. Receive Beginner Skill Scroll X5. As Zhang Yuan collected his rewards, the chest in the arena disappeared and the dungeon exit appeared. The two of them teleported out. Outside the dungeon, Guan Xin took a deep breath of the fresh, damp air and then transferred 3 million to Zhang Yuan's trade account, smiling, it was a pleasure working with you. Let's add each other on the communicator and work together again if we get the chance. Maybe another time. Zhang Yuan didn't agree with Guan Xin but directly left the team and walked away without looking back. Hey. Just taking the money and leaving? Is that how you treat women? Seeing Zhang Yuan leave without a word, Guan Xin was enraged. She almost chased after him to get an explanation but stopped, watching Zhang Yuan leave. This guy must be aiming for Kyoto University, huh? Hey. You won't escape my clutches. Guan Xin chuckled, twirled her dagger, and whistled as she walked away in another direction. After parting ways with Guan Xin, Zhang Yuan went straight home. On one hand, he had reached level 18, and it was only the 3rd day of his class change. Even if he slacked off for 3 days and worked for 2, he could reach level 19 within a month. Leveling up was no longer his most pressing concern. On the other hand, he had been out for several days. Although the rapid leveling made him feel no fatigue, he hadn't bathed due to consecutive days of combat and was starting to smell. With his grandmother and aunt not at home, Zhang Yuan washed up at home, changed into a clean and fresh set of clothes, and then sat on the living room sofa, taking out the Fate Compass and 15 skill scrolls. Didn't expect to get another divine stone so soon. At this rate, I might get a full set of specialized weapons before the college entrance exams. Zhang Yuan muttered to himself but didn't rush to draw cards. Instead, he used the beginner skill scrolls first. Zhang Yuan used all 15 of the beginner skill scrolls. Acquired duplicate skill, skill proficiency increased. Toxin resistance, level 10 100% toxin resistance. Seeing that the 15 beginner skill scrolls all resulted in maxing out his toxin resistance, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. He was puzzled about just how afraid he was of poison.
Well.
Getting only one skill duplicated, in a way, is also a kind of luck. Zhang Yuan chuckled wryly, picked up the Fate Compass again, and took out the newly acquired Divine Stone. Although he had used the Fate Compass many times before, this was his first time using it with his own Divine Stone, and he felt a strange sense of excitement. A refined 4-star Qishao would already be considered a divine weapon, right? Zhang Yuan muttered, placing the Divine Stone into the Fate Compass. The compass began to spin, the runes on it glowing. Numerous cards rotated within the runes before a red card flew out.
I come forth. My Qishao.
Zhang Yuan exclaimed dramatically, and a deep blue sword flew out from the card. A large amount of water vapor swirled around, and Zhang Yuan seemed to hear the sound of waves. Divine Sword Zhanlu. Divine Sword Zhanlu exclusive level 1 attack plus 1000, damage plus 100%, automatically protects the holder. Holder is immune to water attribute attacks, no equipment level limit. Note, one of the 10 great swords, protects its master and cleanses the world.
Aha!
Zhang Yuan was stunned upon seeing the new exclusive weapon. It turned out, there could be more than one exclusive weapon? Noticing that his new exclusive weapon also had a note about the 10 great swords, Zhang Yuan suddenly had a terrifying thought. His exclusive weapons could be 10 in total. Other professions only have one exclusive weapon, and I've never heard of anyone having multiple exclusive weapons. Yet, I might have 10. If later on, I can fully refine all 10 exclusive weapons, wouldn't I then possess 10 divine weapons at once? Zhang Yuan's breath quickened as he considered this possibility. Divine weapons wield immense power capable of world-destroying feats, and even among god-tier practitioners, those with divine weapons are extremely rare. This hidden profession paired with absolute luck has immense potential. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock at the door. Zhang Yuan quickly stored Zhanlu in the sword array space and went to open the door, finding Xia Chaoyang smiling warmly on the other side. I remember you, you were the captain of the guard back then. Zhang Yuan recognized Xia Chaoyang immediately and said, sorry, but I've already decided to apply to Kyoto University. Don't worry, I'm not here to stop you from applying to Kyoto University, Xia Chaoyang smiled at Zhang Yuan. After I returned that day, I reported your situation to the highest command. The leaders took a great interest in you and held 3 consecutive meetings. They decided to make an exception and let you join the Dragon team as an external member, so you can still continue your university studies.
A dragon team?
That's a secret special forces unit in our country. Those who join the Dragon team are elite among elites. Zhang Yuan asked, what benefits do I get by joining the Dragon team? Xia Chaoyang replied, as long as you join the Dragon team, the military will be your greatest backing. Throughout the Great Xia, no one will dare to bully you. Moreover, various military resources will be directed towards you. In the future, not only will you have access to Kyoto University's resources, but you'll also be eligible to access our exclusive dungeon resources, equipment, and various intelligence. Currently, you're the first to enjoy both university and military resources simultaneously.
Zhang Yuan asked, so what do I need to do?
There's no free lunch in this world. Since the military was providing him with such benefits, he would also need to shoulder corresponding responsibilities. After all, the Great Xia's National Defense Army was not a private organization, its duty was to protect the nation. Xia Chaoyang explained, I won't hide anything from you. Once you join the Dragon team, you'll need to carry out military tasks. However, since you're still a beginner, the military will focus on your training initially. Most of the early tasks will be training missions that won't affect your identity as a Kyoto University student. Even later on, as a Special Forces member, you won't be assigned ordinary tasks. You'll become a sharp weapon of the Empire. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment and then thought of his grandmother's special commendation badge. If it were his grandmother, she would definitely hope he could serve the country. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan nodded slightly, and okay, I agree to join the Dragon team.
A good lad, I knew you would agree.
Xia Chaoyang was immediately thrilled, patting Zhang Yuan's shoulder heavily, and added, "By the way, to join the dragon team, you not only need a recommendation from the command but also have to pass the dragon team's trial. Practice leveling up during these days. Once you reach level 15, I'll take you to the dragon trial. With your strength, you'll definitely pass, and then you'll officially join the dragon team with the rank of major." Zhang Yuan asked, "Can I already take the trial now?" "You're already level 15? Xia Chaoyang was taken aback. "Weren't you only level 12 the day before yesterday?" Xia Chaoyang then cast a detection spell on Zhang Yuan. "Zhang Yuan, Sword Array Master, level 18. A level 18? Xia Chaoyang's eyes nearly popped out. How did you manage that?" Even the top-ranking Kyoto University and Great Xia only expected students to reach level 19 within a month, but Zhang Yuan had reached level 18 in just 3 days. This was unprecedented. Zhang Yuan calmly responded, "I conquered an abyss dungeon and gained a lot of experience, then completed the nightmare difficulty of the Roshan River dungeon, which got me to level 18. You're the one who conquered the Shadow Forest abyss dungeon?" Xia Chaoyang seemed to have heard something incredible, his eyes widening. "I heard that the level 70 abyss boss, Otis, appeared in that dungeon and was repelled. Was that also your doing?" Zhang Yuan was surprised. "I reported that to the Adventurers Association." "Didn't you know?" "The Adventurers Association and the National Defense Army are separate entities. We don't share all intelligence." Xia Chaoyang explained to Zhang Yuan, then placed his hand on his forehead. "This is too explosive. I need to report this to the command. Please wait here, I'll be right back." With that, Xia Chaoyang hurriedly left. Not long after, Xia Chaoyang returned in a rush, his face full of excitement. "Zhang Yuan, great news. The War God One wants to meet you in person. Come with me to the military district." "A War God One?" Zhang Yuan was puzzled.
Who's that?"
"You don't know War God One Chang'an?" Xia Chaoyang was taken aback, then explained, "He's a legendary figure in our great Xia Empire. Not only is he the highest leader of our National Defense Army, but he's also a divine-level warrior. There are fewer than 10 people in the Great Xia Empire with a higher status than him. He's a top-notch big shot. Even I have only seen him on the news broadcasts. He's an idol for all soldiers."
"Ayo, then let's go."
Zhang Yuan nodded slightly, not showing much emotional fluctuation. With his class as a sword array master, Zhang Yuan was confident that he would soon reach the pinnacle of the world. Seeing Zhang Yuan's unchanging expression, Xia Chaoyang felt even more respect for him. He then drove Zhang Yuan to the Westlake City's City Defense Army base. Wan Chang'an had already been teleported from Kyoto to Westlake City via a teleportation array and was currently waiting in the City Defense Army command. At this moment, the City Defense Army was on high alert. Xia Chaoyang led Zhang Yuan through numerous checkpoints to the command headquarters, where they saw 2 tall soldiers standing guard at the entrance. Zhang Yuan used the Abyssal Eye to scan them and found that both soldiers were level 60 elite class. What a grand setup. Zhang Yuan marveled internally. Xia Chaoyang stepped forward, saluted, and reported loudly, "Report, sir. Zhang Yuan has arrived."
"Let him in."
A strong and commanding voice came from within the command. Xia Chaoyang, suppressing his excitement, whispered to Zhang Yuan, "A kid, let's go in. This is your big opportunity, make sure to seize it."
Okay."
Zhang Yuan nodded calmly and entered the command headquarters. Inside, several soldiers in dark green uniforms stood, among them a middle-aged man exuding an unparalleled aura of terror. From the moment Zhang Yuan saw the middle-aged man, he knew he was Wan Chang'an, a figure whose strength rivaled Bai Jinggua's. Even the abyssal boss Otis wouldn't survive a single slap from Wan Chang'an. As Wan Chang'an turned around, his piercing gaze made Xia Chaoyang's legs go weak. Seeing Zhang Yuan standing firm, Wan Chang'an nodded slightly, "Not bad." As soon as he finished speaking, Wan Chang'an suddenly raised his hand. A sharp longsword appeared out of nowhere and shot towards Zhang Yuan like a streak of golden light, its terrifying force sweeping the surroundings.
"Xiao."
Zhang Yuan uttered softly, and Qi Shao appeared out of thin air.
"Skill, perfect block." Clang.
Wan Chang'an's sword was deflected by Qi Shao. The command headquarters fell into a deathly silence. At this moment, everyone, including Wan Chang'an, was stunned. No one had expected that an 18th-level Zhang Yuan could perfectly block Wan Chang'an's attack. Wan Chang'an coughed a couple of times to ease the awkwardness and nodded at Zhang Yuan. Good kid, you're indeed impressive to be able to block my sword. No wonder Elder Bai holds you in high regard. I just used a skill that guarantees a successful block. It's all luck and not worth mentioning. Zhang Yuan bowed slightly, responding with composure. I see. Xia Chaoyang, hearing Zhang Yuan's words, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Wan Chang'an's towering image in his mind was almost shattered. At this moment, the other people in the command headquarters also wore expressions of realization. It made sense. Without the skill, Zhang Yuan would have had no chance of blocking Wan Chang'an's sword. Wan Chang'an, seeing Zhang Yuan's proactive explanation which salvaged his pride, became increasingly satisfied. He immediately took out a pair of boots from his storage space and handed them to Zhang Yuan. Even though you used a skill to block my sword, your performance has far exceeded my expectations. These boots have been with me for many years, and now I'm giving them to you. Seeing Wan Chang'an giving the boots to Zhang Yuan, the expressions of those around them changed. They exclaimed, Sir, those are... This is my decision. No need for objections. Wan Chang'an interrupted the others and then said, Everyone, leave. I need to speak with this kid alone. Everyone, seeing Wan Chang'an's command, fell silent and cast envious glances at Zhang Yuan before leaving the command headquarters. Zhang Yuan took the boots and checked their details. Windrider boots, legendary strength plus 1000, agility plus 1000, spirit plus 1000, constitution plus 1000, wind attribute damage reduction 50%, wearer gains the skill Wind Walk, level 15 required. Wind Walk increases movement speed by 100% upon activation. Stern. Legendary equipment? Zhang Yuan's pupils shrank slightly as he looked at Wan Chang'an in shock. This is too valuable. Wan Chang'an waved his hand with a smile. These boots are from early in my career and have been with me for over 20 years. I no longer have use for them. By giving them to you, they can once again shine brightly. This is my gesture of goodwill, please don't refuse. Oh well, okay. Zhang Yuan no longer hesitated, immediately putting on the Windrider boots. He instantly felt lighter, as if he could jump to the sky with a single bound. Not bad, they suit you well. Wan Chang'an looked at Zhang Yuan with a smile and continued, Zhang Yuan, do you know why I wanted to meet you in person? Zhang Yuan replied, Isn't it because of Captain Xia's report? Wan Chang'an said, That's part of it, but not the main reason why I decided to see you personally. Another reason? Zhang Yuan was taken aback. Wan Chang'an's voice grew serious. Your grandmother was my teacher, and your parents were once my subordinates. Zhang Yuan's pupils narrowed. I never heard my grandmother mention this. Wan Chang'an explained, after her retirement, she stopped talking about military matters. Since your parents went missing, she has avoided seeing even me. Most people in the military today don't even know I had a teacher. However, that's not what I wanted to discuss today. I need to tell you about your parents. Zhang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Although he had never met the host's parents since crossing over, he felt a strong emotional connection to them due to the host's influence. Wan Chang'an nodded. As someone has discovered traces of them on the abyssal front. However, it seems they have become abyssal bosses. My parents have become abyssal bosses? Zhang Yuan's surprise turned into alarm. Zhang Yuan fell into deep thought, then said to Wan Chang'an, Sir, can I ask you for a favor? If there's any news about my parents, please let me know as soon as possible. Alright, with personal matters out of the way, let's discuss official business. Wan Chang'an took out a set of specially made dark green military uniform from his storage space and handed it to Zhang Yuan. I was originally going to personally test whether you qualify for the Dragon's Talon squad, but it seems we don't need to do that now. This is the uniform of the Dragon's Talon squad. Try it on. Okay. Zhang Yuan took the uniform and changed quickly. Already having a commanding presence, Zhang Yuan appeared even more striking in the military uniform. Not bad. Wan Chang'an nodded with satisfaction, then suddenly became serious and called out loudly, Major Zhang Yuan. Present. Zhang Yuan stood straight and replied crisply. Wan Chang'an looked at Zhang Yuan's erect posture, reminiscent of his two most proud subordinates. A smile appeared on his face as he gently said, Welcome to the Dragon's Talon squad. After bestowing the rank on Zhang Yuan, Wan Chang'an, accompanied by his personal guards, teleported away. As the supreme commander of the Daxia National Defense Army, Wan Chang'an had many duties, and taking out a small amount of time to meet Zhang Yuan was already stretching his limits. After Wan Chang'an left, Xia Chaoyang took Zhang Yuan to the military canteen for a meal and introduced him to various aspects of military life and the benefits available to soldiers. When Xia Chaoyang mentioned the skill training center, Zhang Yuan's curiosity was piqued.
He asked, "What is the skill training center?"
The skill training center is where our soldiers go to improve their skill levels. The efficiency of skill training there is greatly increased. It's a facility unique to our military, and you won't find anything like it elsewhere.
"I'm improving skill levels?"
A glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. He was already level 18, but his skills, sword formation and sword control, were still at level 3. He wasn't sure when they would level up next. If the skill training center could boost his skill levels, it would be a significant enhancement to his combat abilities. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yuan asked eagerly, "Can I go to the skill training center?"
"Of course, it's one of your benefits."
Xia Chaoyang smiled. "However, we only have a basic skill training center here, which can at most quickly raise your skills to level 5. For more advanced training, you'll need to report to the Dragon's Talon Squad in Kyoto. Raising them to level 5 is still quite good." Zhang Yuan replied with enthusiasm. "My skills are currently at level 3, so reaching level 5 would be a major boost." "Alright then, after we finish eating, I'll take you there."
Great.
Zhang Yuan finished his meal quickly and followed Xia Chaoyang to a standalone cube-shaped building. Xia Chaoyang turned to Zhang Yuan and said, "Once you enter, the skill training center will transport you to a private, enclosed room. You won't be able to leave until you finish your training or decide to quit, so be prepared. But you don't need to worry about eating, drinking, or other needs. The center is fully equipped, and there are daily nutritious meals prepared by dedicated staff." "Thank you for the information." Zhang Yuan thanked Xia Chaoyang and eagerly walked into the skill training center. As Zhang Yuan entered, the soldiers outside laughed and asked Xia Chaoyang, "Captain Xia, how long do you think that kid will last in the training center?" Xia Chaoyang held up 5 fingers confidently and said, 5 days. The soldiers were surprised. "He's still a student, right? Won't he go crazy staying in that place for 5 days?" Xia Chaoyang smiled slightly. "He is the hope for our empire's future, so he should manage."
"If you don't believe me, why not make a bet?"
Sure, let's bet."
While Xia Chaoyang was making bets with the soldiers, Zhang Yuan had already been transported into a 50-square-meter room. The space was neither too big nor too small, sufficient for training. Welcome to the basic skill training center. Do you need a customized training package?" As soon as Zhang Yuan entered, he heard an AI-generated female voice. "A customized training package?" Zhang Yuan was surprised. Everything here was new to him. He immediately responded with a yes. Then, Zhang Yuan felt a peculiar light wave skin over his body. A skin complete. Current skills available for upgrade are Sword Formation, Level 3, Sword Control, Level 3, Attribute Conversion, Level 1. Daily training for 16 hours is expected to require 20 days to level up. Do you wish to begin training?
20 days?
Zhang Yuan was taken aback by the time required for skill upgrades and finally understood why Xia Chaoyang had mentioned the facilities for eating and other needs. The training period was quite long. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Yuan noted that there were still 27 days until the National College entrance exam. He was already level 18. Even if he spent 20 days in the training center, he would still have a week left to level up. Even if he continued soloing the Rakshasa River dungeon, he should be able to reach level 19. As for the 16 hours of daily training, Zhang Yuan, with his over 3,000 spirit stat, found it manageable. With this in mind, Zhang Yuan sent messages to his grandmother and aunt via his communicator, informing them of his current situation and that he would not be home for the next 20 days. He wanted to avoid causing them unnecessary worry due to his sudden disappearance. After notifying his family, Zhang Yuan decided to begin his training. The next moment, a training automaton rose from the center of the room. A training starts. First, use the skill sword formation, then use the skill sword control to attack the wooden dummy. Repeat 100 times. Following the AI's instructions, Zhang Yuan initiated sword formation and summoned 10 iron swords to attack the wooden dummy in the room. Zhang Yuan felt that using sword control in this room seemed more effective compared to when he practiced outside. Before long, he completed the 100 repetitions of training and noticed a slight improvement in his skill control. It really does seem more efficient than training in the wild, Zhang Yuan thought, feeling motivated. He continued practicing his skills tirelessly. The training intensity in the skill training center was far greater than Zhang Yuan had anticipated. By the end of the first day, he was nearly exhausted. He was so tired that he didn't even have the strength to wash up and collapsed into bed. Despite the intense training, the results were gratifying. By the end of the first day, Zhang Yuan's sword control skill had reached level 4. The next morning, Zhang Yuan, still in a deep sleep, was abruptly awakened by a bucket of cold water. He looked up in shock to see a mechanical arm extending from the ceiling, holding the bucket. A day 2 of training begins. Use the sword control skill to attack the wooden dummy 1,000 times. Hearing the emotionless AI voice and seeing the wooden dummy appear in the center of the room, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but mutter, "Is this a skill training center or a prison?" The AI voice responded, "Please start training within 10 seconds, or it will be considered as abandoning the training. This skill training center will close and no longer be available to you."
Who's abandoning? I'm going to max out my skills here.
Fired up by the challenge, Zhang Yuan summoned his flying swords and began high-intensity repetitive training. For the next 20 days, Zhang Yuan ate, drank, and took care of his needs within the training center. When hungry, he ate, when tired, he slept, and when awake, he continued training, mechanically repeating his skill practice to increase proficiency. As his skill levels rose, Zhang Yuan gradually realized that nothing happens overnight. Even with powerful classes and skills, the only path to becoming stronger was through continuous practice. Eventually, Zhang Yuan became addicted to practicing skills. The 20 days flew by in no time. Zhang Yuan, with afterimages left behind in the room, stopped in the center and pressed the central button. Congratulations on completing the training package. This skill training center can no longer increase your skill levels. To continue improving, please visit an advanced skill training center. As the AI voice announced, Zhang Yuan checked his skill information. Skill, Sword Formation, Level 5, deploys sword formation, consuming spirit continuously. Within a 50-meter radius, critical damage is increased by 140%. Sword Control, Level 5, controls flying swords to attack from the air. The power is based on the quality of the swords, personal spirit, and skill level. Attribute Conversion, Level 5, within the sword formation, converts spirit into strength, agility, and constitution attributes, with a conversion increase of 5 times. Phew! Finally done. Seeing that all 3 of his skills had reached level 5, Zhang Yuan smiled in relief. He had managed to bring sword formation and sword control to level 5 in just 3 days, and spent the remaining time practicing attribute conversion. As Zhang Yuan left the training center, he found a crowd of soldiers outside, all of whom looked at him with admiration. Seeing the crowd, Zhang Yuan was momentarily stunned. He looked at Summer Morning, who was also waiting outside, and asked, "What's going on here? Why is everyone gathered?" Summer Morning couldn't help but give Zhang Yuan a thumbs up. "Kid, you're amazing. You actually stayed in the training center for 20 days. Zhang Yuan was puzzled. What's the big deal about staying 20 days? Isn't that what the system's customized training package is for? Summer Morning looked at Zhang Yuan as if he were a curiosity. Do you know that before you, the longest record in this training center was 7 days? Zhang Yuan was taken aback. Really? After changing back into his casual clothes, Zhang Yuan said goodbye to Summer Morning and hurried to the eastern part of the city to the Rashasha River dungeon. With only a week left before the college entrance exams, he needed to reach level 19 before the exams, or he wouldn't even qualify to apply to Kyoto University. Arriving at the entrance of the Rashasha River dungeon again, Zhang Yuan saw Li Shuer standing there. He walked over and greeted her. "Shuer, are you here to run the Rashasha River dungeon too?" "A fool. I've finally been waiting for you." Zhang Yuan took the opportunity to use Abyssal Eye on her. Li Shuer, Elven Saintess, level 16. Stern. Seeing Li Shuer's level, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but say, "You should be more worried about yourself. There are only 7 days left before the exams, and you're still only level 16? I've worked really hard to get this level. I want to see how high your level is." Li Shuer glared at Zhang Yuan and then cast a detection spell on him. "A level 18? Li Shuer gaped at Zhang Yuan with disbelief. "I've been grinding hard just to reach level 16 and you're already level 18?
How did you manage that?
Zhang Yuan replied, is it that hard? Just a few runs of nightmare dungeons are enough. Zhang Yuan added, so, you're waiting at the dungeon entrance just to check on my level?
Of course not. I'm not that idle.
I actually want to take you to a secret dungeon.
A secret dungeon?
Zhang Yuan was surprised.
Oh, what's that?
Li Shuer explained, unlike naturally occurring wild dungeons, secret dungeons are special artificial dungeons created at great cost. All the monsters inside are artificially created. Our upcoming college entrance exam is actually conducted in a super-large secret dungeon. Zhang Yuan asked, so, you're taking me to a secret dungeon to simulate the exam?
That's one reason, Li Shuer said patiently.
Another more important reason is that the military recently announced a new policy. Our class can join the special forces while taking the college entrance exams and receive military training resources. The military controls many resources that even Kyoto University doesn't have.
If we get military training, our future is limitless.
This secret dungeon is actually a military assessment to select outstanding students. It's said that the best performing students might even get a chance to join the legendary Dragon Squad. Various families are fighting over slots for this exam, and I've worked hard to get you a spot in the secret dungeon. Hearing Li Shuer's explanation, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but feel a twitch in his mouth.
So the secret dungeon is the Dragon Squad's trial?
Li Shuer patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Although the Dragon Squad is hard to enter, I believe you can make it. Seeing Li Shuer's encouraging eyes, Zhang Yuan didn't want to dampen her spirits and said, although the military's policy is tempting, we should focus on reaching level 19 for now. Otherwise, you might not be able to get into Kyoto University. Don't worry about that. The monsters in the secret dungeon also provide experience, and it's quite abundant. Li Shuer then gave Zhang Yuan a heavy pat on the chest and said, you big fool, when did you become so hesitant? Even if we fail the Dragon Squad trial, there will still be plenty of experience in the secret dungeon. It's better than grinding wild dungeons here, right? Zhang Yuan was about to respond but Li Shuer interrupted, it's settled then. The secret dungeon is opening soon, so let's head there now? Think of it as practice. Outside the dungeon, many students were already waiting. Zhang Yuan used Abyssal Eye to get a rough look at their levels, and most were above level 16, with even some at level 19. They were all elites. Soon, Zhang Yuan noticed a familiar figure, and his expression turned cold. Wang Hu, standing not far away, also noticed Zhang Yuan and showed a hint of surprise, seemingly taken aback that Zhang Yuan was still alive. But the surprise quickly turned into provocation. Wang Hu grinned and made a slashing motion across his neck as a taunt. Seeing Wang Hu's provocative gesture, Zhang Yuan marked him as an enemy in his mind. However, with so many people around and possibly Wang Hu's seniors nearby, it wasn't wise to act out now. Zhang Yuan's sword array could cover a radius of 500 meters, and there would be plenty of opportunities to deal with Wang Hu later without being noticed.
Zhang Yuan, look.
The secret dungeon is opening. Li Shuer tugged at Zhang Yuan's sleeve. Zhang Yuan snapped back to reality and looked at the dungeon entrance in the courtyard, which was now glowing brightly. A solemn voice then announced, this secret dungeon is a team dungeon. The participants will be randomly divided into 4-member teams with roles of DPS, tank, healer, and support based on their professions. As the announcement finished, the light at the dungeon entrance grew brighter until it enveloped everyone in the courtyard. In the next moment, Zhang Yuan found himself at the entrance of an underground palace. Alongside him were Li Shuer, a tall woman in knightly armor, and Wang Hu, who held a staff.
Fool, we're actually in the same team.
Li Shuer exclaimed with a smile as she saw she was grouped with Zhang Yuan. I think this is our first time teaming up, isn't it? It seems I'm assigned as the support, Zhang Yuan said, understanding his role in the team. This wasn't surprising to Zhang Yuan, as he was the only one with a hidden profession. Others didn't know his profession's characteristics. His title as a sword array master was also easily confused with an array master, so being considered a support was normal. The tall woman stepped forward, looking a bit shy, and introduced herself. I'm Miao Shulan, level 17, Holy Shield Knight. Zhang Yuan, level 18, Sword Array Master. I'm Li Shuer, level 16, Elven Saintess.
After introductions, Wang Hu suddenly spoke up, TSK. What bad luck.
As a level 19 fire mage, how did I end up in the same team with a useless support like you? This trial is doomed to fail. Wang Hu's words were filled with provocation and arrogance, completely disregarding Zhang Yuan. Li Shuer's smile immediately vanished at Wang Hu's comments. Annoyed, she said, Wang Hu, why are you always around?
Don't think I don't know.
Your level is entirely due to high-level players carrying you.
You're the one dragging everyone down.
Wang Hu sneered, family background is also a form of strength. And didn't you hear the rules? A team can only have one DPS. Without me, you won't even be able to kill any monsters. Why don't you let Zhang Yuan, the useless support, try killing a monster? He probably can't even break through the defenses. Li Shuer retorted angrily, you're talking nonsense. Seeing the growing tension in the team, Miao Shulan quickly stepped in to mediate. Hey everyone, stop arguing. This secret dungeon requires team cooperation to complete. Both DPS and support are essential. I suggest we put our grudges aside and focus on clearing the dungeon. She then turned to Wang Hu and said soothingly, Mage, calm down. We really need your DPS for this dungeon. You're a bigger person, so why not lead us through the dungeon? Wang Hu sneered, what? You want me to carry this useless guy? No way. Wang Hu disregarded Miao Shulan's request and turned to Zhang Yuan, either you leave the dungeon now, and I'll take Shuer through it, or we all fail together. Seeing Wang Hu's stubbornness, Miao Shulan felt a flash of anger but quickly suppressed it. She had come all the way from a remote county, traversing a mountain range filled with level 30 monsters just to prove herself in this secret dungeon. To encounter such an obnoxious person before even starting was frustrating. She despised Wang Hu's arrogant attitude but realized he was the only DPS in the team. If he refused to cooperate, it would be nearly impossible to clear the dungeon and everyone would be eliminated. Suppressing her anger, Miao Shulan spoke to Wang Hu in a calm tone, even if you're a high-level mage, I've heard that the monsters in this secret dungeon are quite strong. Without support, it will be very difficult for us to advance. Wang Hu, however, was indifferent. I'll be straightforward. My level is already sufficient to enter Kyoto University. I'm not interested in this trial. If my dad hadn't forced me to come, I wouldn't even be here. He continued, so here's the deal, either Zhang Yuan leaves and I'll carry you through, or I'll just leave and you all get eliminated. Zhang Yuan spoke up, in that case, why don't you just leave? You're telling me to leave? Wang Hu looked at Zhang Yuan in shock. Do you not understand the situation? I'm the indispensable DPS for this team and you're just a worthless support. Li Shuer immediately stood by Zhang Yuan's side and said to Wang Hu, I suggest you leave right now. Without you, we might even advance faster. Wang Hu's face darkened as he heard Li Shuer's support for Zhang Yuan. He sneered and turned to Miao Shulan, if you side with me, I'll guide you through the dungeon. I'm a level 19 mage. As long as you hold the front, I can handle all the monsters. Miao Shulan's expression twitched at Wang Hu's offer and she fell silent. Finally, unable to contain her frustration, she punched Wang Hu and knocked him down. You're such a brainless level 19. I've had enough. Either you participate in the dungeon or you get out. Stop whining like a woman. Miao Shulan sighed, before coming here, my teacher warned me to control my temper and avoid trouble. But look at me now, I've already lost my cool. That's Wang Hu, right? I've made up my mind to deal with him. Before I return to the county, I'll make sure to take care of him for you. Hearing Miao Shulan's words, Zhang Yuan shook his head with a smile and said, we've wasted too much time on that fool.
Let's go.
Miao Shulan was puzzled, where are we going? Li Shuer smiled and said, of course, we're going to clear the dungeon.
Just the three of us?
Miao Shulan looked hesitant.
Without a DPS, how will we get through?
I'm the DPS, Zhang Yuan said and walked straight into the entrance of the underground palace. Li Shuer followed without hesitation. Seeing Zhang Yuan and Li Shuer enter the dungeon, Miao Shulan thought that since she was already there, she might as well give it a try. With Miao Shulan leading the way, the group proceeded cautiously through the narrow tunnel of the underground palace. Miao Shulan, carrying a large shield at the front, said to Zhang Yuan and Li Shuer, I've heard that the monsters in this dungeon are all level 20 with high attack power. Stay behind me and you'll be safe. Li Shuer, holding a staff, replied with a smile, don't worry, Sister Miao. I'll make sure to heal you properly and won't let you drop below half health. Thank you, Miao Shulan nodded and then addressed Zhang Yuan. If we encounter any monsters, you should provide buffs. I have 2 attack skills, so if you can enhance my attack, I should be able to kill the monsters. Zhang Yuan responded, I don't have any buff skills.
Ganon?
Miao Shulan was taken aback and then asked, how about debuffing the monster's defenses? Zhang Yuan replied, I don't have debuff skills either.
Then control skills? Ganon.
Miao Shulan was stunned and looked at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. So what exactly are your support skills?
Zhang Yuan said, I already told you, I'm a DPS. That's impossible.
The dungeon rules state that each team can only have one DPS and that Fire Mage has already left. It's possible that my hidden class caused a misunderstanding with the examiners.
Such a thing exists?
A glimmer of surprise flashed in Miao Shulan's eyes. Although it's difficult without a support role, at least we have a DPS. Li Shuer added with a smile, don't worry, I can also provide some support, so we'll manage. Just then, a headless knight more than 2 meters tall charged out from the shadows, swinging a massive sword.
Watch out!
Miao Shulan's eyes glinted, and she immediately used taunt on the monster.
Bang!
The monster's sword struck Miao Shulan's shield, and she remained completely unmoved. Li Shuer, reacting quickly, was about to heal Miao Shulan, but Miao Shulan said, no need to heal right now, save your energy. Zhang Yuan used Abyssal Eye on the monster.
Headless Knight, Elite.
Level, 20. Strength, 1800. Agility, 1200. Spirit, 800. Constitution, 1000. Skills, Charge, Mighty Slash. A level 20 elite monster with 1800 strength. Even at level 16, Miao Shulan could withstand such a monster without taking damage, demonstrating her impressive defense. With a thought, Zhang Yuan summoned an iron sword from the sword formation space and thrust it at the headless knight. Minus 38,963 damage. A string of terrifying damage numbers appeared, and the headless knight was instantly killed. Successfully killed the headless knight, experience plus 2000. Obtained armor fragment *1. Miao Shulan was still setting up her buffs when she suddenly saw the kill notification, and she was startled.
What just happened?
Li Shuer was also wide-eyed, looking at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. Dumbass, you're this strong? Although she knew Zhang Yuan was powerful, this was the first time she had seen his attack power firsthand.
It's just basic stuff. Let's keep moving, Zhang Yuan replied with a smile.
His spirit had reached 3160, and with his sword formation and sword control skills both at level 5, his damage had undergone a qualitative change. If he equipped the 3rd tier Qi Shao and 1st tier Zhanlu, his damage could even exceed 20 million. However, since this dungeon was a trial and the rating of the trialists depended on their performance in the dungeon, Zhang Yuan had to hold back a bit. Otherwise, he could clear the entire palace's monsters just with his Constellation Splash, leaving no opportunity for Li Shuer and Miao Shulan to perform, which would result in a very low rating. Seeing Zhang Yuan's overpowered attack, Miao Shulan's previously disappointed mood lifted immediately. Great! Zhang Yuan, your output is sufficient and Shuer's healing is enough.
Even with just the 3 of us, we can clear this dungeon.
Zhang Yuan smiled. Let's speed up and make up for the time we've lost.
Okay.
The 2 women responded in unison and quickened their pace. Miao Shulan led the way, Li Shuer provided buffs in the middle, and Zhang Yuan covered the rear, taking down minor enemies. The trio pushed through the underground palace with ease. Regardless of whether it was elite knights, gargoyle statues, or elemental mages, all the monsters were slaughtered with ease. If Zhang Yuan hadn't deliberately let the monsters get close to attack to highlight Miao Shulan and Li Shuer's importance, the 2 women wouldn't have even seen the monsters. Li Shuer hadn't expected dungeon clearing to be so easy. When she was in random parties by herself, the pressure of healing was quite high. She always had to stay alert to prevent anyone from being killed by monsters. In her previous dungeon run, she had to sacrifice half her health. But now, she only needed to provide minimal healing to keep Miao Shulan's health above the safety line. Miao Shulan had a similar feeling to Li Shuer. She had never seen anyone as fierce as Zhang Yuan. Soon, the 3 arrived at the deepest part of the underground palace, outside the boss room. Along the way, Li Shuer had leveled up to 17, Miao Shulan reached 18, and Zhang Yuan was less than 10% away from reaching level 19.
This is awesome!
Miao Shulan exclaimed excitedly, so this is what it feels like to be carried by a big shot.
It's just incredible!
Li Shuer added, dumbass. If I had known you were this powerful, I wouldn't have had to level up so hard. You could have just carried me. Zhang Yuan smiled wryly. Don't forget, this dungeon is a trial. Although I've been holding back, I feel like your ratings won't be very high if we continue like this. Upon hearing this, Miao Shulan realized, oh right. We're here for the exam, not just leveling up.
What should we do?
Zhang Yuan said, I have an idea. The boss room is just ahead. I'll stay out of it, and you two should hold out against the boss for half an hour to get the data. I'll handle the boss after that.
A good idea.
Miao Shulan exclaimed, giving Zhang Yuan a thumbs up. You're so smart, coming up with this strategy. Li Shuer also perked up. In that case, dumbass, just watch from the side. We're not just decoration. With that, Li Shuer and Miao Shulan pushed open the heavy door and entered the boss room. In the center of the room stood a towering knight statue, over 10 meters tall, with a massive stone sword beside it. As soon as the three entered the room, the giant knight statue's eyes glowed red and the enormous statue began to move. Use Abyssal Eye. Night King statue boss. Level 21. Strength 5000. Agility 3000. Spirit 1000. Stern Konstitution 6000 Stern. Skills, Trample, Earthquake, Self-Healing. The massive statue had terrifying attributes, and as soon as the Night King began to move, Li Shuer and Miao Shulan felt an unparalleled pressure. The Night King statue charged forward. Miao Shulan did not hesitate, she stepped up and raised her large shield. I'll take the front.
Shuer, give me buffs. I got it.
Li Shuer began chanting, and beams of light flashed over Miao Shulan, increasing her constitution by 50%. Miao Shulan immediately used the taunt skill. Boom! The Night King statue swung its massive stone sword and slammed it against Miao Shulan's shield. The floor under Miao Shulan shattered, but she stood firm, immovable as a rock. Li Shuer quickly cast a continuous heal on Miao Shulan, restoring her health fully.
Shuer, good job.
Miao Shulan praised Li Shuer loudly, then used her skill Divine Charge. Miao Shulan's whole body shone with golden light as she charged forward like a bull, directly toppling the Night King statue. Boom! The giant Night King statue crashed heavily to the ground, causing the entire boss room to shake several times. The Holy Shield Knight and the Elf Saintess are both rare classes. The shield Miao Shulan is using doesn't look like ordinary equipment. Together, they could probably withstand even a level 30 boss. This boss can't harm them, Zhang Yuan observed. He relaxed completely, contentedly watching from the side. Meanwhile, in a special room in the dungeon, a few middle-aged men with imposing and authoritative demeanor stood. They were all wearing the instructor uniforms of the Dragon Hidden Squad, and their levels were all above 70. They were the examiners for this trial of the Dragon Hidden Squad. A look at this, an interesting team has appeared in Shihu City, one examiner said, enlarging the screen showing Zhang Yuan and his team fighting the dungeon boss. The other examiners gathered around to watch.
Why does this team only have 3 people?
I checked the background data. The team's mage left early, and they managed to push to the boss room with just 3 people. Interesting. A team without a dedicated output can push to the boss room this quickly. They must be something special. What are their classes? Gelf Saintess, Holy Shield Knight, and one more. A Sword Formation Master? That seems like a new class. But why does it feel familiar? Didn't the war god himself go to Shihu City recently to recruit a student for the Dragon Hidden Squad? That student's class was Sword Formation Master, a unique hidden class. I didn't expect this kid to participate in the dungeon trial as well. I heard he cleared 2 abyssal dungeons alone before. It's just right to test his strength now and see if the rumors are true. As the examiners discussed, all eyes were on Zhang Yuan. However, after waiting for over 10 minutes without seeing Zhang Yuan make a move, their expressions turned to confusion. What's with this kid not making a move? This isn't how you slack off. At least he should be giving his teammates some buffs. The combat awareness of those 2 girls is quite good. They've endured the boss's attacks for so long and are still in decent shape. If trained well, they could become powerful warriors. I agree. They could be considered for recruitment into the Dragon Hidden Squad. But that Zhang Yuan kid has been slacking off. His strength remains unclear. Let's wait a bit longer. After all, this kid was selected by the war god himself. Perhaps he has something big planned. The examiners were initially focused on Zhang Yuan's abilities, but were impressed by Li Shuer and Miao Shulan's performance, giving high evaluations to the 2 girls. After observing for another 10 minutes, Zhang Yuan still made no move.
I can see it now. This guy isn't holding back any big moves and doesn't have any support skills. He's probably just being carried by those two girls. It seems there might have been some exaggeration about his ability to clear Abyssal Dungeon solo. It's surprising that even the war god was mistaken and recruited a person just for show into the Dragon Hidden Squad. After this trial, we should report Zhang Yuan's situation to the headquarters. The Dragon Hidden Squad can't recruit someone like him. But those two girls are quite impressive. Their teamwork was a bit rough before but is now improving. They are highly trainable and should be considered for the Dragon Hidden Squad. The examiners were disappointed with Zhang Yuan's lack of action over the past 20 minutes, feeling regretful for the two girls.
It's a pity. They managed to push to the boss room without an output. Unfortunately, with the boss's self-healing ability, their healing and shielding can't kill it, so they won't get the reward. Two rare classes paired with two odd teammates. They've really had bad luck. We should make up for it after the trial. At this moment, Zhang Yuan estimated the time and decided it was about right. He said to Miao Shulan and Li Shuer, who were fighting hard, "It's time. Step aside and let me handle it."
Okay.
The two girls replied in unison, quickly stepping aside. The Night King statue's aggro immediately shifted to Zhang Yuan, who had charged it furiously. Zhang Yuan deployed the sword formation, and the red sky appeared beside him, then turned into a red beam that pierced through the Night King statue's head. Successfully killed the Night King statue, experience plus 30,000. Boom! The Night King statue collapsed and dissipated into black smoke. In the special room, the examiners were left stunned and silent.
What just happened?
One examiner spoke up first, and the others looked toward the middle-aged man with the class of Formation Master, hoping he might discern something. Given that Zhang Yuan had clearly used some kind of formation skill, perhaps the Formation Master could provide some insight. The Formation Master, however, wore a wry smile. I couldn't see exactly what formation he used, but it seemed like he just performed a basic attack in the formation. The basic attack that killed the boss? Did he really spend over 20 minutes without preparing anything? An examiner exclaimed. I can tell the formation was deployed instantly. That much I could see. Damn, this kid is a bit freakish. He's level 18 but took down a level 21 boss. It seems we underestimated him. Since this kid can kill bosses in an instant, why did he spend almost half an hour slacking off? He made us watch the boss beat on those two girls' defenses for half an hour. The Formation Master pondered for a moment before replying with a kuxiao. I guess he was probably afraid that if he killed too quickly, his two companions wouldn't have a chance to show their skills, so he was deliberately holding back. Upon hearing this, the examiners fell silent. Thinking it over, it did seem that way. If Zhang Yuan had killed the boss right away, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to see the strengths of Li Shuer and Miao Shulan. At that moment, Wan Chang'an entered the room, and all the examiners immediately greeted him.
Hello, Chief.
Wan Chang'an smiled and said, I heard that Zhang Yuan is also participating in the trial, so I came to see how things are going. The examiners quickly recounted the recent events. Deliberately giving his teammates a chance to perform, then killing the boss in one hit. Wan Chang'an looked at the screen showing the three distributing the boss loot and pondered for a moment before saying, adjust the dungeon parameters and respawn a level 30 boss for them. A level 30? The examiner's expressions changed. One examiner worriedly asked, Chief, won't a level 30 boss be too dangerous for them? It should be noted that this dungeon was set to nightmare difficulty by default. A level 30 nightmare boss typically required a 5-person team with an average level of 35 to tackle. Zhang Yuan's team had only 3 people, with the highest level being Zhang Yuan at 18. Even if the Sword Formation Master was on par with a legendary class, it would be almost impossible to defeat a level 30 boss. Wan Chang'an, however, laughed and said, don't worry. That kid Zhang Yuan has not only repelled Abyssal Boss Odysseus but has also perfectly blocked my sword. I even think a level 30 boss might be a bit too low of a challenge for him. He blocked the chief's sword? The shock on everyone's faces deepened. Even they couldn't block Wan Chang'an's sword. What kind of monster was Zhang Yuan? Just do as I said. Spawn a level 30 boss and raise the difficulty for them. Yes. We will add a level 30 boss to Zhang Yuan's team's trial.
As Zhang Yuan and his team were distributing the dungeon rewards, a new screen appeared in the boss room and a boss identical to the Night King statue emerged from it.
Warning, powerful enemy approaching, do not be careless.
Stern. A warning appeared on the panels of the three players. Zhang Yuan glanced at it in surprise.
Another new boss?
Miao Shulan immediately raised her shield in front of the others and said, "No matter how many bosses there are, with your output, Zhang Yuan, we'll kill them all." As she finished speaking, Miao Shulan used her taunt skill on the new boss. The new boss immediately swung its stone sword at Miao Shulan's shield. Boom! The terrifying shockwave swept outward, causing Miao Shulan to be pushed back several steps, her health dropping to below half in an instant.
This strength is off the charts.
Seeing her health drop drastically, Miao Shulan's expression changed slightly. At that moment, a green light suddenly appeared on her, instantly restoring her low health. Miao Shulan looked back at Li Shuer, who was wielding her staff, and gave her a thumbs up.
Li Shuer, well done.
Li Shuer smiled and said, "Don't worry, Sister Miao. I've got plenty of healing power.
You'll be fine."
Just then, the new boss's aggro suddenly shifted to Li Shuer, and it raised its stone sword to strike her. Caught off guard, Li Shuer saw the giant sword coming and had no time to dodge, her face turning pale.
Not on my watch.
Miao Shulan shouted and used her divine charge skill, ramming her shield into the new boss to divert its attack, then taunted the boss again.
Bang!
The new boss's stone sword struck Miao Shulan's shield once more, but this time, Miao Shulan used some kind of invulnerability skill to withstand the blow.
Li Shuer, don't be afraid.
I'm here.
Keep healing me.
Li Shuer quickly responded, throwing healing spells at Miao Shulan and continually applying defensive and resilience buffs.
This boss is abnormal.
Seeing how hard Miao Shulan and Li Shuer were fighting, Zhang Yuan, at the back, decided to use Abyssal Eye on the new boss. Night King statue boss.
Level 30. Strength 10,000.
Agility 5,000. Spirit 2,000. Stern Stamina 12,000 Stern. Skills Stomp, Earthquake, Self-Heal.
A level 30 boss?
Zhang Yuan saw the Night King statue's level increase to 30 and recognized it was still on nightmare difficulty. He immediately thought of the abyssal invasion.
A step aside, both of you.
Zhang Yuan shouted sharply and activated Qi Shao, directing it towards the Night King statue. The red light pierced through the statue's chest. Successfully killed the Night King statue, experience plus 70,000. A golden light burst from Zhang Yuan's body as he leveled up to 19.
Instant kill. Still an instant kill.
The examiners were stunned to see that a level 30 nightmare difficulty boss was also killed by Zhang Yuan's basic attack. Their jaws nearly dropped to the floor. Such strength is likely beyond even legendary classes. That sword Zhang Yuan is using must be a special weapon, right? This attack power is insane. Even with a special weapon, it shouldn't be able to kill a level 30 boss instantly. Could he have awakened a talent? That seems to be the only explanation. The examiners completely changed their view of Zhang Yuan and looked at Wan Chang'an. "Chief, do you want to continue increasing the difficulty?" Now, they were very eager to see Zhang Yuan's limits. Wan Chang'an shook his head. No need. Increasing the boss level any further would be too dangerous for the two girls. If you want to test Zhang Yuan further, do it after he reports to the Dragon team. This trial can be concluded now. All three of them are rated S-class, and Zhang Yuan's rank is promoted to Lieutenant Colonel. With that, Wan Chang'an vanished, leaving the dungeon. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan's team was teleported back to Yunhai Manor, and all other trial participants, regardless of whether they defeated the dungeon boss, were also teleported back. It turns out I was just overthinking it? Zhang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief as he saw his team back. Encountering 2 abyssal dungeons in a row had left him with PTSD. Wang Hu, who had been waiting outside, immediately taunted as Zhang Yuan's team emerged. "How was it? Without my damage output, you must have had a tough time fighting monsters."
"This is what happens when you side with Zhang Yuan."
Miao Shulan raised her fist. "Do you want to get beaten?" Wang Hu's expression changed, and he quickly took a few steps back. "Oh, and my bodyguards are outside.
Try touching me and see what happens."
Li Shuer, not interested in dealing with Wang Hu, took Miao Shulan's arm. Sister Miao, don't bother with that idiot. It's not worth fighting here." Wang Hu, humiliated by the 2 women, glared at Zhang Yuan and fumed, "Zhang Yuan, it's all because of you that they're treating me this way." If it weren't for you, I would have already guided them through the dungeon. I won't let this go.
Just you wait.
Did I hear a dog barking? Zhang Yuan pretended to clean his ears and said to Li Shuer and Miao Shulan, "There's a mad dog nearby.
Let's go somewhere else."
The two women laughed, "Sure. It's not worth arguing with a dog." The three left together, leaving Wang Hu red-faced and stomping his feet in anger. Damn it!
Damn it!
He glared at Zhang Yuan's retreating figure, grinding his teeth. Why? Why do those two girls fawn over a useless person like you?
Just wait. I'll make sure you pay.
At that moment, a dignified voice echoed once more, "The trial is over." Now announcing the scores for the West Lake City area. Zhang Yuan rated S, first place. Miao Shulan rated S, second place. Li Shuer rated S, third place. Xuyu rated A, fourth place. Wang Hu rated F, unremarkable. As the scores were announced, Wang Hu's eyes nearly popped out.
Impossible. Why do they get S rank? There must be some mistake.
They must be cheating. I demand a thorough investigation. Wang Hu yelled in the courtyard, but the surrounding trial participants looked at him as if he were a fool. This dungeon trial was organized by the military, with over 70 level instructors monitoring the entire process. Who would dare to cheat? Moreover, Wang Hu was just making a fool of himself by causing a scene in front of the military. At that moment, someone sarcastically said, "I remember now, that idiot Wang Hu was on the same team as the top three, right? He quit the dungeon right away and ended up not getting any benefits. It's really laughable." In an instant, Wang Hu became the target of scorn, feeling countless mocking gazes on him. Damn it! Wang Hu wished he could find a hole to hide in. In the end, he glared at Zhang Yuan with resentment and then fled the manor in disgrace, provoking another burst of laughter. If Wang Hu continued to live, he might attract even stronger enemies, and even his grandmother and aunt could be in danger. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan said to Li Shuer, "I need to use the restroom." Zhang Yuan quickly ran to the restroom. Seeing no one around, he took out the Rakshasa King mask. He put on the Rakshasa King mask and it emitted a red glow. The Rakshasa King flew out of the mask and knelt before Zhang Yuan. Unlike the Rakshasa King in the dungeon, the one summoned from the mask was human-sized. Without using detection magic, it was hard to tell if the Rakshasa King was human or a summoned creature. Zhang Yuan checked the Rakshasa King's attributes and then issued an order, "Follow Wang Hu and be careful not to get spotted." The Rakshasa King nodded slightly and vanished into a blur as it rushed out of the restroom. An impressive speed for an agility of 10,000. At that moment, a level 70 instructor was standing at the entrance of the dungeon. The courtyard was now nearly empty, with only 7 or 8 people milling about.
Zhang Yuan, come over here.
Li Shuer saw Zhang Yuan and immediately waved him over. The instructors have started distributing the rewards. Zhang Yuan approached Li Shuer and Miao Shulan, pretending to be nonchalant.
So soon?
Li Shuer excitedly said, "The rewards are quite generous this time. Even A-rank trial participants get a leveling pill."
A leveling pill?
Zhang Yuan was surprised.
What's that?
Li Shuer explained, "It's a very valuable potion that can directly level up a player below level 20 by 1 level. I'm about to reach level 18, and if I take the pill after reaching 18, I'll jump straight to level 19. That guarantees my admission to Kyoto University." Zhang Yuan was astonished.
"There's such a thing?"
Li Shuer said, "I heard that this leveling pill was made by the military's top alchemist. It's a unique military resource. There are even higher-grade leveling pills, but those are strategic resources and rarely seen by ordinary people. Even the leveling pills distributed today are said to be sold for 5 million each on the black market, and even then, they're in high demand and hard to get." "Is so expensive?" Zhang Yuan was slightly surprised but quickly understood the value of the leveling pill. In wartime, if the army suffered significant losses, the leveling pills could quickly create a formidable fighting force for the Great Xia. Such a precious item would certainly be coveted by enemy spies. After distributing the leveling pills to the A-rank students, the instructor reminded everyone, each of these leveling pills has a unique code. Please use them as soon as you receive them. If your leveling pill ends up in someone else's hands for any reason, you will face a military tribunal and the consequences will be severe. The instructor's words caused an uproar among the crowd. He then dismissed the A-rank students and approached Zhang Yuan and his team.
Seeing the instructor approach, Li Shuer and Miao Shulan tensed up, standing straight. The instructor smiled and said, "Congratulations on receiving S-rank ratings. You are qualified to join the Qianlong Battalion. Before awarding you special rewards, I must ask, are you willing to join the Qianlong Battalion?" Miao Shulan immediately responded, "I am willing." Li Shuer nodded, "I am willing as well." The instructor nodded in satisfaction.
Excellent.
My name is Ning Wuwei. From now on, I will be your instructor. Li Shuer noticed that Ning Wuwei did not wait for Zhang Yuan's response and said, "Instructor Ning, Zhang Yuan hasn't answered yet." Ning Wuwei glanced at Zhang Yuan and smiled. "The reason we have this recruitment policy for non-official members is because of this guy. He has already joined the Qianlong Battalion."
Ga?
He has already joined the Qianlong Battalion? Li Shuer was taken aback and then looked at Zhang Yuan with shock.
A fool, why didn't you tell me?
Ning Wuwei smiled slightly and took out 3 leveling pills and 3 gold-plated black cards from his storage space. Li Shuer immediately recognized the gold-plated black cards and exclaimed, "The Sky Tower entry tickets?" Seeing that Li Shuer recognized the Sky Tower entry tickets at a glance, Ning Wuwei's eyes showed a hint of surprise and said, "That's right. These are Sky Tower entry tickets. You can use them to challenge the Sky Tower once." Zhang Yuan and Miao Shulan asked in unison, "What is the Sky Tower?" Before Ning Wuwei could answer, Li Shuer explained, "It's the most precious dungeon in our great Xia Empire. Only 1,000 people are allowed to enter each year, and entry is highly coveted."
A little girl, you know quite a bit.
Ning Wuwei praised Li Shuer and then added, "The Sky Tower contains extremely valuable treasures, and there is a chance to obtain divine artifacts. Additionally, there are extra rewards for the first-time challenge. You should make the most of this opportunity."
I got it.
After Ning Wuwei distributed the rewards, Zhang Yuan did not immediately use the leveling pill. He stored both rewards in his inventory, added Miao Shulan as a friend, and then found an excuse to decline Li Shuer and Miao Shulan's invitation for a celebratory meal. He left Yuhai Mountain alone.
Attribute conversion, wind speed.
Zhang Yuan converted his mental attribute to agility at a 5-to-1 ratio and then used the skill from the Windwalker boots, increasing his movement speed by 100%. At that moment, Zhang Yuan moved like the wind and quickly caught up with the Rakshasa king, who was tracking Wang Hu. After being humiliated at Yuhai Mountain Manor, Wang Hu did not return to the city but went to the wilderness to vent his anger on low-level monsters.
Zhang Yuan, I'll kill your entire family. I swear I'll kill your whole family."
Wang Hu kept throwing fireballs at wildcats and rabbits, causing many monsters to be obliterated. Next to Wang Hu stood a middle-aged man in a suit. Zhang Yuan used Abyssal Eye on the middle-aged man. Jiang Yeqing, Water Mage, level 48. Ga level 48 Water Mage. Zhang Yuan was slightly taken aback upon seeing Jiang Yeqing's level. He didn't expect Wang Hu's bodyguard to be so high level. Things were getting tricky, but fortunately, Jiang Yeqing was a Water Mage. With the Zanlu in hand, he still had the strength to fight back. Jiang Yeqing advised Wang Hu, "Young master, it's not worth getting angry over a lowly person. It's not worth damaging your health."
Gujiangsha.
I'm furious. I'm really angry. Wang Hu's eyes were red as he looked at Jiang Yeqing. I clearly sent assassins to kill Zhang Yuan. Why is that bastard still alive? How dare he get an S-rank evaluation? And Li Shuer, why does she have to favor that lowly person? Those things were clearly mine, he stole everything from me. Jiangshu, I want to kill him. I must kill his entire family. Alright. I know where Zhang Yuan's family lives. Let's go to his home and kill his grandmother and aunt together. Only by killing his whole family can I quell my hatred. As Zhang Yuan gave the order, the Rakshasa king transformed into a blur and rushed out.
Skill, sword flash. Master, be careful.
Jiang Yeqing's expression became fierce. A magic tome appeared in his hand, and water shields surged around him and Wang Hu. The Rakshasa king's sword struck the water shield and sank right in. Seeing the sword that almost struck his head, Wang Hu fell to the ground in fear, his face ashen.
A wild boss.
Jiang Yeqing sensed the Rakshasa king's aura and his expression changed slightly.
But no, it's a summoned creature. Who's attacking us?
Your summoned creature has attacked. Jiang Yeqing and Wang Hu are now enemies. Seeing this prompt, Zhang Yuan immediately converted his mental attribute to agility again and began attracting monsters from the surroundings. Jiang Yeqing was a level 48 water mage.
Zhang Yuan did not believe that the Rakshasa king could kill Wang Hu under Zhang Yecheng's protection. Moreover, Zhang Yecheng's water shield seemed to have a disarm effect. If Zhang Yuan used his flying sword to attack, it might be disarmed by Zhang Yecheng before reaching them. Thus, he needed a foolproof method to ensure the kill. As Zhang Yuan drew monsters, Zhang Yecheng's magic tome flipped rapidly in front of him.
A water dragon bullet.
A water dragon emerged from the magic tome and slammed into the Rakshasa king, sending it flying.
Water prison.
After the water dragon threw the Rakshasa king into the air, Zhang Yecheng cast another spell instantly. A large number of water elements gathered around the Rakshasa king, forming a huge water cage that trapped it inside. The Rakshasa king was immobile.
Sulfuric acid arrow.
A stream of sulfuric acid shot out from Zhang Yecheng's magic tome, instantly penetrating the Rakshasa king's chest and turning the entire water prison into sulfuric acid, continuously corroding the Rakshasa king. The Rakshasa king's health dropped rapidly.
Is the summoner still not coming out?
Zhang Yecheng's eyes were cold as he shouted, sending a terrifying soundwave spreading around. No wonder a level 48 water mage can suppress my summoned creature so easily. At this moment, Zhang Yuan stepped out from the shadows, took out the Rakshasa king mask, and recalled the Rakshasa king.
A Zhang Yuan?
Zhang Yecheng was surprised to see that the attacker was Zhang Yuan. Wang Hu's fear turned into resentment upon seeing Zhang Yuan.
He sneered, "Good, Zhang Yuan. I haven't come to find you, but you came knocking on my door. Gujiangsha. Kill him."
With Wang Hu's order, Zhang Yecheng did not hesitate and shot several sulfuric acid bullets at Zhang Yuan. Zanlu appeared out of thin air, forming a blue barrier in front of Zhang Yuan to block Zhang Yecheng's attack.
A special weapon?
Zhang Yecheng was shocked to see Zhang Yuan's sword block his attack, and his mind was in turmoil. He had heard about Zhang Yuan's exaggerated achievements from the card-drawing ceremony organized by the school. It hadn't been long and Zhang Yuan had already drawn a special weapon? What kind of heavenly luck was this? Could it be he has a godly talent that increases card-drawing probability? Thinking of this, Zhang Yecheng's killing intent became incredibly intense. This person could not be left alive, otherwise, the Wang family would be doomed.
Water prison.
Zhang Yecheng didn't hesitate to use water prison on Zhang Yuan, but as the water elements approached Zhang Yuan, they were absorbed by the Zanlu beside him. A water attribute immunity? Seeing this, Zhang Yecheng's face changed dramatically. He tried using several more water attribute skills on Zhang Yuan, only to have them absorbed by the Zanlu. Indeed, it was water attribute immunity, something that completely countered his profession.
Are you done yet?
Zhang Yuan smiled slightly and deployed the sword formation, directly opening a sword formation space in front of Wang Hu. A steel sword shot out. However, just as the steel sword was about to strike Wang Hu's head, water shields gathered around Wang Hu again, enveloping the steel sword and stopping Zhang Yuan's attack. Sure enough, that water shield has a disarm effect and also counters my normal attacks. Seeing the water shield disarm his steel sword, Zhang Yuan's initial suspicion was confirmed. He silently thanked himself for not using the Qi Shao to ambush at the beginning, otherwise, Zhang Yecheng might have taken his special weapon. Indeed, high-level professionals were not to be underestimated. Seeing Zhang Yuan's elusive attack methods, Zhang Yecheng was even more horrified.
If he had been slightly less focused, Wang Hu could have been killed.
Could a 19th level student really do this? Wang Hu, seeing how close he came to being killed by Zhang Yuan, immediately shouted at Zhang Yecheng, "Zhang Shu.
What's going on?
How come you're sweating so much killing a mere 10th level support?
Hurry up and kill him."
A master, this guy's not simple. His special weapon is immune to water attribute attacks, so my skills can't hurt him. Zhang Yecheng was much clearer-headed than Wang Hu. Realizing that he currently didn't have the ability to kill Zhang Yuan, he immediately used Water Shield on Wang Hu and levitated him.
"A master, let's retreat and find someone else to deal with him."
"You want to leave now?" Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed with mockery.
"Isn't it a bit too late?"
Seeing Zhang Yuan's gaze, Zhang Yecheng shivered but quickly regained his composure and said coldly, "Zhang Yuan, I admit your profession is strong and your special weapon counters me well, but my water shield technique has a disarm effect, so you can't harm us." Zhang Yuan chuckled lightly.
"Go?
Then how about the surroundings?" "The surroundings?" Zhang Yecheng was momentarily stunned, then scanned the area. He saw that, at some unknown point, a large number of low-level monsters had gathered. There were easily several hundred.
Seeing those monsters, Zhang Yeqing actually started to laugh and mocked Zhang Yuan, a few low-level monsters? Do you think you can kill us with these? This time, Zhang Yuan didn't respond. He expanded the sword formation to its maximum range, covering a radius of 500 meters, and then used his skill. Mental Storm. Destiny Level 4. In the sword formation, each time an enemy is attacked, other enemies in the formation will receive 10% splash damage. Destiny Level 5. Attacks within the sword formation will always crit, with the crit rate doubled into crit damage, and additional 100% crit damage. Destiny Level 6. In the sword formation, ignore enemy defense. Qi Shao. Attack plus 3000, crit rate plus 70%, crit damage plus 400%. Zanlu. Attack plus 1000, damage plus 100%. As Zhang Yuan activated Mental Storm, he also activated all destiny levels and equipped both Qi Shao and Zanlu. Seeing the eerie glow emanating from the necklace on Zhang Yuan's chest, Zhang Yeqing felt a deadly threat.
I'm not good.
Without hesitation, Zhang Yeqing deployed Water Shield. Boom! Mental Storm swept out in all directions. All monsters within a 500-meter radius, including Zhang Yeqing and Wang Hu, were instantly engulfed by the Mental Storm. At level 48, Zhang Yeqing's Water Shield provided no defense, and his soul was obliterated on the spot. Successfully killed Zhang Yeqing. Successfully killed Wang Hu. Successfully killed Wild Rabbit, experience +1. Acquired equipment, Water Mage's Book, acquired equipment, Flame Staff. A flood of kill notifications quickly scrolled across Zhang Yuan's panel. The area within a 500-meter radius around him had become a death zone. After leaving the scene, Zhang Yuan didn't return to the city immediately. Instead, he went to the Luocha River dungeon and entered the dungeon to level up in front of many adventurers. After all, Wang Hu was the youngest son of the Wang family, which was one of the top families in Shihu City. The family also had a large guild with thousands of combat professionals. Wang Hu's death would definitely cause a huge uproar in Shihu City. Although there was a level 48 high-level professional among the deceased, no one would expect the perpetrator to be a level 19 Zhang Yuan. However, Zhang Yuan still needed to fabricate an alibi. He had carefully calculated the time required to travel from Yunhai Mountain to the Luocha River dungeon at normal speed and compared it to the time needed to catch up with Wang Hu using skills, kill them, and then use skills to get to the Luocha River dungeon from the crime scene. The times were roughly the same. Moreover, Wang's family couldn't know about Zhang Yuan's attribute conversion and wind riding skills. Thus, even if Wang's family knew about Zhang Yuan's conflict with Wang Hu, with an alibi and the death of a level 48 bodyguard, they would not suspect Zhang Yuan. After clearing the Luocha River dungeon in an hour, Zhang Yuan returned to Shihu City. He hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to keep the 2 pieces of equipment in his storage space. He then went to the mall to buy some gifts for his grandmother and aunt before heading home slowly. When he got home, it was mealtime. During the meal, Zhang Yuan avoided mentioning the murders and talked about his recent adventures. His aunt gasped in surprise, and even his usually calm grandmother had a look of contentment on her face. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock on the door. I'll go answer it. Zhang Yuan put down his utensils and went to open the door, finding a nervous Li Amping standing outside. A managerly? What brings you here? Zhang Yuan, there's been a murder case in the northern part of the city. Do you know about it? Zhang Yuan's heart skipped a beat but he pretended to be unaware and looked puzzled. What murder case? Li Amping said gravely, 2 combat professionals were killed in the northern wilderness. One of the victims is named Wang Hu, the youngest son of the Wang family in Shihu. It seems he was also your classmate. The Adventurers Association, the police, and the City Defense Army have all sent people there. It's just a murder case. Why has it attracted so many departments? And even if the victim was my classmate, managerly, you don't need to come all the way to inform me, do you? Although Zhang Yuan had made the necessary preparations, he still felt a bit shaken when things didn't go as expected. It's necessary. Quite necessary. Li Amping said seriously. According to forensic analysis, Wang Hu died from a powerful mental type skill. Additionally, there were traces of extremely terrifying mental energy left at the scene. We suspect it was the Abyss boss Otis who did this. Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow.
Otis.
Yes. The Abyss boss you defeated. Zhang Yuan, you're the only one who has beaten him, he will definitely come back. You must be very careful.
Lianping warned before hurriedly leaving. Wang Hu's death was already a major event in Shihu City. With the added connection to the Abyss boss Otis, Lianping, as the manager of the Adventurers Association Shihu City branch, had a lot on his plate to handle. It was said that when Wang Hu's body was returned to the Wang family, the family head cried over Wang Hu's corpse for a full 2 hours. Ultimately, the Wang family offered a reward of 50 billion for Otis. Of course, there were no results. Thus, the true culprit remained unharmed throughout the week and even attended Wang Hu's funeral. Following that, the National Unified College Entrance Exam was about to start. The next day, all combat professionals who were participating in the National College Entrance Exam gathered in front of the Shihu City Government Square. The exam site for Jiangnan Province was not in Shihu City but in the provincial capital, Donghai City. On the day of the exam, the government of each city would construct a large-scale teleportation array to transport their city's candidates to the provincial capital for a unified examination. The examination venue was extremely spacious. Thousands of candidates from dozens of cities in Jiangnan Province gathered here, yet it felt neither crowded nor cramped, and even seemed a bit spacious. A majestic voice suddenly echoed from the floating light tower in the sky. And now, I will announce the exam rules. This college entrance exam is divided into 2 categories, basic and advanced. The basic exam primarily tests fundamental abilities. Different professions have different test contents. For example, output-type professions are tested on their damage output, tank-type professions on their defense, and so on. Candidates who receive a D grade or higher will qualify for the advanced exam. In the advanced exam, candidates can earn points based on their performance in dungeons. Additionally, there are different difficulty levels for the dungeons. The higher the difficulty, the more points you will earn. Furthermore, personal equipment can be used during the exam, but the use of any items, including but not limited to potions and enhancement items, is prohibited. Anyone found cheating will have their exam results nullified and face corresponding criminal charges. At this time, a group of stern-looking middle-aged and elderly individuals stood at the top of the light tower. They were professors from various prestigious institutions and also responsible for overseeing the college entrance exam. This year's college entrance exam has finally begun. I wonder how many good candidates Jiangnan Province will produce. I've heard that Zhang Yuan from Donghai City know. One high school is impressive. Not only did he draw a rare profession, but he also reached level 20 in just a month. He has the potential to challenge for the provincial top scorer. There's also a kid from Nanjiang City who is quite good, a berserker at level 19. It's said he has the ability to solo difficult dungeons. There's a girl from a small county who drew a Holy Shield Knight. She's worth keeping an eye on. I think there's a student from Shihu City who should be given special attention this year. At this moment, an examiner who knew Zhang Yuan's situation brought up his information. Zhang Yuan, Sword Formation Master, level 19. A Sword Formation Master, that's a new profession recently drawn in Shihu City. I wonder how strong it is. It's strong. This kid has the ability to solo Abyss dungeons. Soloing Abyss dungeons? How is that possible? Don't doubt it. I got this information from a high-ranking member of the Adventurers Association. That kid received high praise from President Bai. I suspect he'll be this year's provincial top scorer. Receiving high praise from President Bai is quite something. We should definitely keep a close eye on him. The examiners were intrigued by Zhang Yuan, focusing on his testing area to see what skills this young man, favored by Bai Zhenghua, truly possessed. Zhang Yuan appeared in an arena dungeon. In the center of the arena stood a tall testing post with a counter on it. Exam task: attack the testing post with full force. A testing damage, huh? Seeing the task, Zhang Yuan didn't hesitate. He immediately set up the sword formation, equipped both Qishao and Zhanlu, and directed Qishao to strike. Boom! A red flash lit up, and the testing post was instantly destroyed by Zhang Yuan's attack. Destroyed? The examiners at the top of the light tower were stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. What's going on? That post could withstand 1,000,000 damage, right? And he destroyed it with one strike? This must be a bug. The examiners unanimously believed that it was a bug in the dungeon, considering it was designed to accommodate hundreds of thousands of candidates nationwide. A glitch was expected. Refresh the post. A new testing post appeared in the arena. Exam task: attack the testing post with full force. So it's about multiple attacks to test output stability? This high-level exam is indeed rigorous. Seeing the new testing post, Zhang Yuan didn't overthink it and again controlled Qi Shao to strike. Boom! The post was destroyed once more. The examiners at the top of the light tower fell into stunned silence. Destroyed again? At this moment, the professors, even those at level 70, realized that it wasn't a bug in the dungeon but rather the 19-level prodigy had damage exceeding 1 million. The examiners turned their attention to Zhang Yuan, the chief examiner. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment and said, refresh the post again and set its health to 10 million. This will test Zhang Yuan's limits and record his rating. But as soon as the new post appeared in the arena, it was destroyed by a red flash. The examiners' faces turned green instantly. What's happening? Even a post with 10 million health can't withstand his attack? Many level 70 professors couldn't even reach 10 million damage with all their effort. Zhang Yuan's face darkened. In his 20-plus years of overseeing the exam, he had never encountered such a situation. Add defense to the post, increasing damage reduction to 50%. Save the recordings. If Zhang Yuan's final rating is less than S, we'll adjust it to S in the back end and give him additional rewards. If Zhang Yuan kept destroying the post, leading to no rating, the dungeon might either rate him below D or accuse him of cheating. As the fourth testing post refreshed in the arena, Zhang Yuan furrowed his brows and said, is this exam really this boring? Endlessly hitting wooden posts? Although Zhang Yuan was dissatisfied with the monotonous exam tasks, he still had to complete them. He controlled Qi Shao to attack once more. Boom! Again, the fortified wooden post was obliterated. I don't think that's his skill, it seems like a normal attack. Didn't you notice that the kid doesn't seem to have any skill cooldowns at all? As he spoke, Zhang Yuan personally manipulated the dungeon backend and refreshed another wooden post. Exam task, please do not attack the post with full force. Don't use full force? What kind of exam is this? Since the task specified it, Zhang Yuan could only unequip Qi Shao and Zhanlu and use a regular iron sword for the attack. Minus 40,032 damage. Rating S. After the basic test, the rankings were announced. Zhang Yuan glanced at his name and saw that the top spot was occupied by someone named Zhang Yuan. Next, the candidates in the dungeon moved on to the second part of the exam, the advanced test. The so-called solo dungeon trial didn't mean that candidates would have to solo the dungeon. Instead, the dungeon provided each candidate with 4 NPCs whose levels and attributes matched the candidates, with the roles being output, tank, healer, and support. Candidates could also choose the dungeon difficulty and decide how many NPC teammates to bring. Dungeon difficulties were divided into normal, hard, and nightmare, with corresponding point multipliers of 1x, 2x, and 5x respectively. For each missing NPC teammate, the point multiplier increased by 1x. For example, choosing Nightmare difficulty and bringing 3 NPC teammates would result in a 6x point multiplier. Choosing Normal difficulty with 4 NPC teammates meant gaining 1 point per monster killed. On Nightmare difficulty with 3 NPC teammates, killing a monster would grant 6 points. There was also a special rule: if a candidate chose Nightmare difficulty and brought no NPC teammates, the point multiplier would increase by an additional 1x, reaching a maximum of 10x. Of course, in past exams, there had been no one crazy enough to attempt this, as it was essentially a suicide mission. Once, a candidate with a legendary profession, Overconfident, chose to solo a nightmare dungeon and ended up dying in it. In the dungeon, after reading the rules for the advanced exam, Zhang Yuan immediately chose Nightmare difficulty and opted to go solo. To him, teammates would be more of a burden. The examiners were astonished as Zhang Yuan entered the Nightmare difficulty dungeon alone. Professor Chen, should we intervene and at least have him bring one teammate? Given Zhang Yuan's demonstrated output capability far surpassing that of legendary output professions, if Zhang Yuan matured, he would definitely be a top-tier force in the Great Xia Empire. If something happened to him in the exam dungeon, no one could bear the responsibility. Zhang Yuan frowned, considered for a moment and then said, do not interfere with Zhang Yuan's choice. If he encounters danger in the dungeon, forcefully eject him. If necessary, he can take the adult high school exam next year. Unaware that he had become the focus of the examiners, Zhang Yuan entered the dungeon and found that it was similar to the military department's dungeon, both being of the underground city type. As he walked through the dungeon corridors, he saw a half-orc wielding a long sword and wearing armor. Abyssal Eye. Orc Warrior Elite. Level 15. Strength 1000.
Agility, 300. Spirit, 100. Konstitution, 2000. Skill, war cry.
Zhang Yuan immediately understood what Ning Qin had said but was also somewhat disappointed with the difficulty of this dungeon. It was simply too easy.
Boring, let's finish this quickly.
Zhang Yuan activated his sword formation, covering the entire dungeon with a radius of 500 meters.
Then Qi Shao pierced through the half-orc's head.
In the next moment, all monsters in the dungeon, including the level 15 boss, were instantly wiped out.
Dungeon cleared successfully. Time, 36 seconds, calculating score. Kill points plus 5,000. Completion points plus 5,000. Time points plus 5,000. New record for dungeon completion time, points plus 10,000. Total points, 25,000, provisional rank, 1.
Zhang Yuan glanced at his exam score panel and yawned.
The dungeon was too small and weak, making it exceedingly boring. Inside the light tower, all the examiners fell into a deathly silence before erupting into thunderous commotion. What just happened? Where did the monsters go? Where is the boss? Where is the dungeon? What kind of skill does this kid have? He wiped the entire dungeon clean.
Did he cheat?
Did he use some kind of large-scale destructive item? This kid actually cleared a nightmare dungeon. So his disappointment was due to thinking that our dungeon's difficulty was too weak. Meanwhile, the massive light screen outside the tower displayed the first candidate's score. Name, Zhang Yuan, points, 25,000, rank, 1. Outside the tower, while teachers from various schools were still discussing the potential difficulties of this year's dungeons, the appearance of Zhang Yuan's ranking immediately drew everyone's attention. An hour and 3 minutes later, Zhang Yun's score appeared in second place. Name, Zhang Yuan, points, 10704, rank, 2. Another 10 minutes later, Miao Shulan's score appeared in third place. Name, Miao Shulan, points, 9816, rank, 3. Subsequently, other candidates' scores appeared on the list. Name, Li Shuer, points, 9072, rank, 5. Zhang Yuan looked at the scores coming in and noticed that Zhang Yun and Miao Shulan's points were very close to each other. What surprised him was that Li Shuer had surged to 5th place. Meanwhile, in another dungeon space, wearing a black robe and with a delicate face, more beautiful than a woman's, Zhang Yun stared intensely at Zhang Yuan's score on the ranking list, his face filled with disbelief. Impossible. How did he do it? Solo killing all the monsters in a nightmare dungeon and setting a new dungeon completion record. Who exactly is he? Zhang Yun had thought that with his own profession's characteristics, he could easily win the advanced test. After all, he had killed 288 elite monsters and defeated the boss within an hour and a half, which should have made him stand out. But he never expected that this year's high exam would have a freak with 25,000 points. He was now eager to find out who Zhang Yuan was. On the other side, Miao Shulan and Li Shuer also stared blankly at Zhang Yuan's score panel. However, recalling Zhang Yuan's performance in the military dungeon, both of them couldn't help but think the same thing, as expected of him. Soon, a commanding voice echoed once more in everyone's ears, the advanced test is over and all candidates' scores have been announced. In this advanced test, a total of 2,326 candidates participated, with 321 students scoring above 500. Candidates with scores above 500 are eligible to choose the supplementary trial. Please note, the supplementary trial is not a mandatory option in the college entrance exam and carries certain risks, including the risk of life. Candidates are advised to consider carefully. Hearing this, the vast majority of candidates didn't hesitate and directly chose to forego the supplementary trial. The supplementary trial was only chosen by top-tier students aiming for the top 3 universities in the country. Ordinary candidates had already completed their exams. As long as they scored above 500, they could enter good universities, and there was no need to join in the extra challenge. Although the supplementary trial offered a lot of points, candidates without sufficient strength would not only gain little from participating but might also get injured, making their efforts futile. Of course, many candidates who were confident in their strength chose to continue. Ultimately, only 98 students chose to take the supplementary trial, less than 100. After all candidates made their choices, those who chose to continue were teleported to the light tower above the exam hall. Standing at the forefront of the examiners was Chief Examiner Chen Yun. The upcoming supplementary trial is very special. You will no longer be competing within your own province but against top talents from all provinces across the country. But of course, the rules of the supplementary trial are also very harsh. You will be placed in a simulated abyss battlefield. Like the advanced exam, you will each have an NPC team matched to your level and attributes to fight against simulated abyss monsters. The supplementary trial tests both individual strength and team coordination, so there is no point coefficient. Your team will earn 100 points for each abyss monster killed, with no upper limit on points. This means regardless of the points you have before, there is still a chance to turn the tables or be overturned in this final round. After Zhang Yuan finished speaking, Zhang Yuan's palm revealed a magic tome, and his eyes became incredibly determined. In this final trial, he was determined to turn things around. In the next moment, elite candidates from across the country were all teleported to the final trial space. Zhang Yuan was teleported to a desolate land, accompanied by 4 NPCs, each at level 19, with professions being warrior, mage, knight, and priest. Zhang Yuan checked the attributes of the 4 NPC teammates. Their total attributes matched his, but with different focuses. Soon, a patrol of abyss monsters on the desolate land encountered Zhang Yuan. However, the abyss squad didn't even have a chance to react before Zhang Yuan's 10 iron swords slaughtered them all. Zhang Yuan's points immediately surged by 50,000. Although Zhang Yuan had prepared himself mentally, seeing Zhang Yuan easily wipe out an abyss squad, followed by the instant death of all abyss monsters within a radius of 500 meters, made his mouth twitch. This kid not only has high single target attack power but also seems to have splash damage, and the range is unreasonable. The abyss monsters we deployed in the abyss battlefield were cleared out in an instant by him. The sword formation master profession is too overpowered, even surpasses legendary professions. It might be a new divine level profession. This guy is definitely a strategic weapon on the battlefield, capable of destroying an entire army by himself. He's truly a monster. Zhang Yuan and the examiners discussed fervently. They had never seen such an outrageous profession. The highest score ever achieved by a national champion in the abyss battlefield was just over 40,000, and Zhang Yuan had already set a new record at the start. Keep in mind, this abyss battlefield dungeon lasts a full 6 hours. Zhang Yuan spread his 10 iron swords to the edge of his sword formation and then advanced at full speed. Any abyss monster that entered his sword formation's range was instantly obliterated. Zhang Yuan's score skyrocketed like a rocket, soon surpassing 100,000. At this moment, the examiners were all numb. They felt that Zhang Yuan and the other candidates were on completely different levels. While Zhang Yuan was mowing down abyss monsters like cutting grass, the other candidates were still struggling with their first abyss squad, organizing their teams. Zhang Yuan, who was ranked second in Jiangnan province, had just defeated an abyss squad and earned 500 points. In previous years, Zhang Yuan's monster-killing speed would have definitely made him a provincial champion, possibly even placing him in the national top 3. Unfortunately, since he was in the same batch as Zhang Yuan, his brilliance was overshadowed by Zhang Yuan. Seeing Zhang Yuan plowing through the trial with no skill cooldowns or mental energy consumption, Zhang Yuan said to the other examiners, "This round of the exam has no suspense. Zhang Yuan is definitely the national top scorer. We should focus on other candidates. The Great Xia Empire needs more than one genius." Understood. The other examiners nodded in agreement. With Zhang Yuan's performance reaching garbage time, they, as examiners, should indeed pay attention to each candidate. At the same time, above the light tower at the Jiangnan province exam site, 2 blobs of purple mist appeared out of nowhere, from which emerged 2 abyss demons. One was the level 70 abyss boss, Otis, who had been repelled by Zhang Yuan. The other was the level 70 abyss boss, Ista, dressed in a blue robe with a floating blue magic tome beside him. Otis asked in a deep voice, "Ista, there are many human experts in the tower. Do you think our plan will succeed?" Ista, with moisture coalescing in his palm, replied confidently, "We will win." Good, then let's begin." Otis took out a black heart, chanted an incomprehensible incantation, and then crushed the black heart with his bare hands. Butz! A strange sound echoed in the sky, and the sky over Donghai City instantly darkened. The blood from the black heart splattered onto the light tower's barrier, turning it pitch black. The next moment, the light tower's barrier shattered. Otis and Ista exchanged nods and charged into the light tower. All the dungeons in Jiangnan province suddenly turned red, and the examiners' monitoring screens within the light tower disappeared. The protective barrier of the trial light tower has been breached?
I sense the presence of the abyss. This is bad, it must be that wandering abyss demon Otis. I immediately activate the emergency plan, halt the exam, move all candidates to a safe location, and request support from above. Ensure the safety of all candidates. The secret dungeon has been forcibly halted, and all candidates have been evacuated. Wait. There's one dungeon that has completely turned into the abyss. The abyss invasion mode has started and cannot be stopped. Qin Yun's expression changed drastically. Which candidate is in that dungeon? Checking. It's Zhang Yuan. Just as expected. Otis is targeting Zhang Yuan. At that moment, in the secret dungeon, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt the temperature drop and a familiar aura appeared in the air. Dungeon turned into the abyss? Zhang Yuan's expression slightly changed. He was all too familiar with this situation. You're the human boy who repelled Otis? You seem just about average. A purple mist appeared before Zhang Yuan, from which Ista emerged. His snake-like smile sent a chill down Zhang Yuan's spine. Abyss Eye? Cannot detect target. Another level 70 abyss boss. Zhang Yuan's expression grew serious. He quietly took out the crystal ball given by Baijingua, preparing to call for help. The reason he managed to repel Otis last time was because Otis only used mental-type spells. Now, with a new abyss boss who might have skills other than mental and water types, Zhang Yuan knew he was in serious danger. A look at you trembling in fear. Such a weak and pitiful human child, Ista sneered with a smile as water vapor swirled around him. Before I kill you, allow me to introduce myself. I am a level 70 water mage from the abyss. Soon, I will drown you in my vast water elements. A water mage? Zhang Yuan was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Ista's words. He then put away the crystal ball and grinned. Why didn't you say so earlier? What do you mean? Ista was puzzled by Zhang Yuan's reaction. Zhang Yuan asked, since you're a water mage, does that mean you, like Otis, specialize in just one type of magic? Of course. I have an innate affinity for water elements. From birth, I have specialized in water magic, dreaming of one day engulfing the entire world in floods created by me. Although demons are known for their malevolent nature, I must admit, you abyss demons are quite dedicated. When you say you specialize in a type of magic, you really only practice that one type. As Zhang Yuan finished speaking, the crimson sky quietly appeared behind Ista, aiming to strike him. Ista instantly turned into smoke and dissipated, only to quickly reform a short distance away, sneering, I've long been aware of your tricks. Although you have skills that ignore defenses, with your current speed, you can't hit me. Can't hit me? So be it. Zhang Yuan didn't care and abandoned his attack. He suspected that Ista, like Otis, either had high health or some kind of invincibility skill. Regardless, he wouldn't be able to kill him. All he needed to do now was buy time. This was human territory, and with abyss demons invading the high exam secret realm, it wouldn't be long before powerful human experts arrived. You're trying to buy time for the human experts to rescue you, aren't you? Ista saw through Zhang Yuan's plan and sneered, unfortunately, I won't give you that time. Skill, see Dragon Roar. Ista launched a deadly attack against Zhang Yuan. The floating magic tome next to him rapidly turned pages, and a torrent of water elements surged from the tome, forming a ferocious water dragon that charged at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan summoned a blue barrier in front of him using Zhanlu, which nullified Ista's water dragon. Attack ineffective? Ista, seeing his attack was useless, displayed a shocked expression. How is this possible? Aren't you immune to mental attacks? Why is my water element attack ineffective against you too? Try again, maybe your power isn't enough? Zhang Yuan smiled lightly, his tone full of mockery, seemingly dismissive of Ista's skills. Ista was infuriated by Zhang Yuan's mocking smile and roared, you contemptible human. Even in the abyss, no demon dares to speak to me like this. Let me show you my true power. He unleashed Skywater Technique, Great Tsunami, Siren Scream, Toxic Sea. In just a few seconds, Ista used most of his high-level spells, flooding the entire dungeon space with seawater. Yet, amidst the raging water elements, Zhang Yuan remained unscathed, showing no signs of harm. Ista, why are you so slow? Why haven't you killed Zhang Yuan yet? If the human experts arrive, we won't be able to escape. At this moment, Otis's anxious voice echoed in the dungeon, stop playing around. Ista roared back in anger, damn Otis, Zhang Yuan is immune to water attacks. You're asking me to take risks to kill him. Are you trying to get me killed on purpose? He's immune to water attacks? How is that possible? Otis exclaimed in shock. A tear appeared in the dungeon space and Otis rushed in. He saw that the entire dungeon was submerged in seawater and Zhang Yuan was swimming in it. Oh, Otis. Is this the help you brought? Not very impressive, huh? Zhang Yuan, seeing Otis appear, taunted him mercilessly. Otis was infuriated by Zhang Yuan's mockery. Since we can't kill you, how will you deal with these monsters? Otis infused a large amount of his mental energy into the dungeon, causing the water elements to dissipate and giving rise to countless corrupt orcs, towering several meters high, sprouting from the barren ground. Zhang Yuan used Abyssal Eye on one of the abyss monsters. The level 20 corrupt orcs' attributes were comparable to a level 30 hidden boss, the Rakshasa King. What was most terrifying was that the abyss monsters around were increasing, stretching as far as the eye could see. There were thousands of them. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan immediately summoned 10 flying swords to protect himself. Suddenly, 10 water ropes appeared out of nowhere, binding all 10 of Zhang Yuan's flying swords. Weapon disarmed, unable to use weapons. At the same time, more than a dozen corrupt orcs had charged up to Zhang Yuan, raising their giant axes to strike. With no other choice, Zhang Yuan had to use his skill, Mental Storm, despite the risk of being discovered by the Wang family. Boom! The terrifying storm swept outward. Otis and Ista both felt a deadly threat from Zhang Yuan's mental storm. They quickly retreated, managing to get 500 meters away before being engulfed by the storm. At the same time, all the corrupt orcs within a 500-meter radius around Zhang Yuan were turned to ash. A screen-clearing move. This kid, just how monstrous is he? Otis and Ista were stunned, their eyes filled with horror and fear. They looked at each other astonished. They could sense that with each corrupt orc that was hit, Zhang Yuan's skill power increased by about 10%. The increase in Mental Storm's power from thousands of corrupt orcs' deaths was enough to kill both level 70 abyss bosses instantly. A level 19 human boy almost wiped out 2 level 70 abyss bosses. This boy must not be allowed to grow any further, or the abyss will face a great calamity. At this moment, both Otis and Ista made a firm decision. A large number of kill notifications appeared on Zhang Yuan's panel, but Zhang Yuan did not gain any experience. Just as I feared. Zhang Yuan looked at the notifications on his panel with a grim expression. Not gaining experience from killing abyss monsters meant he could not rely on leveling up to restore his mental energy. Using Mental Storm required 500 mental energy per use, and currently, Zhang Yuan had enough for only 6 uses. The reason Zhang Yuan had not used the leveling elixir was because he sensed that Otis might strike during his high exam. Each use of the elixir would fully restore his state. Even if he used the elixir to restore his mental energy, Mental Storm could only be used 12 times at most. If human reinforcements didn't arrive before his mental energy ran out, he could only hope for Bai Jingguo's crystal ball. 500 meters away, Otis once again expended a large amount of mental energy to summon a multitude of abyss monsters. However, knowing that Zhang Yuan had wide area attacks, Otis didn't let the monsters swarm in. Instead, he sent a few dozen to besiege Zhang Yuan. In this way, even if Zhang Yuan used Mental Storm to kill the abyss monsters, the mental energy consumption for Otis wouldn't be significant. This boss is quite clever. Seeing that Otis had only sent a few dozen monsters, Zhang Yuan didn't intend to waste his mental energy on them. He immediately used attribute conversion to transform his mental energy into 5 times agility, then used the skill Wind Walk to double his movement speed. With this speed, he could dodge freely among the dozen or so monsters. Dragon Dance. Seeing that the abyss monsters couldn't even touch Zhang Yuan, Ista couldn't help but curse at Otis, idiot. Do you think we have all the time in the world? Stop skimping on your mental energy. Use a swarm tactic to attack. Are you, a level 70 mental mage, afraid of mental energy consumption from a level 19 boy? Shut your damn mouth, I know perfectly well. Angered by Ista's scolding, Otis retorted, but he also realized that he couldn't afford to waste more time. He immediately commanded all the abyss monsters to attack Zhang Yuan. Thousands of monsters crowded around Zhang Yuan, blocking his space to evade. Zhang Yuan had no choice but to cancel attribute conversion and use Mental Storm. Boom! The storm swept outwards, clearing the abyss monsters within the sword formation. Zhang Yuan, let's see how many times you can use this skill. Otis roared, summoning more monsters and controlling them to attack Zhang Yuan, forcing him to use Mental Storm repeatedly.
During this period, Ista maintained control over Zhang Yuan while using his special ability to absorb the experience Zhang Yuan gained from killing monsters, preventing him from leveling up and restoring mental energy. After 6 waves of attacks, Zhang Yuan's head was pounding with pain. The repeated use of mental storm was taking its toll on him. On the other hand, Otis's face was also pale. He was not a summoner, and the continuous expenditure of his mental energy to generate monsters in the Abyss dungeon was pushing him to his limits. Watching the entire process, Ista couldn't help but sigh. This kid has finally exhausted his mental energy. What kind of monster is he? Such a high damage, short cooldown forbidden level skill, and he can use it 6 times at level 19. What will happen when his level goes up? Otis nodded in agreement. Perhaps even our king wasn't this strong in his youth. It's worth our adventure to eliminate such a future powerhouse for the Abyss. Feeling confident of victory, Otis fell into his old habit of taunting Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, your mental energy is finally exhausted, but I still have enough to summon on a large scale twice. You have no chance of winning. A victory belongs to the Abyss. Come forth, my minions. Otis spread his arms wide, laughing triumphantly, as thousands of Abyss monsters emerged from the barren earth. Ista couldn't help but give Otis a disdainful look. Among the Abyss demons, how did we end up with a fool like you who doesn't even care about his own face? To deal with a level 19 ant, you're almost out of mental energy and still have the nerve to show off. Hey Otis, you've been draining Zhang Yuan's experience with your skills, and your own mental energy consumption must be unbearable as well. What face do you have to mock me? Hearing the conversation between Otis and Ista, Zhang Yuan grinned. So you two are struggling as well? It seems that victory belongs to me. A victory belongs to you? Otis was stunned, then watched in horror as Zhang Yuan pulled a leveling elixir from his storage space and swallowed it. A golden light burst from Zhang Yuan's body, and he leveled up to 20. Zhang Yuan restored his state and gave Otis and Ista in the distance the middle finger. Come on, you two idiots. Let's have a real fight. Leveling elixir? Where did he get a leveling elixir? That son of a bitch Zhang Yuan, even at level 19, he didn't use the leveling elixir. Is he saving it for when it gets moldy? At this moment, both Otis and Ista were in complete despair. They never expected Zhang Yuan to have this card up his sleeve. Now that Zhang Yuan's status was fully restored and he could use Mental Storm 6 more times, they not only lacked the mental energy but also the time. They had wasted too much time in this dungeon. Otis couldn't help but look at Ista. Gista, didn't you say we would win? What should we do now? Ista gritted his teeth. The situation has changed. That kid is too crafty. We can't kill him today. We need to retreat and summon another demon to deal with him. Since you said so, I'm out of here. Seeing Zhang Yuan use the leveling elixir, Otis, who had already considered retreating, didn't hesitate to pull out a teleportation item and immediately left Ista behind, teleporting away. Seeing Otis run faster than a rabbit, Ista realized that the human reinforcements were about to arrive and Otis wanted him to hold the line. Without time to say any harsh words to Zhang Yuan, Ista also took out a teleportation item and fled the scene. Successfully repelled Abyss Demon Otis, experience plus 200,000. Successfully repelled Abyss Demon Ista, experience plus 200,000. Successfully cleared Abyss Dungeon, Red Sky Artifact Quest Progress, 1/10. Ding! Achievement Incredible Taunt detected, randomly increasing 1 talent level. Congratulations, host. The Sword Immortal talent level has been increased. Sword Immortal level 2 all damage increased by 20 times. Another golden light burst from Zhang Yuan's body as he leveled up to 21. Outside the secret dungeon, the battered examiners returned with the Gauss core. Professor Chen, we've wasted too much time at Donghai University. Quickly use the Gauss core to forcibly close the Abyss dungeon and rescue Zhang Yuan. Everyone stay alert. Otis might still be hiding in the dungeon. There could be another fierce battle ahead. Chinyan took out a black diamond-shaped crystal, took a deep breath, and muttered, I hope you're still alive, kid. Chinyan murmured as he aimed the Gauss core at the Abyss dungeon, preparing to use the item when suddenly the red Abyss dungeon turned blue. The Abyss aura seems to have disappeared. Did Zhang Yuan clear the Abyss dungeon? How is that possible? Otis is a level 70 Abyss boss. Can Zhang Yuan defeat Otis? The examiners looked at the changing dungeon with incredulous expressions, glancing at each other in disbelief.
There was only Zhang Yuan in the dungeon, and the dungeon boss was a level 70 abyss demon. How could this dungeon be cleared? The next moment, the dungeon's teleportation entrance glowed, and Zhang Yuan walked out, making the examiners realize it wasn't an illusion. Seeing Chen Yun holding a stone toward him, Zhang Yuan was momentarily stunned. Professor? What are you doing? You? Are you Allricht? Chen Yun, seeing Zhang Yuan come out unharmed and even at level 21, was in utter shock. Other than excessive mental energy expenditure, I'm fine. Zhang Yuan shook his head and then said, by the way, Professor, 2 abyss bosses invaded my dungeon and interfered with my college entrance exam. Will my results still count, or will I have to retake the exam? Are you worried about your exam results at a time like this? Chen Yun twitched his mouth at Zhang Yuan's question. The situation had completely exceeded his expectations. But soon, Chen Yun caught the key point and asked Zhang Yuan, did you just say that 2 abyss bosses invaded your dungeon? Zhang Yuan honestly replied, yes, one is called Otis, a mental-type grand sorcerer, and the other is Ista, a water-type archmage. After being targeted by 2 abyss demons, Zhang Yuan decided to share all the information he knew about abyss bosses with the authorities, hoping that the Great Xia Empire would quickly deal with them. Otherwise, Otis and Ista would hang over him like Damocles' sword, not knowing when they might strike. This time, Otis summoned a water-type demon. Who knows what type of demon he might summon next? Zhang Yuan couldn't always gamble that his future special equipment would be immune to the abyss demon's attribute attacks. Chen Yun and the examiners were stunned when they learned that Zhang Yuan had single-handedly fought off 2 abyss bosses and driven them away. They finally understood why the Adventurers Association president, Bai Jingguo, held Zhang Yuan in such high regard. This guy was like a cheater in a game, defeating 2 level 70 abyss bosses at level 19, something even a novel wouldn't dare to write. At this moment, Bai Jingguo appeared from a nearby space, looking serious. I received information about the abyss invasion and rushed back from the front lines. What's the situation? Chen Yun and the examiners immediately bowed to Bai Jingguo. President Bai, the situation has been resolved. Resolved? Bai Jingguo was momentarily stunned, then, seeing Zhang Yuan's innocent expression, he couldn't help but laugh. I see. So, you managed to repel Otis? Chen Yun quickly added, President Bai, it wasn't just Otis. There was also Ista. Another abyss demon? Upon hearing Chen Yun's addition, Bai Jingguo's eyes gleamed with a hint of sharpness. If only Otis had invaded the Great Xia Empire, it could be attributed to a flaw in their defenses that could be patched. But now there was another abyss boss, silently appearing within the Great Xia Empire, which could only mean there was a traitor inside the empire. Bai Jingguo considered the possibilities and asked Chen Yun, is there footage of the secret dungeon? The secret dungeon where Zhang Yuan was located was tainted by abyss aura. We'll have to clear the abyss contamination before we can extract the footage from the dungeon. Bai Jingguo nodded slightly. You oversee the extraction of the footage personally. Don't let anyone else interfere, and deliver it to me as soon as you have it. Chen Yun smiled wryly. President Bai, you might need to find someone else for that. Bai Jingguo was taken aback. Why? Chen Yun produced the Gauss core. After the abyss demons invaded the secret dungeon, we had to team up with others and fight with the faculty at Donghai University to obtain the Gauss core. And now that Zhang Yuan is fine, the Donghai University authorities will hold us accountable and we may end up in prison. I see. Hearing Chen Yun's words, Bai Jingguo smiled. You're correct. I'll negotiate with Donghai University. As long as you return the Gauss core, I'll ensure Donghai University won't cause you any trouble. Thank you, President Bai. Upon hearing Bai Jingguo's words, the examiners' eyes brightened. Although they had accomplished something significant with their enthusiasm, now that they were calmer and thought about the possible consequences, they felt a bit of regret, especially since they hadn't been able to help Zhang Yuan, making them feel their suffering was for nothing. But now, with Bai Jingguo's assurance, the group no longer worried about future repercussions. Donghai University might not care about anyone's face, but Bai Jingguo's was another matter entirely. At this point, Zhang Yuan asked again, President Bai, esteemed examiners, since everything has been resolved perfectly, can you answer my question now? Is my college entrance exam score still valid? You're still. Chen Yun shook his head with a smile at Zhang Yuan's persistent concern about his exam score. Don't worry.
Although the Abyss demons disrupted the exam process and forced the additional trial to halt, we have archived the scores of all candidates up to the point the exam was interrupted, including yours. I will announce externally that the disruption was due to technical adjustments of the secret dungeon. We can restart the dungeon and continue the trials shortly. Zhang Yuan, although the entrance exam isn't over yet, your score is currently unparalleled. You're undoubtedly the national top scorer. I wish you success in securing the top position. Look forward to the rewards for the national top scorer, they're quite substantial. Zhang Yuan smiled. Thank you, Professor. I'm already looking forward to the rewards. Bai Zhenguo looked at Zhang Yuan with a smile and suddenly asked, Child, I also have a question. I gave you a life-saving item, so why didn't you use it when facing 2 abyss bosses? Weren't you afraid? And no one among the examiners present would dare to claim they could survive being attacked by 2 abyss bosses above level 70, Zhang Yuan replied honestly. There's no special reason, it's just that I happened to counter those 2 demons. They posed no threat to me, so I didn't want to waste the life-saving item. That reason, Bai Zhenguo was momentarily taken aback and didn't know how to respond. The reason he gave Zhang Yuan the crystal ball was so that if Otis came after him again, he could come to Zhang Yuan's rescue in time and deal with the elusive abyss demon. But now, Zhang Yuan's strength exceeded his expectations, which made his plan and the reality diverge, causing his plan to locate Otis through Zhang Yuan to fail. Gahem, Bai Zhenguo cleared his throat and then handed Zhang Yuan another crystal ball. Child, if you encounter abyss demons again, use this immediately. I'll come to rescue you. Actually, it's not that rare, so don't save the items. Thank you, President Bai. Zhang Yuan gladly accepted the crystal ball and stored it in his space. At this moment, an examiner approached. President Bai, Professor Chen, all the secret dungeons have been adjusted and are ready to restart the trials. Good. Chen Yan nodded slightly. Transport all the candidates back to the dungeons. Bai Zhenguo patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder. Keep it up. Although your score is now locked as the national top scorer, you should still try to earn as many points as possible in the upcoming trials. The higher your score, the more generous the final reward will be. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up. I got it. As the additional trials resumed, Zhang Yuan switched to full power mode, beginning a massive slaughter of abyss monsters in the dungeon, with his score skyrocketing at a rocket pace. Meanwhile, Qingyun cleared the abyss aura and extracted Zhang Yuan's secret dungeon footage, which he handed over to Bai Zhenguo. The two watched Zhang Yuan's battle footage together. This child even got a new special weapon that's immune to water attribute attacks. No wonder he wasn't afraid of those 2 abyss counters. He's naturally their nemesis. President Bai, not only that, but look at Zhang Yuan's large-scale area attack skills. Their power seems to increase with the number of enemies. Otis and Ista were terrified. If this were on the battlefield, it would definitely be a strategic level forbidden technique. He managed to use it 6 times in a row. This mental type skill, Bai Zhenguo's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had thought of something. Elder Bai, did you notice something? Nothing, Bai Zhenguo shook his head and said to Qingyun, set the confidentiality level of this footage to top secret and delete all copies of the trial footage in the light tower, keeping only this one. Yes. As Bai Zhenguo reviewed the footage of Zhang Yuan's battle with the abyss demons, the additional trial also came to an end, with Zhang Yuan's score exceeding 1 million. Exam ended, all candidates will be teleported out of the dungeon. Having killed the last abyss monster, Zhang Yuan saw the notification on his panel and sighed, it's a pity the dungeon respawns monsters too slowly. It would have been great if it could summon monsters in bulk like Otis. Zhang Yuan withdrew his sword formation and was teleported to the plaza below the light tower. Other candidates who participated in the additional trial appeared alongside him. Unlike Zhang Yuan, they were unaware of the abyss demon invasion and only knew that there had been some technical issues with the light tower, which caused the exam to be interrupted for a while. A dignified voice came from the light tower, and then the huge screen outside the tower displayed the final scores of all candidates. First place, Zhang Yuan, score 1,100,000. Second place, Zhang Yun, score 80,000. Third place, Miao Shulan, score 53,000. Fourth place, Li Shuer, score 32,000. With Zhang Yuan's score of 1.1 million standing far above the rest, the entire venue erupted in shock. Over 1 million points? Li Shuer and Miao Shulan stared at Zhang Yuan in disbelief.
How did you do it?
They had anticipated Zhang Yuan's score would be high, likely exceeding 100,000, but they hadn't expected it to be this high.
110 million points, what does that even mean?
Each abyss monster was worth 100 points, so Zhang Yuan must have killed more than 10,000 abyss monsters in the dungeon. Were there really that many abyss monsters in the dungeon? Nearby, Zhang Yuan trembled violently upon seeing the ranking on the giant screen, his face filled with disbelief.
How is this possible? What did he do to kill so many?
I request to review the exam footage.
There must be an error somewhere.
Zhang Yuan raised his hand and loudly questioned Zhang Yuan's score. Not only Zhang Yuan, but many other candidates and professors also suspected a system error. With the highest recorded score previously being around 100,000, Zhang Yuan's score exceeding 1,000,000 was indeed outrageous. This exam was personally supervised by Adventurers Association President Bai Jingguo. All scores are authentic and valid. Review requests are denied. A cold response came from the trial tower, and the expressions of everyone present became incredibly dramatic. President Bai himself oversaw it, so no one could have cheated. Bai Jingguo had an extremely high reputation in the Great Xia Empire, and no one was doubting Zhang Yuan's score anymore, including Zhang Yuan. The results are announced. This year's National College Entrance Exam top scorer is Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan remained calm when he heard the examiner announce that he had become the national top scorer. The result was not surprising at all. A fool. You actually became the national top scorer.
That's amazing.
At this moment, Li Shuer's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Zhang Yuan.
You truly deserve it.
Just lucky, Zhang Yuan said without any hint of arrogance. I'm still far from enough. He spoke the truth. Compared to the abyss demons, he still had a long way to go. After the college entrance examination ended, all the candidates were teleported back to their respective schools, except for Zhang Yuan, who was taken by Chen Yun to the central trial tower in the capital. Each year, the top scorer of the National College Entrance Exam in the Great Xia Empire is brought to the Central Trial Tower, where the tower rewards them based on their score. Zhang Yuan, don't be nervous. I brought you here just for you to collect your reward, there's nothing else.
Of course.
After all, you are the national top scorer, and only one person gets that title each year.
How could the reward be anything less?
Chen Yun led Zhang Yuan to a golden vortex with a radius of 1 meter and said, "Put your hand inside. Whatever you pull out from it will be your reward." I understand. Zhang Yuan nodded, extending his hand into the golden vortex. Boom! The moment Zhang Yuan's hand entered, the golden vortex turned red. Lightning flashed around the vortex, and terrifying energy surged outward. Zhang Yuan felt he had touched something extraordinary and immediately grabbed it, trying to pull it out. In the next moment, the entire central trial tower began to tremble violently, and the energy within the tower became agitated.
This is...
Chen Yun, feeling the ominous energy surging in the central trial tower, seemed to realize something, his expression changing drastically. He immediately shouted, "Zhang Yuan, don't pull out whatever is in the vortex." Unfortunately, it was too late. Zhang Yuan had already pulled out a pitch-black short blade covered in cracks from the red vortex. Boom! The short blade instantly erupted with terrifying cursed power, knocking Chen Yun away and piercing Zhang Yuan's chest. The endless cursed power began to engulf him. Because Zhang Yuan had the curse heart, the curse effects of the cursed king's blade were turned into beneficial effects. Instead of harming him, the blade continuously restored his physical and mental strength. He didn't even feel any pain. From the looks of it, this equipment is damaged. It probably needs to complete a divine artifact quest to return to normal. But if someone without the curse heart had obtained this blade, it would have meant certain death for them. After examining the effects of the cursed king's blade, Zhang Yuan chuckled and pulled the blade out of his chest. His chest wound began to heal at a visibly fast rate. Successfully extracted the cursed king's blade. Temporarily gained the cursed king's acknowledgement. Seeing the notification on his panel, Zhang Yuan watched as the cursed king's blade absorbed all the released cursed power, calming the agitated central trial tower. Then, Zhang Yuan noticed Chen Yun, Bai Jingguo, Wan Chang'an, and several other powerful figures surrounding him.
He's still alive?
He wasn't drained by the cursed king's blade? Incredible, he actually subdued the cursed king's blade? The group of strong individuals looked at Zhang Yuan, who was unharmed, with expressions of disbelief.
Bai Jingwe and Wan Chang'an rushed to Zhang Yuan's side, concerned, and asked, "Child, are you all right? Is there any discomfort?" "I'm fine." Zhang Yuan looked puzzled and asked, "President Bai, General Wan, can you tell me what's going on? I just pulled out a top scorer's reward. Is it really necessary to make such a big fuss? Even the two of you came." Bai Jingwe, having used elemental power to examine Zhang Yuan's body, sighed with relief and said to Wan Chang'an, "The examination is complete. He has no curse effects on him." Wan Chang'an looked at Zhang Yuan in shock. "A child, what did you do? How did you avoid the curse after obtaining the cursed king's blade?" Zhang Yuan replied, "Perhaps it's because I have the curse heart."
Oh, what's that?
Bai Jingwe and Wan Chang'an asked in unison. "Don't you two know?" Zhang Yuan realized that the curse heart he obtained from the Shadow Forest dungeon might not be a simple piece of equipment. He immediately closed his mouth and glanced around at the powerful figures present. Bai Jingwe quickly understood Zhang Yuan's concern and said, "Don't worry, child. Everyone here is trustworthy. No one will harm you." Wan Chang'an also nodded slightly. "That's right. Even if there are traitors within the Great Xia Empire, they cannot be among us. Speak freely." Reassured by Bai Jingwe and Wan Chang'an, Zhang Yuan no longer hesitated. He explained, "The curse heart is an equipment I obtained after defeating Otis and clearing the Abyss dungeon. Its effect is to turn curses inflicted on me into positive effects." What an incredible item!" Bai Jingwe exclaimed in amazement, then looked at Zhang Yuan with a meaningful expression. "Obtaining the cursed king's blade from the central trial tower is truly fate." Zhang Yuan asked, "President Bai, is there any special story behind the cursed king's blade?" Bai Jingwe fell into reminiscence. 30 years ago, an Abyss Demon King led an army of Abyss Demons to invade the Great Xia Empire. After we suffered heavy losses, we finally managed to kill that Demon King and drive back the Abyss army. The cursed king's blade is the divine artifact left behind after the death of that Demon King. Zhang Yuan was startled. He hadn't expected to draw such an item. Bai Jingwe continued, "Yes, and this isn't just any divine artifact. It seems to be a token of the Abyss Demon royal family, extremely important to the Abyss. After we obtained the cursed king's blade, the Abyss held a deep grudge against us, focusing most of their military might on our Great Xia Empire, which alleviated the Abyss pressure on other countries. We once wanted to use the cursed king's blade against the Abyss, but unfortunately, no one could withstand the curse of the artifact. In the end, we had to seal it beneath the central trial tower. I never expected it to be taken out by you." At this moment, Wan Chang'an turned to all the strong figures present and said sternly, "Listen up, everyone. Everything that has happened here today stays within these walls. If anyone leaks this matter, don't blame me for being unforgiving." The crowd responded seriously, "Understood." Seeing that Bai Jingwe had kept him behind, Zhang Yuan curiously asked, "President Bai, is there something special you need me to do? Do you know about special awakenings?" Bai Jingwe asked. "Of course. Every profession can go to the awakening hall at level 30 to undergo a career awakening, which further strengthens the profession and significantly improves various attributes." Bai Jingwe nodded. "That's right. Level 30 is a critical juncture. Successfully awakening can greatly enhance a profession's strength, while those who fail will remain stuck at level 30 until they succeed in awakening. Some professions may be weak before the first awakening but become extremely powerful after the first and second awakenings. Conversely, some professions that are strong early on may become weak after the first and second awakenings. However, I'm not mentioning this to make you worry about the strength of your profession after awakening. Your current profession strength is already comparable to many professions after the second awakening. Even if the increase from awakening is small, it won't be significantly weak." Zhang Yuan asked, "So what is it that President Bai wants to say?" Bai Jingwe said, "Do you know about special awakenings?" Zhang Yuan nodded. "I've learned that most people undergo their career awakening in the awakening hall, but there is another method involving special awakening stones. Professionals who use awakening stones for their awakening gain different additional attributes based on the type of awakening stone. However, awakening stones are extremely rare. Even the lowest grade bronze awakening stones can fetch billions at auction, and higher grade stones are rarely available." Bai Jingwe said, "That's right, awakening stones are such precious items. Even I, when I underwent my first awakening, had to do so at the awakening hall without the use of an awakening stone. But Zhang Yuan, you're very fortunate.
I happen to know that there is a divine-grade first-tier awakening stone in a dungeon, and so far, no one has been able to obtain it.
Zhang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. A divine-grade awakening stone? Zhang Yuan thought he might have heard wrong. President Bai, you're not joking, are you? How could such a valuable item remain unclaimed? Bai Zhenghua smiled. Perhaps I didn't express it clearly. It's not that no one has tried to take it, but rather, no one has been able to, including me, Wan Chang'an, and even the top experts from major families in the country. Zhang Yuan felt his heart sink. If even you can't get it, I'm afraid I won't be able to either. But no, on the contrary, you might be the only one who can obtain it. Why? The dungeon with the divine-grade awakening stone was created after the fall of the cursed king. It is limited to levels below 30, has no difficulty choices, and only allows one person to enter. That does sound very challenging, but with the Great Xia Empire being so vast, surely someone must be able to solo such a dungeon? Bai Zhenghua replied, you're right. Powerful legendary-level professions and a few god-level professions have the capability to solo dungeons, but this one is different. Anyone who enters will be subjected to a curse throughout, which cannot be purified. Attributes are reduced by 90%, movement speed is reduced by 90%, skill cooldown times are increased by 100%, and physical and mental strength continuously decrease until death by curse. Even the tankiest warrior will see their health drop to 0 in less than 10 seconds and be forced to retreat. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up. It sounds like this dungeon is tailor-made for me. Bai Zhenghua said, exactly. When you mentioned that your curse heart can turn curses into positive effects, I knew only you could obtain that divine-grade awakening stone. Zhang Yuan was excited. It sounds amazing. I'm already looking forward to that dungeon. Bai Zhenghua smiled kindly, placed a hand on Zhang Yuan's shoulder, and then the space around them slightly distorted before turning into light and dissipating. The cursed dungeon was located on the outskirts of the Abyss battlefield, thousands of kilometers from the capital. Even Bai Zhenghua, being a space mage, would require some time to transport there. Zhang Yuan found himself in a mystical space where flowing lights created a surreal tunnel composed of stretched and twisted images. After 10 seconds, Zhang Yuan stepped onto a piece of blackened ground. Bai Zhenghua nodded approvingly and pointed ahead. There, that is the cursed dungeon. A level 30 hidden dungeon with no difficulty choices, it was clearly a place of peril. Bai Zhenghua continued, normally, we would wait until you were level 30 before bringing you here, but recently the Abyss has been growing more restless. More and more dungeons are being invaded by the Abyss, and our front lines are retreating continuously, forcing us to consolidate our defenses. In a month's time, this place might be reclaimed by the Abyss, so we have to let you come now. Zhang Yuan said, don't worry, President Bai. I'm confident I can clear this dungeon. Bai Zhenghua nodded and handed Zhang Yuan a forced return scroll. However, if you find it too difficult, don't push yourself too hard. You can withdraw from the dungeon and come back after leveling up some more. Your life comes first. I got it. As Zhang Yuan entered the dungeon, he found himself in a vast black swamp. The swamp was large, with an odor of decaying plants and animals in the air. Deep within the swamp was a gigantic corpse, larger than a mountain, emitting a foul stench and not yet fully decomposed. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan felt a cold and eerie aura emanating from the corpse deep within the swamp, entering his body. Cursed, all attributes reduced by 90%, movement speed reduced by 90%, skill cooldown increased by 100%, continuously depleting stamina and mental strength until death by curse, Zhang Yuan saw the notification that he was cursed and immediately felt a tremendous boost in his abilities. All his attributes increased by 90%, making him even stronger than a typical level 30 awakened profession. He now resembled a humanoid boss. Zhang Yuan could only imagine how devastating his sword strikes would be against monsters. With his attributes enhanced across the board, even the oppressive and eerie swamp seemed picturesque to him. I wonder how strong the monsters here are. As Zhang Yuan advanced toward the center of the swamp, he encountered 3 massive frogs that were taller than humans. Their skin was covered in hard coral, they had horns on their heads, and their mouths were filled with fangs. The 3 giant frogs, upon seeing Zhang Yuan, immediately leaped over 10 meters high and came crashing down on him like missiles. He activated the Abyssal Eye first. Cursed Demon Frog Elite. Level 30. Strength, 15,000. Agility, 10,000. Mental, 10,000. Stern Konstitution, 10,000 Stern. Skill, Meteor Strike. The attributes of these ordinary monsters in this dungeon were even higher than those of a level 30 hidden boss. Seeing the attributes, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but gasp. The fact that these minions were comparable to hidden bosses was shocking, but the real issue was that this was a single-player dungeon with a level restriction of 30, and the challenge was exacerbated by a 90% attribute reduction curse that also continuously depleted stamina and mental strength. Not to mention, if a level 30 profession entered this dungeon, they would die in droves. And no wonder no one has obtained the Divine Grade Awakening Stone to date. This dungeon isn't meant for anyone to conquer. Zhang Yuan mused, and with a single swing of his sword, he dispatched all 3 giant frogs. Oh well, except for me. Successfully killed Cursed Demon Frog, experience plus 50,000. Successfully killed Cursed Demon Snake, experience plus 50,000. Successfully killed Cursed Demon Crab, experience plus 50,000. Gain Demon Frog Skin x10, Demon Snake Scales x3, Demon Crab Meat x3. Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest, 22/100000. A series of kill notifications rang out, and a golden light burst from Zhang Yuan's body as he leveled up to 22. Seeing that he earned 50,000 experience points per monster, and clearing all monsters within a 500-meter radius resulted in a level up, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but marvel. However, upon further consideration, it made sense. After all, his level was just above 20, and this was a level 30 hidden difficulty dungeon, so such high experience rewards were expected. Others couldn't level up like this. After clearing the surrounding monsters, Zhang Yuan took a few more steps forward, only to suddenly find himself stepping into a pit. The ground he was standing on turned into a quagmire, and his entire foot sank into it.
Rakshasa King.
Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan summoned the Rakshasa King to pull him to the shore. That was close. I nearly overlooked that this is a swamp. Looking at the vast expanse of mud ahead, Zhang Yuan broke into a cold sweat. If he had reacted any slower, he might not have had the chance to use the forced return scroll. After the close call, Zhang Yuan became more cautious and began using the Rakshasa King to scout ahead. Whenever the Rakshasa King stepped on a swamp trap, Zhang Yuan would recall it into his mask and then resummon it to continue scouting. In this way, Zhang Yuan advanced through the swamp, step by step, using the Rakshasa King as a vanguard. However, after Zhang Yuan had walked 500 meters forward, the Rakshasa King, which was scouting ahead, suddenly stopped and began to twist, its health rapidly decreasing. An attack! Zhang Yuan reacted swiftly, immediately recalling the Rakshasa King into his mask. He then saw twisted, crawling traces on the swamp ground, as if something was approaching him. Suddenly, Qishao appeared in front of Zhang Yuan, and with a thud, Qishao trembled, causing Zhang Yuan's stamina to drop by a tenth. An invisible monster? And it hit so hard? Zhang Yuan was startled to see his stamina drop by a tenth. Despite his attributes having increased by 90% and his 90% damage reduction, the monster still managed to reduce his stamina by a tenth with a single hit. If he didn't have his damage reduction talent and the special weapon's protective attribute, he might have died here. At that moment, Zhang Lu also appeared on the other side, helping Zhang Yuan block the attack and preventing him from becoming stunned. There's more than one. Zhang Yuan realized that there was more than one invisible monster around and immediately became alert. Although he had his sword formation, the Cursed King's Blade, and the Dungeon Curse's triple stamina recovery, as long as he wasn't killed instantly, he could quickly recover to full health. But if he was attacked by a large number of enemies at once, he might directly trigger Qi Zhao's invincibility passive. He needed to complete this dungeon within a month, and Qi Zhao's invincibility passive had a cooldown of 1 month. With the dungeon's progress being less than 1/10 complete, if he used the invincibility passive here, his chances of clearing the dungeon would be slim. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan used a wide-area mental storm. Successfully killed Cursed Demon Snake, experience plus 50,000. Successfully killed Cursed Demon Snake, experience plus 50,000. Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest, 35/100000. Gain Demon Snake Scales x5. A series of kill notifications for the Cursed Demon Snakes appeared on Zhang Yuan's panel and his experience increased significantly. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Bai Zhengguo was observing Zhang Yuan's situation through the dungeon detection talisman. Indeed, I wasn't mistaken about this kid. This dungeon is probably something only he can clear. It might have been more stable if he were level 30, but unfortunately, there isn't much time left. Rumbling. As Bai Zhenghua sighed, the ground suddenly began to shake and the night sky in the distance turned blood red. Bai Zhenghua's expression changed slightly as he saw the red hue on the horizon.
That's the Abyss is attacking.
It seems the Abyss sensed that the Cursed King's crystal core might be taken and has launched an advance attack. Although we have enough troops on the front line, the Abyss might send bosses over level 80. With a changing expression, Bai Zhenghua deliberated for a moment and decided to rush to the front line to provide support. Bai Zhenghua set up a temporary teleportation array outside the dungeon for Zhang Yuan and left a message before soaring into the sky and disappearing toward the front line. Zhang Yuan, unaware of the changes in the Abyss battlefield, used the Rakshasa King to scout and periodically released Mental Storm to ensure that there were no monsters within a 500-meter radius. Thanks to the curse in the dungeon, Zhang Yuan was able to quickly recover his mental strength and the cooldown time for his skills was halved. He could now almost continuously cast Mental Storm without any consumption. After cautiously navigating the dungeon for over an hour, Zhang Yuan finally arrived in front of the massive corpse.
It hasn't been easy to get here.
Zhang Yuan sighed deeply. His experience bar was already at 90% and he was about to level up to 23, yet he still hadn't encountered the true elite monsters of this dungeon.
He cast Mental Storm.
Standing before the gigantic corpse, Zhang Yuan used Mental Storm to confirm that no invisible monsters were nearby before using Abyssal Eye on the corpse.
The remains of a certain king, which may conceal a great secret.
Stern. Abyssal Eye provided Zhang Yuan with only this brief text and no further information.
What is this? Am I supposed to dissect the corpse?
Not knowing what else to do, Zhang Yuan decided to order the Rakshasa King to cut open the corpse. A foul odor emanated from the corpse.
Rakshasa King is cursed, attributes increased.
Stern.
Rakshasa King is cursed, attributes increased.
Stern. A series of messages appeared on Zhang Yuan's panel indicating that the Rakshasa King was receiving curses. Fortunately, the effect of his cursed heart also applied to his summons, and the Rakshasa King wasn't harmed but rather accelerated in clearing the way. Rakshasa King is affected by a special level curse, permanent +10 to all attributes. Stern. Rakshasa King is affected by a special level curse, permanent +10 to all attributes. Stern. As the Rakshasa King delved deeper into the giant corpse, the notification on Zhang Yuan's panel changed, causing him to raise an eyebrow.
Permanent attribute increase? Is there such a good thing?
Seeing the Rakshasa King's permanent attribute boost, Zhang Yuan was tempted and took out 2 tissues to block his nose, ready to enter the corpse and endure the curse's trials.
Rakshasa King has died.
Stern. Before Zhang Yuan could enter the interior of the corpse, the notification of the Rakshasa King's death stopped him in his tracks. Didn't I clear the monsters with Mental Storm?
Huditse Rakshasa King di.
The sudden death of the Rakshasa King made Zhang Yuan calm down quickly. He waited outside for the Rakshasa King to respawn. Under the curse in this dungeon, with skill cooldowns halved and rapid recovery of stamina and mental strength, the Rakshasa King's revival speed wasn't slow. Zhang Yuan didn't wait long before the Rakshasa King was back in action. This time, Zhang Yuan switched to the Rakshasa King's perspective, personally controlling it to enter the corpse, cut away the rotten flesh, and clear a path. Rakshasa King is affected by a special level curse, permanent +10 to all attributes. Stern. The special curse notification appeared again, providing Zhang Yuan with a bit of psychological comfort as he endured the nauseating odor.
Just a little longer.
While Zhang Yuan was thinking this, he suddenly saw a flesh and blood creature burst out from the rotting flesh and tightly grasp the Rakshasa King, biting into its neck. The Rakshasa King's health rapidly declined. Before it was killed, Zhang Yuan used Abyssal Eye on the flesh creature.
King's Flesh Elite. Level 30.
Skill, Weaken Curse, Fatal Bloodsucking, Undying. Stern. A level 30 elite monster with all attributes at 0 was something Zhang Yuan had never seen before. What a strange attribute panel. Attributes are all 0, but it moves so fast and can even kill the Rakshasa King in one hit. The Rakshasa King's permanent attribute increase is due to the Weaken Curse, and its death was likely caused by the Fatal Bloodsucking skill. My Mental Storm didn't kill them because of their Undying skill. Given their rapid movement, there should be a single creature controlling all these flesh monsters, which must be the boss. Zhang Yuan gathered some information from the Blood Flesh Monster's skill panel but still hadn't fully figured out the monster mechanics.
He couldn't advance recklessly and had to wait patiently for the Rakshasa King to respawn. After some time, the Rakshasa King reappeared before Zhang Yuan and was sent back into the giant corpse to clear the path. Rakshasa King is affected by a special level curse, permanent +10 to all attributes. Stern. I hear it comes. Seeing the curse prompt, Zhang Yuan held his breath and focused. He quickly noticed a slight bulge in the flesh to the left of the Rakshasa King. Skill, Flash of the Sword. A flash of sword light cut through the flesh monster that emerged, slicing it in half. However, the monster that had been cut into two turned into two new monsters, one on each side, entwining the Rakshasa King and draining it to a husk. Rakshasa King has died. Stern. The Rakshasa King was killed once more. Is there really anyone who can clear this dungeon? Seeing the Rakshasa King killed again by the flesh monsters, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but complain. Despite having the attributes of a level 30 hidden boss and the curse amplification in the dungeon, making the Rakshasa King far stronger than any level 30 human player, it was still killed 3 times. Even if other players managed to bypass the dungeon's elite monsters and reach this point, they would still face a dead end. I forget about the attribute increases, I'll just push through. Unable to find a method to kill the flesh monsters effectively, Zhang Yuan decided to use the Rakshasa King to clear the path. Since there was no time limit on the dungeon and the Rakshasa King could respawn indefinitely, he would just keep digging through bit by bit. Determined, Zhang Yuan continued to wait for the Rakshasa King to revive, then sent it back into the flesh tunnel to hack away at the flesh. Rakshasa King is affected by a special level curse, permanent +10 to all attributes. Stern. Rakshasa King has died. Stern. The Rakshasa King advanced less than 10 meters before being killed by the flesh monsters again. Zhang Yuan waited in place for the Rakshasa King to revive and resumed clearing the path. Seeing the Rakshasa King tirelessly clearing the way, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, Rakshasa King, though you die, you resurrect. Die and resurrect again, jumping in front of the gates of hell repeatedly, your life is countless, and yet the king's corpse's flesh does not increase. Why bother if you can't clear the way? Ancient tales speak of the foolish old man moving mountains. Today we have the Rakshasa digging through corpses, same principle. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, the freshly revived Rakshasa King seemed to roll its eyes at him before once again shouldering its great sword and diving into the flesh. After countless repetitions, the Rakshasa King finally reached the chest cavity of the king's remains, entering a spacious area. There were no internal organs in the chest cavity. The dome was supported by enormous ribs of flesh, and in the middle of the chest cavity floated a black stone. Zhang Yuan used Abyssal Eye through the Rakshasa King. First awakening stone, divine? Note, transformed from the essence of a certain king. The user of this awakening stone will gain the power of the king. Stern. That must be the divine awakening stone. After hours of digging, Zhang Yuan finally saw the awakening stone he had been dreaming of, and he was thoroughly excited. However, amid his excitement, Zhang Yuan remained calm and did not personally enter the corpse. The boss had not appeared, and the flesh monsters were still unresolved. In such a situation, losing the Rakshasa King was enough. Controlling the Rakshasa King, Zhang Yuan directed it toward the awakening stone. But before it could get far, the flesh ground began to sprout a large number of flesh monsters. A rough skin revealed there were hundreds of them.
So many?
Zhang Yuan saw the flesh monsters blocking the Rakshasa King's path and furrowed his brows. With the Rakshasa King's abilities, it was impossible to pass through those flesh monsters' defenses. It seems like this is where we have to stop. To get that awakening stone, I need to find the boss controlling these monsters. Zhang Yuan let the Rakshasa King be killed by the flesh monsters and waited for it to respawn. This time, Zhang Yuan did not send the Rakshasa King into the corpse but instead had it climb along the surface of the corpse to search for the boss. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan circled the giant corpse, looking for clues. No dungeon is unbeatable. Since this dungeon exists, no matter how difficult it is, there must be a way to clear it. After circling the corpse, Zhang Yuan soon noticed that at a rotting wound on the corpse's shoulder, a flesh monster was entangled in water plants and was motionless. Indeed, even though it was a level 30 monster, with all attributes at 0, it was powerless once it was entangled by ordinary water plants.
Rakshasa King, come quickly.
Seeing the flesh monster entangled by water plants, Zhang Yuan had a sudden idea. He immediately called the Rakshasa King to his side.
Go touch it.
The Rakshasa King followed the order and touched the flesh monster. Rakshasa King is affected by a special level curse, permanent +10 to all attributes. Stern. The panel showed that the Rakshasa King's attributes were permanently increased and the immobilized flesh monster could not attack the Rakshasa King. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan's face broke into a sinister grin. This was the perfect spot for attribute grinding. Zhang Yuan licked his lips and tentatively touched the flesh monster. Affected by a special level curse, permanent +10 to all attributes. Stern. The panel showed that Zhang Yuan's attributes had all increased by 10 points.
Oh indeed, as long as I touch these monsters, I get cursed.
Zhang Yuan immediately instructed the Rakshasa King and himself to keep touching the flesh monster with their fingers, causing the monsters to constantly curse them. Affected by a special level curse, permanent +10 to all attributes. Stern. Affected by a special level curse, permanent +10 to all attributes. Stern. Every 10 seconds, Zhang Yuan and the Rakshasa King's attributes increased by 10 permanently. Zhang Yuan continued to grind his attributes, even forgetting his initial goal in the dungeon. Grinding attributes was as addictive as leveling up. Finally, after the progress of the artifact quest reached 1982, Zhang Yuan had cleared all the monsters in the chest cavity.
Gah, finally done.
Zhang Yuan sighed in relief but did not relax. He sent the Rakshasa King to retrieve the awakening stone to avoid any traps. Successfully cleared the king's burial grounds dungeon. Stern. Received first awakening stone, divine. Stern. The dungeon completion prompt appeared, and Zhang Yuan obtained the divine awakening stone. The dungeon's teleportation exit appeared beside him.
Is it over already?
Zhang Yuan looked at the awakening stone in his hand and the dungeon's exit, stunned. Although the difficulty of this dungeon was exaggerated, it was within Zhang Yuan's acceptable range. Moreover, he hadn't fought a single boss, he had only encountered small monsters. Even with the Curse Heart and the Cursed King's Blade helping, clearing this dungeon was too easy. If other players had the Curse Heart and the Cursed King's Blade and were sufficiently powerful, they could also easily clear this dungeon. The mismatch between the dungeon's rewards and difficulty made Zhang Yuan sense a conspiracy. Talent I am legendary activated, discovering that there is a mythic trial in the dungeon, forcibly dropping the mythic trial opening item. Stern. Suddenly, a message appeared on Zhang Yuan's panel, and where the awakening stone was placed, a normal-sized black heart emerged.
A mythic trial.
Stern. Seeing that his talent had triggered a mythic trial, Zhang Yuan's pupils contracted sharply, and he was overwhelmed with intense emotions. It turned out that this dungeon hid an enormous secret, as the Abyssal Eye had hinted. Zhang Yuan immediately used the Abyssal Eye on the black heart. Cursed King's Heart, divine. Note: the fallen king will eventually return. Stern. Reading the note about the Cursed King's Heart, Zhang Yuan suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. The Cursed King might return, and the key was the Cursed King's Blade and the Divine Awakening Stone. If Zhang Yuan used this Divine Awakening Stone, he might eventually be possessed by the Cursed King. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yuan picked up the Cursed King's Heart. Do you wish to awaken the Cursed King's soul and start the mythic trial? Stern. Warning! This trial is extremely dangerous. Stern. A red warning appeared on Zhang Yuan's panel, indicating that the upcoming trial would likely be beyond imagination. Zhang Yuan smiled wryly. I've already been drawn into this trap. If I leave now, I'll only become the Cursed King's puppet. This mythic trial is my only chance to fight back.
How can I back down now?
Start the trial. As Zhang Yuan chose to start the trial, the black heart in his hand suddenly emitted thick black mist. This mist then formed into a black vortex, drawing him into it. When Zhang Yuan regained his senses, he found himself on a platform suspended in mist. The Rakshasa King was gone and the storage space was disabled, making it impossible to use teleportation scrolls. Right from the start, it's a dead end. Zhang Yuan scanned his surroundings. The platform was only about 100 square meters, and beyond it was an endless expanse of thick mist, obscuring everything beyond. There was no way to escape. I didn't expect that someone could see through this king's scheme and come here. At that moment, a deep and magnetic voice echoed across the platform, and a handsome man in a black robe with an obsidian brooch on his chest appeared out of nowhere. If not for the man's red eyes and goat-like horns on his head, it would be hard to distinguish if he was human or demon. The moment the cursed king appeared, his aura was so oppressive that Zhang Yuan could barely breathe. Zhang Yuan immediately used the abyssal eye. Unable to detect the target. Stern. As expected, Zhang Yuan couldn't obtain any information about the cursed king. A mere level 22 human dares to attempt to detect this king. Your courage is commendable. The cursed king mocked Zhang Yuan with a smile, then scanned Zhang Yuan. A sword array master? I've never heard of that class. Humans truly love to create flamboyant classes. Aside from equipment and other enhancements, having such high base attributes at level 22 means your class is quite powerful and could be a great threat to the abyss if it grows. Unfortunately, you will die here today. The cursed king extended his long index finger and pointed at Zhang Yuan in the air. Cursed heart has failed, all curses are converted to negative effects. Stern. Has the cursed heart failed? Zhang Yuan's pupils constricted slightly when he saw the message. The cursed king laughed. Your cursed heart was originally my power. Once I reclaim it, all the curses applied to you will revert to negative effects. You won't need to lift a finger, within 10 seconds you will be dead. A 10, 9, 8. The cursed king confidently began the countdown. However, halfway through, he noticed something was off and a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. Why are the curses ineffective on you? Seeing that he wasn't affected by the curses, Zhang Yuan sighed in relief. It seemed that the red sky could resist the cursed king's curse effects. The reason he dared to enter this mythic trial was that the red sky had a passive immunity to mental attacks. Curses were also considered mental attacks, and since the red sky could provide immunity, and given the cursed king's title, it meant curses were his signature technique. As long as the cursed king couldn't bypass the red sky's passive ability, Zhang Yuan would be immune to most of the cursed king's techniques. With this, Zhang Yuan now had a chance to pass the mythic trial. I see. Your specialized weapon can indeed resist my curses? The cursed king quickly realized why Zhang Yuan was immune to his curses and said with a smile, how interesting. Ordinary equipment cannot resist my curses, so it seems your specialized weapon is at the divine level and quite high in tier. However, if you think that this king only uses curses, you are too naive. Unfazed, the cursed king grinned and exuded an overwhelming aura that made Zhang Yuan struggle to breathe. Zhang Yuan instinctively lowered his head, feeling fear. He couldn't fight back. Absolutely outmatched. Facing the terrifying cursed king, Zhang Yuan's rationality and emotions were screaming that he was no match for the cursed king. Under the cursed king's immense pressure, Zhang Yuan even trembled, unable to hold his sword steady. The cursed king continued to smile, human boy, you are indeed impressive to still stand under my pressure. Others would have long been on the ground, begging for mercy. I have always admired talent, so I can give you a chance. If you are willing to submit to me, I will grant you the identity of an abyssal demon and appoint you a territory in the abyss. How about it? Initially frightened by the cursed king's pressure, Zhang Yuan instead started to laugh upon hearing the offer. What are you laughing at? The cursed king, observing Zhang Yuan trembling with fear but still smiling, couldn't help but feel a hint of confusion. This was the first time he had encountered someone like Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan looked up, meeting the cursed king's gaze, and said with a smile, Go, cursed king. Your contradictory actions have finally led me to the key to breaking the deadlock. The cursed king's pupils narrowed slightly, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. Zhang Yuan continued, Since this is a mythic trial, and I am the trial taker while you are the examiner, both of us must follow the rules of this mythic trial. At first, you unhesitatingly sealed the effect of my cursed heart, intending to use various curses to kill me. This shows you are very eager to kill me. Later, when you found that the curses were ineffective, you should have used other methods to kill me, but you didn't. Instead, you started using your aura to try and force me to surrender. Oh, cursed king, your contradictory behavior suggests that in this mythic trial dungeon, you must use curses to kill me, right? The cursed king, Seeing the cursed king's silence, Zhang Yuan's smile grew even wider. It seems I really made the right bet. Even you, the cursed king, cannot defy the rules of this world. Trials are trials, and even mythic trials certainly have a chance to clear. There's no such thing as a hopeless situation. And my red sky is the key to passing this trial. As soon as the words were spoken, the sword array space opened, and the red sky floated in front of Zhang Yuan. The red aura spread outward, dispersing the surrounding cursed mists.
Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha.
Impressive.
Really impressive. The cursed king suddenly burst into laughter. It's been a long time since I've encountered someone as interesting as you. It seems you reaching this point is truly no coincidence. You're right, this mythic trial is indeed a curse trial. No matter what methods you use, as long as you can withstand my curses, you have a chance to pass the trial.
Just a chance.
The cursed king grinned at Zhang Yuan. To clear the trial, you still need to defeat me. However, even though my strength is less than 1,000th of its peak, you're only a level 22 weakling. Even if you exert all your strength, you probably won't be able to break through my defenses. I only need to slowly wear down the durability of your equipment, and I can still kill you. Zhang Yuan suddenly laughed. A cursed king, what a pity. The cursed king was taken aback. What are you laughing about? Zhang Yuan shook his head and sarcastically said, perhaps it's just that you and the abyssal demons and I are destined to be at odds. It's quite a coincidence. My attacks ignore defenses and are also very painful. The red sky vanished, and 10 sword array spaces appeared around the cursed king. The red sky, Zhan Lu, and 8 iron swords shot towards the cursed king from 10 different directions. The red sky and Zhan Lu struck the cursed king simultaneously, dealing 3280 mental damage, and with the combined attack power of the two specialized weapons at 4000, plus a 1152% critical damage bonus and a 21x damage multiplier, the two specialized weapons dealt 60 million damage. Minus 63,984,211 damage. The terrifying damage stunned the cursed king. At the same time, the 8 iron swords, boosted by the critical damage and damage increase from the red sky and Zhan Lu, followed up with more attacks. Minus 1,279,680 damage. Another series of 1.27 million damage figures burst from the cursed king's head. Having suffered 2 nuclear explosion-level attacks in a row, the cursed king was startled into using his defensive skills and distancing himself from Zhang Yuan, exclaiming, "Kid, what kind of damage is this? I told you it would be very painful." Zhang Yuan chuckled lightly and continued to wield his sword towards the cursed king. The 8 iron swords disrupted the cursed king's vision, while the red sky and Zhan Lu focused on the main attack. In this trial dungeon, the cursed king could not use any offensive skills other than curses, and as he was just a fragment of a soul with less than 1,000th of his peak strength, dodging Zhang Yuan's attacks was extremely difficult. The red sky hit, minus 47,988,158 damage. Zhan Lu hit, minus 15,996,052 damage. Iron swords hit, minus 159,960 damage. Continuous damage numbers of varying sizes appeared above the cursed king, making him sweat profusely. Impossible. Impossible. It's one thing to ignore my defense, but how can you have such high damage? The cursed king was thoroughly shocked by Zhang Yuan's damage. He had originally thought that even if Zhang Yuan depleted the durability of his weapons, he wouldn't be able to wear down his health, but now it seemed that before Zhang Yuan's weapons were exhausted, his own health would be depleted first. As the cursed king was stunned, he was hit by 2 more sword strikes, and his breathing became rapid. "You little brat, don't get too complacent." The cursed king roared and directly applied various curses to himself, enhancing all his attributes. Boss phase 2. Soon, Zhang Yuan's speed with the flying swords couldn't keep up with the cursed king. The cursed king hovered in the air, looking down at Zhang Yuan. "Ahihi, kid. I have to admit, your damage is indeed very high. If you kept attacking me, I might be worn down and die. But unfortunately, your flying swords are too slow. As long as my speed is fast enough, you won't be able to hit me." Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed. He withdrew the flying swords into the sword array space and opened it around the cursed king again. But before the 10 flying swords could strike the cursed king, he teleported to another location. The cursed king continued to apply various curses to himself, rapidly recovering both physical and mental stamina. Zhang Yuan watched the cursed king with a smile and realized the flaws in his attack methods for the first time. His flying swords were more than sufficient to deal with lower-level monsters. No monster could dodge them. But once the enemy's speed increased and his flying swords couldn't keep up, he couldn't deal any damage. Unfortunately, Zhang Yuan did not have any skills that could guarantee a hit with the flying swords, so even if he recognized his shortcomings, he couldn't fix the situation right now. "Kid, have you run out of tricks?" The cursed king sneered, "Although you can immune my curses, if you don't defeat me, you won't be able to leave this place." At most, in half a month, you'll starve to death. Humans are such fragile things. Faced with the cursed king's mockery, Zhang Yuan fell silent. Indeed, he currently had no other means to deal with the cursed king. Although with the Red Sky and Zhan Lu equipped, he could deal millions of damage with Mental Storm against a single target. Without the Curse Hearts bonus, he couldn't use curses to recover mental energy. Mental Storm could only be used a few times before becoming ineffective against the cursed king.
Oh, indeed, it seems I still can't do it.
Zhang Yuan felt a bit reluctant, but the fact was that his abilities had limits. After all, he was only level 22, while his opponent was the ruler of the abyss. Even though he had fallen, he was still a ruler. This was certainly not something Zhang Yuan could defeat at his current stage. Mythic Trials. Truly dangerous with an exclamation mark. Zhang Yuan thought about this and laughed. In this desperate situation, he could only find some amusement in his misery. In this dire situation, you can still laugh. I have to say, you're quite optimistic. The cursed king smiled at Zhang Yuan. As I've said before, if you're willing to work for me, I will let you go. Moreover, I will grant you the power of the abyss and elevate you directly to level 70. With your talent, at level 70, you would be able to sweep through all of humanity. Zhang Yuan sneered, even if I starve to death here, I won't accept a morsel of your abyssal power. Ahihi. Then I'll just wait for you to starve to death. The cursed king sneered and stopped trying to persuade him, maintaining his distance from Zhang Yuan. During this time, Zhang Yuan had tried to ambush the cursed king, but the cursed king remained vigilant, and Zhang Yuan's attempts all ended in failure. And so, 5 days passed. Zhang Yuan was so hungry that his front was pressed against his back, lying on the ground unable to move. Hunger and thirst were slowly wearing down Zhang Yuan's will. Kid, it's only been 5 days, and you're already on the verge of collapsing? The cursed king, not far away, mocked Zhang Yuan lying on the ground. With such great talent, what's the use? In the end, you're still going to starve to death. Humans are inherently flawed creatures. You have short lifespans, you die without food, you die without water, and you're extremely prone to premature death. Yet, this fragile species of yours occupies all the sunlight in this world.
How unfair is that to the abyss?
Zhang Yuan, human abilities have limits.
Why don't you stop being human?
Zhang Yuan still sneered weakly, what if I die here? The cursed king's blade and the divine awakening stone have already been brought in. No one will ever enter this dungeon again. Your plan is ruined, and you'll be trapped here forever, with my remains as your only company.
Cursed king.
I admit defeat, but you haven't won either.
The cursed king
The cursed king fell silent. Clearly, Zhang Yuan had hit a nerve. In fact, when the cursed king was using his curse power to strengthen himself, he had already thought of 100 ways to exploit the dungeon's loopholes to deal with Zhang Yuan. He could have wrapped his curse power around his fist and engaged Zhang Yuan in hand-to-hand combat, which would also be considered a curse attack. Although curses were ineffective against Zhang Yuan, with his attributes, even basic attacks could have killed Zhang Yuan. But he didn't act on it. Because he had also considered the consequence Zhang Yuan mentioned. Now that the Curse Heart, Cursed King's Blade, and Divine Awakening Stone were all in Zhang Yuan's possession, even if someone else managed to clear the King's Burial Ground dungeon in the future, they wouldn't be able to obtain the Divine Awakening Stone. He would be trapped here forever. Seeing the Cursed King silent, Zhang Yuan laughed again, weakly saying, Cursed King, you said humans are fragile.
I admit that. But how about we compare willpower and courage?
Are you, a ruler of the abyss, willing to perish together with a nameless person like me? The cursed king never imagined that he would be pushed to such a state by a human boy. But the fact was, if he didn't want to be trapped here forever, Zhang Yuan couldn't die. However, the cursed king was unwilling to concede easily. He said coldly, Kid, you humans are all afraid of death. No matter how beautifully you speak, it doesn't hide your fear of death and your desire to survive.
I'll see if you're truly unafraid of death.
To the cursed king's words, Zhang Yuan just smiled and closed his eyes to conserve energy. Of course, he feared death, so he needed to think of death as sleep. An endless sleep. And so, 3 more days passed. Zhang Yuan's bodily functions had completely deteriorated. He was barely breathing and seemed to have only minutes left to live. The cursed king looked at Zhang Yuan lying on the ground, and a trace of horror flashed in his red eyes. He never expected that Zhang Yuan could truly withstand the fear of death and the desire to live. Now Zhang Yuan had lost consciousness entirely. If he didn't act soon, Zhang Yuan would surely die, and he would be eternally trapped in this narrow trial dungeon. The cursed king was a patient individual who could wait decades or even centuries for his plan to succeed, but he could not accept being trapped here forever.
Kid, you're ruthless.
The cursed king cursed angrily, finally deciding to restore Zhang Yuan's curse heart effect and apply a death curse, hunger curse, and thirst curse, bringing Zhang Yuan back to full health. Zhang Yuan opened his eyes again. Although he still felt mentally tormented by hunger and thirst, his body had regained vitality. Zhang Yuan stood up and smiled at the cursed king. Looks like I won in the end. You weren't brave enough to perish with me. The cursed king retorted, aren't you afraid that I have other means of resurrection?
Then I'll just die, Zhang Yuan shrugged.
Do I have any other choice?
The cursed king, I said before you can join the abyss. I can grant you a duke's title and make you a significant figure in the abyss. Zhang Yuan, I said I won't join the abyss.
ATSK.
Even after dying once, you're still so stubborn. The cursed king clicked his tongue and then said, Kid, how about we both take a step back? Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow, you go first. The cursed king, I can admit defeat and let you pass this mythic trial, but on the condition that you sign a demon contract with me.
A demon contract?
Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He had heard of such contracts. A small number of humans sign contracts with abyssal demons to gain powerful abilities, but they also pay a corresponding price, sometimes even selling their souls. Once, a high-ranking official of the Great Xia Empire signed a contract with an abyssal demon to extend his life. The power from the demon gave him a longer lifespan, but the cost was becoming a traitor, betraying the Great Xia Empire. In the end, the traitor caused immense losses to the empire. Seeing Zhang Yuan's look of resistance, the cursed king was unconcerned and smiled, Zhang Yuan, this is the greatest concession I can make. Perhaps you humans misunderstand demon contracts, but in reality, a demon contract is the most fair contract in this world. To gain benefits, one must pay a price, that is only natural. After signing the demon contract, both parties must abide by its terms, and no one can defy it. Zhang Yuan was silent for a moment before asking, what are the terms of the demon contract? The cursed king spread his palm and a purple flame ignited in his palm. Eventually, the flame coalesced into a parchment covered in demonic script. The parchment then floated in front of Zhang Yuan. Take a look yourself. Zhang Yuan immediately used abyssal eye on the parchment. Cursed king's contract. Demon of the contract, Aridus. Contract object, Zhang Yuan. Terms, the cursed king Aridus will admit defeat in the mythic trial and allow Zhang Yuan to pass. In return, Zhang Yuan must give Aridus 50% of the experience he gains until level 70. 50% of the experience?
Why don't you go and steal it?
Zhang Yuan couldn't help but curse when he saw the contract terms. He now needed over 1 million experience points to level up, and the required experience would only increase. If he had to give 50% to Aridus, he could barely imagine how tough leveling up would be. Aridus sneered, a kid, we abyssal demons always seek fair trade. The rewards you get from clearing the mythic dungeon are worth the 50% experience given to me.
In fact, I'm asking for less.
Zhang Yuan, if I'm to level up to 70, does that mean you'll be resurrected on that day? Aridus didn't hide his intentions, you should be aware of our current situation. I will naturally be resurrected, otherwise I wouldn't be saving you. Zhang Yuan thought for a moment. Although the risk of resurrecting the cursed king was significant, by then he would also be level 70, and he would likely have collected and fully refined all 10 special weapons. The peak state cursed king might not be his match. With this in mind, Zhang Yuan looked at Aridus. If that's all there is to the contract, then I can sign it. Aridus sneered, don't confuse me with those petty demons who play tricks. I don't bother with traps in the contract terms. Zhang Yuan didn't trust Aridus's words, but he had no other options right now. Do you wish to sign a demon contract with the cursed king Aridus? Note, Aridus is a former demon king, and signing a contract with him may lead to unknown consequences. I confirm. Zhang Yuan chose to sign the contract, and the floating parchment was immediately burned to ashes by flames. Contract effective. A notification appeared in the panel indicating the contract was now in effect. Aridus's entire body was engulfed in flames. Aridus, bathed in fire, looked at Zhang Yuan with a grin. Zhang Yuan, I look forward to the day you reach level 70. By then, I will return in my full glory. I wonder if you will be able to stop me then.
Zhang Yuan replied, Aridis, I will stop you.
Ahaha, we shall see.
Aridis was consumed by the flames and turned to ashes. Successfully killed the remnant soul of the cursed king. Experience plus 10 million, minus 50%. Acquired a transmutation awakening stone, divine level, cursed king's heart, divine level. Cursed king's heart, divine level curse effects applied to oneself are transformed into positive effects. All attacks have the curse attribute and randomly apply curses that cannot be purified, excluding the holder. No equipment level restriction, does not occupy equipment slots. Completed mythical trial. Acquired title, Cursed King. Cursed King title, unique all attributes plus 10,000. Can command abyssal monsters of the mental type.
A ding.
Achievement strategizing with the king detected. Reward, awakening divine level talent.
Congratulations.
Host has awakened divine level talent, Abyssal King. Abyssal King, each abyssal monster killed permanently increases all attributes by 1 point. Cleared the King's Burial Ground dungeon. Received Divine Stones X2. Received Class-Specific Skill Scroll X1. Received Basic Skill Scroll X1000. A plethora of reward notifications appeared, nearly blinding Zhang Yuan. He immediately checked his current attributes. At this point, Zhang Yuan's four-dimensional attributes had become so exaggerated that he resembled a humanoid boss. His combat power had increased several times. So this is the reward for the mythical trial? I didn't expect it to be a title. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but marvel. Titles were incredibly rare, equivalent to replaceable talents, and had great significance. As for the newly awakened Abyssal King, divine level talent, Zhang Yuan could hardly imagine how terrifying his attributes would grow as he mass-killed monsters in the Abyss battlefield. The strong remained strong. Zhang Yuan was only level 24, but the gap between him and ordinary practitioners was widening unconsciously. After reviewing the major rewards, Zhang Yuan eagerly took out the class-specific skill scroll. Before reaching level 30, a practitioner could learn up to 3 class-specific skills. The sword array and attribute conversion of the sword array master had already provided Zhang Yuan with tremendous help in combat. Now Zhang Yuan was very curious about what the final class-specific skill before level 30 would be. Using the class-specific skill scroll. Acquired skill, Sword Intent Acceleration, level 1. Sword Intent Acceleration, level 1 increases flying sword speed by 100%. Accelerating flying sword speed. Why didn't I get this skill earlier? Seeing his newly acquired skill, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but curse. If he had had this skill sooner, he wouldn't have been tormented by the cursed king for so long. Nevertheless, complaints aside, this new skill solved a major issue for Zhang Yuan, and that was something to be happy about. After using the class-specific skill scroll, Zhang Yuan took out the basic skill scrolls. Before level 30, besides the 3 class-specific skills, a practitioner could learn 5 general skills. Zhang Yuan had obtained 1,000 skill scrolls in this dungeon, enough to master all general skills. With 1,000 basic skill scrolls, I should get some useful skills, right? Zhang Yuan decided not to leave the trial space just yet and sat down to use the basic skill scrolls. A large number of basic skill scrolls were consumed, with beams of white light flashing. Acquired skill, Mastery of Cooking level 10. Mastery of Cooking level 10 food cooked is exceptionally delicious. Acquired skill, Poison Mastery level 10. Poison Mastery level 10 poison damage increased by 100%. Acquired skill, Medical Mastery level 10. Potion Enhancement, level 10 potion healing effect increased by 100%. Acquired skill, Hidden Weapon Mastery, level 10. Hidden Weapon Mastery, level 10 projectile damage increased by 100%. After using several hundred basic skill scrolls, Zhang Yuan acquired 4 general skills that weren't very useful. The downside of general skills was apparent here. If luck wasn't on your side, you might end up with skills that were not very impactful.
Bam!
Wait a minute, Hidden Weapon Mastery increases projectile damage by 100%. Do flying swords count as projectiles? Zhang Yuan noticed the description of one of the skills and suddenly had a hunch. He immediately took out a test dummy from his storage space to test the damage. An iron sword pierced the test dummy. Minus 389,439 damage. Nearly 390,000 damage. Normally, without equipping Qishao and Zhanlu with a 20x damage bonus, an Iron Sword's damage should be around 370,000. Now, the damage is 390,000, which means a 21x damage bonus.
This is useful.
Zhang Yuan calculated in his head and was delighted to find that the flying sword did indeed benefit from hidden weapon mastery. Finally, a good skill among the general skills. After organizing his newly acquired equipment, talents, and skills, Zhang Yuan eagerly rubbed his hands, ready for the main event of this haul. 2 divine stones, 2 new exclusive weapons. Zhang Yuan took out the fate compass from his storage space and placed the 2 divine stones into it. Double draw. The 2 divine stones turned into light spots in the fate compass, which then rolled through numerous cards. The magic array in the compass glowed red. 2 red cards bearing the image of the azure sword flew out, finally transforming into 2 divine swords, Zhanlu. The Zhanlu in the sword array space actively flew out and fused with the new Zhanlu, causing an incredibly terrifying force to erupt. Zhang Yuan felt as if he was submerged by an ocean. Divine Sword Zhanlu exclusive level 3 attack plus 3000, damage plus 300%, automatically protects the user. User is immune to water attribute attacks, damage dealt by the user is converted into a temporary shield lasting 1 minute. No equipment level restriction. Artifact task, find Zhanlu stone 0/1. Note, one of the 10 great swords, protects the user and dispels demons, cleanses the world. Ahem. Seeing the new attributes of Zhanlu, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but gasp. The ability to convert damage into a temporary shield is considered a divine skill for other damage-dealing classes, but for Zhang Yuan, this was akin to cheating. Zhang Yuan's damage was already overflowing. With Qishao and Zhanlu together, his damage was measured in the hundreds of millions, which equates to a shield value of hundreds of millions. Zhang Yuan couldn't even imagine anyone being able to kill him after he unleashes a basic attack. One can only say that exclusive weapons truly live up to their name. Even without full refinement, the stats are already so exaggerated. It's hard to imagine how terrifying these weapons will be once fully refined. Zhang Yuan was very satisfied with the attributes of his refined Zhanlu, but he had never heard of the Zhanlu stone required for the artifact task and could only put this task on hold for now. After organizing his loot and with his excitement subsiding, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt an unbearable hunger and thirst. He immediately took out the rations and water from his storage space and ate and drank heartily. Satisfied after his meal, Zhang Yuan left the dungeon. However, as soon as he emerged, he smelled an extremely strong scent of blood in the air. Roars came from the distance. The sword array was immediately deployed, with 10 iron swords appearing out of thin air, surrounding Zhang Yuan. Several arrows shot through the air and were intercepted by Zhang Yuan's iron swords. Zhang Yuan looked in the direction from which the arrows came and saw several abyssal creatures charging toward him. Using Abyssal Eye. Abyssal Acha Elite.
Level 35.
Strength 12,000. Agility 15,000. Mentality 3,000. Konstitution 5,000. Skills, Demon Piercing Arrow, Triple Shot. Hellhound.
Level 30.
Strength 2,000. Agility 10,000. Mentality 500. Konstitution 3,000. Skills, Sprint, Hellroar. Seeing that their initial attack failed, the abyssal archers drew their bows again. However, before they could shoot, Zhang Yuan's flying swords turned them into Swiss cheese. Successfully killed abyssal archer, experience plus 30,000, minus 50%. Successfully killed hellhound, experience plus 20,000, minus 50%. Obtained abyssal archer heart x1, hellhound teeth x2. Cursed King's Blade Artifact Task, 1990/100000. Abyssal King talent triggered, all attributes plus 8 permanently. A series of notifications flashed on the panel. Before Zhang Yuan could fully check them, he heard screams coming from a distance.
Someone is being attacked.
Zhang Yuan immediately headed towards the sound and saw a knight holding a large shield, defending against over 10 hellhounds. Behind him, there was an archer with a broken leg and a healer treating the archer. Zhang Yuan could clearly see that a few hellhounds had remnants of human clothing and some flesh at the corners of their mouths, indicating they had recently eaten people. Beasts? Zhang Yuan snorted coldly and the flying sword shot out. The hellhounds didn't have time to scream before they all turned into Zhang Yuan's experience. Cursed King's Blade Artifact Task, 1996/100000. Abyssal King, all attributes +6. The three people being attacked looked at Zhang Yuan with gratitude as the hellhounds were slain. Thank you. If it weren't for your timely rescue, we would have been dead here today. Zhang Yuan asked, what exactly happened? Isn't this behind the Great Xia Empire's defense line? The knight looked surprised that Zhang Yuan didn't know what was going on and responded, the Abyssal Army has already breached our first line of defense. Most of our forces have retreated to the second line of defense.
So soon?
Zhang Yuan's expression changed slightly. The Great Xia Empire had established three major lines of defense in the Abyssal battlefield, known as the Three Great Lines. The first line of defense was deep in the Abyssal battlefield, less than 100 kilometers from the Abyssal entrance. The second line of defense was at the edge of the Abyssal battlefield, about 500 kilometers from the entrance. The Tomb of the King dungeon was located between the first and second lines of defense. The third line of defense was also the border of the Great Xia Empire. If the third line were breached, the Abyssal army would advance unimpeded, dragging the entire Great Xia Empire into the flames of war. Zhang Yuan had only been in the Tomb of the King for 8 days, and the first line of defense had already fallen. How dire must this war be? A trace of fear flashed in the knight's eyes as he continued, the war is too fierce. A Duke-level demon from the abyss has arrived. Even Elder Bai was severely injured. If it weren't for the timely rescue by the war god, Elder Bai might have died on the battlefield. Zhang Yuan's expression changed dramatically. Elder Bai was severely injured? At this moment, the healer had barely managed to stop the archer's bleeding and said to the knight, Captain, Li Ji's injuries are very severe. He won't last much longer. Captain, we have already lost 2 comrades. We must abandon this mission and return to have Li Gu receive treatment from a high-level healer. Hearing the healer's words, the knight clenched his fists in frustration. Damn it.
Zhang Yuan asked, what mission do you have?
The knight hesitated a bit. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan immediately took out the dragon's seal badge. Don't worry. I'm Zhang Yuan from the Dragon Squad. I can help you complete the mission. The knight saw the 2 stripes and 2 stars on the badge and immediately showed respect, standing at attention and saluting, reporting to Colonel Zhang Yuan, we are a scout team from the 2nd Legion. Our mission is to investigate an abyssal stronghold in the northwest direction. At this point, the knight's voice choked slightly, but our team was ambushed by the abyssal forces during our journey. 2 of our comrades died, and we are now unable to complete the mission. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. I understand. You should retreat first. I'll take over the mission to investigate the stronghold. The knight continued, Colonel Zhang Yuan, I can be your front line and assist you in the mission. Zhang Yuan shook his head and handed the knight a return scroll. Don't worry about it. This place is too dangerous. Here's a return scroll. You all should return now. You've worked hard on this mission. Seeing the return scroll handed over by Zhang Yuan, the knight's eyes reddened. He looked at Zhang Yuan with gratitude and said, thank you. Leave quickly. It's dangerous here.
Yes.
The knight no longer hesitated, used the return scroll, and teleported away with his 2 companions. Zhang Yuan watched the 3 leave and muttered to himself, a stronghold in the northwest. Maybe I can level up my attributes there. However, Zhang Yuan did not head towards the northwest immediately but returned to the Tomb of the King dungeon. When he exited the dungeon, he sensed the teleportation array left by Elder Bai, but the situation had been too urgent earlier for him to check it. Returning to the dungeon entrance, Zhang Yuan quickly found the temporary teleportation array left by Elder Bai and the message, Zhang Yuan, the Abyssal Army has launched an early attack. The situation is critical. I must go to provide support. After you come out, use the teleportation array to return to the capital. Do not linger on the Abyssal battlefield. The situation is grim indeed. After reading Elder Bai's message, Zhang Yuan destroyed the temporary teleportation array constructed by Elder Bai. He had taken on the task of investigating the stronghold and would not be able to return in the short term. Since the area was about to fall, if the abyssal monsters discovered Elder Bai's teleportation array, the consequences would be disastrous. Zhang Yuan still had a return scroll given by Guan Xin. After completing the task, he planned to use the return scroll to teleport back to the watchtower of the second line of defense and then use the city's teleportation array to return to the capital. With his decision made, Zhang Yuan headed towards the northwest. On the way, Zhang Yuan encountered numerous abyssal monsters patrolling the battlefield, all of which he dealt with effortlessly.
When he saw Abyssal Stronghold in the distance, he checked his Abyssal King talent. Abyssal King, 4-dimensional attributes plus 114. To gain 114 points in 4-dimensional attributes in such a short time is equivalent to leveling up twice. As expected of a god-level talent. With this talent, this hellish abyssal battlefield is like a treasure trove for rapidly increasing my combat power. A hint of excitement flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. At that moment, looking at the abyssal stronghold ahead felt like looking at a pile of attribute points. Today he planned to hunt to his heart's content. After the night squad he saved returned through teleportation, the healer immediately took the archer for treatment while the knight reported their mission status as soon as possible. You say a member of the Dragon Squad named Zhang Yuan saved you and took on your mission? When Dragon Squad instructor Ning Wuwei heard that Zhang Yuan had saved the advanced squad, he immediately found the knight, his face serious as he confirmed. Yes, sir. Seeing Ning Wuwei's serious expression, the knight's heart sank. Sir, is there a problem with his identity?
No.
His identity is fine. Ning Wuwei shook his head, then instructed the knight, you must immediately tell your companions not to reveal a single word about Zhang Yuan.
Yes.
The knight did not dare to delay and hurried to the city's medical center. Ning Wuwei watched the knight leave and paced back and forth. That kid is really reckless. Doesn't he know that what the Abyss wants most right now is his life? If he encounters a Duke demon.
No, I must go and save him.
Ning Wuwei quickly reported the situation to Wan Chang'an and then left the city, pursuing Zhang Yuan. Outside the stronghold on the abyssal battlefield, Zhang Yuan did not recklessly charge into the stronghold but circled around the perimeter, observing the situation. The stronghold was not large, with fewer than 500 abyssal monsters, all at an average level of 30. However, the stronghold was heavily guarded. Zhang Yuan couldn't sneak in and didn't know if there were powerful abyssal bosses inside. Assuming there are 500 monsters in this stronghold, my sword formation can cover the entire area. Using Mental Storm to cover all the abyssal monsters, with splash damage, the skill's power should increase by about 50 times. With the 3rd level Qishao and Zhanlu equipped, even if Odin is inside, I should be able to blow him up in one go. After a brief calculation, Zhang Yuan found a spot where his sword formation could cover the entire stronghold. Just as he was about to launch Mental Storm, he saw 2 terrifying abyssal demons walking out of the stronghold. One of the demons, apart from having 2 horns on its head, looked exactly like Zhang Yuan's father.
Dad?
Zhang Yuan was stunned and had no time to figure out the situation. The demon that looked like Zhang Yuan's father said something to the other demon and then teleported away.
Damn it!
Zhang Yuan was disturbed by this sudden situation, and at that moment he suddenly felt a chilling cold on his back.
Gehehe.
A mere level 24 human has managed to get this far. How interesting. Hearing the cold voice from behind, Zhang Yuan's pupils shrank sharply, and he immediately activated his block intuition.
Clang!
Zhang Yuan caught the Qishao that had flown out of the sword formation space and turned to block the abyssal demon's claw. The abyssal demon's eyes flashed with surprise, then it transformed into black mist and retreated, avoiding Zhang Yuan's counterattack. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Yuan used Abyssal Eye on the abyssal demon. Unable to detect target. Unable to detect the target. This meant the enemy was a level 74 or higher abyssal boss, stronger than both Odysseus and Ishtar. Is there a skill with guaranteed block? What an interesting fellow, the abyssal demon grinned at Zhang Yuan, but can you block a second attack? As the demon's voice fell, it teleported in front of Zhang Yuan, its sharp claws aimed at Zhang Yuan's forehead. Zhanlu appeared out of thin air, helping Zhang Yuan block the demon's strike.
Clang!
The terrifying force of the attack radiated outwards, and Zhanlu was sent flying. Zhang Yuan's Qixiao's death immunity passive was triggered, forcibly reducing his health to 1 point.
Still not dead?
The abyssal demon was momentarily stunned to see Zhang Yuan still alive. He never expected that a mere level 24 human could withstand his 2 attacks. Opot uniti. Seeing the abyssal demon in a daze, Zhang Yuan didn't hesitate to use Mental Storm. Sensing the threat, the abyssal demon's expression changed slightly, but it was already too late to avoid. It could only raise its cloak to shield itself. Boom! The terrifying Mental Storm exploded within a 500-meter radius, leveling the entire stronghold in an instant. A golden light erupted from Zhang Yuan's body. He leveled up to 25 and restored to full health. At the same time, a faint blue aura surrounded him. That was a temporary shield created by Zhanlu. Standing in the desolate land, Zhang Yuan saw that all the abyssal monsters in the stronghold had been eliminated. However, he didn't hesitate to take out the forced return scroll. He hadn't seen the abyssal boss kill notification, and with Elderby being severely injured, he had to teleport back first. But just as the forced return scroll began to glow with white light, a black beam shot through the air, piercing the scroll and instantly depleting Zhang Yuan's temporary shield.
Return failed.
Good.
This is just perfect.
A somewhat disheveled abyssal demon emerged from the void, its eyes burning with fierce flames as it stared intently at Zhang Yuan. A mere level 24 human almost injured me. You must be the human youth reported by Odysseus and Ishtar, right? Zhang Yuan, you live up to your reputation. Odysseus and Ishtar were right, you are indeed the greatest threat to us abyssals. Seeing that the abyssal demon was not only unscathed by the mental storm but also managed to block his return, Zhang Yuan's mood darkened further. The severe injury to Elderby was likely related to this abyssal demon. Even if he crushed Elderby's crystal core to bring the wounded Elderby over, it would only result in one more life lost. Just escaped from the tiger's den, only to fall into the wolf's lair. I'm truly a cursed person. Zhang Yuan frantically thought, searching for a survival method with his current abilities.
Zhang Yuan, get out of the way!
At that moment, a roar came from the distance. Ning Wuwei, wielding a purple gold spear, charged toward the abyssal demon with incredible speed.
Forbidden technique, God-slaying spear.
The terrifying power erupted from the tip of Ning Wuwei's spear, striking the abyssal demon with world-destroying force.
The heavens and the earth changed color.
So this is Instructor Ning's strength?
Such terrifying power.
Seeing Ning Wuwei's strike, Zhang Yuan felt as though he was witnessing the ultimate essence of the spear. This move was enough to instantly kill Odysseus. The abyssal demon turned to face Ning Wuwei's full-powered thrust, its red eyes flickering with a hint of mockery. An ant shaking a tree. Facing Ning Wuwei's full-force attack, the abyssal demon simply extended a single finger. Zhang Yuan noticed the demon's expression and immediately realized that the demon might have a means to block Ning Wuwei's strike. He didn't hesitate to summon Qi Shao, Zhanlu, and 8 iron swords, aiming them at the demon's back. Sword intent accelerated. 10 sword lights streaked through the air.
ATSK.
Seeing Zhang Yuan launching an attack simultaneously, the abyssal demon's eyes flashed with displeasure. After a brief moment of contemplation, it decided to use its skill to block Ning Wuwei's attack and endure Zhang Yuan's assault. After all, Zhang Yuan was only level 25. The terrifying forbidden technique had already been used, Zhang Yuan's regular attacks wouldn't deal high damage. With this in mind, the abyssal demon lightly tapped the tip of Ning Wuwei's spear with its finger.
Ding!
A pleasant sound rang out as a spatial ripple appeared between the demon's finger and Ning Wuwei's spear, then spread outwards.
Skill nullification.
Ning Wuwei's skill instantly lost all damage.
What?
Ning Wuwei's expression changed dramatically. At the same time, the 10 flying swords struck the abyssal demon. Minus 496,017,986 damage.
What?
The abyssal demon's expression changed dramatically. A series of incomprehensibly large numbers appeared in quick succession, nearly scaring the demon's soul away. It didn't even dare to counterattack Ning Wuwei and immediately transformed into black mist, retreating to distance itself from Zhang Yuan. Ning Wuwei seized the opportunity to stand in front of Zhang Yuan.
Kid, are you okay?
Zhang Yuan replied, Instructor Ning, if you had been any later, I might have been in trouble.
You little brat, why did you have to provoke the Duke Demonic Prince Desses?
Ning Wuwei's eyes were filled with deep apprehension as he stared at Desses, who had retreated to a distance. He handed Zhang Yuan a return scroll.
I'll hold him off.
You find an opportunity to leave the battlefield and teleport out. Seeing Ning Wuwei's hand shaking slightly while holding his spear, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but ask, Instructor, is he really that strong? More than just strong, Ning Wuwei was extremely tense. Desses is one of the 7 great dukes of the abyss, and Elderby was injured by him.
He's that fierce?
Zhang Yuan's expression shifted slightly. He knew the abyssal demon was strong, but he hadn't expected it to be this formidable. Desses, in the distance, gradually recovered from his injuries. He cast a cold gaze at Zhang Yuan behind Ning Wuwei. Zhang Yuan, with such terrifying damage at just level 25, you truly cannot be left alive.
Boom! Desus suddenly unleashed an overwhelming aura, causing Ning Wuwei's expression to change drastically. Gritting his teeth, he said, "He's coming. Zhang Yuan, I'll do my best to find an opportunity for you to escape."
You must get away.
Instructor, you don't need to worry about me.
Just go.
Ning Wuwei scolded furiously, "What nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Yuan, you are the hope of the great Xia. You can't selfishly die here." Instructor, Zhang Yuan, chastised by Ning Wuwei, had a complex expression. "I'm sorry, I was too arrogant." He had thought that after passing the mythical trial, he had enough strength to protect himself on the abyssal battlefield. But when faced with a top-tier powerhouse, he realized how powerless he was. "It's not your fault. You can avenge me later." Ning Wuwei tightened his grip on the spear, staring intently at the increasingly menacing Desus, not retreating but even taking a step forward. "Desus, if you want to kill Zhang Yuan, you'll have to step over my dead body." In this battle, he was resolved to die. "You two won't be leaving today." Desus roared, his entire body enveloped in terrifying black light, and the ground began to quake violently. But the next moment, Desus suddenly shuddered, his eyes filled with fear. His aura began to plummet.
Get no way.
Is this the Curse King's curse? Desus realized that he was afflicted with 11 layers of curses, including a rapidly weakening divine-level curse, and he was completely panicked. He glared at Zhang Yuan and roared hysterically, "What have you done to me? How do you possess the power of the Curse King?" The power of the Curse King? Zhang Yuan was initially taken aback, but then he remembered an item he obtained after clearing the mythical trial. Cursed King's Heart, divine curses applied to oneself are transformed into positive effects. All attacks are imbued with curse attributes, randomly applying unpurifiable curses to targets, excluding the holder. No equipment level restriction, does not occupy equipment slots. At the time, Zhang Yuan didn't think the curse attribute of the Cursed King's Heart was very strong. He even thought the skill was somewhat useless, unworthy of its divine tier. But judging by Desus's reaction, he seemed to have severely underestimated the curse effect of the Cursed King's Heart. As the Cursed King's curse took effect, Desus's aura weakened more and more, soon falling to a level weaker than even Odysseus. What? What happened? Ning Wuwei's face was one of disbelief. He felt that he could even kill Desus now. Zhang Yuan. I remember you now. Next time the abyss returns, I will tear you to pieces. Desus, entangled in curses and knowing he couldn't kill Zhang Yuan, immediately teleported away. Ning Wuwei stared at the empty space where Desus had retreated, feeling this was extremely unreal. Desus just retreated like that? Zhang Yuan, Wuwei. Are you okay? At that moment, Wan Chang'an also arrived at the battlefield. I felt Desus's aura. Where is he? Sir. Ning Wuwei, with a complex expression, looked at Wan Chang'an and then recounted what had happened. Wan Chang'an was stunned. Desus was driven away by the two of you? Ning Wuwei smiled wryly. Sir, you flatter me. I only used one skill and it was nullified by Desus. Desus was driven away by Zhang Yuan. Wan Chang'an looked at Zhang Yuan in disbelief and asked, "How did you do it?" Desus, one of the 7 great dukes of the abyss, even Wan Chang'an wasn't absolutely certain of defeating him. And such a powerful abyssal figure was actually driven away by Zhang Yuan? This gave Wan Chang'an the feeling of witnessing a fantasy. Perhaps it's because of this equipment. Zhang Yuan did not hide anything from Wan Chang'an and Ning Wuwei, taking out the Cursed King's Heart and explaining how he had signed a contract with the Cursed King Aridas in the King's Burial Grounds dungeon after clearing the mythical trial. Wan Chang'an's expression became exceptionally interesting after hearing Zhang Yuan's account. I can't believe such things happened. Zhang Yuan said, Sir, the reason I was able to drive Desus away is entirely due to the Curse King's power. The Curse King will resurrect when I reach level 70. How should we deal with this? Wan Chang'an fell silent. The fact that the Curse King, a demon king who was supposed to have perished, was still alive would cause a massive upheaval both in the abyss and among the human race. It was akin to a nuclear bomb exploding in the depths of the ocean. At this moment, Ning Wuwei suddenly spoke, Sir, I must say something unorthodox. The fact that Zhang Yuan has made a pact with the Curse King must not be known by the elders. Otherwise, they would never allow Zhang Yuan to live. We must keep this matter confidential. Moreover, if Zhang Yuan had not uncovered the Curse King's scheme, the Great Xia Empire, with the Curse King's blade, would have faced utter devastation. Zhang Yuan saved the country, and he should not meet such a fate. Wan Chang'an remained silent for a long time and then sighed. This matter is indeed too significant. As the head of the military, if I conceal this, it would endanger the safety of the country and its people. Such an act is tantamount to treason. Ning Wuwei continued, but sir, Zhang Yuan has done nothing wrong. He managed to drive away Deses at level 25. I believe that once he reaches level 70, he will be able to fight against the Curse King. If we keep this matter secret, when the Curse King revives, we can join forces to defeat him. Nothing bad will happen. The abyss is growing stronger. Even a single Abyssal Duke's army has breached our first line of defense. The Great Xia needs more powerful warriors and cannot afford to lose Zhang Yuan. Wan Chang'an sighed, fully understanding these points, but his responsibilities did not allow him to act otherwise. At this moment, Wan Chang'an didn't know what to do and looked at Zhang Yuan. A child, do you have any thoughts? Zhang Yuan replied, I don't want to die, but I also don't think keeping this matter secret is right. The Curse King was defeated by the millions of soldiers of the Great Xia. If I fail to fight against the Curse King in the future, the Great Xia should not face him again unprepared. Wan Chang'an looked deeply at Zhang Yuan and said, I understand. A child, you have not disappointed me, and I will not disappoint you. In the capital, at the top of the central trial tower, Zhang Yuan sat calmly in front of a door, awaiting the forthcoming judgment. Behind the door, in a room, 5 elders with terrifying auras sat in chairs. Wan Chang'an, dressed in military uniform, stood before the 5 elders, reporting Zhang Yuan's situation. Among the 5, the elder with the most terrifying aura said calmly, Wan Chang'an, we are aware of the situation. The matter of Zhang Yuan's pact with the Curse King is indeed critical. Our decision will determine the future development of the Great Xia Empire and the fate of the people. Elders, begin the voting. As 2 flames of soul flew to the right, the scales tipped immediately to the right. Wan Chang'an clenched his fists upon seeing this. If another elder voted to the right now, Zhang Yuan would certainly be sentenced to death, and no one could save him. The scales tipped completely to the left. Seeing this, Wan Chang'an finally relaxed. The result is in. Zhang Yuan is innocent. The central elder declared the result flatly and then said, next, we should discuss how to train Zhang Yuan and how we should respond if Zhang Yuan fails. Hold on a moment. At this point, an elder who had advocated for Zhang Yuan's guilt interrupted the meeting and then looked at Elderly. Elderly, I have no objection to the voting result, but could you explain why you voted to keep Zhang Yuan alive? Aren't you the one who hates the Curse King the most? Elderly smiled and replied, of course, I hate the Curse King. I wish I could personally flay him, drink his blood, and then invade the abyss to exterminate all demons of the Curse faction. Then why did you vote to keep him? Because I recently learned something. Elderly chuckled. It turns out that Zhang Yuan might become my granddaughter's fiancé. How could I kill my granddaughter's fiancé? The other 4 elders asked in unison, what do you mean? Elderly sensed the unfriendly gazes around him and immediately burst into laughter. Ahaha, this is a family matter of the Li family, unrelated to today's meeting. Let's get back to the main topic. Regardless of the final outcome of the meeting, Zhang Yuan was safe for now. Zhang Yuan waited outside the door for several hours before finally seeing Wan Chang'an walk out. He immediately stood up and asked, Sir, what was the result? Wan Chang'an smiled warmly. The elders have decided to take a gamble on you. Zhang Yuan, the Curse King will now be your responsibility to deal with. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up immediately. Understood. Don't feel too much pressure. Focus on improving your strength step by step for now. Wan Chang'an patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder. Come on, the elders still have many matters to discuss. I'll take you to Kyoto University to settle in and give you your rewards. Wan Chang'an transported Zhang Yuan directly to the entrance of Kyoto University from the central trial tower. As the capital of the Great Xia Empire, Kyoto City was already the most prosperous large city in the empire, and Kyoto University was located in the most vibrant area of the city. A giant gate, dozens of meters high, stood in the metropolis, making Zhang Yuan feel incredibly small just standing in front of it. This is the top university in Great Xia. It's so grand. Zhang Yuan was filled with awe. He had heard countless legends about Kyoto University and seen numerous photos of it during high school. But standing before the university's gate, he was still overwhelmed by its grandeur. Wan Chang'an said to Zhang Yuan, half of the god-level experts from the Great Xia Empire come from Kyoto University. The president of Kyoto University is even on par with the elders. Zhang Yuan, there are many hidden powerful figures in this school and opportunities are everywhere. If you want to fight against the Curse King, you'll need Kyoto University's help. Don't slack off once you're enrolled.
Zhang Yuan nodded.
Understood. Kyoto University was even larger than Zhang Yuan had imagined. He followed Chang'an for a long time before reaching his residence. The place was quite remote, with no one in sight around it. Ahead of him was an old 6-story dormitory building. Chang'an said with a smile, "Don't underestimate this building. Half of the God-level experts from Kyoto University have lived here. Many students in the school want to live here but don't have the qualification."
Zhang Yuan was surprised.
What's inside this building?
It's a secret. Once you earn the building's recognition, you'll find out. As Chang'an spoke to Zhang Yuan, an old woman with white hair walked to the closed dormitory door. She glanced at Zhang Yuan and asked Chang'an, "Xiao Wan, is this the student you insisted on putting into this building?" Chang'an was very polite to the old woman.
Yes, Aunt Nyo, I'll leave this child in your care."
Seeing how polite Chang'an was to Aunt Nyo, Zhang Yuan used Abyssal Eye on her but found that he couldn't detect her target. She was a powerhouse above level 75. It was no wonder that Kyoto University was so impressive, even a dormitory ant was this formidable. Aunt Nyo scrutinized Zhang Yuan once more and then opened the dormitory door, saying to Chang'an, "Xiao Wan, I'm only making an exception because of you. I'll let this child stay in building No. 0, but if he performs poorly, I'll kick him out."
"Aunt Nyo, rest assured, this child won't let you down."
Chang'an assured Aunt Nyo with a smile and then turned to Zhang Yuan.
"Aunt Nyo will take you inside. So much has happened recently, so you should rest well. If you have any questions, ask Aunt Nyo. I'll be leaving now, and someone will bring your identity card tomorrow."
Wait, sir.
Zhang Yuan quickly called out to Chang'an.
What about my reward?
Chang'an laughed, "The silly child, moving into building No. 0 is your reward." After saying this somewhat ambiguous remark, Chang'an left, disappearing into the night.
Aunt Nyo said slightly, "Kid, stop dawdling and come in."
Zhang Yuan snapped out of it, nodded slightly, and followed Aunt Nyo into building No. 0. He soon discovered a dungeon entrance in the hallway. That's the unique secret dungeon of building No. 0. If you want to stay here long-term, you need to earn rent from that dungeon, Aunt Nyo said slightly. But since it's your first day, the rent is waived for tonight.
What's in that dungeon?
Zhang Yuan asked curiously. Only bosses, powerful bosses, Aunt Nyo replied, leading Zhang Yuan to the second floor. On the second floor, only rooms 203 and 208 are occupied. You can choose any other room. Zhang Yuan glanced around the hallway and pointed to the room in the far corner. "Room 210, I'll take that one."
Bam.
Aunt Nyo took a pitch-black key from her waist and handed it to Zhang Yuan, instructing, "Room 210 is yours from now on. As long as you keep up with the rent, no one can enter without your permission, not even the elders. Do you have any other questions?"
No.
Good. I like kids who don't waste words. Rest well tonight." Aunt Nyo nodded and left. Zhang Yuan used the key to unlock the dormitory door and entered the room. Contrary to the building's shabby exterior, the interior of the room was clean and tidy. The bed even had a hint of sunlight on it, and there was a private bathroom with 24-hour hot water. It's much better than I expected. Zhang Yuan was quite satisfied with the dormitory. He closed the door and sat on the bed. Just then, a notification popped up on his interface. Entering special domain, experience plus 10 per second, minus 50%. Zhang Yuan was shocked by the notification, experience from AFK? He had never encountered experience gain from AFK before. Although 10 experience per second didn't seem much, calculating it showed that it amounted to 36,000 experience per hour. If he slept for 8 hours, that would be 288,000 experience. He was currently level 25, needing 5 million experience to reach level 26. With the experience given to the Curse King, it meant that he only needed to stay here for 34 days to naturally reach level 26. This might seem slow for Zhang Yuan, who could solo high-level nightmare dungeons, but for ordinary players, leveling from 25 to 26 within a month was already quite impressive. Moreover, this experience was essentially free. Early the next morning, Zhang Yuan, still groggy from sleep, opened the door to find Aunt Nyo standing there with a stack of clothes and an ID card. "This is your school uniform and ID card. Keep them well. Remember, the Kyoto University ID card will be your lifelong identification. All your records and information will be stored on this card, so make sure to keep it safe. Also, Kyoto University doesn't use cash transactions. Whatever you want to buy requires points. Your ID card currently has 100 points provided by the school." Zhang Yuan took the uniform and ID card and asked, "How do I earn points?" "You can earn points by completing courses, clearing campus dungeons, or accepting campus tasks. Of course, if you have the means, you can also steal points from others." Zhang Yuan was shocked. "You can steal other people's points? Does the school allow such things?" Aunt Nyo slightly replied, "The school encourages competition. Of course, there are limits to stealing. If your points are below 100, they won't be taken. However, points are just the currency for transactions within Kyoto University. They cannot be used to pay the rent for building No. 0. To stay here, you must obtain star stones from the dungeon downstairs. The rent for the second-floor dormitory is 1 star stone per day. Additionally, many facilities in this building also require star stones to use. We'll discuss the details of those facilities once you're eligible to stay here." Having said that, Aunt Nyo turned and left, disappearing around the corner of the hallway. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan chose Nightmare difficulty and was transported into the dungeon. Aunt Nyo emerged from a nearby corner, seemingly used to such situations. She shook her head and said, "Every new resident in this building chooses Nightmare difficulty for their first dungeon. This dungeon is not like those ordinary ones outside. Well, it's good to temper the arrogance of these talents." Inside the dungeon, Zhang Yuan found himself on a grassland under the starry sky. The sky was filled with countless stars, and the grassland stretched as far as the eye could see. Standing on the grass, Zhang Yuan felt refreshed and invigorated. What a beautiful dungeon! Zhang Yuan marveled, looking around. He soon noticed 3 humanoid monsters in armor standing under the stars not far away. Star Knight, Boss. Level 25. Strength 15,000. Agility 15,000. Mentality 15,000. Stamina 15,000. Skills: Starlight Charge, Starlight Shield, Star Oath. 3 level 25 humanoid bosses, but their attributes were even stronger than the level 30 hidden boss, Rakshasa King. Even for Nightmare difficulty, isn't this a bit exaggerated? Zhang Yuan looked at the 3 bosses and couldn't help but comment. With such difficulty, could anyone else besides him even clear this dungeon? With his doubts in mind, Zhang Yuan used Qi Shao to take down the heads of the 3 Star Knights. Successfully killed Star Knight, experience plus 100,000, minus 50%. Obtained Star Stone asterisk 30. 3 kill notifications popped up in succession, and Zhang Yuan obtained 30 Star Stones. So easily securing a month's worth of rent? Seeing how easily he obtained 30 Star Stones, Zhang Yuan was taken aback. He had initially thought these items were rare, based on Aunt Nyo's words, and had been slightly tense before the challenge. He didn't expect them to be so common. Successfully challenged Nightmare difficulty at level 25, would you like to increase the difficulty? At this moment, Zhang Yuan received a prompt from the dungeon and immediately chose to increase the difficulty. Star Dungeon has been upgraded to level 35. With the prompt, 6 more Star Knights appeared out of thin air, but this time, their level had risen to 35. Zhang Yuan didn't even bother to check the attributes of the Star Knights and easily harvested their heads with Qi Shao. Successfully killed Star Knight, experience plus 300,000, minus 50%. Obtained Star Stones asterisk 300. Star Stone, a stone infused with the power of starlight, containing the energy of starlight. Successfully challenged Nightmare difficulty at level 35, would you like to increase the difficulty? Continue. Star Dungeon has been upgraded to level 45. 12 level 45 Star Knights appeared. Zhang Yuan used both Qi Shao and Zhanlu, effortlessly harvesting the knights' heads. Successfully killed Star Knight, experience plus 600,000, minus 50%. Obtained Star Stones asterisk 3000. A golden light burst out from Zhang Yuan, and he leveled up to 26. Successfully challenged Nightmare difficulty at level 45, would you like to increase the difficulty? Continue.
With Zhang Yuan choosing to continue, 24 level 55 star knights appeared in the dungeon, each exuding a terrifying aura.
This pressure is making me sweat a bit. Zhang Yuan used Psychic Storm for the first time. Boom! A terrifying storm exploded from Zhang Yuan's center, instantly engulfing the 24 star knights. Successfully killed Star Knight, experience plus 1,200,000, minus 50%. Obtained Star Stones asterisk 30,000. 24 kill notifications appeared, and 2 golden lights burst out from Zhang Yuan, instantly leveling him up to 28.
Leveling up is awesome.
Zhang Yuan never expected that this dungeon would be so amazing, making his level soar like a rocket. Most importantly, every time the difficulty of the dungeon increases, the boss's level rises by 10 and the number of bosses doubles. For others, the difficulty increase is significant. But for Zhang Yuan, this is just a benefit of free experience. These Star Knights have no health lock mechanism, just pure numerical monsters. Unfortunately, Zhang Yuan is a numerical monster among numerical monsters. Moreover, the more enemies there are, the higher Zhang Yuan's skill damage and its true damage. This means the higher the dungeon difficulty and the more monsters, the faster Zhang Yuan levels up. If the difficulty can continue to increase, Zhang Yuan could barely imagine how high his level could go. Successfully challenged Nightmare difficulty at level 55, would you like to increase the difficulty?
I continue.
Detected that the challenger has consecutively increased the dungeon difficulty 5 times, triggering the dungeon's hidden mechanism. Would the challenger like to challenge the hidden boss?
A hidden boss.
Zhang Yuan didn't expect to trigger a hidden boss and his eyes brightened slightly. Although a level 65 hidden boss is an opponent usually requiring a team of level 60 plus second job professionals, Zhang Yuan's attributes are exceptionally high. With his true damage attacks and Zhanlu's damage shield transfer mechanism, it's not impossible for him to solo a level 65 hidden boss if he operates well. Even if he can't defeat the boss, he can exit the dungeon directly with no risk. There's no reason not to choose.
I continue the challenge.
As Zhang Yuan chose to continue, starlight scattered in the dungeon, and a blue-skinned woman, over 10 meters tall, holding a staff and dressed in a robe, emerged from the starlight.
Star Maiden, boss.
Level 65. Strength 100,000. Agility 300,000. Mental 800,000. Konstitution 500,000. The level 65 hidden boss had terrifying 4-dimensional attributes, clearly indicating that Zhang Yuan was not supposed to tackle this at his current stage. Generally, a monster's health is related to its strength and constitution. Although different bosses have varying coefficients, roughly speaking, each point of constitution represents at least 100 health points, and each point of strength represents 50 health points. Roughly estimated, the Star Maiden's health is over 55 million. Not as good as a single strike from Qi Shao. Zhang Yuan gave a fair evaluation and then used Qi Shao to attack the Star Maiden. Qi Shao pierced through the chest of the Star Maiden, causing her to kneel on the ground. Zhang Yuan received a 60 million temporary shield. This meant Zhang Yuan dealt 60 million damage to the Star Maiden with that strike.
Is there a health lock?
Zhang Yuan noticed there was no kill notification and looked at the Star Maiden. She was glowing with starlight and then activated a skill.
Skill, Starfall.
A multitude of stars fell from the sky, covering the entire dungeon. Each star that hit Zhang Yuan reduced his temporary shield by 100,000. Without a 90% damage reduction and the shield converted from Zhanlu, Zhang Yuan would have been smashed to death by those stars during the Star Maiden's phase transition. Starfall lasted for a full minute, and by the end of the skill, Zhang Yuan's temporary shield was nearly depleted. This level 65 boss is indeed powerful. Without hacks, I wouldn't be able to defeat her. Zhang Yuan murmured. Before the Star Maiden could launch a second attack, he struck her again. The Star Maiden, who had just stood up, fell down again. She then soared into the air, her starlight shining even more brilliantly, and activated Starfall once more. This time, the stars in Starfall were denser. Each star hitting Zhang Yuan reduced his shield by 200,000. The damage from the Star Maiden doubled, but Zhang Yuan's temporary shield remained at 60 million. If I keep getting hit, my temporary shield won't hold.
I need to maneuver.
Zhang Yuan immediately converted his 15,000 plus mental power into agility with a 5x multiplier, then used the equipment skill of Windrunner boots to become a lightning-fast figure. He dodged the falling stars in the starfall and finally survived this large-scale attack. And now it's my turn. Zhang Yuan looked at the Star Maiden who had risen high into the air, cancelled the attribute conversion, and summoned Qi Xiao and Zhanlu to attack her from both sides. Sword Intent Acceleration. The two divine swords turned into red and blue rays of light, aiming at the Star Maiden's vital points. This time, the Star Maiden didn't just stand still. She waved her staff and chanted a strange incantation, turning the starlight around her into a starlight shield. Qi Xiao and Zhanlu were deflected by the starlight shield and failed to inflict damage on the Star Maiden.
A physical immunity?
Zhang Yuan's expression tightened slightly. The Star Maiden continued waving her staff and numerous blue fireballs appeared around her, hurtling towards Zhang Yuan at high speed. Without a shield, Zhang Yuan dared not withstand the Star Maiden's attack. He once again changed his attributes, quickly retreating and dodging the blue fireballs. Boom! The entire grassland was engulfed in blue flames, and Zhang Yuan's stamina began to decrease at a rate of 1% per second. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan had the sword formation and the Curse King's blade for health regeneration, quickly replenishing the lost stamina. Taking advantage of the Star Maiden's skill cooldown, Zhang Yuan used Mental Storm. The terrifying Mental Storm instantly engulfed the Star Maiden, breaking her shield and dealing true damage to her. However, this time, there was only one enemy within the range of Mental Storm, and Mental Storm only benefited from mental power and not from Zhang Yuan's weapon's additional 6,000 attack power. He only dealt 44 million damage to the Star Maiden. This time, the Star Maiden was not instantly killed but, enraged by Zhang Yuan, activated Starfall again.
This boss can really take a beating, huh?
Zhang Yuan couldn't help but complain when he saw that the Star Maiden hadn't died yet. But to be fair, since the Star Maiden was a level 65 hidden boss, if she could be taken down in just a few hits by a level 28 Zhang Yuan, she wouldn't be worthy of her level. A large number of stars fell. Zhang Yuan first used attribute conversion to avoid the attacks, and then, once the cooldown for Mental Storm was over, he used it again.
Boom!
The Star Maiden was blasted away by Mental Storm, letting out a cry of pain before dissipating into starlight. Successfully killed the Star Maiden, experience plus 8 million, minus 50%. Obtained Star Crystal X1. Star Crystal, a crystal condensed from the power of the Star God, only those who gain the Star God's recognition can possess it, extremely precious. Seeing the kill notification, Zhang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Although Zhang Yuan had faced many bosses above level 70 before, he had always taken advantage of weapon mechanics. This Star Maiden was the first high-level boss he had ever killed. While Zhang Yuan was still reminiscing about the process of defeating the boss, the dungeon was suddenly enveloped in starlight, catching Zhang Yuan's attention. Due to your outstanding performance, the Star God has descended a glance. Would you accept the Star God's blessing? Note, only one divine blessing can be received at a time. Divine blessing? Zhang Yuan was stunned by this sudden information, completely bewildered as he had never heard of such a thing. However, Zhang Yuan quickly chose to accept the blessing without hesitation. Regardless of how strong or weak the Star God was, the very idea of divine blessing was enough to excite Zhang Yuan. As Zhang Yuan chose to accept the blessing, the star crystal in his storage space flew out and absorbed the light of the dungeon. At this moment, the Daybreak Empire turned into night, with countless stars twinkling in the sky, spreading starlight across the empire. Anyone bathed in the starlight saw their experience points begin to rise. In an instant, all the practitioners across the nation were stunned by this celestial phenomenon. In the Zero Dormitory building, Nyo Popo, guarding the entrance to the dungeon, suddenly stood up, staring in shock at the dungeon. The Star God has descended? Someone has received the Star God's blessing? Is it Wang Haoren or Zhang Yuan? At this moment, only those two were in the Star Dungeon, so only one of them could have received the Star God's blessing. Nyo Popo trembled with excitement. How many years has it been? The Star God has finally bestowed blessings again. While Nyo Popo was thrilled, the star crystal in the dungeon had absorbed all the starlight and then returned it to Zhang Yuan. Received Star God's blessing, all attributes increased. Star God's power was polluted by the demon god, blessing failed.
Oh, what's going on?
Zhang Yuan, who had been thinking about how powerful the divine blessing could be, was shocked to see the blessing fail. Then Zhang Yuan remembered the demon contract he had signed with Ardis.
Definitely the Curse King's doing. That guy really had a backup plan hidden.
Zhang Yuan broke into a cold sweat.
If this divine blessing had not exposed the Curse King's hidden ploy, he would have been doomed by the Curse King's schemes when he faced him at level 70. However, upon realizing the Curse King's conspiracy, Zhang Yuan's brow furrowed again. The demon god behind the Curse King could even pollute divine blessings. What could he use to remove the demon god's curse from himself?
Clang!
At that moment, the star crystal fell to the ground, and the celestial phenomenon dissipated, returning the starry sky to daylight. Zhang Yuan picked up the star crystal, noticing the cracks on its surface emitting black smoke. He muttered, "It seems the rank of the demon god is above that of the star god. If I want to defeat the Curse King, I need to find a deity of even higher rank than the demon god and gain their blessing before reaching level 70. This is a daunting task." Zhang Yuan sighed, preparing to put the star crystal back into his storage space and leave the dungeon. Suddenly, a beam of starlight descended from the sky. In the next moment, a starry robe materialized from the starlight, absorbing the power of the star crystal. Star God's robe, divine grade, can store divine power, increases divine favor by plus 50%, no level restriction. Star God's power, releases the wrath of the Star God, delivering a devastating strike, usage limit 1, can be recharged with star crystals. Divine grade clothing? Zhang Yuan was taken aback by the appearance of the Star God's robe, surprised by this unexpected turn of events. Releasing the wrath of the Star God. Could it be that the Curse King's little tricks angered the Star God? Zhang Yuan read the description of the Star God's power and couldn't help but laugh. Although he didn't receive the divine blessing due to the Curse King's interference, he had instead received a divine artifact. As sometimes losing a horse can lead to a gain, he mused. Zhang Yuan eagerly equipped the Star God's robe. It enveloped him completely before vanishing from sight. Although invisible to the naked eye, Zhang Yuan could feel a powerful force flowing within him, ready to be unleashed whenever he wished. With this Star God's power, even if I encounter Emperor Sias again, I should be able to defeat him, right? As Zhang Yuan teleported out of the dungeon, Niu Popo rushed up to him with excitement, asking, "Zhang Yuan, did you receive the Star God's blessing?" Zhang Yuan shook his head, "Unfortunately, no." "Then it must be Wang Haoren." Niu Popo muttered, and at that moment, the dungeon lit up again, and a golden-haired youth in red armor emerged.
"A kid, come with me."
Without waiting for the golden-haired youth to speak, Niu Popo eagerly grabbed his hand and dragged him upstairs. "As such a strange old lady," Zhang Yuan remarked, observing Niu Popo's excitement. However, he didn't mind. He left the dormitory and contacted Chen Yun. "Professor Chen, I've arrived at Kyoto University." The war god informed me yesterday." "Come to the academic affairs office, I'm here." Zhang Yuan reached the office door and knocked. "Professor Chen." Zhang Yuan, you arrived just in time. I've completed your enrollment procedures. Once you choose your academy, you will officially become a Kyoto University student. Zhang Yuan asked, "Professor, what are the available academies?" Chen Yun responded, "Generally, during freshman training, we assign students to more than 10 different academies based on their characteristics and performance. Additionally, exceptionally outstanding students are recommended to different hidden academies. Whether they are accepted into the hidden academies is beyond the control of the Academic Affairs Office. Although you didn't participate in the freshman training, your performance in the college entrance exam was impressive. Therefore, I can directly recommend you to a hidden academy." Zhang Yuan asked, "Professor, which is the strongest hidden academy?" Since he had the chance to choose an academy, he naturally wanted the best one. "A truly deserving of your reputation," Chen Yun said with a smile, clearly not surprised by Zhang Yuan's response. In fact, hidden academies don't really have a hierarchy of strength, they just have different training methods. After all, every genius is unique. An A-class genius might develop better in Academy B than in Academy A. For your situation, I'll recommend 3 hidden academies. The first is the Shenlong Academy, where our vice president serves as the dean. Shenlong Academy has the most resources among all our academies, with all instructors being high-level practitioners above level 75. It's the largest hidden academy with the most students, but it operates on a winner-takes-all basis. As long as you can compete with others, you'll get an abundance of resources. A second is the Mingjing Academy. The dean is a divine grade healer. Although Mingjing Academy's resources are not as abundant as Shenlong Academy's, it's a very small academy with no more than 20 students per class. Each student receives meticulous training from the dean. Third is the Jinshin Academy. This one is a bit special, it currently only has 1 student.
Only one student? Zhang Yuan's curiosity was piqued.
Why?
Chen Yun explained, the dean of Jianxin Academy, Yi Qingsong, is the strongest person at Kyoto University. However, he has a gruff personality and only admits students based on personal preference, not on talent. I actually don't recommend Jianxin Academy for you.
Why not?
Jianxin Academy has only Yi Qingsong as the professor. He is not only addicted to alcohol but also prefers to delegate most of his teaching duties. He usually misses about 90% of the classes each year. The only student currently in Jianxin Academy has been at the school for a year but has hardly seen Yi Qingsong and mostly learned skills on his own. A Jianxin Academy sounds interesting, Zhang Yuan said, his interest only growing stronger despite Chen Yun's warnings. The title of Kyoto University's strongest was enough to attract him. Besides, the aloofness of the dean seemed like the perfect protagonist's trait. Chen Yun sighed, I knew you'd pick Jianxin Academy.
Fine, go and give it a try.
If you don't hit it off with Yi Qingsong, come back and I'll give you recommendations for Xianlong and Mingjing Academies. Jianxin Academy is located in the bamboo forest in the northwest of the school. Just head over there. If you encounter Yi Qingsong, it means he's interested in you. Whether you can join Jianxin Academy will depend on your own abilities.
Thank you, Professor. Zhang Yuan thanked Chen Yun and left the academic affairs office, heading northwest. Soon, Zhang Yuan entered a serene bamboo forest in the northwest. According to Professor Chen, this is Jianxin Academy, Zhang Yuan mused as he walked through the bamboo grove, the breeze rustling the leaves. There was no one around.
I sing a song with the wine, hick, how much time does life have?
Suddenly, a voice laced with a hint of drunkenness echoed through the bamboo forest, and the wind seemed to pick up.
Zhang Yuan called out loudly, may I ask if this is the residence of Master Yi Qingsong?
I am Zhang Yuan, seeking to join Jianxin Academy.
A human who has signed a contract with a demon, hick, I don't like that.
Leave.
Zhang Yuan's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Yi Qingsong's response. The fact that Yi Qingsong could immediately detect his contract with the Curse King, something even the war god Wan Chang'an hadn't noticed, suggested that Yi Qingsong might be even stronger than Wan Chang'an. With this in mind, Zhang Yuan's resolve to join Jianxin Academy only strengthened.
He continued, since you have such keen insight, why not take another look?
No matter how many times you look, it won't make a difference. The stench of the demon on you is too strong. If you stay around me, it will affect my drinking pleasure.
Leave now.
Senior, I apologize.
Zhang Yuan's expression hardened as he immediately activated the sword formation.
10 flying swords emerged from the formation and began to slash at the surrounding bamboo, wreaking havoc on the environment. Angry voices came from deep within the bamboo forest.
First, the bamboo has done nothing to you.
Second, no destruction of the environment.
A sword energy flew through the air.
Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed as he quickly maneuvered a flying sword to deflect the attack.
Perfect block.
Is it a skill that guarantees a perfect block?
Kid, relying too much on skills isn't a good thing.
Yi Qingsong commented, and 3 more sword energies shot through the air.
Zhang Yuan didn't dare be careless.
He used attribute conversion to transform all his mental power into strength and agility, then grabbed an iron sword with his bare hands and used his eyes to deflect the 3 sword energies.
Not bad, but still mediocre, hick.
Yi Qingsong commented again, and 6 more sword energies flew through the bamboo forest.
So fast.
Zhang Yuan's eyes struggled to keep up with the speed of the sword energies. He recalled his experience perfecting his block in the Rakshasa King dungeon and barely managed to deflect the 6 sword energies.
Now it's getting interesting, kid.
Turn off your attribute conversion skill and try using your sword control skill instead.
Yi Qingsong said, and another sword energy flew through the air.
Zhang Yuan deactivated attribute conversion and used the 10 flying swords to actively attack the sword energy.
Clang.
Stern.
As 8 of the flying swords were deflected by the sword energy, Zhang Yuan used the 9th flying sword to perfectly block the attack.
Come again.
3 more sword energies came. Zhang Yuan focused like never before, tracking the sword energies' trails and maneuvering the flying swords to block them.
Clang, clang, clang.
3 crisp sounds rang out as Zhang Yuan blocked the 3 sword energies with only 6 flying swords.
One last time.
From deep within the bamboo forest, 6 sword energies, moving several times faster than before, flew out. Zhang Yuan's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly maneuvered the flying swords to block them.
Unfortunately, Zhang Yuan only managed to block 3 sword energies, while the remaining 3 hit him, turning into gentle breezes. The bamboo forest fell silent.
Azenua.
Zhang Yuan called out but received no response from Yiqing Song.
Did I fail?
Zhang Yuan felt some disappointment but quickly accepted the reality of his failure. He couldn't block all 6 sword energies, which meant his strength was insufficient. There was no one to blame but himself. He resolved to work harder in the future. As Zhang Yuan prepared to leave, he suddenly heard snoring from deep within the bamboo forest.
Oh, what's this?
Zhang Yuan was startled. Following the sound, he soon saw a middle-aged man in plain clothes with a stubbled face lying on a large rock, snoring loudly. Next to the rock on the ground were a wine gourd and a recently broken bamboo stick.
Fallen asleep?
Seeing Yiqing Song snoring away, Zhang Yuan was speechless for a moment, unsure of what to say. Finally, he stood the fallen wine gourd upright and turned to leave.
A kid.
Yiqing Song suddenly started talking in his sleep. I get a Heart of the Ice Emperor within 3 days, then call Wang Haoren and go to the western suburbs of Kyoto for the class. Zhang Yuan paused and turned back to look at Yiqing Song incredulously.
Azenua.
Oh, what's the Heart of the Ice Emperor?
And who is Wang Haoren?
A Stern ho, Stern. Yiqing Song resumed snoring, seemingly fast asleep. Zhang Yuan was speechless but didn't want to wake Yiqing Song. He decided to return to the Academic Affairs office and ask Chen Yun for clarification. So, Yiqing Song wants you to get a Heart of the Ice Emperor within 3 days? Chen Yun looked at Zhang Yuan with disbelief. How much has he been drinking to come up with such an outrageous task? Zhang Yuan asked, Professor, is the Heart of the Ice Emperor difficult to obtain? Difficult is an understatement.
Chen Yun sighed.
The Heart of the Ice Emperor is a material dropped by the boss in the Polar Icefield Dungeon. The Polar Icefield Dungeon is a level 25, 50-player large-scale team dungeon in our school. I remember you're only level 21, right? Even if your damage output is high enough, you still can't enter because of your level. Chen Yun cast a detection spell on Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, Sword Formation Master, level 28.
Aha.
Chen Yun rubbed his eyes, confirming that Zhang Yuan's level was indeed 28. He stared at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. Level 28 already?
What have you been doing these past 10 days?
Not much really. Just killed some bosses and I'm at level 28. The bosses you killed must have been pretty high level, right? Chen Yun gave Zhang Yuan a deep look but didn't ask further. Instead, he said, since you're high enough level, I won't stop you. The Polar Icefield Dungeon is located in the central dungeon hall of the school. Dungeons there are shared among all the school's academies, but each challenge requires a fee of 500 points. Do you have enough points?
Go.
Zhang Yuan felt a bit awkward. Professor, I only have the 100 points given by the school. Should I go out and earn more? Isn't the school encouraging point theft? You've just started school, there's no need to do something so detestable. I'll personally sponsor you 1,000 points. Thank you, Professor. Zhang Yuan thanked Chen Yun and went to the central dungeon hall of the school. Upon entering the hall, he was immediately greeted by various lively shouts. Level 20 Nightmarish Swamp Dungeon, hard difficulty, anyone can join. A paid carry for level 25 Orc Outpost Dungeon, affordable price, difficulty of choice, boss please come. A level 30 Nether Tower, nightmare difficulty, need a healer with purification skills. Zhang Yuan approached the Polar Icefield Dungeon and checked the dungeon information. Below the description of the Polar Icefield Dungeon, there was a list of dungeon completion records. Xuanlong Academy, Leader, Zhao Bin, Team Size, 50, Completion Time, 4 hours 28 minutes 56 seconds. A senior girl wearing glasses walked over and asked in a gentle voice, we're currently forming a team to challenge the Polar Icefield. We already have 36 people in the team. Would you like to join? We'll go in once the team is full.
Sorry, I'm in a hurry.
Zhang Yuan declined the senior's invitation and immediately scanned his identity card at the identity recognition terminal, teleporting inside. The senior girl saw Zhang Yuan enter the Polar Icefield Dungeon alone and couldn't help but twitch her mouth. This kid is crazy, isn't he?
Sun Qing, what's going on?
At this moment, Wang Fei, clad in heavy knight armor, walked over.
What about that student from just now?
Sun Qing, looking innocent, pointed to the entrance of the Polar Icefield Dungeon.
He went in. He went in? Wang Fei was surprised. Are there other teams aiming to tackle the polar icefield dungeon? I haven't heard of any.
No, Sun Qing shook her head.
He went in alone.
Ga?
Did he not see the dungeon correctly?
I actually think he saw it quite clearly. He didn't even blink when he turned me down.
I forget it. Having such a headstrong rookie on our team would just be a burden. Let's continue looking for others. We've prepared thoroughly this time. We will definitely clear this dungeon.
Game M.
While Wang Fei and Sun Qing were talking, Zhang Yuan had already arrived in the midst of a snowy plain. The biting cold wind howled, and large snowflakes obscured Zhang Yuan's vision. So this is a large-scale team dungeon? Even finding my way is somewhat difficult. Zhang Yuan didn't wander aimlessly. He deployed his sword formation to illuminate a 500-meter radius. Soon, Zhang Yuan found a path on the snowfield. He immediately summoned the Rakshasa King, letting it lead the way while Zhang Yuan followed closely behind.
Rakshasa King is under attack.
Not long after, Zhang Yuan received a notification that the Rakshasa King was being attacked. An elf assassin wrapped in a bear skin coat emerged from the blizzard and struck the Rakshasa King's back. The Rakshasa King's health instantly dropped by 1/3. Zhang Yuan immediately used Abyssal Eye. Snowfield Elf Assassin, Enhanced Elite.
Level 25.
Strength 15,000. Agility 20,000. Spirit 10,000. Konstitution 5,000. Skills, Backstab, Invisibility. So high attributes. This small monster's attributes are even higher than those of the level 30 Rakshasa King. Is this really a 50-player team dungeon? Zhang Yuan marveled and quickly used his flying swords to finish off the Snowfield Elf Assassin. Successfully killed Snowfield Elf Assassin, experience plus 100,000, minus 50%. Obtained Elf Blood *1. A level 25 small monster giving 100,000 experience, Zhang Yuan could only admire the intensity of this large-scale team dungeon. I wonder if I'll reach level 30 by the end of this dungeon run. With a rough estimate of the monster strength and experience in this dungeon, Zhang Yuan accelerated his pace and continuously used Spirit Storm. With the infinite spirit power recovery from the Curse King's blade, Zhang Yuan had no pressure using Spirit Storm. Whenever the cooldown was up, he cast it, clearing monsters within a 500-meter radius and significantly boosting his experience. Even though the path was clear, Zhang Yuan traveled through the snowfield for nearly half an hour before finally being blocked by a large ice mountain. At the base of the ice mountain was a cave entrance, and standing at the entrance was a slender elf wielding twin daggers. The first boss of the Polar Icefield dungeon had exaggerated attributes, comparable to the level 35 Star Knight in the Starry Realm. As Zhang Yuan was scouting, the Snowfield Elf duelist suddenly sprang into action, raising a blizzard and charging at the Rakshasa King. The Rakshasa King attempted to counter the Snowfield Elf duelist's skill with Sword 1 Flash but, due to insufficient attributes, was instantly cut down to a mere sliver of health.
A comeback.
Zhang Yuan immediately took out a mask and recalled the Rakshasa King into the mask space. At the same time, the Snowfield Elf duelist's aggro shifted to Zhang Yuan.
Blizzard Charge.
As the Snowfield Elf duelist charged at him, Zhang Yuan didn't immediately use his flying swords to kill it. Instead, he attempted to perfectly block its attacks with his flying swords. After being educated by Yi Qingsong with sword energy, Zhang Yuan finally understood that this world isn't just about numbers, it also requires a certain level of skill. Zhang Yuan had been breezing through encounters, either because the monsters were too weak and could be instantly killed or because they were extremely overpowered, like Aridis and Tisith. Zhang Yuan was about to reach level 29, but the bosses that really trained him were the Rakshasa King and the Star Maiden. Now, the Snowfield Elf duelist was clearly a skill-based boss. Its attributes were higher than Zhang Yuan's, but not overly powerful, so it posed no real threat to him. This boss was the perfect training partner for Zhang Yuan.
Clang!
Zhang Yuan first depleted the passive of Block Intuition, causing the Snowfield Elf duelist to become stunned. He then distanced himself from the Snowfield Elf duelist to allow it to recover. The Snowfield Elf duelist picked up its twin daggers again and charged at Zhang Yuan with extreme speed. Without Block Intuition, Zhang Yuan couldn't block its blade techniques and was struck twice by the Snowfield Elf duelist. Zhang Yuan lost less than 5% of his health, and with the combined recovery from the sword formation and the Curse King's blade, he quickly regained full health. Indeed, its attacks are no threat to me. With his mind at ease, Zhang Yuan controlled his flying swords to force the Snowfield elf duelist back and allowed it to continue attacking. Thus, Zhang Yuan practiced blocking with the Snowfield elf duelist for half an hour. He finally managed to keep up with its speed and, using telekinesis to control the flying swords, perfectly blocked the Snowfield elf duelist's twin dagger slashes. Thank you for the practice. Zhang Yuan thanked the Snowfield elf duelist and then used the Crimson Sky to deliver a fatal blow. Successfully killed Snowfield elf duelist, experience plus 300,000, minus 50%. Obtained equipment, elf longsword. Elf longsword, platinum attack plus 300, blade skills power plus 30%, skill cooldown minus 25%, usable at level 25. A golden light burst from Zhang Yuan's body, and he leveled up to 29. After defeating the Snowfield elf duelist guarding the cave, Zhang Yuan summoned the Rakshasa King again and followed it into the cave. The cave was even more complex than Zhang Yuan had imagined, with internal passages crisscrossing in a labyrinthine manner. Some junctions connected to each other, while others were dead ends. Zhang Yuan had no good solution other than to try and make mistakes bit by bit. Moreover, the cave was filled with many invisible elf assassins that would suddenly attack. If it were a fully equipped 50-person team, the advantage in numbers would be severely limited in this narrow cave. Without a few top-tier, high-output players, the team could easily be wiped out in the cave. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan himself was a top-output player, so the elf assassins posed no threat to him. The only thing that could stop Zhang Yuan was this cave's maze. After wandering the cave for nearly an hour and killing numerous elf monsters, Zhang Yuan finally arrived at a spacious cave that resembled a palace. In the center of the cave stood a massive block of ice, within which seemed to be frozen a female elf. As soon as Zhang Yuan stepped into the cave, the entire cave began to shake violently, and cracks appeared on the surface of the massive ice block before it shattered. A stunningly beautiful elf emerged before Zhang Yuan. Ice Queen, world-class boss. Level 30. Strength 30,000. Agility 20,000. Spirit 80,000. Konstitution 100,000. Skills, Frostmourne, Ice Blast, Icebound Domain. At level 30, the Ice Queen's attributes were terrifying. Upon seeing the attributes of the Ice Queen, Zhang Yuan understood why this was a 50-person large-scale team dungeon. Facing this Ice Queen, without top-tier equipment, excellent leadership, and perfect coordination, even if 100 people came, it would only end in a total wipeout. Although you're beautiful, it's a pity you're a magic-type boss. I can't practice perfect blocking with you, so I'll have to ask you to die. After checking the Ice Queen's attributes, Zhang Yuan didn't hold back like he did with the Snowfield elf duelist. He used sword intent to accelerate, and both Crimson Sky and Zhanlu pierced the boss's body simultaneously. The Ice Queen let out a painful scream, and then her entire body was enveloped in ice, causing the whole cave to begin freezing. A second phase. Zhang Yuan was not surprised to see the Ice Queen enter the second phase. In fact, it would have been strange if the Ice Queen didn't have a second phase. As the Ice Queen was completely enveloped in ice, a melodious but frightening song began to play throughout the cave. Ice Queen activates Frostmourne, all party members are cursed, all attributes reduced by 50%. To think that the Ice Queen's Frostmourne is a curse-type skill. Seeing his attributes increase by 50%, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but laugh and used his flying swords to attack the Ice Queen enveloped in ice. Crimson Sky broke through the ice enveloping the Ice Queen, and Zhanlu pierced through her chest, draining her health bar. Curse King's heart effect triggered. Ice Queen is under enslavement curse. Do you wish to enslave the Ice Queen? Suddenly, a strange message popped up on Zhang Yuan's panel, and he was momentarily stunned. Enslavement curse? Although Zhang Yuan didn't know what this curse was, his curiosity got the better of him, and he chose to enslave. The Ice Queen, who was supposed to die, suddenly let out a painful scream. A large amount of black mist emerged from her chest wound and enveloped her body. She seemed to be struggling against the curse being inflicted upon her, but with her power, she couldn't stop the curse's erosion. Soon, the Ice Queen's expression became blank, her eyes lifeless. Successfully enslaved, the Ice Queen can now summon from the pet space. Obtained Ice Emperor's Heart X1. Zhang Yuan received the boss drop material but did not get any experience. Is it because I enslaved the boss? Zhang Yuan looked at the Ice Queen not far away and found that they had established a special master-servant relationship. Now, with just a thought, Zhang Yuan could control the Ice Queen to do anything. Realizing this, a hint of shock flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. If the enslavement curse can control even a world-class boss, does that mean that in future boss battles, as long as the curse is triggered, he can turn the boss into his pet? This Curse King's heart is too OP. While Zhang Yuan was still assessing his loot, the hall was filled with the sound of a melodious bell. Someone has broken the dungeon record. Immediately, a large number of people in the dungeon hall rushed into the hall, gathering around the entrance of the polar icefield dungeon. Over 100 pairs of eyes were fixed on the light screen above the dungeon, waiting for the record to refresh. Soon, new information appeared on the light screen. No Academy, Team Leader, Zhang Yuan, Team Size, 1, Completion Time, 2 hours 12 minutes 6 seconds. Wow. As the record updated, everyone in the hall gasped in astonishment and the room fell silent. After a long while, someone finally broke the silence. Is this a mistake? Solo clearing a large-scale team dungeon in just over 2 hours? Even with 50 level 30 players, it wouldn't be guaranteed to clear it, right? Who is Zhang Yuan? I've never heard of this person before. Isn't Zhang Yuan the top student nationwide this year?
Could it be him?
Nonsense, a freshman in college can barely reach level 21. If this solo clearing expert is really that Zhang Yuan, I'll eat shit upside down. As Zhang Yuan emerged, he was immediately surrounded by a frenzy of people. Seeing the crazed crowd, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. He promptly used his identity card at the identification terminal in front of the dungeon and then teleported back inside the dungeon.
He's gone in again. Still solo.
Is he treating a large-scale team dungeon like a leveling dungeon? On the other hand, if he has the ability to solo a large-scale team dungeon, leveling up in there would be incredibly fast. After all, he's enjoying the experience meant for 50 people. While people outside the dungeon debated, Wang Fei and Sun Qing, standing at the edge of the crowd, exchanged glances, their faces filled with disbelief. Apart from leveling, Zhang Yuan had 2 more reasons for re-entering the dungeon. One was to check if the boss he had enslaved, the Ice Queen, was still present in the dungeon. The other was that he received a reward from the school upon breaking the record, 10,000 points and 10 credits. Points were straightforward, they translated to money. The key was the credits. At Kyoto University, to graduate, one needed to accumulate 300 credits, which were extremely hard to earn. Completing a course each semester might yield only 1 credit or even 0.5 credits. In 4 years of university, the maximum credits obtained through coursework were around 100. The remaining 200 credits had to come from other sources, like breaking school dungeon records or completing school-issued tasks and commissions. Zhang Yuan wanted to find out if breaking the dungeon record repeatedly would yield additional credits. If so, he could max out his credits in less than a month without even needing to attend classes. With his experience from the first dungeon run, Zhang Yuan made rapid progress this time, reaching the Ice Queen's boss area in under an hour. The central cave had a huge ice block, but there was no sign of the Ice Queen inside.
No boss?
Zhang Yuan's lips twitched. He hadn't expected that he had actually taken the boss out of the dungeon. Every dungeon resource was incredibly valuable. Wars between nations often erupted over dungeon resources, and even the remaining conflicts were related to dungeons. Dungeons were equivalent to oil, and large-scale team dungeons were like major oil fields. Zhang Yuan had effectively destroyed a major national oil field. If the school knew about this, it was hard to imagine how many people would go crazy. However, since the Ice Queen was essentially a piece of meat on Zhang Yuan's plate, he wasn't about to return it.
Forget it, I'll just have to make do.
The school won't demand my life. Zhang Yuan decided to proceed and stepped into the boss's domain.
Boom!
The cave began to tremble. The massive ice block developed numerous cracks and then exploded. The next moment, Zhang Yuan's communicator received a message. Successfully cleared the polar icefield dungeon, congratulations on breaking the dungeon record. Reward, 10,000 points. Zhang Yuan completed the dungeon run directly, but this time he only received 10,000 points without any credit reward. Meanwhile, the Kyoto University Dungeon Management Center was in an uproar.
Mr. Zhu, the dungeon has exploded.
In the dungeon management office, a young professor anxiously shouted at a middle-aged man with a mustache who was leisurely sipping tea. Young people just haven't seen much of the world. It's only a dungeon issue, no need to panic, Zhu Yongfu said, blowing on the steam rising from his teacup. We're in charge of managing dungeons. Problems are routine, and we just solve them when they arise. Tell me, which dungeon has a problem?
The Polar Icefield Dungeon.
The Polar Icefield Dungeon?
That's a large-scale team dungeon for 50 people, right?
It's an old dungeon, so minor issues are normal.
Zhu Yongfu calmly took another sip of tea and continued, so, what's the problem?
The boss has been taken away.
Are you joking?
I asked for the issue, not a joke.
Mr. Zhu, the problem is that the boss was taken away.
Crash!
The teacup fell to the ground. Zhu Yongfu sprang to his feet and rushed to the dungeon control panel, shouting, "How could the boss be taken away?" Seeing Zhu Yongfu's voice cracking from agitation, the young professor quickly said, "Mr. Zhu, try to stay calm."
Let's take it easy. How can I stay calm? Get the dungeon logs out and see what's going on.
Zhu Yongfu was sweating profusely. A large-scale team dungeon was as valuable as 10 regular dungeons. If the Polar Icefield dungeon was ruined, it would be a major incident and he might even lose his job.
I've checked the logs.
A freshman was soloing the Polar Icefield dungeon. After defeating the Ice Queen, he captured her as a pet.
I captured the boss as a pet?
Zhu Yongfu was stunned.
How did that student manage to do that?
The young professor shook his head.
We don't know. Forget it.
Temporarily shut down the Polar Icefield dungeon. I'll go to the Academic Affairs office personally to get that freshman's information from Mr. Chan.
By the way, what's the student's name?
Zhang Yuan.
I got it.
As Zhu Yongfu hurried to the Academic Affairs office, the dungeon hall was in chaos.
Damn.
Clearing the Polar Icefield dungeon in an hour?
That expert must be using hacks.
I remember it takes an hour just to navigate the dungeon.
This means that expert must have been instant killing everything, including the boss.
So the initial 2 hours were because of getting lost. Now the Polar Icefield dungeon's record will never be broken.
By the way,
did you notice Zhang Yuan doesn't have an academy affiliation?
He's just a freshman this year.
Are all freshmen this strong? I remember a recent training session had a freshman who could summon machines and beat up some third-year students trying to steal points.
I thought that guy was impressive, but this one's even more ruthless. Compared to them, I'm just a failure with my extended graduation.
As the crowd discussed passionately, the dungeon entrance lit up and Zhang Yuan walked out.
The big shot is out.
The big shot is amazing. Does the big shot want to recruit underlings?
A big shot, take me for leveling. I can keep your bed warm.
Zhang Yuan was once again surrounded by a frenzied crowd. Realizing the enormity of his actions, Zhang Yuan couldn't pay much attention to the praise. After apologizing, he switched attributes, used the wind control skill, and leaped out of the crowd like a gust of wind, leaving the hall.
Such speed.
That agility must be in the tens of thousands, right?
The big shot is indeed impressive.
The big shot is amazing. Even his silhouette is so graceful and handsome. I'm already infatuated with him. Zhang Yuan's name will definitely echo throughout the campus tomorrow. After leaving the dungeon hall, Zhang Yuan went to the Academic Affairs office to find Chen Yun. He couldn't hide the fact that he captured the Ice Queen, so he needed to report the situation before it escalated. If he lost his student status over a boss, it would be too much of a loss. Chen Yun, seeing Zhang Yuan return in a hurry, said, "You're back already? Don't be disheartened. After all, that dungeon is for 50 people, so soloing it is impossible. Didn't Yiching-song give you 3 days? Once you find a team, you should be able to clear it with your output." Chen Yun thought Zhang Yuan had failed to clear the dungeon solo and was trying to comfort him. Although Zhang Yuan's output was impressive, he was alone and large dungeons required more than just output. A tank, healer, and crowd control were all essential. Soloing a large dungeon was still too difficult. Zhang Yuan got straight to the point. Professor Chan, I've gotten myself into a bit of trouble." Chen Yun didn't seem too concerned and replied with a smile, "Did you have a conflict with other students? It's normal to have disputes with classmates. As long as no one gets killed, our school doctors can handle any injuries." Zhang Yuan said, "I captured the boss of the Polar Icefield dungeon."
I captured what?
Chen Yun, who had been smiling, suddenly shuddered and stared at Zhang Yuan in disbelief.
What on earth did you say you captured? The old Chan.
At that moment, Zhu Yongfu burst into the Academic Affairs office, shouting, "Give me the file for a student named Zhang Yuan." That little rascal captured the Ice Queen as a pet, causing the complete collapse of a large-scale team dungeon.
I'm going to tear him apart. After Zhu Yongfu shouted, he saw Zhang Yuan and Chen Yun looking at him awkwardly, and the office fell silent. Chen Yun glanced at Zhang Yuan, unsure of what to say. He had to first calm Zhu Yongfu down. "Hey, old Zhu, don't get too worked up. There might be some misunderstanding. Zhang Yuan probably didn't do it on purpose. Just because you say it wasn't intentional doesn't mean it wasn't." Zhu Yongfu was like a ticking time bomb. "Hurry up and give me Zhang Yuan's information. This issue needs to be resolved quickly, or I might lose my job if the principal finds out." Then Zhu Yongfu turned to Zhang Yuan. "You step outside. Come back after I've talked with Chen Yun." Zhang Yuan awkwardly said, "Professor, I'm Zhang Yuan." Zhu Yongfu was taken aback and then used a detection spell on Zhang Yuan. "Zhang Yuan, Sword Formation Master, level 29. So it's you, huh?" Zhu Yongfu exploded immediately. "Level 29, and you managed to do what in the Polar Icefield dungeon?" Zhang Yuan replied, "I was just normally fighting monsters and somehow, the Ice Queen ended up as my pet." After the National Elder meeting, the contract with the Curse King had become a state secret. He was not allowed to reveal anything related to the Curse King to anyone, so he could only play dumb. "I don't know why." Zhu Yongfu's lips twitched. Can you return the Ice Queen?" Zhang Yuan shook his head and said innocently, "I'm afraid I can't." Zhu Yongfu's lips twitched and the veins on his forehead bulged. "Do you have any idea how much of a loss it is for our school if a large-scale team dungeon is ruined?" Chen Yun quickly interjected, "Old Zhu, don't get too worked up. It's just one boss missing from a dungeon. We can catch a boss in the wild and put it into the dungeon. The Polar Icefield dungeon can be fixed." "Zhu Yongfu, it's easy for you to say. A world boss that can rival the Ice Queen must be world-class and also at least level 30. Where are we going to catch one?" World bosses, especially those of such a low level as level 30, are surrounded and attacked by major guilds as soon as they appear. They rarely survive for more than a few hours, let alone be captured. Chen Yun continued to calm him down. "We'll find a way. The situation is what it is now. You can't expel Zhang Yuan over this, can you? He was just normally completing the dungeon. It was an unforeseen accident." Zhu Yongfu shot Chen Yun aglangse. "I can see through it now, old Chen. Are you set on favoring this kid? What did he feed you to make you so biased?" "Chen Yun, you wouldn't understand if I explained it more. To put it plainly, Zhang Yuan is level 29 now. Before soloing the Polar Icefield dungeon, he was only level 28. Isn't a genius who can solo a 50-person dungeon at level 28 worth more than a large team dungeon? After all, our school's dungeons are meant to train students. Since Zhang Yuan managed to capture the Ice Queen, it's his skill. We, as professors, shouldn't hinder a student's progress." "Zhu Yongfu, that's true. But if the dungeon's final boss disappears mysteriously, I can't explain it to the principal." "Chen Yun, don't worry. The principal values talented students as well. If you report this honestly, not only will he not punish you, but he might even reward you since you've helped Zhang Yuan. As for the Polar Icefield dungeon, since we can't find a level 30 world boss, we can start by placing a regular boss into the dungeon and then adjust the difficulty of the other monsters. As long as we balance the difficulty, the dungeon can be reopened." Zhu Yongfu sighed. "It seems like we have no other choice." Seeing the two professors like this, Zhang Yuan also felt a bit embarrassed. Professors, is there any way to capture a wild boss? If I encounter a level 30 world boss, I could help capture it." Chen Yun shook his head. "You don't need to worry about that. Your main task now is to level up and improve your strength. Even if you encounter a wild world boss, you should aim to defeat it. After all, the rewards for defeating world bosses are substantial. There's no need to give up those rewards for the sake of a school dungeon." "All right." Zhang Yuan, hearing this, didn't insist further. "I'll remember your kindness, professors. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." "Wait, kid." At that moment, Zhu Yongfu seemed to think of something and suddenly stopped Zhang Yuan. "Do you have experience in real combat?" Zhang Yuan, "Well, I guess so." He had killed a few people, although it was all done quickly, but that should count as real combat experience. Zhu Yongfu's eyes lit up. Perfect. The National Campus Competitive League is about to start. You can join our training team and represent our school in the PK matches." "Old Zhu, you're being ridiculous." Chen Yun immediately scowled. The competitors in that league are third-year students, level 35 and above. Zhang Yuan just started school. How can he participate in such high-intensity competitions? What's the problem? Zhu Yongfu stood firm. This kid can solo a level 25 large-scale team dungeon. His strength is definitely sufficient. Even if not, releasing the Ice Queen would still allow him to defeat students from other schools easily. This is a great opportunity to bring honor to the school. Besides, if Zhang Yuan wins, he will benefit greatly as well. Chen Yan sighed and then looked at Zhang Yuan. What do you think? Zhang Yuan was curious. What is the National Campus Competitive League? Zhu Yongfu explained, it's an event hosted by the Ministry of Education of the Great Xia Dynasty, where universities from all over the country participate in a competitive league. Each school sends a team of 5 to compete. In this competition, thousands of students from thousands of universities across the country will compete. The winners are determined in 3 categories: individual, 3-person team, and 5-person team. Each category's champion receives extremely generous rewards. I'm not asking much of you, just win 1 championship out of the 3 categories. Zhang Yuan then asked, Kyoto University should have plenty of talents, right? Why choose me? Zhu Yongfu, actually, I've recently received news that several other universities have some exceptionally powerful talents. Although the 5 members of our university's training team are quite good, winning the championship this year might be difficult. Kyoto University is ranked first. Every year, top scorers from all provinces and cities usually choose Kyoto University. On paper, Kyoto University is indeed the strongest. However, in reality, many universities have affiliated middle schools that train students who won't take college entrance exams but are directly admitted to the university. These students receive specialized training from a young age, and when they turn 18 and choose a combat profession, they can immediately leverage their professional advantages, far surpassing ordinary practitioners. Because of this admissions mechanism, Kyoto University may not always get the most talented students. This can lead to the university struggling to secure championships in campus competitive leagues, despite its top ranking. Zhang Yuan nodded. I understand. I can participate. Chen Yan then advised, Zhang Yuan, you can participate, but remember, don't push yourself too hard. It's just a competition. Zhu Yongfu, with a serious tone, said, Gold Chen, you need to stop being so pessimistic. Zhang Yuan's strength is evident. Let him compete, he'll definitely make a big impact. This is a great opportunity to bring honor to the school. Chen Yun retorted, it seems like you just want to save face, right? You're the team leader for this year's campus competitive league, and you're worried about not achieving results and being criticized, aren't you? Ahaha. Don't be so direct. Besides, if I lead the team to win the championship, it'll be a great achievement. The principal won't blame me for the dungeon issue then. Zhu Yongfu chuckled awkwardly and then said to Zhang Yuan, don't be too nervous. There's still a month before the league starts. You should level up to 30 and ideally undergo a job advancement. The period before and after the first job change is a crucial turning point for combat professionals. With your strength, leveling from 29 to 30 and completing the job advancement within a month shouldn't be a problem, right? Not a problem, Professor. By the time Zhang Yuan left the academic affairs office, it was already evening. As he arrived at the entrance of dormitory 0, he saw old Nyo glaring at him fiercely at the door. Old Nyo. Feeling old Nyo's hostility, Zhang Yuan suddenly had a bad premonition and hurriedly took out the star stone from his storage space. I'm here to pay the rent. But put the rent aside for now. Old Nyo fixed her gaze on Zhang Yuan. Why did you say you didn't receive it? Zhang Yuan, I really didn't receive it. Impossible. Old Nyo responded firmly. At that time, there were only 2 people in the Star Secret Realm. The other person has been confirmed not to have the blessing of the Star God, so the only one left with the blessing must be you. At this point, old Nyo's tone softened a lot and she continued, Zhang Yuan, are you planning to hide it from me because you don't trust me? There's no need for that, I wouldn't harm you. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan immediately understood why old Nyo was angry. He sighed, Old Nyo, you misunderstood. The Star God did bestow a blessing upon me, but for some reason, the blessing failed. The blessing failed? Old Nyo's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? If the divine blessing fails, it can only be because there's another divine power affecting you.
Did you receive a blessing from another deity before this?
Zhang Yuan shook his head.
Old Nyo, the power I have isn't a blessing, but I can't elaborate on the specific reasons.
Upon hearing Zhang Yuan's words, old Nyo seemed to realize something. She didn't press further about the origin of the divine power but expressed regret. It's a pity. I thought you might be able to unlock the treasure vault.
Treasure vault?
Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard old Nyo's words. He immediately said, although I didn't receive the star god's blessing, the star god did later give me a piece of equipment. With that, Zhang Yuan showcased the appearance of the star god's robe.
The star god's robe?
Old Nyo's eyes widened in shock as she saw the robe Zhang Yuan was wearing. Her pupils trembled and she almost stared in disbelief.
It's impossible. How could the star god give you this piece of equipment?
Zhang Yuan asked curiously, what's so special about the star god's robe?
Let me take a moment to process this.
Old Nyo took a few deep breaths to calm herself before explaining, the star god's robe is a token of the star god. By giving you this equipment, it means that the star god fully recognizes you and is willing to share his power with you. This is incredibly significant and could even impact the strategic development of the Daxia Empire.
Zhang Yuan was startled. This equipment is that important?
Old Nyo looked at Zhang Yuan deeply.
Zhang Yuan, I underestimated you. You've already stirred up such a big matter just by arriving at Dormitory 0. I can't even imagine how lively it will be in Dormitory 0 in the future. With that, old Nyo turned around.
Follow me.
Zhang Yuan asked, where are we going, old Nyo? Old Nyo replied, to unveil a new chapter for Dormitory 0. Although Zhang Yuan didn't fully understand old Nyo's ambiguous words, he followed her obediently. As Zhang Yuan followed old Nyo upstairs, he noticed that except for the second floor, all other floor entrances were shrouded in thick mist, obscuring the view of the corridors. Old Nyo explained while walking, in Dormitory 0, floors 2 to 5 are accommodation areas. Each floor has special enhancement effects, and the higher the floor, the stronger the enhancement. The 6th floor is the public area. All residents of Dormitory 0 can access it. There are many unique dungeons and special facilities on the 6th floor. With the Star Stone, you can quickly enhance your strength there. We're going to the 6th floor now. Even running on the 6th floor will permanently boost your attributes. Zhang Yuan asked, how do I get to higher floors? Old Nyo replied, once you reach the required level, you can pass the trials of Dormitory 0 to access higher floors. To live on the 3rd floor, you need to reach level 40 first.
Got it.
As old Nyo gave Zhang Yuan a detailed introduction to Dormitory 0, they arrived at the 6th floor. The 6th floor was a spacious platform with various exercise equipment and several dungeons shimmering with starlight. The blonde young man Zhang Yuan had met earlier at the entrance of the Star Secret Realm was running on a treadmill inscribed with magical runes. Old Nyo introduced him. His name is Wang Haoren, a resident of room 208. Although he looks like a 13 or 14-year-old boy, he is actually your senior and has been living in Dormitory 0 for a year. That's Wang Haoren? A hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. He remembered that Yi Qingsong had asked him to take the Ice Emperor's Heart and Wang Haoren to the western suburbs of Kyoto. He didn't expect that Wang Haoren also lived in Dormitory 0. This saved him the trouble of searching for Wang Haoren all over the school. Seeing that Zhang Yuan seemed interested in talking to Wang Haoren, old Nyo continued, that guy will be so immersed in his own world that he won't notice anyone else. If you want to get to know him, you'll need to wait until his workout is over. For now, follow me. With that, old Nyo led Zhang Yuan to a dungeon entrance. Try to see if you can get in. Seeing that old Nyo wanted him to enter the dungeon, Zhang Yuan said, Old Nyo, I've already done several dungeons today. Can we come back tomorrow? Old Nyo replied, don't worry. There are no monsters in this dungeon. If you can get in, you'll get unexpected benefits.
No monsters.
Zhang Yuan was surprised. The dungeon in front of him used the Abyssal Eye.
Divine Vault. Level?
Only those chosen by the gods are qualified to enter.
Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan placed his hand into the vortex. He immediately felt a strange force enveloping him from the dungeon. In the next moment, the dungeon erupted in dazzling light, instantly covering the entire 6th floor. Wang Haoren, who was working out, turned his head towards the glowing dungeon, intrigued by the light. When the light dissipated, Zhang Yuan had already vanished from his original spot.
He actually got in.
Old Nyo was extremely excited.
How many years has it been? Finally, someone has activated the Divine Vault. Inside the dungeon, Zhang Yuan found himself in a hall made of starlight. Congratulations on entering the Divine Vault. As the first person to activate the vault in 30 years, you are qualified to draw one treasure from the vault. This Divine Vault is indeed extraordinary. While Zhang Yuan marveled, a colorful card flew out from the Fate Star array with a colorful stone on it. First Awakening Stone, Divine? Seeing that he had drawn a Divine level Awakening Stone, Zhang Yuan was overwhelmed with excitement. After a night's sleep in the dormitory, I'll naturally reach level 30 tomorrow. With 2 Divine level Awakening Stones, I can't even imagine how powerful I'll become. At this moment, Zhang Yuan eagerly looked forward to the arrival of the next day. The next morning, a golden light burst from Zhang Yuan's body as he reached level 30. Level has reached 30. You can now perform Class Awakening. Would you like to proceed with the awakening? As soon as Zhang Yuan opened his eyes, he saw the prompt on his panel and couldn't contain his excitement. Perform Awakening. Awakening ceremony has begun. Please use the first Awakening Stone. As Zhang Yuan chose to awaken, the 2 Divine level First Awakening Stones in his storage space began to glow. Zhang Yuan took out the 2 stones, and they floated into the air, shining with black and blue light respectively. In the next moment, the 2 Divine level Awakening Stones transformed into beams of light and entered Zhang Yuan's body. Zhang Yuan immediately felt a new force surging within him. Awakening successful. Sword Array Master advances to Sword Lord. The first Divine level Awakening Stone adds attributes, advancing Sword Lord to Shadow Sword Lord. The second Divine level Awakening Stone adds attributes, advancing Shadow Sword Lord to Ghost Sword Lord. Seeing that his class had advanced 3 times in one awakening, Zhang Yuan was stunned. He immediately checked his current attributes. Name, Zhang Yuan. Title, Cursed King. Class, Ghost Sword Lord, First Awakening. Level, 30%. Strength, 25,010, plus 714. Agility, 19,010, plus 714. Mentality, 50,001, plus 714. Constitution, 19,010, plus 714. Class Special Attributes, Crit Rate, 39%, Crit Damage, 390%. Whoa. So many bonuses? Zhang Yuan looked at his current attributes and couldn't help but gasp. Excluding the equipment and talent attribute increases, his base attributes had increased by 2,000 per level. Compared to before the awakening, the attribute increase had multiplied by 40 times. Besides the attribute boost, Zhang Yuan also noticed that several of his skills had changed. Ghostly Sword Array, Level 5 unleashes a sword array, continuously consuming mental power. Within a 100-meter radius, critical damage increases by 180%. Enemies within the array have their speed reduced by 50% and take 50% more damage. All allies, including self, have their speed increased by 50% and deal 50% more damage. Ghostly Sword Control, Level 5 manipulates flying swords to attack from the air, instantly killing targets with less than 25% health. Ghostly Sword Speed, Level 1 increases flying sword speed by 1000%. Except for the sword array space and attribute conversion skills, which remained unchanged, the other 3 class-specific skills of the Sword Array Master had received significant enhancements, to the point where Zhang Yuan found them somewhat confusing. Moreover, Zhang Yuan discovered that all 6 of his destiny slots had also changed. Sword Lord, Destiny Slot 1. The effective radius of the sword array increases to 20 times. Sword Intent, Destiny Slot 2. Using the sword array and sword control no longer consumes mental power. Within the sword array, enemies continuously lose mental power while self and allies continuously regain mental power. Sword Bone, Destiny Slot 3. Within the sword array, enemies continuously lose stamina while self and allies continuously regain stamina. Sword Body, Destiny Slot 4. Within the sword array, each enemy attacked causes other enemies in the array to suffer 50% splash damage. Sword Heart, Destiny Slot 5. Within the sword array, self and allies attacks are guaranteed to be critical hits. Critical hit rate converts to double critical damage, with an additional 200% critical damage. Sword Immortal, Destiny Slot 6. Within the sword array, self ignores enemy defense, and allies ignore 50% of enemy defense. All 6 destiny slots had been greatly enhanced. Zhang Yuan looked at his attribute panel, completely stunned. He knew that a class awakening would greatly enhance combat power, but he didn't realize it would be this significant. This wasn't just a class upgrade, it was a complete overhaul into a more formidable and violent new class. Damage output, tanking, support, healing, everything other classes could do, he could now do as well. Zhang Yuan composed himself, tidied up, and then went to room 208, knocking on the door. No one responded. Zhang Yuan muttered to himself, planning to ask old Niu about Wang Haoren's whereabouts, when the door to 208 opened. Wang Haoren, with disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes, looked at Zhang Yuan dejectedly.
"Ayo, it's you? What's up?"
Seeing Wang Haoren's appearance compared to yesterday, Zhang Yuan's mouth twitched.
What happened to you?"
Wang Haoren suddenly became agitated. "The 10 divine stones. Do you know what I drew with the 10 divine stones I saved up for 6 months in the divine vault?" Zhang Yuan asked out of curiosity, "What did you draw?"
Wang Haoren replied, "An epic great armor."
Zhang Yuan said, "Isn't that pretty good? 10 divine stones don't even guarantee epic equipment." Wang Haoren lamented, "It's useless to me. I already have my exclusive armor. I would have been better off going to the Fate Star Array and gambling for 10 draws, it might have refined my equipment by a tier. I was so upset I didn't sleep all night." Zhang Yuan was momentarily at a loss for how to comfort Wang Haoren, considering that he had drawn a god-level awakening stone from the divine vault. He felt that no matter what he said, it would come off as a mockery to Wang Haoren. He decided to quickly change the subject. "Professor Yi asked me to find you. We're supposed to go to the outskirts of Kyoto for a class." "Professor Yi is having a class?" Wang Haoren's demeanor immediately shifted from dejection to keen interest. "Really?" Zhang Yuan replied, "Well, he told me directly."
"It should be correct, right?"
Wang Haoren asked, "Was he drinking when he said that?" Zhang Yuan answered, "Yes, he was." Wang Haoren paused and then sighed. "In that case, we probably don't need to go. He's likely forgotten about it completely."
"Is that so?"
Zhang Yuan was somewhat skeptical. He's the strongest person at Kyoto University, he wouldn't forget something he said yesterday, would he? "You really don't understand Professor Ye's personality at all," Wang Haoren said with another sigh. "I forget it. Wait here for a moment. We'll head to the bamboo forest and see if we can find him." With that, Wang Haoren went back to his room to freshen up. When he emerged, he looked composed and cool, just like he did yesterday.
Let's go."
"You've changed so much in such a short time?" Zhang Yuan was surprised, unable to understand how Wang Haoren could transform so drastically in just a few minutes. Wang Haoren smiled slightly and politely said, "I apologize for earlier. You saw a less pleasant side of me. This is the real me." "Did you mean to say the opposite?" Zhang Yuan chose not to call out Wang Haoren's pretense and followed him to the bamboo forest in the northwest. Deep in the bamboo forest, they found Yi Qingsong asleep on a rock, surrounded by wine gourds. The air was thick with the scent of alcohol. "It's still morning. How much did he drink?" Zhang Yuan looked at the scattered wine gourds and couldn't help but complain. Wang Haoren smiled apologetically. "Professor Yi is quite the drinker. He's had less today compared to usual." Wang Haoren nudged Yi Qingsong. "Professor, Zhang Yuan has already obtained the Ice Emperor's heart. Shouldn't we start the class?"
Zhang Yuan?"
Yi Qingsong mumbled in his sleep, "Who is Zhang Yuan? Why does he need the Ice Emperor's heart?" Hearing this, Zhang Yuan clenched his fists in frustration. After mumbling, Yi Qingsong went back to sleeping soundly, no matter how much Wang Haoren tried to wake him. Wang Haoren looked embarrassed and said to Zhang Yuan, "This is how Professor Yi is. Once he's drunk, even the most important matters are forgotten."
Zhang Yuan asked, "What do we do now?"
Wang Haoren said, "At times like this, I usually find something to do myself. By the way, I heard that a world boss has appeared in the outskirts of Kyoto recently and it hasn't been defeated yet. Since Professor Yi wanted us to go to the outskirts, it's probably related to that world boss. How about we go check it out ourselves?" Sounds good." Zhang Yuan nodded. He had never seen a world boss in the wild and was eager to gain some experience. Wang Haoren smiled. "Our school has a teleportation array to the western city gate of Kyoto. Il take you terre." After Wang Haoren led Zhang Yuan away from the bamboo forest, Yi Qingsong, who had been sound asleep, opened his eyes slightly and muttered to himself, "The talent has passed, now let's see how he handles his temperament and mind." Yi Qingsong took out a new wine gourd from his storage space and took a big swig. As the breeze rustled through the bamboo forest, the next moment, Yiqing Song and the wind seemed to vanish together. At the western city gate of Kyoto, the walls were made of steel, reinforced with a divine-level array and concealed with numerous cannons. Once a war breaks out, these city walls are enough to annihilate any invading enemy. Wang Haoren showed their Kyoto University ID to the city gate guards, who then allowed Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoren to leave the city without further hindrance. The wilderness outside Kyoto was quite different from the wilds around Shihu City. Here, the landscape was flat and no wild monsters could be seen around. Wang Haoren explained to Zhang Yuan, the city's defense army regularly clears out monsters from outside the city. Within 10 kilometers of Kyoto, you won't see any wild monsters. There's an abandoned town about 10 kilometers out. The monsters there are all level 35 or higher. Someone even saw the world boss there. Zhang Yuan asked curiously, there's an abandoned town outside Kyoto? Wang Haoren replied, I heard that 30 years ago, a legion of abyssal troops came to the outskirts of Kyoto, and that town was where they were stationed. Although the Great Xia repelled the abyssal army, that town was tainted with a lot of abyssal energy and has become uninhabitable. Even now, the abyssal energy hasn't been completely cleared out, so the monsters there are significantly stronger than usual. Zhang Yuan, you're only level 30, so you might not withstand the monsters' attacks. Stay behind me, and I'll protect you. Zhang Yuan used the abyssal eye to investigate Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren, dragon swordsman, level 35. You're only level 35 too. It's not certain who will protect whom. You don't understand. Even though I'm level 35, my class is a legendary one, a complete zero legend, with mechanisms and stats far beyond those of ordinary classes. Just watch me perform. It must be nice. My class is just a constellation warrior, starting with -2 constellations. Wang Haoren looked at Zhang Yuan with sympathy, patted him on the shoulder, and comforted, brother, I understand. Many classes are like that. A zero legend lacks mechanisms and needs constellations to become strong. Sometimes this world is just messed up. Many hidden classes, before they get their constellations, are even weaker than ordinary classes. Yeah, Zhang Yuan sighed. Fortunately, I've maxed out my constellations. Wang Haoren, Brother Wang, why aren't you speaking? I get lost. The two joked around as they walked the 10 kilometers of flat road and arrived at the abandoned town. The moment they stepped into the town, they felt the temperature drop noticeably. The town was filled with dilapidated buildings covered in moss. Even after 30 years, a faint abyssal energy still lingered in the air, indicating how deeply the abyss had corrupted the land. Wang Haoren, reorienting himself, warned Zhang Yuan, we've entered a dangerous zone. The monsters here like to hide in those buildings, so be extra cautious. I got it. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly and then activated his sword formation. Holy shit! Wang Haoren looked at the buff attributes on his panel with disbelief and turned to Zhang Yuan. Dude, aren't you an output class? Why do you have all these support effects? The buffs Zhang Yuan provided had increased Wang Haoren's strength from 0 legend to 6 legend, and the enhancement was even more significant than that. Zhang Yuan said, it's normal for an array-based output class to have some support abilities, right? Is that just a little? Wang Haoren's mouth twitched as he reassessed his understanding of the world. Before meeting Zhang Yuan, he had thought his class was incredibly powerful, surpassing 99.99% of all other classes. Even Professor Yi had evaluated it that way. After meeting Zhang Yuan, Wang Haoren realized that his class was like a caveman compared to Zhang Yuan. Unfair. So unfair. As Wang Haoren cursed the heavens for being unjust, Zhang Yuan's gaze sharpened. Someone's coming. At that moment, 6 professional players wearing uniform gear and wielding fine weapons emerged from the town and blocked Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoren's path. One of them, a mage holding a staff, said slightly, we from the Flying Dragon Guild are hunting the world boss in this area. Unrelated individuals should leave immediately. Wang Haoren's expression darkened at the mage's words. This is a public area, and the world boss doesn't belong to just you. Isn't this a bit too domineering? The mage glanced at Wang Haoren and Zhang Yuan with indifference and said to the nearby professionals, kill them. 2 archers immediately knocked their bows and shot arrows tipped with poison straight at Wang Haoren and Zhang Yuan's faces. Before Zhang Yuan could react, a flash of sword light appeared. Wang Haoren drew a dark red sword and severed the 2 arrows, fuming, are you really going to kill us? Seeing that Wang Haoren, at level 35, easily cut through the attacks of 2 level 40 archers, the mage's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He then said, "These two are not simple. Everyone, attack together." As soon as the mage finished speaking, the other professionals launched their attacks. Fireballs, ice shards, poison arrows, and various other attacks flew toward Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren, seeing this, was consumed by a fiery rage. Dragon scales appeared on his skin. Stepping forward, he let out a furious roar. The ground shattered beneath his feet. Skill, Dragon Roar. Boom! The terrifying sound wave shattered all incoming attacks and severely injured all the members of the Flying Dragon Guild. The leading mage's expression changed drastically. This guy's damage isn't right. Retreat quickly and notify the guild leader. At that moment, 6 flying swords appeared behind them, instantly claiming the lives of everyone present. The 6 bodies fell to the ground, and the abandoned town became eerily quiet. Wang Haoren stood there, stunned, looking at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. "You killed them?" Zhang Yuan remained unperturbed and asked, "Brother Wang, haven't you ever killed anyone before?" Kill. For Wang Haoren, this was a rather unfamiliar term. He had been a model student in school since he was young. After changing his class through card draws, he had always been leveling up in dungeons. Even after entering Kyoto University, he had remained on campus. Even when conflicts arose with other players, the battles were always limited in scope. Wang Haoren's entire life up to this point had been lived in the ivory tower of academia, without any exposure to the harsh realities of society. Seeing Wang Haoren's expression, Zhang Yuan realized he had never experienced such a situation. He comforted him, "It's okay. There's always a first time for everything." Wang Haoren swallowed hard, still struggling to accept it. But they weren't monsters. They were living people and now they're dead. Zhang Yuan said, "They wanted to kill us. If we let them go, more people will come to kill us, and then more people will die. Brother Wang, human nature is cruel. In this world, everyone possesses extraordinary power. Killing is as easy as it gets here. As long as there is greed, there will be killing intent. Can you always live in the safety of the campus?" Wang Haoren was silent for a long time before finally saying, "Zhang Yuan, I'm not blaming you. I understand this principle, but I still need some time to process it." Alright, I understand." Zhang Yuan nodded and then said, "Do you want to rest here for a while? I can handle the world boss by myself." Wang Haoren shook his head. No need. I'll get over this psychological hurdle quickly. Let's keep moving." Okay, just give me a moment." Zhang Yuan dragged the corpses to the roadside grass and removed 2 sets of clothing from the bodies, handing 1 set to Wang Haoren. "There are likely still many members of the Flying Dragon Guild in the town. To avoid unnecessary trouble, let's disguise ourselves a bit." "I got it." Wang Haoren didn't refuse and changed into the Flying Dragon Guild uniform with Zhang Yuan before entering the abandoned town. In the town, they saw numerous members of the Flying Dragon Guild, but very few wild monsters, all of which had been cleared out by the guild. It looks like they haven't found the world boss yet. We still have a chance to get the first kill. Seeing the Flying Dragon Guild members searching the town, Zhang Yuan understood that the boss hadn't been located yet. He asked Wang Haoren, "Brother Wang, do you know anything about the Flying Dragon Guild?" Wang Haoren replied, "All I know is that they are a top 30 guild nationwide, with a president who is a level 75 high-level professional. They have substantial strength." Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. The mage mentioned earlier that they would notify the guild leader, so it seems the Flying Dragon Guild's president is also in this town. This world boss must be quite significant. Wang Haoren looked worried. A world boss that even the president of the Flying Dragon Guild would personally deal with must be at least level 65 or higher. It's beyond our capability to handle. Even if we blend in with the Flying Dragon Guild's team and manage to secure the boss kill, the guild probably won't let us leave easily. Zhang Yuan laughed. "Brother Wang, are you getting cold feet?" "A bit." Wang Haoren responded seriously, no longer trying to sound brave. After all, they were level 35 and 30, respectively, while the Flying Dragon Guild's president was level 75. The disparity in combat power was immense. Zhang Yuan, however, said with a smile, "Don't worry. As long as I make a move, the world boss will definitely be ours. The Flying Dragon Guild won't even get a whiff of the boss." "You..." Wang Haoren was about to ask Zhang Yuan where his confidence came from but then thought of the buffs Zhang Yuan had given him. Those buffs could turn anyone into a battle god, and if applied to Zhang Yuan, the effects would be even more exaggerated. Perhaps Zhang Yuan really had the ability to seize the boss amidst a crowd and leave unscathed. Realizing this, Wang Haoren didn't say anything further. "Alright, I'll follow your lead from now on. What's our next move?" Zhang Yuan glanced at the surrounding Flying Dragon Guild members and smiled. Since we have free labor, we should make good use of it. Let's wait a bit. The Flying Dragon Guild will definitely find the world boss. I found it. The world boss is over here. Everyone come quickly. At this moment, an excited shout came from afar, and all the members in the abandoned town rushed toward the sound. I see, they found it already.
Let's go check it out.
Zhang Yuan chuckled and immediately led Wang Haoren to blend in with the team and head toward the world boss. When they arrived, the Flying Dragon Guild members had already begun forming formations to tackle the world boss. Knights were at the front, with warriors, archers, and mages in the middle dealing damage, and supports and healers at the back, providing buffs and healing while controlling and debuffing the boss. The thousands of members of the guild were coordinating seamlessly, besieging a world boss that was 3 or 4 meters tall, with the head of a goat, the body of a man, and hooves of a horse, enveloped in flames. Zhang Yuan used Abyssal Eye on the boss. Hellfire Demon Goat World Boss. Level *70. Strength *1,200,000. Agility *300,000. Spirit *200,000. Endurance *20 million. Skills Demon Roar, Hellfire, Death Curse, Earthquake, Physical Enhancement. With a level 70 world boss, its strength attribute had already surpassed 1 million and its endurance was 20 million. Adding in the Hellfire Demon Goat's physical enhancement skill, Zhang Yuan couldn't even guess how much health this boss had. Oh, what terrifying pressure. I can't even see its attributes. Wang Haoren, hiding behind a ruined building with Zhang Yuan, watched as the Hellfire Demon Goat remained unscathed amidst the siege of thousands. He turned to Zhang Yuan and asked, "What should we do?" Zhang Yuan replied seriously, "I probably can't take down this boss instantly. Let's let the Flying Dragon Guild deal damage for a while." You were thinking of taking down the boss instantly? Wang Haoren's eyes widened in shock. Is that even something a person can say? Zhang Yuan didn't respond. His gaze scanned the Flying Dragon Guild's formation and finally landed on a thin man with a braid and a floating green grimoire beside him. Stern Mai Wanfeng, Vodo Warlock, Level 75 Stern. So, that's the president of the Flying Dragon Guild? A poison user, huh? As Zhang Yuan detected Mei Wanfeng's information, he saw the grimoire next to Mei Wanfeng quickly flipping pages, and several green rays shot from the grimoire to the Hellfire Demon Goat. The Hellfire Demon Goat let out a painful roar, its movements becoming noticeably slower as more green toxins spread across its body, continuously corroding its health. Zhang Yuan detected the Hellfire Demon Goat's attributes again and found that the boss's stats had been reduced by more than half and were still decreasing. Oh, what a ruthless skill! With Mei Wanfeng's intervention, the Flying Dragon Guild's output level increased significantly, and the Hellfire Demon Goat's health began to decrease at a visibly fast rate. At this rate, the Flying Dragon Guild will kill the world boss within an hour at most. Zhang Yuan, when should we make our move? Wang Haoren noticed that the frequency with which the guild's healers were healing the knights had noticeably decreased, realizing that the Hellfire Demon Goat wouldn't last much longer. He turned to Zhang Yuan, who was deep in thought. What are you thinking? Wang Haoren asked curiously. Zhang Yuan replied, Professor Yi asked me to get the Ice Emperor's heart and then come with you to the western suburbs of Kyoto for a class. From our analysis, this class is likely related to the world boss appearing here. Wang Haoren said, if Professor Yi wasn't drunk, he could have guided us to take down the world boss. So far, our assumptions seem logical. Is there a problem? No, the general direction is correct, but we might have overlooked some details. Zhang Yuan shook his head, then summoned the Demon King and the Ice Fairy Queen. Wang Haoren was stunned when Zhang Yuan suddenly summoned two bosses. Zhang Yuan, you're a summoner too? Is there anything you don't know how to do? Just equipped skills. Zhang Yuan briefly explained to Wang Haoren and then instructed his two summons, go search the abandoned town and look for suspicious places. Zhang Yuan continued to hide in the ruined building, observing the abyssal Hellfire Goat's condition. After more than 10 minutes, Zhang Yuan saw the kill mark appear above the abyssal hellfire goat's head, indicating that the world boss's health had dropped below 25%, making it possible for Zhang Yuan to finish it off directly. At that moment, dark mist began to rise from the ground where the abyssal hellfire goat was standing. The boss, who had been taking damage, suddenly went berserk, cleansing all its negative effects and greatly increasing its attributes. The sudden outburst caught the healers off guard, causing the knights at the front to be overwhelmed. The Flying Dragon Guild's formation was disrupted, and the abyssal hellfire goat charged into the crowd, slaughtering indiscriminately. In an instant, the situation reversed completely. The Flying Dragon Guild's formation was shattered, and there were countless casualties. Many players even abandoned their teammates and fled the battlefield. The scene turned chaotic. A bunch of useless fools. You can't even hold aggro on the boss. I'll hold the boss, and all teams reorganize their formation. Seeing the Flying Dragon Guild's formation in disarray, Mei Wanfeng roared angrily and soared into the sky. His green grimoire began to flip rapidly. Terrifying mana surged around Mei Wanfeng, and a green poison cloud began to form in the sky, gradually enveloping the entire abandoned town in toxic mist. Wang Haoren stared in shock at Mei Wanfeng floating high in the sky and exclaimed, "What a setup! Is he about to use a poison-based forbidden spell?
Zhang Yuan, we should..."
Before Wang Haoren could finish his sentence, the abyssal hellfire goat suddenly teleported behind Mei Wanfeng and opened its massive maw, biting off Mei Wanfeng's head. Mei Wanfeng's headless body fell from the sky, and the poison cloud in the sky dissipated.
"A president! The president's been killed!
This boss isn't right, everyone run!" The Flying Dragon Guild members, seeing Mei Wanfeng's death, panicked and fled the town in disarray, leaving behind their equipment and armor. The abyssal hellfire goat chewed on Mei Wanfeng's head in the air, and its surrounding flames gradually turned green, as if absorbing Mei Wanfeng's power and evolving to gain a poison attribute.
It's evolving!
Seeing this, Zhang Yuan decided to stop holding back. He deployed his sword array, enveloping the abyssal hellfire goat, and the scarlet sky flashed past, severing the boss's head. The headless body of the abyssal hellfire goat also fell from the sky, crushing Mei Wanfeng's corpse into a meat patty.
Kill confirmed.
Zhang Yuan successfully triggered the killing effect, but he did not receive a kill notification.
Zhang Yuan, the boss is looking this way.
Wang Haoren cried out in alarm. Zhang Yuan snapped back to his senses and saw that the abyssal hellfire goat's head was still floating in the air, its eyes fixed intently on them. In the next moment, green light burst from the abyssal hellfire goat's eyes. Zhang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He immediately positioned himself in front of Wang Haoren.
Adincha!
Boom! Two green beams shot out from the abyssal hellfire goat's eyes, instantly cutting through the entire building and creating a long trench in the ground. The steel-reinforced concrete building collapsed with a tremendous roar. Among the ruins, Wang Haoren looked incredulously at Zhang Yuan, who was unharmed and standing in front of him.
"You stopped the boss's attack?"
It was a bit forced. Zhang Yuan retracted the scarlet sky and Zhan Lu back into the sword array space, and said in a deep voice, "If I hadn't had the temporary shield and 100% poison resistance, that attack would have killed me." His Scarlet Sky's immunity passive was still on cooldown, so if his health had reached 0, he would have truly died. Zhang Yuan once again used the Abyssal Eye on the Abyssal Hellfire Goat. Corrupted Abyssal Hellfire Goat, World Boss. Level 80. This time, the Abyssal Eye provided very little information, and Zhang Yuan couldn't even see the boss's attributes.
"Oh, corrupted!"
Zhang Yuan's pupils contracted slightly, and he immediately shouted to Wang Haoren, "This boss has been corrupted by the Abyss."
"Let's go!"
Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan attacked the Abyssal Hellfire Goat with the Scarlet Sky and Zhan Lu, creating a temporary shield for himself, and then fled with Wang Haoren. Boom! As Zhang Yuan pulled Wang Haoren away, 2 more beams of laser shot through the place they had just been, melting the earth below. The Abyssal Hellfire Goat calmly watched Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoren running through the abandoned town. Its head reattached to its body, and then it made a starting motion. In the next moment, the Abyssal Hellfire Goat charged at them, enduring the Scarlet Sky's slowing effect and moving at a speed far beyond Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoren's, leaving a trail of fire behind. Everything in the Abyssal Hellfire Goat's path was burned to the ground.
"It's too fast. We can't outrun it."
Zhang Yuan glanced back at the rapidly approaching Abyssal Hellfire Goat, and without hesitation, he stopped, turned, and summoned the Scarlet Sky, Zhan Lu, and 8 flying swords.
He began to attack the abyssal hellfire goat at high frequency, trying to trigger a useful curse to defeat the boss. Unfortunately, luck was not on Zhang Yuan's side this time. The abyssal hellfire goat reached Zhang Yuan, swinging its massive fists toward him. The temporary shield from Zhan Lu, which provides 90% damage reduction and block intuition for one attack, should help me withstand this wave of attacks without using the Star God robe. With no time to dodge, Zhang Yuan had the thought cross his mind as the Scarlet Sky and Zhan Lu appeared in front of him, intending to block the abyssal hellfire goat's attack and survive this assault.
Kongya!
At that moment, a fierce shout came from behind, and Zhang Yuan found himself covered by a massive shadow. In the next moment, a red dragon soared over Zhang Yuan's head and directly slammed the abyssal hellfire goat away.
A dragon?
Zhang Yuan's pupils constricted in shock as he turned around. He saw Wang Haoren panting heavily and smiling at him. Zhang Yuan, she's my ace in the hole. Pretty impressive, right? Wang Haoren had just finished showing off when the red dragon was pinned to the ground by the abyssal hellfire goat. The abyssal hellfire goat opened its massive maw and bit down on the red dragon's neck, causing the dragon to let out a mournful scream. Wang Haoren's expression changed slightly.
No.
Honger is too far below the boss's level.
She's no match for it. Leave it to me.
Zhang Yuan quickly reacted, covering the red dragon with his sword array and applying all his buffs to her. With Zhang Yuan's sword array buff, the red dragon immediately broke free from the abyssal hellfire goat's bite, flipping the boss onto the ground with a swipe of her claw and then biting back. Now it was the abyssal hellfire goat's turn to scream. It continuously slashed at the red dragon with its claws, but with Zhang Yuan's sword array in place, the red dragon's health was continually restored, enough to withstand the abyssal hellfire goat's damage. Wang Haoren looked on in delight and said, "Honger has the boss pinned down." "It's not that simple," Zhang Yuan said gravely. "This abyssal hellfire goat isn't the real boss, and it's continually growing stronger. Even with my assistance, the red dragon can only buy some time before the boss will likely turn the tables on us." Wang Haoren's expression changed slightly.
So what should we do now?
Zhang Yuan took out the heart of the Ice Emperor and handed it to Wang Haoren. "My summons reported that they detected abnormal energy deep within the town. The real boss might be there. I need to stay here to help the red dragon fight the boss. You take the heart of the Ice Emperor and deal with the real boss." Wang Haoren took the heart of the Ice Emperor, glanced at the red dragon still battling fiercely, and then, with a determined look, said to Zhang Yuan, "All right, you hold out until I get back. If I don't return in time, ride the red dragon out of here. Don't be so pessimistic. The Rakshasa King and the Ice Queen will assist you."
Game M.
Wang Haoren said no more, storing the heart of the Ice Emperor in his inventory. He bypassed the abyssal hellfire goat and ran deeper into the town, while Zhang Yuan summoned all the flying swords he could control to assist the red dragon in fighting the abyssal hellfire goat. With Zhang Yuan joining the battlefield, the red dragon immediately gained the upper hand, and the abyssal hellfire goat was forced to retreat. Meanwhile, on a crumbling high-rise in the town's ruins, Yiqingsong stood on a steel rebar jutting out from the wall, calmly observing Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoren splitting up. I didn't expect these two kids to collaborate so seamlessly on their first attempt. It's beyond my expectations. Seems like I don't even need to make a move, they might handle the boss themselves. Just right. The kids have their own business to deal with, and I have mine. Yiqingsong took a swig from the wine gourd at his waist and then suddenly threw it forward. The space in front of him twisted, and a pale hand emerged from the distorted space, grabbing the wine gourd and crushing it. In the next moment, a slender female demon stepped out from the distorted space, coldly looking at Yiqingsong. If Zhang Yuan saw this female demon, he would be shocked to find she resembled his mother. Yiqingsong, seeing the newcomer, showed a hint of surprise and said with a smile, "I didn't expect it to be a Duke-level demon. You were targeting me, but since Zhang Yuan entered the town, you seem particularly concerned about him. What's your connection with him?" "It's none of your business," the female demon said, slightly a coacervation, and a spiked long whip in her hand and fiercely whipping it toward Yiqingsong. Yiqingsong chuckled, catching the long whip with one hand. His gaze grew icy. "If you don't explain, don't blame me for getting violent. You should worry about yourself. This trap was specifically prepared for you. There are more demons from the abyss targeting you. I'm not the only one." The female demon snorted coldly. The long whip in her hand turned into a poisonous snake, quickly wrapping around Yiqingsong.
In the next moment, a crack appeared in the space around Yiqingsong, directly sucking him in.
Plan successful.
Yiqingsong has been teleported to the abyss.
You may proceed.
The female demon said flatly to the void, glanced down at Zhang Yuan, lingered in the air for a moment and then teleported away. Zhang Yuan, fighting alongside the red dragon against the abyssal hellfire goat, seemed to sense something. He looked back at the place where the female demon had vanished, frowning.
Just now. Did someone watch me? Roar.
At this moment, the abyssal hellfire goat roared in fury, and the entire earth began to tremble. Zhang Yuan's attention was drawn back as he saw the abyssal hellfire goat's right paw surrounded by green flames. Zhang Yuan's heart sank with a bad premonition. He immediately shouted, "Red Dragon, get out of the way!" The red dragon, battling in front and hearing Zhang Yuan's warning, immediately flapped its wings, creating a gust of wind, and flew into the sky. The abyssal hellfire goat also soared into the air, its claws wreathed in green flames, and it struck at the red dragon's heart. At this moment, the red dragon was unable to dodge.
Qi Xiao!
Zhang Yuan summoned Qi Xiao to his side, gripped its hilt with one hand, and then used the skill Ghost Sword Speed. The speed of the flying sword increased by 1000%. Qi Xiao turned into a beam of light, pulling Zhang Yuan to the red dragon's side. Zhang Yuan then drew Zhan Lu from the sword array space and positioned it in front of him.
Block intuition. Clang!
Zhan Lu perfectly blocked the abyssal hellfire goat's attack and a blue sword light flashed. The abyssal hellfire goat's claw was sliced off, spraying a large amount of poisonous blood. The red dragon then opened its mouth and released a dragon breath, a violent flame sweeping from above Zhang Yuan, crashing into the abyssal hellfire goat.
Boom!
The terrifying dragon breath penetrated the ground, and the entire abandoned town was engulfed in a sea of fire in an instant. Zhang Yuan gripped the red dragon's claw with one hand, staring intently at the sea of fire below, with 10 flying swords protecting the red dragon. Still no boss kill notification. In the next moment, Zhang Yuan saw a dark shape emerging from the sea of fire, and it was rapidly growing larger. Zhang Yuan's pupils narrowed sharply. He immediately leaped onto the red dragon's back and shouted, "Red dragon, climb higher!" The red dragon flapped its wings again and soared into the sky. Meanwhile, the abyssal hellfire goat burst from the sea of fire, its size still increasing, reaching out to grab the high-flying red dragon. It was as if it were using a celestial power to control the heavens. At the same time, Wang Haoran, with the help of the Rakshasa King and the Ice Queen, discovered the true boss deep in the town, a level 50, fireball-like creature with a spiky, brain-like appearance. Although this creature was much weaker than the abyssal hellfire goat, it still emitted a dangerous aura. Phew! This is quite a pressure. Seeing the true boss, Wang Haoran glanced back at Zhang Yuan and the red dragon, who were desperately avoiding the abyssal hellfire goat's attacks in the sky. He took a deep breath, then took out the heart of the Ice Emperor and his giant sword, turning his attention to the burning meatball. Looks like we need to finish this quickly. The Rakshasa King and the Ice Queen immediately entered combat mode. After the abyssal hellfire goat grew larger, it was even visible from the city walls of Kyoto.
What is that?
Such a huge monster.
Look!
It seems someone is riding a dragon and fighting that creature.
Who has a telescope?
It's too far, I can't see clearly. As soldiers watched the battle between the abyssal hellfire goat and Zhang Yuan in the abandoned town, some members of the Dragonflight Guild fled to the base of the city wall, shouting loudly, "Emergency! The level 70 world boss has turned into an abyssal monster."
What?
That giant beast is an abyssal boss?
Is the abyss invading again?
Quickly activate the Demon Destroyer cannon and assist that hero in fighting the abyssal boss. As survivors from the Dragonflight Guild relayed the news of the world boss's abyssal transformation, a loud alarm was immediately sounded at the west gate of Kyoto. The soldiers on the walls quickly stopped watching and gathered at the fastest speed, ready to face the enemy. A cannon port opened on the city wall and a Demon Destroyer cannon extended from the wall, aiming at the distant abyssal hellfire goat. The west gate of Kyoto immediately went into a wartime state. Zhang Yuan, on the dragon's back, noticed the large cannon being activated on the distant Kyoto city wall. He realized that Kyoto city had detected the abyssal monster and immediately said to the Red Dragon, dive towards the ground." The Red Dragon, who had fought alongside Zhang Yuan for a while, had fully trusted his judgment by now. It dove straight into the sea of fire below without hesitation. Seeing this, the abyssal hellfire goat roared angrily and reached out to grab the Red Dragon.
At that moment, a commanding voice came from the west gate of Kyoto.
A fire!
Boom! The demon destroyer cannon fired a terrifying laser that instantly pierced through the towering abyssal hellfire goat, reducing its upper body to nothing but debris. Where the laser passed, the space slightly warped and the power was extraordinarily frightening. The lower half of the abyssal hellfire goat crashed into the sea of fire. Although the abyssal hellfire goat's wounds were still growing new flesh, indicating that its revival was only a matter of time, Zhang Yuan finally had the opportunity to assist Wang Haoren.
How's it going, Brother Wang?
Zhang Yuan switched to the perspective of the Rakshasa King and saw that both the Rakshasa King and the Ice Queen were entangled by the horrifying tentacles of a brain-like meatball and were encased in ice. Wang Haoren, covered in blood, grasped his giant sword with both hands, roaring as he soared into the air and thrust down fiercely at the frozen meatball. The giant sword pierced through the ice and drove into the meatball. The meatball emitted a piercing scream and then exploded, sending Wang Haoren, the Rakshasa King, and the Ice Queen flying. The Rakshasa King has been slain. The Ice Queen is severely injured and has returned to the summoning space. Zhang Yuan lost the Rakshasa King's perspective and received the two notifications, causing his heart to tighten. When he saw that Wang Haoren was still alive on the team panel, he breathed a sigh of relief and then looked at the half-destroyed abyssal hellfire goat lying in the abandoned town. At that moment, a slayable icon reappeared above the abyssal hellfire goat's head. This time, it can finally be finished. Zhang Yuan did not hesitate to use Qi Shao to pierce through the abyssal hellfire goat's remaining body. Successfully slain the corrupted abyssal hellfire goat, experience plus 20 million, minus 50%. Obtained legendary weapon, Hellfire Giant Sword. Obtained legendary cloak, Hellfire Cloak. Abyssal King, 4-dimensional attributes plus 715. Accursed Blade Artifact Quest, 4596/1000. With the abyssal hellfire goat slain, a golden light burst from Zhang Yuan and he directly leveled up to 31. However, he had no time to check the boss rewards and immediately went with the red dragon to the depths of the town to find Wang Haoren buried under rubble. Zhang Yuan quickly deployed a sword array over Wang Haoren to restore his vitality. Wang Haoren's breathing gradually steadied. The red dragon, seeing this, gratefully rubbed its head against Zhang Yuan's arm and then transformed into red light, merging into Wang Haoren's body. Zhang Yuan immediately felt that Wang Haoren's vitality had significantly increased. Soon, Wang Haoren opened his eyes and saw Zhang Yuan inspecting the equipment nearby.
He asked, "How did it go with the boss?"
"Thanks to you, it's been dealt with. It dropped 2 legendary items." Zhang Yuan placed the 2 legendary items in front of Wang Haoren. "I will each take one of these. You pick first." Wang Haoren sat up and examined the red giant sword and the red cloak before him. Hellfire Giant Sword, legendary attack power plus 3000, strength plus 10,000, no equipment level restriction. Hellfire Cloak, legendary grants 100% fire resistance, the wearer can summon the abyssal hellfire goat to fight alongside, and the hellfire goat will automatically recover in the cloak after its demise. No equipment level restriction.
Such high attributes.
And there's no level restriction. Wang Haoren was immediately excited by the attack power of the Hellfire Giant Sword and looked at Zhang Yuan. "Zhang Yuan, this Hellfire Giant Sword suits me very well.
Could you let me have it?"
"Of course," Zhang Yuan replied. He equipped the Hellfire Cloak and immediately felt enveloped by a massive amount of fire elements. With a thought, he summoned the Abyssal Hellfire Goat. The next moment, a 3-meter-tall Abyssal Hellfire Goat emerged from the flames. After the loot distribution, Wang Haoren took out a return scroll and both he and Zhang Yuan teleported back. Meanwhile, in the heart of the abyss, Yiqingsong looked at the 6 terrifying demons surrounding him and said with a smile to the leader, "Hadi, you really think highly of me. As one of the 7 lords, you're bringing 5 Duke-level demons to deal with a mere drunkard like me." Hadi grinned at Yiqingsong and said, "Yiqingsong, I've always admired you. If you're willing to join the abyss, I could even help you secure a Duke position. Recently, Emperor Thas is about to die, and his position will soon be vacant." "That sounds tempting," Yiqingsong said with a slight smile, taking a big swig from his wine gourd and slurring, "but the abyss doesn't have good wine. You can't keep me here." "Oh, what a pity." Hadi sighed in disappointment, kill him. After Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoren returned to the academy, they went straight to the bamboo grove but did not find Yiqingsong. "It's normal. Professor Yi is elusive, I often can't find him either." "Let's come back tomorrow," Wang Haoren said nonchalantly. He advised Zhang Yuan, for now, don't join any other academy. Only Professor Yi can help you fully develop your strength and talent at Kyoto University. Zhang Yuan, recalling Yi Qingsong's drunken demeanor, hesitated. I admit Professor Yi is strong, but does he really seem fit to be a professor? After all, strength and teaching ability are unrelated. If Yi Qingsong was just a hands-off type of professor, his strength would mean nothing. Wang Haoren smiled. Don't let his appearance fool you. He's actually quite reliable in critical moments. Plus, he can see through many things. A few pointers from him are worth more than a year of training at other academies. And the most important thing is, at Sword Heart Academy, we don't have to attend classes. At Kyoto University, as long as we read the relevant books in the library, we can earn the necessary credits, which saves a lot of time. That sounds pretty good. I'll come back tomorrow, Zhang Yuan said, intrigued by the idea of not having to attend classes. Great. Then let's call it a day. Since we came out early today, I still need to sort out my rent. I'll head back to the dorm to gather some star stones. Okay, I'll go to the library and study some information about the abyss during my free time. After parting ways with Wang Haoren in the bamboo grove, Zhang Yuan headed to the library. The library at Kyoto University is the second largest in the Daxia Empire, only behind the National Library. Apart from certain forbidden knowledge that requires special permissions, all other knowledge is available for free to Kyoto University students. Zhang Yuan found an empty spot and sat down. He placed his hand on the crystal ball on the table and a light screen projected in front of him. The screen displayed 5 categories: profession, skills, dungeons, monsters, and abyss. Zhang Yuan clicked on the abyss category, and a large number of book titles about the abyss appeared in alphabetical order, neatly arranged before him. After Zhang Yuan selected a book titled Introduction to the Abyss from the light screen, the screen vanished and the book flew out from the shelf, landing in front of him. Kyoto University is impressive, even the library is so advanced, Zhang Yuan marveled as the book flew to him while he was seated. He then opened the book and began to study intently. The book covered a lot of information about the abyss and the abyssal battlefield, including the distribution and levels of monsters on the battlefield. Outside the first defensive line of the Daxia Empire, the average level of abyssal monsters was already above level 60. The troops stationed there were constantly fighting abyssal monsters, so the adventurers who could operate in that area were among the strongest of the strong. Countries like the Daxia Empire, which have built defensive lines within 100 kilometers of the abyss entrance, are extremely rare in the world. As for those who could advance their armies into the abyss, no country has managed that. To this day, humanity's understanding of the abyss remains superficial. They only know that the abyss is larger than the entire surface world and is home to countless fearsome demons. Those at the pinnacle of the abyss are called demon lords. The demon lords divide the abyssal lands among themselves, and the territory of the Curse King is located on the periphery of the abyss, close to the entrance. As a result, the Curse King has always coveted the surface lands, continuously sending his demons to invade. The wars between humans and demons over the past centuries have mostly been conflicts with the Curse King. 30 years ago, the Curse King personally led an invasion of the Daxia Empire. After the Daxia Empire paid a heavy price to slay the Curse King, a new king in the abyss succeeded him and became the new demon king of the Curse Kingdom. Currently, humanity knows very little about this new king, only that he commands 7 demon dukes, each of whom possesses the power to single-handedly destroy a large country. The emperor that Zhang Yuan encountered previously was one of these 7 demon dukes. Just one abyssal demon kingdom can challenge all of humanity, and a single demon duke can defeat our Daxia Empire's first defensive line. The Curse King I made a pact with turns out to be the former ruler of such a kingdom. As Zhang Yuan reviewed the information about the abyss, he gained a new understanding of the Curse King. It was clear how much determination the Daxia Empire had invested in letting him face the Curse King at level 70. It was a gamble. If he failed, the Daxia Empire would fall into despair once again, and with its vitality still not restored, it might not withstand a new full-scale war. At that moment, Zhang Yuan felt the weight on his shoulders.
Let's do this.
Unknowingly, as evening approached, Zhang Yuan's communicator suddenly vibrated with a message from an unknown number. Come to the bamboo grove.
Is it Professor Yi?
Zhang Yuan wondered how Yi Qingsong had obtained his contact information. Nonetheless, he returned the book and hurried to the bamboo grove. At that time, Yi Qingsong was deep in the bamboo grove, drinking with several injuries on his body.
The Professor?
Zhang Yuan noticed Yi Qingsong's condition and his expression changed slightly.
What happened?
It's nothing. Just had a scuffle with a few demons and got some superficial wounds. I'll see the school doctor for treatment later. It's nothing serious, Yi Qingsong said lightly with a smile. Then he asked Zhang Yuan, tell me about today's battle. Zhang Yuan's eyes showed a hint of surprise.
You didn't forget?
Yi Qingsong smiled, even though I drink a lot, I don't forget important matters. I really didn't expect this. Zhang Yuan's opinion of Yi Qingsong rose significantly. He then recounted the details of today's battle. You did well, Yi Qingsong said with a nod of satisfaction. You've passed. I'll speak to the academic affairs office and get your paperwork sorted. From now on, you'll be one of the 2 students at the Sword Heart Academy.
Thank you, Professor.
Zhang Yuan thanked Yi Qingsong and then asked, but Professor Yi, you must have called me over for more than just this, right? You're quite perceptive. Yi Qingsong smiled and then took out 2 photos of demons from his storage space. Do you recognize these demons? Zhang Yuan's pupils contracted slightly as he saw the photos.
My parents?
Yi Qingsong noticed Zhang Yuan's reaction and his gaze became more serious. I saw that they still had some human aura about them and resembled you somewhat. That's why I took these photos while fighting them. Zhang Yuan immediately asked, Professor, what's their current situation?
To be honest, it's not good.
Yi Qingsong shook his head. Although they still retain some human rationality, it's barely any left. They've completely aligned themselves with the demons and are no longer considered human.
Zhang Yuan asked, is there any possibility of saving them?
Yi Qingsong replied, there are many cases of humans turning into abyssal demons, but there's no record of anyone turning back from a demon to a human.
Zhang Yuan took a couple of steps back. How could this happen?
Yi Qingsong continued, but don't be too worried. Most humans who become demons turn into the lowest level monsters, losing all rationality. Your parents are special, not only do they retain their intelligence, but they are also Duke-level demons. In the Abyss, this rank is second only to the Demon Lords and the 7 Great Dukes. They have their own territories and high status. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. There might indeed be a way to turn them back into humans. Even if that doesn't work out, we must strive to have them stand with humanity.
Zhang Yuan asked, Professor Yi, what can I do?
Yi Qingsong said, this matter requires careful consideration and many things need to be handled gradually.
However, I do have a very urgent task for you.
Zhang Yuan immediately focused and said seriously, please tell me, Professor.
I will complete it.
Yi Qingsong said, 3 days from now, the principal will hold a dean's meeting and all the deans of the academies must attend. You will go in my place.
A cough.
Yi Qingsong coughed twice and continued, of course, it's not because I'm too lazy to attend. It's because I have an urgent matter that I can't get out of. Besides, the attendees are all deans from various academies, each with plenty of resources. Building a good relationship with them will be beneficial for you. Zhang Yuan said with a frown, Professor, skipping our classes is one thing, but sending a new student like me to a dean's meeting, isn't that a bit excessive? Yi Qingsong replied, what's the big deal? You've already fought against an 80-level world boss. Many of the deans aren't as formidable as you. You're perfectly qualified to attend. Zhang Yuan was speechless. Isn't this about strength? This is truly turning the tables. Imagine a bunch of high-level experts, all in their 70s or 80s, discussing matters that could influence the fate of the Daxia Empire, and then a student like him sneaks in. The scene is completely different. Yi Qingsong, however, brushed it off and continued, let me tell you, this meeting is crucial. The principal will grade the academies, and the academy with the lowest ranking will be disbanded. Since our Sword Heart Academy has fallen behind in various metrics, we are at risk of being disbanded. Your task this time is to showcase the spirit and style of our Sword Heart Academy at the meeting and convey the Sword Heart spirit to the principal to ensure our academy's survival.
Zhang Yuan asked, so, Professor, what exactly is the Sword Heart Academy's spirit and style? What is the Sword Heart spirit?
Zhang Yuan wasn't even officially a Sword Heart Academy student yet. He had no idea what Yi Qingsong was talking about.
It doesn't matter.
Just handle the meeting, Yi Qingsong said, brushing off the question. I have more urgent matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Yi Qingsong waved his hand and tossed a black ID card to Zhang Yuan.
This is my ID card.
I've transferred my permissions to you. Insert this card into your communicator and all the meeting information will be sent to your communicator.
Keep it safe.
With that, a gust of wind blew by and Yi Qingsong vanished. Seeing Yi Qingsong leaving immediately after throwing the ID card, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but curse. At that moment, Zhang Yuan's opinion of Yi Qingsong, which had recently risen, fell sharply. He even wondered if Yi Qingsong had talked so much about his parents just as a pretext to avoid the meeting. This guy is too unreliable. Can he really just hand over something as valuable as an ID card so casually? Zhang Yuan sighed as he looked at the black ID card in his hand. Why did he end up with such a professor? But given the situation, Zhang Yuan had no choice but to go through with it. He inserted Yi Qingsong's ID card into his communicator and soon received the principal's meeting information. In the group message, the principal specifically called out Yi Qingsong and sternly criticized him for being an unqualified dean and professor. This guy must have wanted me to take the blame, right? Seeing the principal's message, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but think of students who, when called in by their professors, would find someone else to pretend to be their guardian to avoid getting scolded. After reading the meeting information, Zhang Yuan was about to pull out the ID card when he suddenly received a text from the bank. Your account has been charged 3 million yuan by Mingyue Winery. Available balance, 18 billion yuan.
How much? 110?
Zhang Yuan counted the balance in shock, 18 billion? Stunned by Yi Qingsong's personal wealth, Zhang Yuan seemed to have an idea and smirked slightly. Professor Yi, if you want me to help you with some work, it's okay to ask for a salary, right? Whistling, Zhang Yuan went to the Imperial Exchange within the school. At the school's exchange, transactions could be made using the ID card, meaning Zhang Yuan could now use Yi Qingsong's money. Confidently, Zhang Yuan sat down at the exchange, inserted Yi Qingsong's ID card, and searched for the term longsword in the auction house. That night, the Imperial Exchange was shaken to its core. Many people quickly learned that Yi Qingsong from Kyoto University spent 10 billion yuan to buy 10 level 30 epic grade standard longswords from the Forged Sword Manor. Everyone speculated that the strongest person from Kyoto University buying so many low-level long swords at once must be planning to recruit disciples. Satisfied with his new acquisitions, Zhang Yuan left the exchange and retrieved his newly bought long swords from the sword array space. These swords were purple with beautiful patterns on the blade and were crafted by renowned masters. Purple Ghost Sword, Epic Attack plus 800, usable at level 30. Note: Forged Sword Manor product, a century-old company, quality guaranteed. The attributes were straightforward, with only attack power as a bonus. But for Zhang Yuan, this was top-notch before his special weapons fully filled the sword box. Finally replacing the iron swords in his sword box, Zhang Yuan happily returned to his dorm and had a good night's sleep. Not long after, in a tavern in Kyoto City, several elderly men in luxurious clothing approached Yi Qingsong, who was drinking. Yi Qingsong smiled and said, "Gentlemen, what a rare visit. Here to have a drink with me?" The elderly men laughed and replied, "Mr. Yi, we heard that you're planning to take on disciples. We have children of the right age, perhaps you could consider them?" Yi Qingsong was left with a big question mark on his face after hearing this. For the next 2 days, Zhang Yuan immersed himself in the library, studying various subjects to enrich his knowledge and earn some credits. By the end of the 2 days, not only did Zhang Yuan gain a clearer understanding of this world, but he also completed all the required courses for the semester, earning 10 credits. Early on the 3rd day, while Zhang Yuan was still asleep, Yi Qingsong's ID card suddenly lit up, and a teleportation array appeared beneath Zhang Yuan, transporting him away. Zhang Yuan jolted awake from the floor and found himself in a grand hall. Surrounding him were separate teleportation lights, and one after another, high-level professionals with terrifying auras emerged from them. Eh? Did I mislocate? I was supposed to be teleported to Yi Qingsong. A girl with a bun hairstyle and a somewhat cute appearance looked at Zhang Yuan in confusion, unsure why the mistake had occurred. An elderly man with a white beard immediately scolded, "Xiao Su, how could you make such a low-level mistake? The child is still asleep. Quickly apologize and send him back." "Principal, I'm sorry." "I'm sorry, little brother." Su Wanting quickly apologized to the elderly man and then to Zhang Yuan before sending the bewildered Zhang Yuan back. "This time won't be wrong." Su Wanting muttered to herself, retargeted Yi Qingsong, and activated the teleportation array again. A white light rose in the hall, and Zhang Yuan appeared in the grand hall once more. At this moment everyone was stunned, including Principal Jing Bingyun.
Seeing Zhang Yuan appear again, Su Wanting turned pale and frantically explained to Jing Bingyun, "Impossible. Principal, believe me, I didn't make a mistake this time. I targeted Mr. Yi." Jing Bingyun was at a loss. Then where is Yi Qing-song? By now, Zhang Yuan, who had woken up from his slumber, realized that the dean's meeting had started. He quickly took out Yi Qing-song's ID card and explained to everyone, "Esteemed professors and seniors, my name is Zhang Yuan. I am here to represent Mr. Yi at this dean's meeting." The room erupted in chaos.
A nonsense.
Yi Qing-song is becoming increasingly reckless. How can a student attend a meeting of this level? Principal, if you don't rein in Yi Qing-song, he'll be completely out of control.
What kind of order is this?
The deans of various academies began to bombard Yi Qing-song with furious complaints, each one more enraged than the last. Zhang Yuan had long anticipated this reaction and could only stand there with a bitter smile, waiting for the storm to pass. After all, the situation was indeed absurd, and their reaction was to be expected.
Azilengse.
Jing Bingyun suddenly spoke, a powerful aura emanating from him, instantly covering the entire hall. The room immediately quieted down. Jing Bingyun fixed his gaze on Zhang Yuan and asked, "Child, are you certain you want to represent Yi Qing-song at this dean's meeting?" Zhang Yuan helplessly replied a yes. Thus, Zhang Yuan successfully blended in with the group of big shots and attended the dean's meeting. As the meeting began, Jing Bingyun continued, "The Sword Heart Academy has failed to meet all its performance indicators, ranking last. According to the elimination system, an academy that is ranked last for 4 consecutive quarters will be dissolved, and its students will be transferred to other academies." At this moment, Zhang Yuan suddenly spoke, interrupting Jing Bingyun. Jing Bingyun stopped and looked at Zhang Yuan.
What do you want to say?
Zhang Yuan said, "Before Mr. Yi entrusted this matter to me, he specifically instructed me to showcase the Sword Heart Academy's spirit to you all."
A Sword Heart spirit?
Jing Bingyun was momentarily taken aback before chuckling. "This is the first time I've heard of such a spirit from your academy.
What's its core principle?"
"I never give up until the last moment." Zhang Yuan answered without hesitation, "That's the Sword Heart spirit." Duanqing chuckled lightly, "Foolish child, you're being completely fooled by Yi Qing-song. Never give up? The academy is about to be dissolved, and even Yi Qing-song dares not face this reality himself. Do you still believe in never giving up?" Zhang Yuan replied, "I've researched the elimination system for Kyoto University's academies. If an academy facing dissolution can prove that its students are exceptional, it indicates that the academy's teaching methods are correct and that it can continue operating without disbanding." Ignoring Su Wanting's mumbling, Zhang Yuan stared directly at Jing Bingyun, "Principal, although our academy only has 2 students, they are comparable to hundreds or thousands of students from other academies."
Jing Bingyun asked, "How can you prove that?"
Zhang Yuan smiled slightly and activated the sword formation, covering everyone in the hall. In that instant, everyone noticed the enhancement effects Zhang Yuan provided, and their expressions were filled with amazement.
This enhancement!
Speed and damage increased by 50%, continuous recovery of mental and physical strength, guaranteed critical hits, critical damage increased by 200%, and 50% of the enemy's defense ignored. Seeing these enhancements on their panels, everyone felt they could even challenge a deity. What a tremendous improvement! Principal, does this prove it? Jing Bingyun looked at the enhancement effects on his panel, stunned for a moment, then asked Zhang Yuan, "What is the radius of your enhancement?" Zhang Yuan replied, "Currently, a radius of 2,000 meters.
2,000 meters?
Jing Bingyun's pupils shrank sharply, unable to contain his shock. A Legion-level aura with such a vast enhancement? He couldn't even imagine how much the combat effectiveness of an entire army would increase if Zhang Yuan stood in the military formation. Not to mention the future, even now, as long as the Great Xia Empire had Zhang Yuan, they could completely counterattack the Abyss and push the front line to the Abyss entrance. Realizing this, Jing Bingyun took a deep breath and said, "Indeed, Zhang Yuan, your strength far exceeds general understanding. Perhaps only Yi Qing-song, that weirdo, can properly train you." "I object." At this moment, Duanqing spoke again, "Principal, Zhang Yuan is indeed the most outstanding student I've ever seen, but Yi Qing-song is the most unqualified professor I've ever encountered. Allowing Yi Qing-song to train Zhang Yuan is irresponsible to the student. While Sword Heart Academy can be preserved, I suggest moving Zhang Yuan to the Azure Dragon Academy. Only with our academy's resources can his talents be fully utilized." As soon as Duanxing spoke, the other deans present quickly understood the old man's intentions. Soon, a tall, elegant woman in white spoke up, "Principal, I believe Zhang Yuan should join the Mirror Academy. He hasn't yet reached his full potential. Only with my one-on-one protection can he truly thrive." The speaker was Gu Bingying, the head of Mirror Academy and the dream of many professors and students at Kyoto University. With Gu Bingying speaking up, the other deans also began to stir uneasily. "Principal, our Fire Phoenix Academy is full of high-output talents. This is the best place for Zhang Yuan," one of the deans argued. "Our Light of Grace Academy has the top support professors. This is the best place for Zhang Yuan," another dean contended. In an instant, the deans of various academies began to debate where Zhang Yuan should go, with no one caring whether Sword Heart Academy should be cancelled or not. "Everyone, please quiet down." Jing Bingyun called for calm among the agitated deans and said, "I understand your enthusiasm for talented students, but Zhang Yuan is Yi Qingsong's student. Isn't it a bit improper to fight over him like this?" Duanxing took out a tablet and said, "Principal, I've checked. Zhang Yuan is a new student this year, and he hasn't even completed the formalities for joining Sword Heart Academy. In principle, he's not officially a student of Sword Heart Academy yet. Yi Qingsong got lucky last year with the most outstanding student joining his academy, and now he's trying to take another one. I think Kyoto University should just be renamed Sword Heart University." Seeing a new round of arguments about to erupt, Jing Bingyun quickly said, "How about this? Zhang Yuan will temporarily be listed as a student of Sword Heart Academy for a year. During this year, he can study at any academy, and you can all be his professors. Any achievements Zhang Yuan makes during this time will not be considered Sword Heart Academy's accomplishments. After a year, Zhang Yuan can choose which academy to officially join."
What do you all think?
The other deans quickly agreed to this arrangement. Jing Bingyun, relieved that the topic was settled, continued, "Since everyone agrees on this, let's move on to the second and most important topic of today." Jing Bingyun took a deep breath and said, "Our school's most crucial level 70 dungeon, the Sanctum of Spirits, has completely turned into an abyssal realm. Deans, who will take on the challenge of this abyssal dungeon?" The most challenging part was that the abyssal dungeon could only be attempted once. If they failed, the abyssal monsters from the Sanctum of Spirits would be released, posing a deadly threat to Kyoto City and even the entire Great Xia Empire. "Principal, I volunteer to be the primary damage dealer for the team." Duanxing was the first to speak, volunteering to tackle the Sanctum of Spirits dungeon. "I can take on the healing role." Gu Bingying also stepped forward, expressing her willingness to undertake this responsibility. Jing Bingyun nodded. "Good. Both of you are divine-level practitioners, and having you as the main damage dealer and healer is indeed the best choice for this operation." At this point, Jing Bingyun paused and continued, "The Sanctum of Spirits is a 5-person dungeon. It's most suitable for me to take on the tank role. So, the team only needs 2 more supports or 1 more damage dealer and 1 support." Su Wanting raised her hand and said, "Principal, I can take on the support role." Jing Bingyun looked at the somewhat nervous Su Wanting, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Indeed. Although your level is only 70, as a divine-level formation master, you are qualified to join the dungeon team." Jing Bingyun said, "With this, the team is nearly formed. We just need to find 1 more damage dealer or support before we can set out." Duanxing suggested, "Principal, what about Yi Qingsong?" Gu Bingying chuckled, "Vice Principal, didn't you dislike Mr. Yi the most? How come you're actively recommending him now?" Duanxing snorted, "Emph. I just think he's unfit to be a professor but haven't denied his strength. For this mission, he's more suitable as the main damage dealer than I am." Jing Bingyun said, "Indeed, Yi Qingsong is the best candidate for this mission. However, he has more important things to do and cannot participate in this dungeon raid." Upon hearing this, Duanxing and Gu Bingying frowned slightly, and Su Wanting also became more anxious. "Principal, let me participate in the battle," Zhang Yuan suddenly spoke up. "No. What are you, a student, doing here?" Before Jing Bingyun could respond, Duanxing immediately rejected Zhang Yuan's proposal without hesitation. Gu Bingying also said, "Young Zhang Yuan, although your support abilities are indeed outstanding, we're dealing with a high-difficulty level 70 abyssal dungeon. Even a small monster there could kill you with a single touch. My healing wouldn't be enough to save you." Jing Bingyun also supported Duanxing and Gu Bingying's viewpoint and said to Zhang Yuan, "It's truly surprising that you stepped up, but participating in this dungeon raid is not your responsibility.
Your current task is to focus on improving yourself. You are the future of our Kyoto University. Zhang Yuan immediately responded to Jing Bingyun, Principal, I'm not joking. I'm serious. The best fifth member for this team can only be me. Jing Bingyun continued to shake his head. A child, this joke of yours isn't funny at all. You don't understand the terror of the abyssal demons. At that moment, the sword array was activated again, and the Qishao Zhantu and 8 purple phantom swords flew out from the array space. The dangerous aura emanating from the sword blades caused a storm of terror in everyone's hearts. They could actually sense a deadly threat from a level 31 youngster. Zhang Yuan manipulated the 10 flying swords to circle around him and said, Professors, I'm actually a damage dealer. The support role is just a side note. Duan Xing, shocked by the sight of the flying swords around Zhang Yuan, regained his composure and said, No. Even if you're a damage dealer, the level gap between you and the monsters is too large. You can only provide support in the team, and that's not. Zhang Yuan interrupted, Professor Duan, do you have any means of locking health?
Duan Xing asked, a what?
Zhang Yuan continued, equipment, skills, talents, anything that prevents being instantaneously killed. Duan Xing frowned, of course I do. But why are you asking this? Before Duan Xing could finish his sentence, the Qishao sword next to Zhang Yuan turned into a beam of sword light and shot toward Duan Xing. Duan Xing's expression changed drastically as he immediately conjured a fire shield in front of him. However, Zhang Yuan's sword was too fast. Before Duan Xing's fire shield could fully form, Zhang Yuan's Qishao pierced through his chest, directly activating Duan Xing's death prevention passive. -906,015,375 damage. As Duan Xing's fire avatar emerged and took his place, the entire hall fell into an eerie silence. Everyone present showed expressions of disbelief. They knew about Duan Xing's skills. The fact that his fire avatar was triggered meant that Zhang Yuan's attack had reduced Duan Xing's health to below 30%. Without that passive ability, Duan Xing would have been instantly killed. Level 31, capable of killing an 80-level mage. What kind of damage was this? Everyone was stunned. Gu Bingying came back to her senses and, pursing her lips, asked Duan Xing, Vice Principal, how much damage did Zhang Yuan inflict on you? Duan Xing, sweating profusely and looking somewhat dazed, answered tremulously, 900 million. At that moment, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. After a long period of silence, Jing Bingyun was the first to break it. He coughed twice and asked Zhang Yuan, how often can you deal this level of damage? Zhang Yuan replied, my sword can deal damage every time it strikes. What you just saw was only my basic attack. As he spoke, Zhang Yuan used the skill ghost sword speed. The 10 flying swords around him began to spin as fast as a fan, causing several deans to turn pale. With Zhang Yuan's current attack speed, more than half of the deans present would be overwhelmed in less than a second. At this moment, everyone could only think of one thing to say to Zhang Yuan. This cheat code isn't cheap, right? After demonstrating his extraordinary strength, all the deans, including Duan Xing, no longer saw Zhang Yuan as just a student but as an equal standing on the same level as them. Now, the only things that surpassed Zhang Yuan were age and level. Given this, I hereby announce the members of the team for the Sanctum of Spirits raid. A main tank, Jing Bingyun, level 85, Ancient Shield of the Void. A primary DPS, Duan Xing, level 80, Holy Flame Judicator. A healer, Gu Bingying, level 80, Radiant Divine Envoy. A primary support, Su Wanting, level 70, Master of 10,000 Arrays. A secondary DPS and secondary support, Zhang Yuan, level 31, Ghostly Sword Master. The Abyssal Raid team has been selected. This meeting is now concluded. Please keep all the details discussed today confidential. Jing Bingyun approached Zhang Yuan, you are the only one among us who has no knowledge of the Sanctum of Spirits, so before we set off, let me give you a brief explanation of this dungeon. Zhang Yuan replied, thank you, Principal.
It's my duty.
Jing Bingyun smiled and said, the map of the Sanctum of Spirits is a floating island in the sky. The monsters there are mainly dragonkin. You needn't worry about most of the monsters, I will handle them all. They won't touch you. However, you must be especially cautious of a monster called the Replicator Dragonkin. It can copy any member's skills and equipment in our team. If you get copied, with the abyssal monsters being enhanced by your sword array and your high damage output, we are very likely to be wiped out.
How can I avoid being copied?
Typically, the replicator dragonkin will copy the highest damage dealer in the team. So, until we deal with the replicator dragonkin, you should refrain from attacking and stay in the back, using your sword array for support. As Jing Bingyun explained some crucial details about the dungeon to Zhang Yuan inside the Sanctum of Spirits dungeon, Otis and Ista crouched by a white archway at the entrance of the dungeon, chatting idly. Ista, this is a Kyoto University dungeon. There are powerful human experts all around, all above level 80. Isn't the Grand Duke sending us here just a death sentence? Isn't it your fault? You couldn't handle a level 10 odd Zhang Yuan, and now the Grand Duke Ister is severely injured because of him. Now we're being punished because of you. You have the nerve to blame me? You didn't deal with that brat either. How was I to know that bastard is immune to water damage? Neither did I know he was immune to psychic damage. Anyway, I've started learning spells from other elements. Next time I see Zhang Yuan, I'll make sure to kill him. At first, focus on surviving today. The dungeon has been abyssalized, so human experts will definitely come to raid it. Don't forget our mission. If we succeed, we'll have the chance to revive. If we fail, we're truly dead. Don't worry, I consulted with the abyssal prophet back in the abyss. He said my luck is exceptionally high lately. As long as I don't run into Zhang Yuan, everything I do will succeed. That bastard can't possibly come into the Sanctum of Spirits, right? Just as Otis and Ista were chatting, the light at the dungeon's teleportation entrance suddenly brightened. Otis immediately became serious. Stay hidden. Otis and Ista quickly concealed themselves in the roadside bushes, holding their breath and staring intently at the teleportation entrance. The two abyssal bosses, level 70, were formidable before Zhang Yuan, but in front of Jing Bingyun and the other divine-level professionals, they were mere small fry and had to act with extreme caution. At that moment, Jing Bingyun emerged from the teleportation entrance, and Otis's eyes flashed with a gleam of excitement.
It's him! Jing Bingyun!
Just as we predicted, the human raid team members are Jing Bingyun, Duan Xing, Gu Bingying, Su Wanting, and
Zhang Yuan?
Otis's eyes nearly popped out as he saw Zhang Yuan entering the dungeon with the team.
How dare he come to this dungeon?
At the moment Otis's emotions fluctuated upon seeing Zhang Yuan, Duan Xing's eyes flashed with brilliance. A red magic tome materialized out of nowhere and began flipping rapidly. In the next moment, two fire dragons burst forth from the magic tome, roaring toward Otis and Ista. Seeing the two fire dragons attacking, Otis and Ista used their escape skills to evade Duan Xing's attack. According to the plan, run. Otis, feeling the burning sensation on his cheek, turned and fled without hesitation, showing no desire to fight. Ista followed closely behind.
Why are you two running?
Jing Bingyun took a step forward, and a massive black stone shield materialized out of thin air, crashing down onto the ground.
Skill, Titan's Taunt.
Boom! The black stone shield shattered the ground, and a terrifying shockwave surged outwards, dragging Otis and Ista uncontrollably toward Jing Bingyun. The mental waves and water arrows struck the black stone shield, causing no harm to Jing Bingyun. At the same time, Su Wanting quickly cast a spell, and a magic circle rapidly unfolded beneath her feet, swiftly covering Otis and Ista.
Skill, Gravitational Barrier. Vam.
Otis and Ista were immediately pressed to the ground by intense gravity, unable to move. Zhang Yuan stood at the back of the team, watching as the two demon bosses who had once caused him significant trouble were easily subdued by the principal and others, feeling a deep respect. Truly the top combat power of Kyoto University. A 2 level 70 abyssal trash, how dare you come to taint the dungeon of Kyoto University? Duan Xing snorted coldly, and another fire dragon emerged from the magic tome, circling around him and roaring at Otis and Ista, preparing to devour the demons.
Duan Xing, don't kill them yet.
At this moment, Jing Bingyun stepped forward to stop Duan Xing from killing them. These two demons are just cannon fodder. They don't have the ability to abyssalize the Sanctum of Spirits. The real boss is still lurking behind the scenes. Let's interrogate them first. Jing Bingyun then looked at Gu Bingying and nodded slightly. Gu, it's up to you. Understood, Principal. Gu Bingying elegantly walked to the front of the team and blew a breath towards Ista. A peculiar fragrant breeze brushed across Ista's face, causing his eyes to lose color and become vacant.
Dear, tell me who sent you here?
Ista numbly responded, Duke Hardy. Duke Hardy, one of the 7 great dukes of the Abyss? Upon hearing Ista's answer, everyone's expressions changed slightly, not expecting the mastermind behind this incident to be such a big player. Jing Bingyun's expression grew serious as he said to Gu Bingying, Hardy is known for his scheming. He wouldn't just send two demons to their deaths without a plan. Find out what Hardy is plotting.
Understood.
Gu Bingying nodded and continued questioning Ista, why are you guarding this place?
What is your goal?
Ah oui. A soul explosion. As Ista began to speak, Otis suddenly let out a strange cry. Under Gu Bingying's enchantment, Ista's soul was detonated on the spot, bleeding from all 7 orifices and dying instantly. The surging mental power spread out, causing the elemental forces of the entire dungeon to become chaotic.
Everyone's faces changed. Adam Abyssal Tresh.
Duanxing was enraged, and the fire dragon transformed into a giant fiery claw, grabbing Otis by the head and lifting him up. Are you seeking death? Otis endured the pain and sneered, ha ha ha. Foolish humans, trying to extract information from us?
No chance.
Just kill us if you want, we still have a chance to resurrect, but you all will die in this dungeon.
Bastard, then I'll fulfill your wish.
Duanxing roared angrily, and another fire fist flew out from the magic tome, smashing into Otis's abdomen and causing him to vomit his internal organs.
Duanxing, don't kill him.
Jing Bingyun restrained the enraged Duanxing and asked Gu Bingying, Gu, can you charm him?
Gu Bingying tried but shook her head no.
This demon is a mental mage, his mental resistance is too high. My charm spell has no effect on him.
Kahaha.
Stupid humans. Otis grinned, this dungeon is a graveyard prepared for you by Duke Hardy. Just wait for the gift the Duke has in store for you. At this, Otis looked at Zhang Yuan at the back of the team. Zhang Yuan, you really are everywhere, aren't you? I was planning to kill you next time we met, but it seems you'll die in this dungeon along with these old fools. Zhang Yuan calmly looked at Otis and suddenly grinned, Otis, you're truly a big fool. You have some intelligence, but it's a pity you met me in this lifetime.
Otis was taken aback, what do you mean?
Zhang Yuan sneered, Otis, obey my command.
Butz.
As soon as Zhang Yuan said this, his eyes turned pitch black as if they were an endless abyss. Otis stared into Zhang Yuan's eyes, his pupils contracting sharply, and an indescribable fear surged from the depths of his soul.
A king?
Otis's body trembled violently, his face growing increasingly terrified as if he were seeing a ghost. Impossible. This is impossible. Duanxing, seeing Otis's sudden change, looked at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. What did you do to him? Zhang Yuan replied, I'll explain later, Professor Duan, for now, just let him go. Otis scrambled up from the ground, his face full of terror as he stared at Zhang Yuan, repeatedly mumbling the word impossible. Zhang Yuan whispered, kneel.
Thud.
Otis uncontrollably knelt down in front of Zhang Yuan, prostrating himself like a worm. Zhang Yuan looked down at the humbled Otis, answer me, what are you trying to do here?
Understood, King.
Otis responded submissively, Duke Hardy has divided the Sanctum of Spirits into 2 dungeons, Yin and Yang. The human assault team must split into 2 groups to defeat the Yin and Yang abyssal bosses to truly complete the conquest of the corrupted Sanctum of Spirits. If the human assault team does not discover the existence of the Yin and Yang dungeons and only takes one route, once they enter the boss's territory and activate the abyssal conquest mode, the other route will be considered a failure by default due to the lack of a conquering team. At that time, the abyssal boss will gain a significant boost and lead a horde of abyssal monsters out of the dungeon to slaughter the students of Kyoto University. Meanwhile, the human assault team trapped in the dungeon will be torn apart by demons waiting in the abyss due to the corrupted dungeon's collapse. My and Ista's mission was to set up a maze here, attract the human assault team's attention, and use my mental power to conceal the illusionary forces applied at the dungeon entrance to prevent the human team from discovering the other dungeon. Upon hearing Otis's words, everyone's expressions turned horrified. Duke Hardy's scheme was truly insidious. As Otis revealed the truth, Gu Bingying closed her eyes and sensed the surroundings, then blew a breath towards a white archway in the front. The space around the white archway rippled like water. The next moment, a black archway appeared beside the white one, and a path leading to the unknown emerged before them.
Indeed, there's another path.
Gu Bingying immediately turned to Jing Bingyun, Principal, this is our first encounter with a yin-yang dungeon situation, right? Our plans are completely disrupted now.
What should we do next?
Their team was configured for tackling a single dungeon, but now they needed to handle 2 simultaneously. This required splitting their 5-member team into 2 groups. Deciding how to allocate their team's strength was crucial. Jing Bingyun's expression was also serious, unable to make a decision immediately. She could only turn to Zhang Yuan and say, Zhang Yuan, ask Otis more about the yin-yang dungeons, especially the strength of the two dungeons.
Understood.
Zhang Yuan nodded and addressed Otis, answer the principal's questions. Otis immediately responded, the Yang dungeon is the corrupted sanctum of spirits. All the monsters have been corrupted by immense abyssal power, especially the final boss, the Spirit King, whose strength has increased over 20 times. The Yin dungeon is a replica of the Yang dungeon, but since Duke Hardy created it using his own power, its difficulty is between the abyssal Yang dungeon and the nightmare difficulty of the Sanctum of Spirits. Duanqing said, in that case, the principal and Professor Gu need to go separately. We need to ensure that each dungeon has a shield or healer. Moreover, the Yang dungeon requires main combat strength, so we need to send 3 people there. From what I see, Professor Gu, and Xiao Su should go to the Yang dungeon, while the principal and Zhang Yuan handle the Yin dungeon. This might be the most reasonable distribution. Zhang Yuan, however, shook his head, Professor Duan, I don't think that's appropriate.
Duanqing asked, why?
Zhang Yuan replied, Professor Duan and Professor Su are one output and one support, while Professor Gu is a healer. With your team going to the Yang dungeon, who will tank the damage? Professor Gu's healing burden will be immense, right? Duanqing said, we have to allocate it this way. Given your level, Zhang Yuan, even if you face the Yin dungeon's monsters, you'd be dead in a touch. Professor Gu's healing won't help you. As for us, we'll tank the damage and should be able to make it. Zhang Yuan firmly rejected no. Abyssal monsters are already high in attack and defense, and there are also the replication dragonmen. If the replication dragonmen replicate you, Professor Duan, combined with the enhanced abyssal boss, without the principal tanking the damage in front, the 3 of you are very likely to be wiped out.
Duanqing fell silent.
He knew that attempting the Yang dungeon without a tank would greatly increase their chances of total annihilation. Seeing the group silent, Zhang Yuan continued, my suggestion is for the principal, Professor Duan, Professor Gu, and Professor Su to go to the Yang dungeon together, while I handle the Yin dungeon alone. Jing Bingyun couldn't help but exclaim, you want to solo the Yin dungeon? Duanqing also frowned, Zhang Yuan, are you insane?
Do you even realize what you're saying?
Gu Bingying said, yes, Xiao Zhang Yuan, although the Yin dungeon is less difficult than the Yang dungeon, it is still relatively challenging. Its difficulty far exceeds that of the Nightmare Sanctum of Spirits. Going solo will only lead to death. Su Wanning added, I don't think this is a good idea either. Zhang Yuan was serious, professors, I'm not joking. Only by having the 4 of you together in the Yang dungeon can we ensure its completion. Jing Bingyun asked, but how can you complete the Yin dungeon alone? This dungeon requires more than just output. It won't be just me alone. Zhang Yuan summoned a level 70 Hellfire Demon Goat and said, I have a level 70 Hellfire Demon Goat, plus a level 70 Otis. With my support, these 2 can barely serve as the front line. This way, the Yin dungeon will also have 3 units of strength. Additionally, I have 2 level 30 boss summons to cover, which should be sufficient to clear it. Please trust me, professors. Zhang Yuan's gaze was exceptionally serious. I will not let you down. Jing Bingyun looked at the bosses summoned by Zhang Yuan, then at Zhang Yuan's eyes. After a long silence, she closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and sighed, I never expected that one day, we old folks would have to rely on a child to turn the tide. Fate really plays tricks on us. Duanqing gritted his teeth, but as mentors, letting a student face the abyss alone is utterly inappropriate. Gu Bingying did not respond to Duanqing. She walked up to Zhang Yuan, Xiao Zhang Yuan, promise me you won't die. Gu Bingying smiled gently and placed a soft kiss on Zhang Yuan's forehead. Zhang Yuan then felt a unique power surge into his body. This is my skill, Goddess's Kiss. It will allow you to revive once. I hope it brings you good luck. Zhang Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. Thank you, Professor. We should be thanking you. Gu Bingying replied with a smile and then turned to Duanqing, Professor Duan, Zhang Yuan is Yi Qingsong's student. Even if you dislike Yi Qingsong, you cannot deny his judgment. After all, the young man who once turned the tide was also chosen by him. Gu Bingying, Duanqing, and Su Wanting bade farewell to Zhang Yuan in turn before entering the white archway with Jing Bingyun. Zhang Yuan glanced at Otis still kneeling on the ground, then looked at the black archway and said with a faint smile, Otis. Whether you survive depends on your performance today. Otis trembled. Yes, my king. Zhang Yuan passed through the black archway and arrived in a vast garden maze. To find his way out, he needed to follow the white flowers on the hedgerow. Zhang Yuan located the white flowers on the wall and summoned the Rakshasa king and the ice spirit queen to stand behind him. He instructed the hellfire demon goat to lead the way at the front, with Otis following closely behind. Zhang Yuan stationed himself in the center, protecting himself with his flying sword. Zhang Yuan set up an iron bucket formation and followed the guidance of the white flowers as he advanced. Soon, Zhang Yuan encountered the first corrupted dragon man in the maze. Corrupted Dragon Man Warrior Elite. Level 70. Perhaps due to the influence of Abyssal Duke Hardy's power, Zhang Yuan's Abyssal I could only see the monster's name and level but could not discern its attributes and skills. Indeed, as a Duke of the Abyss on par with Disses, this small monster is treated the same as the corrupted Hellfire Demon Goat, rendering my Abyssal I unable to see through. Could it be that the demons who corrupted the Hellfire Demon Goat were also Hardy's doing? A thought flashed through Zhang Yuan's mind, but he did not dwell on it. He immediately ordered the Hellfire Demon Goat and Otis to attack the Abyssal monsters. Before defeating the Replication Dragon Man, Zhang Yuan had no intention of revealing his own damage output. After all, a damage-dealing freak like him was rare in the world. Fortunately, the Sword Master of Ghosts and Gods had extremely strong support capabilities. With the enhancement of the sword formation, the Hellfire Demon Goat and Otis quickly defeated the corrupted Dragon Man Warrior. One small monster yields 1 million experience points. Even if I give half to the Curse King, I can level up after killing only a few. I wonder if I can reach level 40 after clearing this dungeon? Zhang Yuan was very satisfied with the experience points from this dungeon's small monsters and continued to advance steadily. Not long after, as Zhang Yuan moved through the maze, the Rakshasa king was ensnared by hidden vines and his health rapidly declined. Zhang Yuan swiftly manipulated his flying sword to cut through the vines, completing the process in less than 0.5 seconds. However, the Rakshasa king's health was already almost depleted. The Rakshasa king's level and attributes are too low. Even with my sword formation restoring his health, he couldn't last a second. If only there were a way to improve the level and attributes of summoned creatures. Zhang Yuan waited for the Rakshasa king's health to fully recover before continuing. As Zhang Yuan advanced further, monster kill notifications appeared one after another, and a golden light burst from within him, leveling him up to 32. This leveling speed is indeed very fast here, but unfortunately, the Hellfire Demon Goat and Otis can't trigger my Destiny Splash, which greatly affects my leveling efficiency. Killing them one by one really feels so awkward. Zhang Yuan sighed. He really wanted to unleash his full sword formation and give these dungeon monsters a mental storm, experiencing the thrill of rapid leveling. Unfortunately, the Replication Dragon Man hadn't appeared yet. If he indulged in such a thrill, the Replication Dragon Man would soon get its chance.
No, I must hold it in.
His small frame couldn't handle a single sword strike from himself. While Zhang Yuan struggled to keep himself from going all out, in the Sunlight Dungeon, Jing Bingyun and her team were already engaged in a bitter battle in the garden maze. The corrupted dragon men seemed to have gone mad, trampling over the sea of fire laid by Duan Xing, ignoring Su Wanting's control and relentlessly attacking Jing Bingyun's large shield. Healing and mana restoration spells flew from Gu Bingying's hands, landing on Jing Bingyun and Duan Xing. The immense pressure of healing made her sweat profusely. The strength of these monsters is just too exaggerated. Even a level 90 nightmare dungeon wouldn't be this extreme, right? Duan Xing, drenched in sweat, gritted his teeth. His spellbook was almost steaming from the massive amount of fire elements pouring onto the corrupted dragon men, but their numbers showed no signs of decreasing. One would die, and another would take its place, as if they were endless. At this moment, he was immensely grateful that the principal was also in the Sunlight Dungeon, otherwise, without a tank at the front, their only outcome would be to be slaughtered by the Abyss monsters. Su Wanting cast a series of buffing spells, her eyes filled with deep concern. If we four are struggling so much, I wonder how much more difficult it is for Zhang Yuan. With Zhang Yuan's support, the Hellfire Demon Goat and Otis pushed through, quickly following the white flowers to the exit of the garden maze. At this point, Zhang Yuan was about to level up to 33. This terrifyingly fast leveling speed was unimaginable to outsiders. Zhang Yuan exited the garden maze and looked at the ancient temple guarded by dragonmen ahead. Suddenly, an idea struck him and he asked Otis beside him, "Otis, does that Abyssal Duke Hardy have any other hidden tricks up his sleeve?" Otis shook his head. In Duke Hardy's plan, I am merely a cannon fodder and not qualified to know his full plan. However, Duke Hardy is not the type to hang himself on a single tree. When making his arrangements, he would consider the possibility of each link failing and then simulate what might happen if the plan fails, preparing A-B plan.
Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow.
So, Duke Hardy would anticipate us splitting into two teams and have made preparations for that?
Otis nodded.
Yes, Duke Hardy is that kind of devil, always thorough in his calculations. He even anticipated the composition of the attacking team. The only discrepancy is that the fifth member of the original team was supposed to be Lu Huifeng, but now it's you.
Zhang Yuan asked, so, what do you think our chances of winning are?
If the fifth member of the attacking team were Lu Huifeng, it would be a guaranteed failure. But with you instead, I estimate the chance of success is 30% and the outcome depends entirely on you. At only 30%, the situation is even more dire than I imagined.
Zhang Yuan hadn't expected Otis to give only a 30% chance of success even after seeing their team composition.
However, Zhang Yuan didn't feel anxious. After all, Otis was making judgments based on the information currently available to him and had no idea about Zhang Yuan's hidden trump cards. Not to mention anything else, just the unpurifiable curse from the heart of the Curse King and the star power stored in the Star God's robe should be enough to clear this dungeon. With these two divine artifacts, not to mention the boss of the Sacred Realm dungeon, even if Hardy himself came, Zhang Yuan could make him call him Daddy. After Zhang Yuan assessed the difficulty of the Abyss dungeon, he ordered the Hellfire Demon Goat to attack the Dragon Men in front of the ancient temple. The Hellfire Demon Goat roared, immediately drawing the attention of the Dragon Men. At this moment, some Dragon Men wielding staffs began to chant spells, and the sky quickly became overcast with dark clouds and thunder.
Otis, interrupt their spellcasting.
Zhang Yuan directly gave the order to Otis. Otis immediately used mental attacks on the Dragon Mage, disrupting their spellcasting. The Hellfire Demon Goat charged in front of the Dragon Mages and spewed hellfire, burning all the Dragon Mages to ashes. Other Dragon Warrior soldiers drew their weapons and rushed at the Hellfire Demon Goat. Otis once again used his spell to shake the minds of the Dragon Warrior soldiers, allowing the Hellfire Demon Goat to take the opportunity to wipe out the remaining Dragon Warrior soldiers. Successfully defeated Corrupted Dragon Warrior, experience plus 1 million, minus 50%. Obtained Dragon Horn x3, Dragon Scales x2, Dragon Heart x1. Dragon Heart, epic the heart of a Dragon Man, a precious material for crafting legendary items. Curse King's Blade Artifact Quest, 4716/100000.
Abyssal King, plus 835.
A golden light surged from Zhang Yuan's body, leveling him up to 33. Leveling up in this dungeon is so fast. I've just completed 1/5 of the dungeon and leveled up from 31 to 33. Is this the joy of soloing dungeons above level 40? Zhang Yuan looked at his experience bar soaring like flames, feeling excited at first, but then a hint of worry set in. He was leveling up too quickly. If he reached level 72 early and released the Curse King in advance, not only would the Great Xia be unprepared to deal with the Curse King, but he would also be unable to confront the Curse King himself. It seems I need to find time to farm lower-level abyssal monsters on the Abyss battlefield. Regardless, before reaching level 70, I need to boost my 4-dimensional attributes first. After prioritizing attribute farming in his mind, Zhang Yuan had the Hellfire Demon Goat and Otis clear the way as he entered the ancient temple. A massive Dragon Man statue came into view. In front of the statue was a stone disc with 5 circular recesses. According to the principle, to open the passage to the Sacred Realm, we need to collect 5 Dragon Balls in the temple. Each Dragon Ball is guarded by a Dragon Sage. Only by defeating the 5 Dragon Sages can we enter the Sacred Realm. Recalling the solution given by the principal, Zhang Yuan looked at the 5 differently colored doors in the temple and asked Otis, "We're about to start tackling the abyssal boss. Can you handle it?" Otis replied firmly, "As long as the king commands, even if I can't hold on, I must hold on."
All right.
Zhang Yuan nodded slightly and instructed Otis to use telekinesis to open the brown door. Boom! As the door opened, a large amount of black mist poured out, and the entire temple was immediately filled with a strong abyssal aura. A strong dragon man, with crimson eyes, half of his body corrupted and half covered in stone armor, stepped out from behind the door. Corrupted Earth Sage, boss. Level 80? The information was brief, but the monster's level had increased from 70 to 80. The Hellfire Demon Goat roared at the corrupted Earth Sage, who coldly glanced at the Hellfire Demon Goat, slightly raised his hand, and a sharp earth spike burst from the ground, instantly piercing through the Hellfire Demon Goat's chest. Blood splattered, and the Hellfire Demon Goat's health dropped by more than half in an instant. The corrupted Earth Sage then casually threw 4 rocks, opening the other 4 doors, through which the corrupted Fire, Wind, Water, and Thunder Sages emerged. The abyssal corrupt aura emitted by the 5 corrupted sages was so dense that it almost became tangible, making the air in the temple thick and sticky.
5 sages together?
Zhang Yuan's eyes slightly changed when he saw the 5 corrupted sages appearing simultaneously.
Is this Hardy's B plan?
At this moment, the 10 flying swords surrounding Zhang Yuan began to vibrate slightly, emitting a sword chant. The Hellfire Demon Goat and Otis would definitely be unable to withstand the assault of the 5 bosses. Zhang Yuan had to take action.
I wonder how things are going on the other side with the principal.
Zhang Yuan's mood grew serious as he began to worry about the other side. Given the current situation, he couldn't afford to focus on the replicated dragon men, he had to act personally. The battle on the principal's side would only be more arduous. In the Yang dungeon, where Zhang Yuan was concerned, Jing Bingyun and his team were now completely trapped in a grueling battle. The 5 corrupted sages continuously manipulated the elements to bombard Jing Bingyun at the forefront. The terrifying elemental forces had caused the entire temple to collapse, with only the massive Dragon Man statue remaining intact. Jing Bingyun's black stone shield had developed cracks, and the enormous healing pressure made Gu Bingying speechless. She had to concentrate entirely on healing Jing Bingyun. Even the slightest mistake would drop Jing Bingyun's health below the safety line, making him vulnerable to being killed by the 5 sages at any moment. Once Jing Bingyun's defense was breached, their entire team would be wiped out in an instant, and Gu Bingying wouldn't even have time to use her resurrection skills. At this moment, Duanxing hovered in midair, surrounded by terrifying fire elements. It seemed he was preparing some kind of formidable forbidden spell. The corrupted sages soon noticed Duanxing charging up. The corrupted Thunder Sage suddenly broke free from Jing Bingyun's taunt and gathered a lightning spear in his hand, hurling it fiercely towards Duanxing in midair. A streak of lightning flashed, and the surging lightning elements even distorted the dungeon's space. At this time, a reflection array appeared in front of Duanxing. The lightning spear was absorbed by the array and then rebounded with double the power, creating a blood hole in the corrupted Thunder Sage. With a pale face, Su Wanting continued to form hand seals, her eyes full of determination. As long as I'm here, don't think of hurting Professor Duan.
Oh, well done, Xiao Su.
I'm all charged up.
Boost me.
Duanxing laughed heartily as flames ignited in his eyes. A dragon roar soared into the sky as a fire dragon large enough to cover the entire floating island appeared out of thin air. Seeing this, Su Wanting set up 3 more enhancement arrays. Mental power increased by 50%, mage skill power increased by 50%, damage increased by 50%.
Boom!
With the enhancement effects from Su Wanting's arrays, the fire elements swirling around Duanxing burned even more intensely, setting the entire sky ablaze. The 5 corrupted sages, feeling the threat posed by Duanxing, displayed fear in their eyes and began chanting obscure spells, preparing to cast. For a moment, the 5 elemental forces gathered around them. Jing Bingyun seized the opportunity, suddenly leaping high into the air, and brought his shield crashing down. Get down!
Skill, Earthquake Tremor.
Boom! The giant shield violently shook the entire floating island, causing the 5 corrupted sages to be stunned by the seismic waves, interrupting their spellcasting. Duanxing's eyes sparkled with determination as the magic book in front of him ignited with sacred flames.
Forbidden spell, Holy Flame Dragon Judgment.
The fire dragon in the sky roared and dove towards the 5 corrupted sages, directly devouring them. At this moment, the entire floating island was engulfed in flames, transforming into an island of blazing fire. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan sensed the agitated fire elements in the air and a slight burning sensation. He couldn't help but look towards the Yang dungeon direction, his eyes flashing with shock.
Is this Professor Duan's skill?
Such intense fire elements are even affecting the Yin dungeon.
A king, be careful!
At this moment, Otis warned. Zhang Yuan came to his senses and saw the corrupted Earth Sage throwing a stone spear. Otis tried his best to form a mental barrier in front of Zhang Yuan, but unfortunately, his mental barrier was ineffective and was pierced through by the stone spear.
A minor trick.
Zhang Yuan's eyes gleamed, and he controlled a purple ghost sword to perfectly block the corrupted Earth Sage's attack. He then used Qi Shao, Zhan Lu, and the other 7 purple ghost swords, ruthlessly piercing the corrupted Earth Sage until it was impaled like a hedgehog. The corrupted Earth Sage's health dropped below 25% and was immediately slain. Successfully killed corrupted Earth Sage, experience plus 10 million, minus 50%. Obtained Earth Dragon Ball X1. The remaining 4 corrupted sages suffered 50% splash damage and were heavily injured. Zhang Yuan immediately used Mental Storm, and the terrifying storm quickly engulfed the remaining 4 corrupted sages. Almost instantly, the 5 sages fell dead, and the 5 dragon balls floated in midair.
Was that it?
Otis stared in disbelief at the slain 5 sages and looked at Zhang Yuan with a face full of incredulity, his body trembling uncontrollably. Although under the influence of the Curse King's title, Otis had fully submitted to Zhang Yuan, he still retained his independent thinking ability.
How long had it been since he last dealt with Zhang Yuan?
Zhang Yuan now possessed the ability to instantly kill 5 level 80 mini-bosses?
Otis's mind trembled.
Is this the power of the king?
It's terrifying.
Abyssal demons value strength above all and worship the powerful. Zhang Yuan at level 33 was already so strong that Otis had to look up to him. Otis couldn't even imagine how terrifying Zhang Yuan would be after reaching level 60 and beyond. At this moment, Otis's admiration and fear of Zhang Yuan grew even more. In his eyes, Zhang Yuan had completely become the Curse King, and he was willing to offer everything to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, however, did not experience any emotional fluctuations after instantly killing the corrupted 5 sages. Although these sages were level 80 corrupted mini-bosses, they were merely mid-level bosses in the dungeon and had no health lock mechanisms. Their defeat was within Zhang Yuan's expectations. What troubled Zhang Yuan now was that by taking out the 5 sages early, the replicated dragon men in the sacred realm would surely replicate him. According to Jing Bingyun, the replicated dragon men could replicate everything except the divine artifacts, including Zhang Yuan's skills, equipment, and even buffs. In other words, except for the Curse King's blade, Curse King's heart, and Star God's robe, whatever Zhang Yuan had, the replicated beings would have too. Both Zhang Yuan and the replicas had Qi Shao and Goddess's Kiss as 2 death-immune passives. Moreover, Zhan Lu had a passive that converted damage into a temporary shield. In this situation, whoever hit the other first would be the winner. It was a true battle of instant kills. As Zhang Yuan pondered the next countermeasures, he used the sword formation to restore the Hellfire Demon Goat's health and instructed Otis to place the 5 dragon balls into the recesses in front of the Dragonman statue. Rumbling. As the 5 dragon balls were placed into the recesses, the ceiling above the temple slowly parted and a soft light shone upon the Dragonman statue. The Dragonman statue began to shake violently, gradually transforming into a real Dragonman, who then placed its enormous hand in front of Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, accompanied by his summons, walked onto the Dragonman's palm with Otis. The giant Dragonman lifted Zhang Yuan and the others with one hand and then unfolded its wings, creating a powerful wind as it soared into the sky above the floating island. Breaking through the clouds, the giant Dragonman carried Zhang Yuan to the final area of the dungeon, the Sacred Realm. Above the clouds on the floating island, another floating island covered by a barrier hovered. This was the Sacred Realm. In this dungeon, only by collecting all 5 Dragon Balls and awakening the Dragon King could one pass through the barrier and enter the Sacred Realm. After the Dragon King carried Zhang Yuan and Otis into the Sacred Realm, it reverted to a statue once more, standing watch over the floating island like the island's guardian deity. However, under the influence of the abyssal forces, this Sacred Realm, which should have been filled with divine aura, had now become eerie and sinister. The Dragon King statue's guardianship over this corrupted island had become somewhat laughable. In the Sacred Realm, the dragon men who once wore halos and pure robes now had twisted, ghastly faces and exuded a terrifying aura, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. Zhang Yuan looked towards the corrupted dragon men in the distance and used the abyssal eye. Corrupted Holy Dragon Spirit Elite. Level 80? The monsters in the Sacred Realm were all level 80, far exceeding the average level expected for this dungeon. After Zhang Yuan landed, he did not take direct action but instead commanded the Hellfire Demon Goat to lure the monsters one by one. He then had the Hellfire Demon Goat and Otis work together to kill these creatures. The corrupted Holy Dragon Spirits were merely minor enemies in the Sacred Realm. Despite their high level, they posed no real threat to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan needed to keep his focus on the potential appearance of the replicas, to prevent any replica flying swords from emerging from the sword formation space and ambushing him.
As Zhang Yuan slowly advanced through the sacred realm, he reached level 34 but still had not found any trace of the replicas. Could the replica Dragon Man be planning to attack me alongside the boss? Zhang Yuan wondered, glancing at the distant palace of the Holy Dragon King, a bad premonition rising in his heart. At this moment, Otis spoke up, "O King, Duke Hardy had already altered the dungeon rules to make all 5 sages appear together. So it's possible that he also made the replicas and the boss attack simultaneously." Zhang Yuan couldn't help but curse. He had initially intended to deal with the replica one-on-one and then tackle the final corrupted Holy Dragon Spirit. But now, with the replicas and the corrupted Holy Dragon Spirit appearing together, he was at an overwhelming disadvantage. Even with the assistance of the sword formation, the level 70 Hellfire Demon Goat and level 70 Otis might not be able to hold back the corrupted Holy Dragon Spirit enhanced by abyssal forces. In this situation, to win the battle, Zhang Yuan would have to use the Star God's robe to borrow divine power to instantly eliminate the corrupted Holy Dragon Spirit and the replicas. Although this would guarantee clearing the Yin dungeon, if Duke Hardy appeared in the dungeon at this time, without the Star God's robe, Zhang Yuan would be like a fish on the chopping board. Moreover, Zhang Yuan had a premonition that as soon as they cleared the dungeon, Hardy might personally intervene. He had to reserve the Star God's power for the final moments.
King, I have an idea.
At this moment, Otis suddenly spoke up, eager to make a contribution.
I speak.
I can apply Cursed Death on your summon. If the corrupted Holy Dragon Spirit kills your summon, it will suffer from a weakening curse. Seeing Zhang Yuan's lack of response, Otis guessed Zhang Yuan's concerns and continued, "If you worry about me betraying you, then I can apply Cursed Death to myself? My death would then curse the corrupted Holy Dragon Spirit." Otis entered the temple and saw a peculiar, energy-like entity floating in the center of the temple, emanating an ominous aura and surrounded by a purple glow. The final boss of this dungeon, the corrupted Holy Dragon King, was accompanied by a replica that looked exactly like Zhang Yuan, surrounded by floating black and white flying swords. Otis glanced at the corrupted Holy Dragon King and the replica, grinned, and then waved his staff to cast Soul Burst on them. The replica of the Crimson Sky immediately shielded the replica, while the Holy Dragon King's eyes glowed red and shot 2 death rays, creating large holes in Otis's chest. Unable to use Soul Burst, Otis fell to the ground, his body immediately emitting a large amount of black mist that quickly wrapped around the corrupted Holy Dragon King. Noticing the curse, the corrupted Holy Dragon King's eyes flashed with panic as it immediately cast a purification spell on itself. At this moment, the Hellfire Demon Goat, burning with flames, crashed through the temple walls and tackled the corrupted Holy Dragon King to the ground, shooting 2 death rays at it. Death Curse. The Hellfire Demon Goat's curse skill was also applied to the corrupted Holy Dragon King, causing its health to visibly decrease and interrupting its purification spell. The replica immediately abandoned aiding the Holy Dragon King and used Block Intuition to deflect the purple ghost sword. However, as the replica deflected the purple ghost sword, Crimson Sky, Zhanlu, and the other 7 purple ghost swords struck from 9 different directions, turning the replica into a pincushion. The passive of the replica Crimson Sky triggered, forcing the replica's health to drop to 1 point. The corrupted Holy Dragon King, suffering from massive splash damage, began to roar in anger, causing the entire temple to shake violently. A powerful shockwave erupted from the corrupted Holy Dragon King, sending the Hellfire Demon Goat flying. Simultaneously, the replica ruthlessly counterattacked Zhang Yuan outside the temple, retrieving the replica Crimson Sky, Zhanlu, and 8 replica purple ghost swords into the sword formation space, then releasing the 10 flying swords around Zhang Yuan. With the acceleration of the ghost sword Godspeed skill, Zhang Yuan could not possibly block all 10 flying swords. However, Zhang Yuan had not intended to block them from the beginning.
Skill, Block Intuition.
Zhang Yuan used Block Intuition to block the attack from the replica Crimson Sky, and then relied on Zhanlu's passive to use the temporary shield created from the damage to negate the damage from the replica Zhanlu and 8 replica purple ghost swords, preserving his death immunity passive. Under the splatter from the replica's constellation, Zhang Yuan's 3 summons were immediately killed. But Zhang Yuan remained calm and controlled 10 flying swords to attack the replica again, triggering the replica's Goddess's Kiss resurrection passive once more. Zhanlu converted the damage into Zhang Yuan's temporary shield. The corrupted Holy Dragon King was once again heavily wounded, and it used its Lockblood skill. It burst out of the temple, flew into the air, its chest glowing with an evil light, and then a massive dark purple magic array covered the sky of the sacred realm. The sacred realm became extremely dark. Meanwhile, the furious replica once again controlled the flying swords to attack Zhang Yuan, but under the temporary shield created by Zhanlu's sword, the replica still could not inflict any damage on Zhang Yuan. In this battle between the main boss and the replica, with Zhang Yuan gaining the upper hand and using a purple ghost sword to lure out the replica's block intuition, the outcome of the battle became inevitable. 10 sword lights shot out and directly killed the replica. Successfully killed the corrupted replica Dragon Man, experience plus 2 million, minus 50%. Acquired item, Mirror of Replication. Mirror of Replication, legendary reusable, can replicate a spirit for combat. The spirit's strength is the same as the replicated object. The stronger the replicated object, the shorter the spirit's existence time. Only one replicated spirit can exist at a time. The item's cooldown time is 1 day. After killing the corrupted replica Dragon Man, Zhang Yuan didn't check the items dropped by the replica. Instead, he used attribute conversion to multiply his mental power by 5 and convert it into agility. With the wind mastery skill from the Windwalker boots and the acceleration from the sword formation, he turned and rushed towards the Dragon King statue at the entrance of the Sacred Realm. Once the Holy Dragon King entered the second phase, it would release an area of effect attack. At this time, the Dragon King statue would revive again and use the power of the 5 Dragon Balls to create a defensive barrier. As long as the dungeon explorers reached the barrier created by the Dragon King statue before the Holy Dragon King's attack landed, they could avoid the attack. This was a mechanism discovered by the senior members of Kyoto University after numerous attempts at the Sacred Realm dungeon. The barrier created by the Dragon King statue was an inherent mechanism of this dungeon. Even though Hardy had corrupted the dungeon, this fundamental mechanism remained unchanged. With the 5-fold attribute conversion, Zhang Yuan, with over 200,000 agility and various accelerations, finally reached the vicinity of the Dragon King statue before the corrupted Holy Dragon King completed its charge. The statue transformed back into the Dragon King, who then soared into the air and used the power of the 5 Dragon Balls to create a barrier with a radius of less than 10 meters. At this moment, countless purple light spears descended from the purple magic array covering the sky, raining down like a storm and piercing the ground. However, when the light spears hit the barrier, they all dissipated into light particles, causing no harm to the barrier. Standing inside the barrier and watching the dense array of purple light spears outside, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but marvel. I have to admit, without Otis, I wouldn't have been able to solo this dungeon. When the corrupted Holy Dragon King charged towards Zhang Yuan, crimson sky flew out from the sword formation space, transforming into a red light that pierced through the corrupted Holy Dragon King's chest, toppling it and pinning it to the ground. Successfully killed the corrupted Holy Dragon King, experience plus 40 million, minus 50%. Acquired equipment, Crown of the Holy Spirit. Acquired, Holy Spirit's Heart X1. Crown of the Holy Spirit, legendary, increases mental power by 50%, no equipment level restriction. Holy Spirit's Heart, unique material for forging artifacts, only one in the world. Acquired, Divine Stones X3. A golden light burst from Zhang Yuan, leveling him up to 35. After killing the corrupted Holy Dragon King, Zhang Yuan finally had time to open his inventory and check his rewards. Directly increasing mental power by 50%? Seeing the effect of the Crown of the Holy Spirit, Zhang Yuan was thoroughly shocked. His current mental power was 56,902. With the Crown of the Holy Spirit, it would surge to 85,353, adding nearly 30,000 mental power. What's more, his mental power would continue to increase, and the Crown of the Holy Spirit's enhancement effect would become stronger as he progressed. Feeling amazed, Zhang Yuan equipped the Crown of the Holy Spirit and then took out the other item. The Mirror of Replication. The effect description says it can replicate a spirit. I wonder if it can replicate the Demon Duke. If so, this item might be even more valuable than the Crown of the Holy Spirit. There might be another fierce battle ahead, and the Mirror of Replication might yield unexpected results. After putting the Mirror of Replication back in his bag, Zhang Yuan finally arrived at the main event of the day. Excited, Zhang Yuan took out the Fate Compass and the 3 Divine Stones. A new refined tier weapon or 3 new specialized weapons, either result would be a tremendous boost to my combat power. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan placed the 3 Divine Stones into the Fate Compass. Triple draw. A large number of cards spun in the Fate Compass, and then 3 red lights flew out from it. The sky of the dungeon suddenly transformed into a starry sky, and 3 stars fell from the Milky Way, coalescing into a sword that shimmered with stardust. 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword. 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword, exclusive Tier 3 attack plus 3000, automatically protects the holder. Holder is immune to immobilization effects, immune to lightning damage. Holder gains star protection, unaffected by strong-willed pressure. Artifact task, absorb Star God's power 0/1. Note, one of the 10 great swords, protects the holder, eliminates demons, purifies the world. The 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword slowly descended before Zhang Yuan, its blade radiating a soft starlight, seemingly containing the entire starry sky, and was incredibly beautiful. Ah, what a beautiful sword! Zhang Yuan marveled as he grasped the hilt of the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword. At that moment, the star god's robe he was wearing materialized, and both items began to glow with starlight as if resonating with each other. The 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword senses the star god's power. Do you wish to consume the Star God's robe's energy to empower the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword? This means I can complete the artifact task directly? Seeing the panel prompt, Zhang Yuan's heart raced, and he immediately chose to empower the sword without hesitation. The Star God's power from the robe surged out and poured into the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword. Boom! The 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword erupted with an intense aura, and Zhang Yuan suddenly found himself in a vast starry sky, with the starlight on the sword appearing to breathe in sync with the twinkling stars. Artifact task for 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword completed. The 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword evolves into an artifact and can be refined to Tier 3 or higher. 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword, exclusive artifact Tier 3 attack plus 30,000, automatically protects the holder. Holder is immune to control effects, immune to lightning damage and can reflect lightning attacks. Holder gains star protection, unaffected by strong-willed pressure, and inflicts pressure on non-deity beings, reducing their damage by 50%. Note, one of the 10 great swords, protects the holder, eliminates demons, purifies the world. Seeing the new attributes of the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword, Zhang Yuan's pupils shrank, and he even forgot to breathe. Invincible. Absolutely invincible. Aside from the word invincible, Zhang Yuan couldn't think of any other adjectives to describe the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword. Not only did the attack power increase tenfold, but the sword's attributes also received a massive boost. So this is the weapon after completing the artifact task? It's ridiculously powerful. Zhang Yuan's hands trembled with excitement as he held the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword. He spent several minutes calculating the sword's damage, but his mind nearly exploded trying to determine the exact damage value. He only knew the number had surpassed billions. This is no longer a Tier 3 weapon. I wonder if the Demon Duke can withstand a blow from the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword? Zhang Yuan marveled and immediately removed one of the purple shadow swords from his sword sheath, equipping the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword. At this moment, Zhang Yuan felt a profound sense of transcendence. Butz. As the celestial phenomena brought by the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword faded, a dungeon teleportation exit appeared before Zhang Yuan. Seeing the blue vortex representing the dungeon exit, Zhang Yuan instinctively moved to touch it. Suddenly, he paused, jolted out of his joy, and realized, oh wait. The artifact task for Crimson Sky hasn't updated yet. This abyss dungeon hasn't been cleared, so how is the dungeon exit appearing? As Zhang Yuan hesitated in confusion, a cold voice emerged from the dungeon exit, TSK.
Being so cautious isn't fun at all.
With the appearance of the cold voice, the dungeon teleportation exit suddenly turned into a purple vortex, from which a strong pressure surged. Numerous purple tentacles emerged from the vortex, wrapping around Zhang Yuan.